Welcome to the 2025 European International Championships. These championships are a cornerstone in the competitive Pokémon season. We're bringing you the world's top trainers for a weekend of electrifying battles. Last season, Emmy Weedle mastered every strategy and dominated their battles to claim the crown, an unstoppable force in Pokémon Go history. Combining teamwork and flawless execution, Fusion turned each skirmish into a victory and claimed the champion title. Tord Reklev made precise plays and maintained an unshakable focus, outmaneuvering every opponent to become a TCG legend. Through flawless strategy and perfectly calculated moves, Niels Dunlop rose to the top and became the Pokémon VG champion.
This event is going to be one for the history books.
Oh, the energy! Brainsbird is coming through!
That is literally the example of 1 HP in a North American dream.
Currently at the lead. Kovac secures the ring points up. Kovac earns the ring shield. See if it's there. Get both the counter catcher and the dark energy.
It's been locked in. Benjamin Polster is your champion.
Absolutely incredible scenes here in London for the European International Championship.
Welcome to the European International Championships. Let the games begin.
Hello and good morning to all of our viewers, trainers, and Pokemon fans tuning in from around the globe. I'm Adam Watson, and this is Sierra Dawn, and we are absolutely thrilled to welcome everyone to Day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon European International Championships here live at the Excel Center in London, UK.
We're only halfway through the weekend, and the competition is only heating up. The energy here, like Pikachu, is electric, and I know we all can't wait to jump right into the Day 2 action.
The Pokemon community has been phenomenal this weekend. It's so heartwarming to see trainers from Pokemon Go, Pokémon UNITE, the Pokemon trading card game, and the Pokemon video game all together under one roof to celebrate the spirit of competition and camaraderie.
Speaking of that competition, let's make a quick mention of some of those standout trainers to keep an eye on in Day 2.
In Pokemon Go, Tenacity, the hometown hero, powered through Day 1 with tenacious energy management. And after defeating the reigning EUIC champion, Arceus Aurelius is firmly on the hunt for his crown. And the 2023 champion Tauntaun Batuz has returned, folks, this time with Steelix to match his steely resolve.
Pokemon Unite teams will be competing in a single elimination bracket today. Will two-time world champion Luminosity light up the stage? Will Peru Unite defend their EUIC title? Or will a hometown hero in Kabai Esports, Noun Esports, or BH3 bring the title back to EU?
Meanwhile, in the Pokemon trading card game, Grant Shen emerged as the only undefeated TCG Masters player, but Jeremy Gamilla was not far behind at 8-0-1 with his Miraidon EX deck. And five-time EUIC caster Joe Bernard took the last win of the night to finish out Day 1, moving into Day 2 with a respectable 22 match points.
For the Pokemon video game, we have Miraidon as well, piloted by none other than reigning world champion Luca Ceribelli, undefeated in Day 1. Joining him, Joji Kaida and Joseph Ugarte, all heading into Day 2 now with an impressive 8-0 record.
And Day 2 is where anything can happen, folks. Who knows who will be left standing as we make our way towards the final showdown on Championship Sunday.
Making it to Championship Sunday isn't the only thing on the line today. Every trainer competing today has the chance to earn crucial championship points to help secure their invite to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California this August. And of course, the opportunity to claim their share of the massive $500,000 plus prize pool.
But before we get started, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible effort of everyone working behind the scenes. So let's join So let's join together and give a huge round of applause to all of the staff, judges, and production crew who has worked so tirelessly to make this event an unforgettable experience.
The next EUIC champions are gearing up to start their first matches of the day, so let's not wait any longer. Let's send it over to our amazing casters to kick off the Day 2 action. Trainers, good luck and have fun.
EUIC, here we are live in London at
Morning,
the Excel
Pokemon
Center
trainers.
for
We're
the
here in Day
Aeos
2
Cup,
of the European
one of
International
the biggest
Championships.
tournaments of the year. And I've got a little VGC or something in my ear right now. Welcome, everybody. I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy here, joined by the one, the only, Doob Snacks.
I can't believe you didn't yeehaw. I felt like that was almost criminal.
I should have yeehawed right
I don't
there.
think we've missed that collectively for the last 3 years, but here we are,
No
EUIC.
mistakes. No mistakes.
Never us, never on broadcast. Day 2 is going to be awesome.
Yep.
I believe five EU teams have made it across, 2 NA teams, 2 LATAM teams, and if my memory served, 1 OC team as well.
You didn't make a mistake. We have 3 NA teams, which is really exciting. We have teams from all over, and this is something that one of our co-casters, Zoinks, has been talking about a lot. So much talent in this competition that has actually made it to the land stage before and won. We have Peru from last year. You may know them as Fusion, who won the entire thing. They are here. We have LG, 2-time world champions, who just won LAIC. They are here. Nouns Esports is here. So many amazing squads. The Orange Juicers, who won NAIC at LAN. Where's their trophy? I mean, so many amazing teams. And the real question is, who is going to walk away from this tournament as the first team to qualify for Worlds? And if it's anything like Fusion last year, it proves a lot. Let's take a look at our group stage and what happened yesterday.
Group A, Komai Esport, you can't not talk about this team. 4-0, and I have heard that they went 8-0. They absolute perfect run in their group and really making a name for themselves. BH3 Esport closed out our day yesterday with a big win against Tuzi.
Yeah, that was a wild series. I mean, Tuzi Esports, one of the best teams from Brazil. You would expect them to possibly make it to Day 2. They were taken down by BH3 in a wild series. We saw BH3 a few times, and they looked pretty great. As we take a look here, Lelovers in Group B looked amazing, taking down Nouns in games where I have to say, it feels like they absolutely outplayed Nouns at Rayquaza each and every time, beating the best team in EU. Down to Group C, Peru UNITE. Again, if you've been watching UNITE for a while, you probably know them as Fusion. They are back and they are ready to become the 2-time Aeos Cup champs. Nemesis, looking very solid in Group C, is also moving on from North America. Group D, the Juicers, having a perfect run. 3-0, beating Gen 5 in their series, who are also moving on to Day 2 here.
Let's take a look at our last 2 groups, E and F, because that's how the alphabet works.
We've never made a mistake.
Never once. Stamina Esport able to beat DreamMax Esport in a great set that you and I got to cast yesterday.
So good.
Probably my favorite one of the day. They're 3-0 sitting on top there. Luminosity 3-0 against Antic, who is a 2-1 in one of the best showings of OC we've seen in a minute. OC kind of really dominated that game for the first 9 minutes, and we unfortunately watched it slip through their fingers. And ultimately, Luminosity used that to win Game 2 and clean up the group. They also have earned themselves a bye here in our 12-team single elimination bracket. 4 teams have earned those byes. Let's take a look at who they are.
Yeah, so the Juicers, Peru UNITE, Luminosity, and Komai Esports, they performed the best in their groups out of the entire tournament, so they have earned a bye in round 1. If we start taking a look at our top 8 deciders right here, BH3 versus Antic, the little team that could out of OC against this surprising French group who made it in by beating Tuzi from Brazil. And then we have Stamina versus Gen 5. Stamina actually the strongest one inside their group. They just didn't have as strong of a record as some of these other teams. That is going to be a super interesting matchup. Of course, what I have my eyes on already, Nouns Esports, the best team in EU, has to go up against DreamMax Esports, the best team in Brazil. And the winner of that faces Luminosity. I mean, unbelievable. While we see Lelovers versus Nemesis, and the winner of that will face Komai.
What I've got my eyes on is where we're starting, BH3 and Antic, because I think if either of these teams, if you ask them, who do you think you have the best chance to beat and move on, they would probably, well, that's a given.
Yeah,
that's a given.
They would go, anyone in the venue?
Yeah.
Those two.
We are 0-5. Our record is not great
here. EUIC is not great, guys.
But between those, the teams that they have to select from, I wouldn't be surprised if each of them chose each other.
Yeah.
And now they kind of get to put the pedal to the metal, see who is actually supreme between those two, and OC with a chance to make a top 8.
Yeah, this is the real question right here. I have to say, you don't expect a lot from OC on the world stage because in previous years they just have not been able to perform. They're one of the smaller regions. The competition is not as intense. However, they showed up here yesterday with a great record, and they took Luminosity to their closest game of the entire series. In fact, it feels like one of those games where they essentially took a game off LG. It's just Luminosity, they are that good. They were able to claw their way back into it. So I think you have a lot riding on both of these teams. BH3 is the kind of the shocker dark horse team from EU, and then Antic is the last chance for OC to stay in this tournament.
And they have to square up against another team that did an absolute perfect run, 3-0, 6-0, Orange Juicers, who looked very solid yesterday, kind of infallible. So we'll see where this whole top 8 ends up, because there's 4 Titans kind of waiting from top to bottom. And again, I can't stress enough, we talk about nouns, but Komai Esport was really the shining star for EU yesterday.
Yeah, they were really incredible. And I think a lot of people expected it to be nouns, maybe even Lelovers, but Komai looked fantastic. Something to mention here, our semifinals matches here today will all be best of 5, and every single game will be seen on stream. So I'm super excited for that. And then, of course, our grand finals will happen on Championship Sunday tomorrow morning, very early. Be there, set your alarms, wake your dad up, make sure the whole family's there.
Let's take a look at what the prizing is. I believe it's $50,000.
$50,000 in total prizing this weekend. That's right.
First place total allocation $6,500 on down the line. So a little chunk of cash, but I really think the main prize we're all thinking about right now is the first team to be qualified for Worlds.
Yeah, not only the first team qualified for Worlds, but that's also that paid spot, right? They're flying them out, they're getting them there. So you are locking in your spot to Worlds. You are the first team, just like what Fusion did last year. And yeah, of course, it's your trip is paid for. So there's a lot more on the line too.
Of course, championship points, but let's take a look at the region distribution of the World Championship invitations. Now, this does not take a spot away from one of these regions. If EU, for example, was to win this event, this does not take away from the 3 teams from EU that qualify. Keep that in mind, as we have NA and EU at LATAM North with 3, LATAM South with 2, Brazil with 2, and Oceania 1.
You know what's interesting? Oceania lost a spot this year, but they have a way to get it back, actually. They can get it back right now through this tournament. If Antic makes their way all the way through to the end, wins this thing, OC gets their spot back. We have North America again, Europe, and Latin America North, the regions we cover with the most spots, and they could take another one for themselves. There are a few really solid teams already eyeing that, right? I mean, if you just look at NA, there are 3 teams left in this tournament who have a very good shot of getting that spot, especially Luminosity and Juicers, who are already through to the next round.
Yeah, I mean, when 1/4 of the field left is teams from a distant region, we'll say, non-natives to EU, that's got to be dangerous when you're looking and speaking specifically about NA. But there's plenty of great teams left that can vie for that spot. I want to touch back on Komai a little bit, because I think they're maybe in the grand scheme of things, a little bit of a lesser known quantity. But one of the players on that team that I have to mention, because they were sliding out of their gourd yesterday during the games we were watching, and that is Gek, who has just been an absolute tank staple of the EU region. If you remember last year, regional finals, helped carry a team to like that wild, miraculous run. They were actually the team that was playing Trick Phantom Force Hoopa when Hyperspace Hole was available, so kind of going the unconventional route there, using that specifically in tandem. So I believe it's Kaizen with Gek on that, so they would like push the tree, deep engages with Gek to see how much equity and value they could get, pull them right back through to get them back out of danger. And it really put teams for a loop, right? They would react to the engagement and then not really be able to deal with him no longer being there, but now they're out of position and they would jump and execute on that. So I've got my eyes on Kamai Esports because I think it's just an exciting story out of that team.
It's a really exciting story, right? Yeah, going all the way to the end of regionals last year, they actually could have qualified for Worlds in this crazy way. They were right there, and they didn't play as much of the season as some of these other teams last year. Now looking fantastic here in this tournament. I don't think it would have been the first name that people would have thrown out there as the team that could win this whole thing. But when you look at what happened yesterday, you do see, you know, some teams that shock you, good and bad, right? Like we see a team like Nouns where we would expect that they were going to be on top, have a really dominant day one, and they actually ended up the day looking a little shakier than you would expect. Then you have Komai where it's a little bit of a question mark. You know, they're solid players, a solid team, and they ended up looking amazing. Like they ended the day with an exclamation point, next to their name. So there are a lot of really exciting finishes. There's still a majority of the field being EU teams in the hunt, right? But there are a lot of great teams from all over. And then, of course, there's Peru, right? Formerly Fusion. This team, I feel like, is just... You can't not have them in the conversation, not only because they did amazing and they're already qualified for the top 8, but because they won last year. Not only did they win last year, they were taking down teams that no one could beat, like Kabi-chan.
They're an absolute vicious team, and don't forget, that Grand Finals won, when they won in 4 games, they lost to Rayquaza 3 times.
Yeah.
And that is kind of a wild statistic to think about just in general. And Kabi-chan's is like Rayquaza's secure rate. That event was astronomically high. It was like over 80% or something wild like that.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at a team like Peru and you think, well, as long as we take Ray, we've got a shot. It's not even like, that's not even in the equation anymore because they don't, they care, but they know how to react and adjust to that. Being they're so hyper aggressive that even if you do take Ray, you might have 2 or 3 players down and then the last 2 shields are easy to take off you because they still have all 5 players standing. So, they have a unique play style. It is aggressive. It is very fun to watch. And these LATAM teams, these Latin American teams, when we were watching them, they would fight for 10 straight minutes.
Yes.
And it was awesome.
They would brawl the whole time, which is really exciting. Another team that we got to see yesterday, another region that we actually got to cover a lot at LEIC, of course, is Brazil. Now, we only have one Brazilian team left, and that is DreamHack. Tuzi was not able to make it to day 2. And, of course, they were runners-up at LEIC. That speaks to how incredible this field is, how strong Brazil is, and DreamHack's right there. That series with DreamHack's and Stamina, as you talked about earlier, one of our favorites of the entire day. That felt like non-stop brawling throughout the entire 10 minutes. They're going to be a difficult team to hold down. It feels like they keep the pressure on the entire time. And it's really interesting, Doopsnack, seeing sort of these play styles from all over. It's, again, one of my absolute favorite parts of the international competition is which strategy is actually going to prevail. Like last year, we saw how amazing Japan was, how disruptive they were, how they were constantly not even really fighting their opponents, but more almost seizing the map from just taking away as much as they could from them the whole time. It felt like something that teams had to react to. Now this season, we see a lot of teams possibly using a strategy like that. I feel like the games are much more aggressive, and then we also see how they are kind of flipping that on their heads.
Yeah.
It reminds me of a team like Luminosity. Luminosity feels like a team that has taken all of those lessons and then put their own spin to it, right? They are playing their version of Pokemon Unite. They are not running what you would think of as a standard composition a lot of the time. Their support player is playing attackers or supporters that are extremely aggressive. They're running an all-rounder in that, bottom path role that a lot of people would reserve for an attacker and are still using a lot of attackers. We're going to take a look here at some of our caster predictions, kind of talk about what yesterday looked like. Most banned Pokemon, man, we were pretty dead on with a lot of these, and I'll tell you, Aegislash wasn't banned as much as it probably should have been. Shout out to Relic.
28%, that needed to be higher.
Yes.
If I'm being completely
it's
honest.
Without question, the superstar of EUIC, I feel like, is Aegislash, and of course us.
Yeah, and of course, Blissey getting the most bans, unsurprising. That was the low-hanging fruit that Zoinks and I went with there. It was a fairly easy one to predict. One thing that I thought was a little bit more nebulous is actually Psyduck and Umbreon. I didn't know where the priority between those two would go. They don't do similar things, but they kind of fit similar roles in earning that kind of second ban in the exchange. And it looked like Psyduck took a little bit more of a priority, but it's one of those things that might be a team-by-team dependent selection there.
Yeah, and Inteleon's one of the weird ones for me. So I expected Inteleon to get a lot of play, but I didn't know it would be so high on the ban priority. And then when you see Inteleon getting banned, it also means that Miraidon is slipping through in a lot of these games. And if a lot of teams are picking an attacker, we've seen it at Charge Beam, we've seen some Electro Drift as well. So a lot of Miraidon. What do we got here?
I was just saying, do these things. While you're making a phenomenal point that I definitely believe in, and I listen to every word, do these things.
Yeah, absolutely. Do all of these things. Follow us on social media. Hashtag Pokemon EUIC. Catch all the action at Pokemon.com/broadcast. And is that Instagram?
That sounds right.
Poor old Instagram. Do whatever you're going to do.
And then, of course, Twitter.
And then, of course, Twitter. Do all of the things out there, everybody, as we're going to be doing all of the things here, getting all the way up to our finals, which are going to happen tomorrow morning. We hope to see you there, Championship Sunday, on the main Pokemon channel. That is going to be very, very exciting. Unite has been to one Championship Sunday already, which has been extremely exciting, so I cannot wait to see what it is like tomorrow. Of course, I think a lot of people here, are going to be rooting for an EU team to be in that top spot, but they've got a lot of stiff competition. Nouns would have to run into Luminosity, which would be pretty amazing. But before any of that, BH3 and Antic are taking the stage right now, and we are going to see these two squads face off. Obviously, Kelosaurus waiting with bated breath to see how this ends up.
Without a doubt. Production just told me we have B-roll of BH3 getting their whole sack of marbles yesterday. And their reaction to that, which, we don't have time to run, but darn it, we don't have time to run that, so we're getting right into draft.
Here we go. BH3 Esport and Antic starting off our day here, Doomstacks. The bans, as you would expect. The Inteleon we talked about, the Blissey, #1 ban of this tournament. Comfey also is a ban. If they saw this Antic game against LG, by the way, and they're saying we're not going to allow them to do Zoroark, Comfey. Absolutely no way. Psyduck is the final ban. First pick over to BH3. We're going to see how they want to start this off. First pick is always interesting because a lot of teams are picking these, and there's Umbreon, these very strong defenders and supports. It also allows you to hide your strategy as far as your carry Pokemon are concerned. Heading over to Antic, the Sword, no surprise there, and Eldegoss.
Eldegoss is definitely somewhere, a Pokemon that is never gone, right? It's always good, always feels relevant, and it always feels comfortable because these support players have been playing it for so long. Trick Hoopa quickly selected by Greg, J-Paw grabbing Mewtwo, and we've got Miraidon quickly highlighted by Dystemic.
Yeah, Miraidon right there. If they're going to be the player running it, we can see the Curse Instance on them, which leads me to believe that we're going to be seeing a Charge Beam Miraidon. Really incredible amount of damage, but not only that, able to apply this, Curse debuff to the entire team. We have Snorlax as the defender pick for OC, and then our final two over to BH3. We are bringing the Darkrai back, which we saw a little bit of yesterday, and Garchomp.
I like the Garchomp pick here, can kind of shred through any target, jump through, and specifically deal with that Snorlax that Invader has selected. Anonymous grabbing Machamp, and I think that's something that they selected in Game 1 versus Luminosity yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, they switched it over to Fu. I saw Mifu playing that, so that is not surprising to me to see it here in this game. I like both of these team comps. They're both a lot of what you would expect in this meta right now, Doomsnacks, but also a little sprinkling of something unique, right? We've got the Machamp, we've got the Darkrai, which you don't see too much of, and you can see that by these pick rates. 13% on Machamp, only 11% on the Darkrai. Everything else actually being picked a ton in this tournament. Garchomp, falling off a little bit, but it feels like always in the conversation as one of the top all-rounders.
Yeah, I want to just bring everybody's attention real quick. BH3 Esport, these players all do not look like that. I think we're just throwing a bunch of those similar images. Let's get an actual look at BH3 and Antic here. at who these humans are.
Is that true? I didn't even notice.
Yeah, they had Volto
We got that
twice.
B-roll?
I think Volto twice, and I think Greg twice. Whatever.
We're getting ready here for this first match of the day. Obviously, this is going to be an exciting one. OC can stay in this tournament, and you know the surprising team from EU can move on. There's still a lot of hope for EU to win this entire thing. Obviously, you know, I think back to Tally Bobo versus Nouns and how amazing that was to see EU win that entire thing. But now we are heading into our first game. BH3 Esports, your purple team. Antic, your orange team. This is a single elimination bracket. So this best of 3 means one of these 2 teams will get to stay on and possibly be the first representative qualified for Worlds. The other will be heading home.
We're taking a look early, and while we've got a moment here, look back at these draft Spraggles. How you feeling?
I like this. I love that this Snorlax's name is Invader. I mean, it's pretty telegraphed what they're about to be up to. And, of course, they make their way to the central area here, being dealt with by Fizzy. We are putting them to sleep there with the Darkrai, seeing if we can stop them from getting home. They actually do miss that second attack there, so it looks like Snorlax is going to be able to steal those berries and possibly run back down. I mean, when done by these like top-level players, these are so mean. These plays are so unbelievably mean and so funny.
It's great. I mean, all the time that they just took off the map, they even get a wild Pokemon, not a buff, which you'd think would be the prime prize there, but just the time wasted, the fact that they're still full HP going back to support their team in the top path here, as we've got a 4v3. They're using the numbers advantage here, going straight in. We're going to see if we can get a K opener, and there it is, straight to Greg and BH3 Esport. KO streak of 2 for the hoop.
Yeah, you look at that. That was Gabite online, right? Able to pull them back there with that amazing move. And then, of course, Trick Hoopa giving Gabite that shield and doing a ton of damage. Mewtwo, why ain't he making it up to the top path here? Putting in 30 in that goal, 73-0. Absolute domination so far from BH3. The Doublade coming back to try to make something happen here, but they need to be a little careful because they are quite underleveled at this point.
Yeah, but the Anon getting the KO on the Mewtwo Y was critical there, giving them at least a pop of experience to make it worth their while. Fizzy putting pressure on Invader, but I don't think they're too stressed about it.
Yeah, and here we go. We're at the 8-minute mark right now. The center birds are going to be hitting the map. We have Snorlax and Miraidon making their way from Antic, while we have multiple members of BH3. And we're just trying to rip this as fast as we can so we can get some of that experience. Invader being pushed back right now. And Mewtwo Y getting pretty aggressive here. It's almost level 7, so it's going to be online with both of its moves very soon. But it has its big one and the ability for it to, you know, go Mega as soon as that gauge under its health bar is filled.
Yeah, and good players can time that gauge when it needs to be the most relevant in a fight here, so they're right on the edge. They're going to want to keep that maybe for around the 7-minute mark if they can, at least 7:20 here in 7 seconds, as Fu goes straight in with the Machoke and gets eviscerated by the legendary Darkrai.
Yeah, and here we go. So that goal zone is left at 9, and they really would like to have a large overcap in that, you know, area while they send Hoopa down to the bottom path right here. 3 members of Antic sieging this goal zone. Hoopa trying to help Mewtwo. A nice side strike right there, picking up the KO on Aegislash. It feels like they extended a little too far. Maybe they should have waited, you know, for Machamp just for a moment, but instead Aegislash is down as multiple members of BH3 are now attacking Regice.
Tons of pressure being put on by J-Paw, this Mewtwo Y in the backline. Invader, nice heavy slam on the Darkrai. Submission flip put down, and the Darkrai is gone. That's a great pick for Antic. Are they going to leverage that? They're moving in a little disjointed. Nice wide guard to deal with the side strike here. We're putting a beam on Regice. We'll see who's going to secure. It is BH3 Esport. Are they going to be able to take out Fu? They are. And now DC and the rest of the Antic squad is trying to see what they can do. Nice wide guard again. Anon's going in. They're trying to make a difference here for the Antic team, but ultimately fall just a bit short.
And something you'll notice here, Eldegoss being taken into that nightmare there from Darkrai. I do not think they're going to make it out of that one. And of course they do not. What a massive Unite move Darkrai has to single out a target and take them down. You're going to be seeing that used a lot against a Pokemon like Miraidon. Eldegoss is also a really interesting choice as a support that could go down in that situation. As we head up here to our top path, while this was happening, we have Garchomp just casually farming up the top path. This really does feel like the, you know, stereotypical Garchomp play. They are not in the fight. They're so good at getting all this wild Pokemon experience that every time the Land Shark does show up, it is over-leveled with the Unite move and ready to rip through the enemy team.
Shinon, I mean, shades of what we saw yesterday, right? This is how they beat Tuesday in that second game. They let Shinon just get big, and then when they stepped in that final fight, Shinon took over.
Yeah.
You know, and this is exactly what they're looking to employ now. And now that they have a decent lead and the rest of the team is feeling good, they're up on levels, it's going to be even harder for Antic to contend with that Garchomp.
Fu looking for a possible sneaky score right here as the teams are fighting. Garchomp not close enough to do anything about it, so Machamp is going to score in that top path. It's interesting seeing submission Machamp here, but there's definitely some, you know, great strategies when dealing with Darkrai with a nice siege there by BH3, just pushing onto this goal zone, all 5 members, and they are reigning in the points.
I mean, between the Rings Unbound and the deep engage by Shinon, it completely pushed Antic Odium up their path all the way up to their T2, and it made closing out that T1 incredibly easy. We have Anon up top trying to score some points as the Aegislash for Antic to try and bring some parity to the scoreboard, but Shinon kind of cuts that off before that goal zone can be completely gone. Now, Aegislash did get some points in, I believe, but they're still down by 107 points.
Yeah, so they have tier 1s up in both the top and bottom, which is nice for Antic. They also have a lot of experience available to them, but they have been losing a lot of these fights. They're going in right now. Aegislash looking to make something happen with Garchomp with a big time. Wow, huge Unite
the other way. Wow, Fu coming through using that perfect. Fizzy trying to get a berry. They do get at least one. They're trying to hold down this goal zone. Fruitless endeavor. Fizzy peels, and Antic Odium starts to pick up steam.
Yeah, they do. They're picking up some steam, and they're ripping down this Reggie Alecki. Obviously, the bottom Reggie goes down to BH3. That was uncontested. Instead, Antic deciding to find a moment on the map where they could win, and they do. In the top path, goal zone broken, Reggie walking, and now they're heading back to their side of the map. You can see all of those little yellow dots up on the mini-map. Those are wild Pokemon. That is the experience they are looking to get. And if they continue to farm up all of that experience, they could get close to BH3 level-wise here, which they really need to do.
BH3 has some Unite moves that I think they've got 5 seconds in my book to kind of use them. So I would engage right now with them and see if they can get value. I think they're kind of expired. There's the Mewtwo Unite. Okay, there's one. Let's see. That was just using it to use it. See who we can catch. Volto's going in, kind of trapped. They're going to have to put somebody in the void. They do, and it is Fu on the Machamp. I saw the meteors crashing down from the side of Antic Odium. Are they able to converge? That's 2 great KOs. Fizzy is down as well, as Greg has to peel. Nice Sacred Sword push by Antic, and now they're kind of on top of this goal zone, Spraggles. Garchomp Unite back the other way, grabbing themselves a prime target. Nice heavy slam coverage by Invader.
Yeah, really great stuff there from Garchomp, actually picking up the KO on Aegislash. If it just had another second, it could have wide guarded the damage out of that Chomp, but instead, the final hit from that Tantrum able to take it down. 2 minutes 45 seconds, meaning Rayquaza is almost here. And if you take a look at our objectives, there's still an opportunity to secure the bottom objective here. That Reggie is coming up in just about 15 seconds. There's going to be plenty of time for one of these teams. BH3 is in position with that tier 1, and Antic, it looks like, is just peeling away from it entirely, getting as much experience as they can.
Now Fizzy hanging out. It looks like this is going to be the BH3 show. Fizzy again grabbing the Phantom Force just to go see what's going on. They've got everybody there ready to rip, but that means Antic has the advantage in the central area and the opportunity to set up their approach.
That's right. They have the positional advantage. This is going to be taken down by Mewtwo Y and Darkrai here, giving them this Regirock bonus, which is a nice defensive bonus for this fight, but they might have been looking for something like Registeel. We see Garchomp possibly looking to start this fight. Darkrai throwing the Dark Pulse, just getting a couple of hits onto the side of Antic, and they're going to look for their engage, right? If Darkrai can get their Unite move onto the Miraidon, they will definitely go for it. Umbreon moving in, not able to make it happen, but just as you talked about earlier, flying back through that Phantom Force from Hoopa.
Anon really hunting for Volto, who exposed himself pretty early in that fight. I was a bit surprised. That was a recipe for disaster for BH3. Fizzy taking a ton of damage here, and now they're have to Phantom Force trick Fizzy through to get the heals, and there they are. We just saw that happen. Take a pause. We're getting set up.
Yeah, we have to have one of these teams make a move. Now, Antic is behind Dupsnax, so they're going to need to make a play at some point, and BH3 is ready to counterpunch.
Okay.
Aegislash getting caught right here, having to pull back, and the side strike into the wide guard. It looks like the Snorlax Unite move, but no one wants to move, and here's the Mewtwo Unite.
Anon goes straight in, and they're looking for a target here. Rings Unbound. We're going to need a big stun. Catches 3 players. Garchomp Unite back into the side, into the guts of Antic Odium. Are they going to be able to converge on KO? Nice Dragon Rush back on Anon. They put them down. 2 players down for Antic in a heartbeat. The Garchomp pays the price, but it's well worth its weight in gold as they are going straight after Antic. That is 4 players down. All 5 players down. That's an ace. Let's flip the script and look at Rayquaza and take this thing for a day 2 game 1 win.
That's right. They're going to take it off the map. map. They're not only going for the gold, but they're going for the bronze-style Miraidon. That Hollowware is beautiful, but it is not enough to save them in this situation. Rayquaza has no one from Antic around it, and like you said, this is going to be an easy game one. There's no way for Antic to make something else happen at this point with the Ray Shields, with no points in their pockets and down by over 100. BH3 is going to secure this first game.
I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, Antic Odium felt the pressure. They saw the timer going down. They know they needed Ray, and Anon tried to make a play, and it ended up kind of leading to a weird discombobulated approach by Antic. It ended up having Invader having to do a heavy slam to try and cover for a Pokemon that had wide guard up, and now they're both kind of trapped in the wrong spot. Ultimately, BH3 taking a great fight. Awesome engage by Shy on that Garchomp to really put the pedal to the metal all the way down to the floor and be able to take over that Ray fight. Well done.
Very close game. It felt like it was really back and forth through a lot of it. It did feel like BH3 had control. Basically, from the point where both tier 1s were gone, they were rotating really well. They had that Hoopa Unite move a few times to bring the team down to some key fights. And then as they went towards Rayquaza again, when you have this score advantage, you're really able to let your opponents move in to make a mistake. As we're taking a look at some of the stats here, 6 KOs for J-Paw on the Mewtwo, and then we also had 8, I believe, on Volto from Darkrai. Not seeing a ton of Darkrai this tournament, but it looks like it's been pretty effective. As you look to the other side, damage-wise, we've got this Machamp, Fu, only able to dish out 15,000 damage. It looks like maybe we need another answer in that all-rounder spot.
Yeah, I'm not, obviously 15,000 is not exactly the number you'd like to look forward to. Let's take a look at J-Paw. Maybe we can touch on that again. J-Paw, the Mewtwo Y, 6 knockouts, tons of points, 55k damage, and really we saw that big Mewtwo Unite kind of kick off the Ray fight once Anon got caught, and then it was, you know, a deep engage again by the Garchomp that helps facilitate that. But all around, very solid Mewtwo Y play from J-Paw. We saw it yesterday, and we saw it again here.
Yeah, it looks pretty incredible, right? And this is the more, you know, special attack focused style of Mewtwo Y that we're seeing all over the place. This synergizes really well. Size Strike and Choice Specs, you're basically getting that extra pop of damage every time you use it. You have Slick Spoon. This is going to help you with those, you know, defenders and supporters that have a ton of special defense, while at the same time just keeping this Mewtwo very, very safe. Of course, you have X Attack. You can use that when you Mega. You can use that around your Unite move. You can just get a ton of extra damage with it. And we can see J-Paw having a great game one.
Very, very well done by J-Paw. Let's touch back on Fu's Machamp there. Obviously 15k is not necessarily the number you'd like to see out of your top path all-rounder, of course. However, we did see some pretty cheeky moments from Fu on the Machamp using the first instance of its Unite move to get to the backside of BH3 and then kind of Unite, throw a trillion fists right into the backs of BH3, pushing them towards the rest of the team, which actually allowed the Miraidon to have the highest damage in the lobby, because it kind of felt like that was the approach they were using. Yeah. Obviously, you'd like to see more out of the Machamp. I'm not discounting that.
Sure.
But you can see where the value is, right? It's to kind of split around the opposing team and kind of feed them into a really static lined up charge beam and get the damage there, because as I mentioned, the Miraidon actually led the lobby in damage.
It's also clearly a comfort pick, right? For
Correct.
this player, it's something they know very well. They seem to understand how to combo that with submission. You know, with the way Machamp's Unite works now, where the barrage of blows happens immediately, you do need something like submission, right? To move
get to the other side.
behind the enemy team, to make plays like that. So I understand sort of the thought process here. I do feel like Antic had a lot of great moments throughout that, but when you do kind of look at the numbers at the end of it, you have to think, is there something we could use that actually might be more beneficial in not only in some of the bigger team fights, but throughout the game, right?
Right.
And we'll see if they want to change that strategy up as we head into game number 2 here.
I really liked Anon's Aegislash. I think Aegislash is really having a great tournament just across the board. And I think their wide guard timing was incredibly good in that first game, giving them more legs than maybe you would have assumed based on how some of those fights were going.
We're heading here to game number 2. Now, obviously, everything is on the line for Antic right here. If they are not able to win in this game, they're heading home, our only representative from OC. We have the bans. We've got the Umbreon, the Psyduck, the Inteleon, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Blissey right here. We'll see the final ban, and no, BH3 says you are not getting to do the Zoroark Comfey. We saw it yesterday against LG. We don't want to deal with it here. Go ahead and take your first pick.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say. Liz is going to snatch up Blissey and say, if that is available, I am taking it. Now, BH3 knew they were putting themselves in this position by not banning Blissey. How are they going to react? Definitely J-Paw's Mewtwo Y, and they take the sword for Shy.
Yeah, there you go. J-Paw on the Mewtwo Y. You know, it looks like a Pokemon they are very comfortable with, although if you follow Chris Heroes, you would think it would be Galarian Rapidash. As we take a look here, we have Miraidon being locked in and Trevenant for the side of Antic.
Now, we've got Fu laid out a couple times there, but that is most likely going to be the hands of Invader. I looked and I saw Fu smile, and I was like, that's not Invader. They're not going to play that. Maybe they'll switch around. Who knows? But a Ho-Oh. We haven't seen a lot of Ho-Oh locked in by a Fizzy here.
This is a Pokemon we talked about a lot before this event, and even after day 1, you know, we all sat down, and one of the ones we said we were surprised to really not see more of was Ho-Oh. I thought we could see more of it in this tournament. I don't know if teams are just not picking it up super fast, or if they haven't found a ton of value with it here, but we do have Ho-Oh locked in. So we've got the Defender supporter for BH3 from EU. That's going to be the Ho-Oh Eldegoss. On the other side, we've got the Trevenant and we've got the Blissey. All powerful picks. I got to say, one thing I've loved to see throughout this tournament is Trevenant a little bit more back in the conversation. I think Trev is just so amazing.
It fits a lot of roles. It serves a lot of purposes on the map, and specifically, I'm taking a look at the compositions we've got here, and the one that stands out to me is Volto's Cerulege.
Yeah, Volto's Cerulege is really interesting, right? This is a Pokemon, as you can see, its pick rate pretty dang low. And I'm not really surprised. I actually think it has kind of lost.
I kind of hate it, to be honest. I think Voltos look great on like Darkrai and stuff. So
that's true. I think they have looked great on Darkrai. But you know, they clearly they have an idea in their head of how they're going to answer this Antic squad. I'm interested to see the Metagross, because we talked about, you know, maybe there could be a different look for Fu here, and I do think Metagross is a much stronger pick than Machamp. We're going to have to see how that works for them.
I actually really enjoyed the Metagross pick. Specifically, I think that was a great way to go. Cerulege leaves something to be desired, but that Ho-Oh still has 2 other prime targets with Shy and J-Paw on Mewtwo Y and Sword.
And here we go, Noobs. Next game number 2 between Antic, your purple team, and BH3 Sport, your orange team. Obviously, BH3 representing EU. They want to move forward in this tournament. Antic's tournament life is on the line right now because everything in our top 12 today is a single elimination. There is no losers bracket. It is win or go home, and we pack your bags personally. Well, Zoinks does.
Zoinks does. Definitely just Zoinks here. Tons of pressure being put onto Ho-Oh by Miraidon specifically. We got a lot of legendary scrapping, a lot of EX tags, former EX tags scrapping out.
Yeah, it's almost like these Pokemon were always really good and people wanted to play with them for a long time. Well, here they are. They're in the championship series as we have Aegislash looking to stack up early and possibly get some of this extra experience while we have Zoroark still evolving there in that central area. We have Matang coming back to this top path here.
And Anon looking up to make a difference, quickly hit level 5, and they're looking to pounce on top of somebody here, and it's going to be a quick little snapshot engage with Volto just to let them know that danger's around the corner.
Now, Anon does not have their Comfey that they had yesterday, but this Zoroark is unbelievable. I mean, this is one of the best Zoroarks that I have seen going out there, and they were running it into a team that knows how to play Zoroark very well. So I'm excited to see what they're able to make happen right here as Aegislash just gets absolutely ripped apart.
Absolute bait here. Volto's going to come in and try and get on top of Anon. That'd be a great KO for them. They're incredibly low. Nice work by Liz right there to keep them standing, and it's just not enough as they are knocked out, and Fu still can't evolve, stuck at level 4 and ultimately knocked out.
Yeah, and we have the Eldegoss, of course, picking up that KO. J-Paw in a lot of trouble right here, having to use the Side Strike and actually able to get out of that situation. What a massive eject Woodhammer from Invader picks up the Mewtwo. Let's go.
What a maneuver here by Antic and Invader specifically to get a great quality knockout for the team.
Yeah, and here we have Anon looking for this possible fight right here, obviously able to use this feint combo, but deciding not to move in, just using it to continue to farm up and get experience. They are level 7, highest level going on the map right now as they move in to possibly pick up another KO, looking for Ho-Oh here.
Fizzy is trying to get out, putting the flames to Anon, but they're not going to let them off the hook too easy, saying, I cook in this kitchen too, and I'm used to the heat. You're getting sorted, son.
Shine On up in the top path. Speaking of getting sorted, they've got 2 swords, but not the big shield yet, as they are still looking for it right here. Mewtwo Y trying to defend as Ceruledge makes their way to this bottom path. Eldegoss as well. Anon's in a ton of trouble, and they go down.
That's a tough one to give up if you're Antic. You really didn't want Anon going down there, ever really, but if specifically there, it wasn't a great position. There wasn't a lot of value to that knockout either.
And Dupes next. We've got about 10 seconds until we have our objective spawning in the top and bottom path with 4 members of BH3 on this bottom path. You have to assume that they're going to make a quick siege. They actually break with a very small overcap. They have the perfect position to take Registeel. No one from Antic can do anything here as they start scrambling to the top of the map.
That 1 point over is something they're going to have to keep in mind for the rest of the game now, Spraggles, because it's going to mess with the end of the game math, assuming that this game can remain close. Now, Shine On playing to their side, Antic all over this Regieleki.
Yeah, they're moving up towards Regieleki, but here we have multiple members of BH3, so they're going to have to decide how they want to play this. Big time fire spin. Aegislash moves in with the wide guard, and they're just ripping through them up here. Metagross trying to stay alive, keeping this huge shield on. Metagross does get a KO, but Aegislash picks it up.
Now we're going straight in Anon Unite move. They're on, little pot shot by Mewtwo. Using their Unite move as well. DC is so low. Gets stunned by the Regieleki. A little bit of support there as they're pushing forward. It's just Greg, just J-Paw. Are they going to let this thing sit on the doorstep? Or are they going to try and push it home? Let's take a look.
Yeah, they're going to watch this Regieleki. At any moment they can move in here, but also it means they can put pressure anywhere on the map that they want to, right? And they know that multiple members of Antic have to deal with this. It really felt like that objective was heading over to the side of Antic, but no, they were able to secure it right here. They're going to try to get as much experience into this goal zone as they possibly can, leaving the goal zone right now at 10. It's a great opportunity to stack up if you are that Aegislash. And now BH3 just in a commanding position. Once again, they almost have both tier 1s down, and they're ahead on levels. They're doing great.
They really are. They really are. Volto hitting level 11. Normally it's J-Paw that's kind of on a farming mission, but this time, or excuse me, not J-Paw, Shine On that's usually on a farming mission, but this time it is the Ceruledge. Anon goes straight in with the support of Liz here, who is carrying their Unite move, so maybe looking to make a little magic happen.
This is interesting. Well, here they go, moving in for this fight. We have the Electro Drift. We have the Zoroark moving in. Big time Unite move. Sword does not go down, but it does finally to the Metagross.
Now we have the Miraidon Unite coming through, trying to find some targets as DC, and the Bliss Assistance is just in time on Anon. They have tons of HP to work with, and now they're trying to stress this goal zone. Can Anon go in here? DC does eject forward and to try and put some space between BH3 and Antic, and they do close out the goal zone and shrink that lead.
You can see here, just recalling multiple times in the face of their opponents right there. One thing that I think is really interesting about this Antic composition, seeing Blissey and Zoroark on the same squad, I thought for sure it was going to be Safeguard, but they are playing soft-boiled, so they have a lot of healing potential, but they don't have the ability to give it that all-important crowd control immune shield.
Yeah, and that's something you just got to keep it in mind, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when you take a look, you're going to have to time around maybe the Cotton Spores from Greg, make sure that you don't get popped up by Psystrike or something like that. You know, I'm assume there's a full heal to work with here. I didn't quite catch it at the start, but that's definitely going to be a invaluable resource for Anon and these engagements.
Actually running Goal Getter.
Yeah, the lie detector determined that was a lie.
Fine. Press X to doubt. As we head towards this Regieleki, they are ripping up. Mewtwo coming in with another big Unite move here.
Oh, Psystrike right on top of Anon. They go into their Unite move, but they're dusted before they can do anything with it. Electro Drift straight towards the sword, but the sword is still carving them up. They're giving up the tree. Horn Leech back towards Trevor Unite, popped on Shine On. Shine On is getting low. Electro Drift lined up on Greg. DC wants more. They're chasing J-Paw. There's the Meteor Storm on top of the Mewtwo's head. That's a great KO. DC coming alive with the Electro Drift Miraidon here, right on top of Greg. They've got the Invader support, and they are being relentless on poor Greg, who's just eating their own puffs, hoping and hoping for a prayer, and that prayer goes unanswered.
And here we go to the top path. They're able to stop this Regieleki, but what a fight there from Antic.
Great.
And that was, you know, the 3-minute 45-second mark, so all the Unite moves are being thrown. We have the Zoroark trying to siege this goal zone in the bottom path here. Ceruledge coming in, ripping through them there there with the Psycho Cut and actually pushing them back, chasing the Metagross off, the Psy Strike pushing towards the Trevenant. But that was a great fight for Antic. They played that incredibly.
Awesome. Oh, it was awesome. And really, I'm happy to see DC really elevate in this game. I think they've been a little quiet in game 1, but game 2 here, they were really stepping up. And I mean, it was really their show, right? You think Anon was the one that would have been sliding everywhere. They got eliminated first. And then DC stepped up and said, okay, it's my turn now.
You know what I got to say, too? I do think this Metagross pick is absolutely the right way to go. I feel like Fu is so much more disruptive in these fights. Another force that they have to deal with was with these massive shields on Metagross. It's providing a lot more value than a Machamp, it seems like, as we are getting ready to try to take this Regice. It's already at half right now. BH3 is near this. We have the Fire Spin coming down. We have the Sword, and it is secured there by Antic as we get ready for Rayquaza. 7 seconds until Ray, 7 seconds till the possible last Ray that Antic will see in this tournament. They need this to stay here. OC's last hope is fighting for Rayquaza right now, and they're down, but not out. Only down by 40 points. They have a tier 1 they can score on, and they can make some plays. As we see BH3, they're in the power position. They have Cerulege that they can send towards this tier 2 goal zone to score, but they know that they need to be close for this fight. We have a little bit of it started there by the Miraidon, but they're also charging their Electro Drift so that they can move in and do some serious damage. We have the Zoroark making a possible sneaky play on the tier 2 in the top path. We can see them there in the picture-in-picture, hiding in the tall grass, but the Cerulege for BH3 is near, ready to stop this scoring attempt. But it's so close, Doopsnacks. Again, only 40 points between these two teams. It's really easy to close that gap with a sneaky score.
Cerulege may have just seen Anon going to the bush. They're straight on top of Fizzy real quick. The Electric Drift goes in. You see that big sphere around the Miraidon where it left. Oh no, Liz comes through, half HP gone. Anon is there. Are they within Bliss Assistance range? They're gonna have to save them. No, they can't. They're caught before the Bliss Assistance can be used. And now Fizzy says, go, go, go. Mewtwo Unite comes out and we are crashing from the skies. Big coup de grace. Can't sort anybody out, but they're caught in the Coliseum now. Fu needs to do everything they can, but BH3 is relentless. Coliseum to Mausoleum in an instant. All of a sudden, the whole Antic Odium team is gone, and that is a Cerulege KO streak of 3. Shame on me for not believing in the blue.
Wow, I mean, what an absolute clinic by BH3 right there. We saw, as soon as Anon got caught on that Zoroark, it really felt like it was all over. I don't know if Bliss Assistance was just barely not ready in that moment. I thought I looked over and saw the Unite move was not there, but it could have been that they tried to Bliss Assistance and it got canceled as soon as Zoroark went down. Either way, a catastrophic Ray fight for Antic, and this is going to be the end of OC's opportunity to claim that world spot here at EUIC. What a run for OC, but that is going to do it. BH3, the dark horse from EU, is moving forward in this tournament.
Done well done from BH3. And the moment, I mean, Anon and Volto, Anon, the Zoroark, Volto, the Cerulege, were hiding in tall grass right next to each other. I don't think they knew where each other was. And
they knew, but they didn't know. Yeah.
The moment Anon decided to leave their bush and take a new position, that's what I think I literally went, oh no, because it gave up the game. And then Liz kind of went too deep, started peeling away, but Anon was stuck. And then they couldn't close that gap quickly enough. And the moment they got on top of Anon, it was lights out, right? You saw the J-Pause Mewtwo Unite come out, and it was just everything in the kitchen saying go, go, go.
Yeah, really great stuff there from BH3. Antic, I feel like, had a run in this tournament, making it here to day 2, putting up an insane fight against one of the best in the world. But of course, they do go down here to BH3, a team that has really shown up.
I want to tip of the cap here to, I was going to say DC on this Miraidon. Charge Beam, I believe game 1, led the lobby in damage, and this Electro Drift Miraidon looked awesome here in game 2. We have Mewtwo Y at 70K as well.
Take a look at Fu, though. I mean, we talked about wanting to turn that up. I mean, we went from 14K to almost 50. I feel like that Metagross pick, especially looked here in game 2, looked incredible. And, you know, if it wasn't for sort of that chaotic Ray situation that they ran into with Liz and Anon there, that could have gone another way. I don't know if they were just out of Bliss Assistance range or they just called for it too late, but unfortunately they were not able to make that happen. Shine On from BH3 on the Aegislash. Aegislash just being the superstar of this tournament once again.
Yeah, having themselves a day and a weekend, to be quite honest. I mean, from
Get a whole weekend, buddy.
Yeah, whole weekend from yesterday to their game yesterday against Tuzi. To this game today, where the Garchomp looked great. Aegislash was doing very, very well. I want to say that I think J-Paw's Mewtwo Y has maybe looked the strongest that we've seen in the last 2 days. So I hope they keep going to that well. But ultimately, great run by BH3, great run by Antic as well.
Yeah, I think Antic had a really great run. Again, you know, when you saw them against LG, I feel like that was the biggest statement of their whole tournament, was not only are we making it to day 2, but we're almost taking a game off the world champs. And it was one of the most exciting games the whole time. I mean, it was really fun to watch, too. Anon on that Zoroark is really incredible. I know in a moment here, we're going to have an interview up on the big stage where we can talk a little bit to BH3 and kind of see what they are thinking about for the rest of this tournament here. We've got a lot of exciting matches coming up, and BH3 is going to need to beat a lot of top teams if they want to secure that spot.
Yeah, I believe they're going up against the Orange Juicers next, right?
Yep.
We have an interview ready, so let's throw it up on stage for that, which is this way.
All right, thank you so much to our commentators. Congratulations to Volto and BH3 Esports on a great win to start the day. I mean, you've now made it into top 8. How good does it feel to start the early morning here with a good win?
It's really amazing to start with a big win. It's also a really it's a good wake up because we are a bit sleepy. We did like 2 minutes warm up, but it's really great that we win the first BO. Yeah.
That's great. That's great to hear. Now, BH3 Esports has been known to play some interesting Pokemon that a lot of teams don't pick up. So far, your drafts here at the Aeos Cup have been a little more standard. We're playing some powerful Pokemon, but things like the Zarina from you or the Azumarill we haven't seen yet. Is there any like really exciting picks from BH3 to come up in this tournament?
Yeah, maybe we will see what the draft will guide us for, because at the moment we pick like comfort picks, like the pick will just to have fun, and we know we can do something with it. So.
All right, well, that makes a lot of sense. Now, I think Dusnax just mentioned on the broadcast, your next matchup is going to be against the Orange Juicers from North America, one of the strongest teams in NA. How confident are you about having a good match against them?
Yeah, me and my team, we are really confident that we can take something. So we are just here to enjoy our time as much as we can, so we are confident.
All right, I love it. Well, I'm glad you're having a great time. Obviously, a great start to the tournament, and we're going to throw it right back to Spraggles and Dupsnax.
Very much. Zoinks, thank you, buddy. As always, he didn't ask the hard-hitting questions, which is, of course, about J-Paw, Galarian Rapidash, and Chris Heroes. That's why we call Zoinks the softest touch in Pokemon Unite.
It is okay. I'm surprised he wasn't wearing his gloves.
I'm surprised he wasn't wearing those white gloves that he's known for.
Yeah, some call them kid gloves. He calls them his white gloves. We call them the soft touch. Now, that is all very bizarre stuff that we decided to talk about for some reason. Shout out to Antic, great run. It was very exciting. I really thought that game 2 showed signs of life and what this region is capable of. I can't say enough positive stuff about DC's Electro Drift. Electro Drift Miraidon. I think the last time I was kind of impressed by Electro Drift Miraidon was actually when Flareon plays it. So it was nice to kind of have another player step up and go, you know, this thing can do some work, looked great. But as BH3 moving on, whatever enemies they have formed with Galarian Rapidash and Chris Heroes apparently, and they have to square off against Orange Juicers.
Yeah, and which is one of the toughest squads in this entire tournament, right? And speaking of, like you said, Electrodrift Miraidon looking good, they're going to be competing with Flareons for that Pokemon as well. But we have a ton more action coming up before they're going to run into the Juicers also. So very soon you are going to be seeing that matchup. Again, every single match in this bracket will be seen on broadcast today.
That's the most exciting part, right?
Absolutely.
Up next, it's right here. It's right here. I'm so bad at that. Stamina Esports Gen 5, the French squad here from EU. We're going to take a pause for the cause. We're going to switch casters. We're going to take a break. We're going to go do what we do, which is completely un-marble related. And we'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
That's right.
Yeah, it's fine.
Hey, they're a good team.
Yeah,
we put our best.
Exactly.
Well, hello, trainers. Fancy seeing you here. We are in London for the European International Championships, and so I've gathered two of the least British people that I know to test them on their Britishisms. These turns of phrase that might not mean anything else around the world. Let's see. Spriggles, Doob Snacks, Pokémon UNITE. How good is your knowledge? We're going to start with cracking. Cracking.
Could you use it in a sentence, please?
That was beautiful. That was such a good lean in. Slightly intimidated. That was a cracking film.
Could you use it in one more sentence, please?
That's unnecessary. Sorry, that is very unnecessary. We're trying to get through this quickly. Production told us that. Cracking, I'm going to say that means great, terrific.
I'm going to say I actually know what cracking means. So good that it hurts.
Wow, okay, very specific. You know what, you're both right. It just means very good. Okay. Excellent. That was a cracking film. Yeah, cracking joke you just told there. Nice. Good job, guys. What's next? Faffing around.
Faffing around?
Faffing around.
Could you please use that in a sentence?
I was late for my train because I was faffing around.
Faffing around is like fiddle farting around, which is something we say in Kentucky, so I'm going to say fiddle farting around. So it's a
what does that mean?
it means like dragging your heels, procrastinating, farting around.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, you're right, yeah.
Knows what fiddle farting around is.
You heard it here, they don't, I don't. But anyway, yeah, you're right. Just sort of wasting time, doing unnecessary things, not really having a decisive plan. Very good.
You didn't even get a chance to answer.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're going to go on to Spraggles. What, for that one or the next one?
Wouldn't I be famping or whatever if I did that?
Now you need to define what fiddle farting around is.
We are defining faffing around right now, trainer, so perfect. Thank you for helping us with that. Okay, moving on. Bagsy.
Bagsy?
Bagsy.
A very popular artist. You'll see some of his works selling for millions of dollars. Bagsy's incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Could you use it in a sentence?
A cartoon bunny often hunted by Elmer Fudd.
Okay, right, okay. Bagsy. Oh, I love that t-shirt. I Bagsy it.
Great. Moving to the next one.
What do you think?
I love that t-shirt.
Okay, another example.
Criminal behavior. Stealing a shirt is what you just described. You are stealing a shirt.
Interesting, yeah, you're right. You do have the bagging in a shop. But no, Bagsy actually means I reserve it for myself. You know? That's mine. Everyone else hands off. Bagsy.
I would like to, for those at home, that was a terrible sentence use for that word. We would have never been able to guess it based on that.
Come up with a better sentence.
I will
Stop fiddle farting here, dude.
Well, it's your word. It's not like we're supposed to guess based on it's whatever.
All right, moving on. Next word. Whinging.
Whinging.
Whinging or to whinge.
Okay. To create incredible art, something that would be selling for millions of dollars.
You mean like a Bagsy?
Like a classic Bagsy.
Yeah, classic Bagsy. Okay, what about you?
Whinging to me feels like it's also or similar to wincing, like wincing at something.
Oh, okay. You're close.
Yeah.
You're close.
Flip the script here. It was jokes, but now it's a real guess.
Wait, hold on. Can you use it in a sentence with all the other words?
Sure. All the other words so far. Yeah. That was a cracking question, Jake. I'm going to start faffing around and Bagsy the answer right now. Stop whinging, dude. Look alive.
It's complaining, right?
Yeah. Very good. Very good. Good job, Jay. Yeah. He's won. Mic drop. Mic drop moment.
I wasn't even complaining.
You are now. Okay, let's move on. Quid.
Quit?
Quid.
Like a pound. It's a form of money.
Exactly.
Well, not a form of money.
It's a currency. It's an alternative currency we have here in the UK. Yeah, quid. Yeah, that costs £5. Exactly. Yeah, fine.
That.
Okay, last one. Last one, everybody. Have a kip.
Have a kip?
A kip. K-I-P.
Have a kip?
Would you like a sentence?
No.
Okay. Hard mode. Sure.
I think I do know this.
Yeah?
So I will, is it to rest? Like to have almost like a bit of a nap?
A nap, exactly. Let's have a nap. And we're going to need a bit of a kip after all that, trainers. How many of those did you know? Let us know in the comments. Doob, Jake, Spraggles, thank you so much for being here with me. And
goodbye.
Continue your cultural education. All right, bye then. Just going to say, fine.
What's What's up, Marble fans, and welcome back to the Aeos Cup live from the XL Centre here in London, the United Kingdom of Great Britain. My name is Relic, and I am joined by Zoinks.
Hello.
It's Series 2 of many on the docket today. We've just seen OC, sadly, their journey come to an end. BH3, the dark horses of the competition, continue on. Zoinks, we got Stamina, we got another EU Hope in Gen 5.
Yeah.
Considering what Gen 5 were up against yesterday, though, they know that LATAM Flame,
Yeah.
who of course taking them down 2-0 in that matchup.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult region to be playing, whether you're on the north side or the south side. A lot of very, very strong teams, but we can start talking about Europe that way too right now, in this tournament in particular for sure. An amazing performance by BH3 just a match ago. Gen 5 looking to replicate.
Absolutely. Stamina, decent form so far this season within region. In and around the picture always, never really dropping below 5th, 6th, but it's not like they have dominated their region. Same can be said for Gen 5. You will rarely see them drop any sort of clangor, but they've also struggled to find the wins. Of course, their most recent win being that February Cup once Nouns Esports were moving over to India, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of conversation about Nouns later on.
Right.
But I have Gen 5 as my dark horses for the competition. They are a very tactically astute team, although tactics didn't really suit them against Peru, and I feel it'll be the same here with Stamina Esports.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what this team has. I mean, a good friend, also an analyst on this game, Bridget, has picked Stamina Esports as her winner for this tournament, so she's definitely going to be backing this squad with Holmes, Ranma, GM, Reggie, and Leto. I mean, they are such a fantastic team. They're also looking great today.
Amazing,
I love these Stamina jerseys. They look awesome. So yeah, this squad, really exciting team. Obviously, one of the biggest reasons that we were giving them some gas was their decisiveness in that first matchup. I wonder how that'll translate into match 2.
And this team, now on your screens, do need a little bit of that decisiveness. Gen 5 pride themselves in their newfound flexibility with Soreyu, Yutao, Megu, all rotating in and around those defender all-rounder roles. You could argue that it perhaps makes them a little bit predictable when it comes to draft. Then again, home comforts really do suit them well. They've got the home crowd behind them, let's not forget.
True.
Heading into draft already, we're starting to see those frontliners taken off the table. Slowbro and Blissey, remaining of course Blissey, the highest banned Pokemon to date at EUIC.
Yeah, Slowbro being banned by Stamina Esports is a pretty clear indicator of where we think this draft is going to go. Stamina does like to play very aggressive compositions that try to seek out very early knockouts. They don't want to do a ton of damage. They'd rather do small amounts of damage that get the KOs before you even get the chance to heal. But Inteleon making it through the banning phase means it's going to be first picked, but Gen 5 get that Psyduck and the Zacian.
Such a strong early game between these two Pokemon alone. We might see potentially Yutao rotate onto that side. We'll see how draft progresses. Blastoise to be locked in there for and a Lucario coming out for Holmes. I mean, that's one of his aces. I'm a huge fan of this pick.
Yeah, Holmes absolutely loves this Pokemon, formerly known as Sherlock, so a little cheeky
Just
there
over to the other name,
with the names, which is fantastic. But this Lucario is so fun to watch from this player in particular. Gen 5, though, are going to be going with the Mewtwo, Y, and the Snorlax. Now, I've been pretty critical of the Snorlax in this weekend's tournament. Stamina Esports, though, picking very powerful Pokemon on their side of things. We're going to go with the Absol for the speedster choice.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a read on that Inteleon with a Snipe Shot. We have seen Liquidation a couple of times, but I imagine they're going to be looking to get that block up to eat whatever sort of Snipe Shot comes their way. Speaking of ace picks, Yutao is going to go into the Shifu. Obviously, not as many targets to try and find. Maybe look to remove that Absol before it becomes a particularly nasty threat. There's a lot of tankiness to get through before you access that backline to the Inteleon. I feel like that's more what we're going to try and see. Flanks from the Zacian, Megu, of course, who will have that free roaming opportunity, not necessarily an out-and-out central player, but once they have gone top path, they really do like to move around and, again, offer themselves as a flexible option. This is what Gen 5 revels in, setting up as many different win conditions as possible. And so once you get to that final 2 minutes, they're hoping that they will will have a points lead, and then Stamina will have to ultimately try and make the first move, in which case Gen 5 can react. My one concern, Zoinks, is there's not a lot of hyperscaling. In fact, there's no hyperscaling really from this Gen 5 squad. They are going to be over-relying on that level advantage early to mid-game before we see the likes of the Blastoise and the Inteleon online.
Yeah, I agree with team fighting for sure. That is going to be that main prerogative, right? But when it comes to objective secure, I think they're actually set up quite well.
Yeah.
Whenever you have a Blastoise on the enemy team, it is really, really difficult to have a consistent option that can secure those last hits. Urshifu is one of the best final answers when an opponent has a Blastoise. Hydro Typhoon as a Unite move has a really large area of effect with a very long knock-up. Urshifu, one of those few Pokemon that can give themselves that unstoppable keyword while channeling that move and have a really good chance to secure the Ray. But we'll have to see what the final stretch has to offer. But first, let's get into our early game. Game number 1 of Stamina Esports versus Gen 5.
See that Shifu, Kubfu currently moving into that central area. Perhaps no concerns there for either side. Absol moving into the central area for the opposition. Taking a quick little pause before we do eventually get into the action. But yeah, I couldn't agree more. And actually, looking at that Blastoise, that feels like a very conscious pick from Stamina Esports, especially considering the takeaway of the Umbreon. You do not want to pick yourself a Blastoise.
Yeah.
And like you say, through that Hydro Typhoon, gains a lot of shielding on top of it. And so that is your go button if you're an Umbreon on the opposition team. Of course,
sure.
with the Midnight France, it basically means that you are stuck in that motion for a little bit too long, offers your opponents the opportunity to take you down before you're able to do anything more, whether we're talking about the CC Blastoise with your Surf and your Hydro Pump, or whether you are looking to deliver a little more damage through the Rapid Spin.
Yeah, I'm imagining we're going to be looking at a more defender-oriented Blastoise
Agreed.
because of the player we're seeing, but we'll have to see. Actually, now that we have this second to pause for a moment, I actually wanted to talk about some really interesting stats between these two teams.
Please, go
Stamina Esports is having a slight advantage over Gen 5 in most damage-related stats, averaging just two knockouts as a team more than Gen 5 has averaged throughout the entire season, as well as overall damage numbers, where Gen 5 really steams ahead in one of the statistics is in terms of control time. Now, control time is a stat we have in the game to talk about how long a hard crowd control is used, whether it's a knock-up or a sleep or something similar. There's also a statistic that measures soft control time. That's things like poison effects or slows and things like that. But either way, Gen 5 having almost a 25% more on average than Stamina Esports is really, really interesting. A big focus on heavy crowd control, whereas Stamina Esports always favoring a little bit more KO-oriented compositions. And you know, the very different strategies to try to win the game, but certainly these two teams already in the top 12 of Aeos Cup. I mean, it's both working. I love the clashes of these stylistic choices.
Zoinks, when Utah rings the dinner bell, you're going downstairs immediately. You know that the food is cooking. You know that it's going to taste good. To be fair, Gen 5, sometimes they do enjoy those split pushes. Again, leaving Megu in that free roaming role. When we're looking at those Reggie phases in particular, that Regieleki is often primed, and especially with that Zacian on the field, I think they will possibly look to try and take advantage where they can. But I think that also depends entirely on how this individual game goes, because if they start losing those micro decisions, if they start losing those individual team fights, I'm looking at that first rotate to top path, for example, they might look to exercise that option. But against Stamina Esports, who do really like, as you say, to get rolling with the KOs, that also might not be an option to exercise, given that they will need Megu. And we've got to remember that Inteleon is going to be staying far, far away from the front line. And if that is left unchecked, Stamina's going to have no issues whatsoever in picking off Gen 5.
Yeah, we saw some incredible Inteleon work from this squad in previous games, so I am particularly excited to see how well that early poke damage translates into some big team fights. But looks like we're getting some thumbs up from the players on the stage, meaning that we're about to be jumping back into this game, a very highly anticipated matchup between Stamina Esports and Gen 5. Honestly, I mean, you threw one as a dark horse. We've had other people predict this to be a tournament champion. There is a lot on the line here. Let's see who can make it into top 8.
Really just goes to show how wide open this tournament is.
100%.
For better want of a phrase. And immediately going in on Lito, we've got Megu. Oh, and another pause. This is so difficult for the players to try and navigate. An early pause when you get into the game, it's not too bad because you're thinking, oh, we're just out the gates. It's fine. We can figure this out. We can get into the flow. But once you're in this stop-start motion, and especially when we're starting to see Megu immediately going on the offensive, looking to try and punish Lito for stepping up a little bit too far, you're just like, oh, goodness me. And of course, it's not the fault of any of the players, but just from a mental perspective, you've got to stay so locked in. And early in the morning, that's difficult for gamers, right? Like, we do not thrive in these hours. You've got to make sure that you're just staying cool, staying calm. And honestly, at this point, take the time to go through the game plan. You've got so much more time on the cards to talk about the draft, what's just happened, how are we going to deal with these major threats, how are we going to deal with that Inteleon? Let's figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, it is going to be difficult. They don't really have much dive opportunities to take down the Inteleon. Instead, they do have a decent amount of self-healing. One of my favorite item choice things that we saw come out of Gen 5 is that both the Snorlax and the Psyduck are running the apple. Both of them have the leftovers, which is going to be really, really interesting. It is the item that has had a, let's call it a tumultuous history in terms of opinion from players and competitive players, but it's actually been rising in popularity a little bit now that we've seen a lot of non-healing supports take center stage. It is an item that will heal you over time, just like its video game counterpart. However, in Pokemon Unite, it only will do so if you are not engaged in battle for a few seconds. So no using your moves, no hitting wild Pokemon. You just got to be walking around and all of a sudden the healing will start flooding in. So it is interesting to see Gen 5 really relying on an item that's not super popular, and especially when it's a pretty high damage composition on the other side.
Zoinks, over here in the UK, there's an old saying that we have: an apple a day keeps the TP button away.
I see.
And just that does make a minute difference, genuinely. I feel like there's a lot of memeing on with leftovers, but the ability to just disengage for a slight moment, just gradually get a little bit of health back. If you feel like you can recommit to a fight, or let's say, for example, it's a Reggie phase. Let's say that your opponents have perhaps taken that bottom path Reggie, and they're looking to try and capitalize, get a little bit more value, go for that T1 zone. If you've disengaged for 5, 10, 15 seconds by that point, rather than TPing back, rather than going and looking for more wild Pokemon, although still a valid choice, you can just rejoin the effort to defend that pad, of course, deny point scoring. And we saw a lot of moments yesterday, day one, where because you're not getting those scores on the table, you count the minutes down, you get to Ray, and you're still behind. And again, you never ever want to be behind going into the raid, whether it's 1 point, whether it's 100, because the onus is on you to make that first move. And we saw with Antic X Odium previously, the more that you wait, the more opportunity you give your opponents to maybe find a chance to seize the chance themselves. I mean, we saw that Anon Zoroark way out of step. Serralege comes in, immediately eliminates it with help with friends, and then it's 5v4, domino collapse. Games can be lost on moments like these.
Yeah, they can. It's really tough decision making when it comes down to it. And I mean, these are really exciting times for Pokemon Unite, seeing as when we are at these events, at these international championships, because we get to be side by side against a lot of these other competitive games. And one of the biggest differences between us and these other titles is we are the only team-based game here, right? It is a 5v5 situation, and you're right, it can be pretty risky sometimes. These players feel like they're all on their own, but when we see them really showcase how strong their teamwork is and the coordination is, that is where we truly see like some of the strongest teams emerge. But yeah, and both of these teams have proven themselves to be extremely solid. In our group stage, they really had impressive performances. They are playing into this top 8, so neither of these teams getting the bye, but it is not an easy road from here either.
No, indeed. And look, I think, to clarify something I was saying earlier about Gen 5 going up against Peru, it wasn't bad. I mean, it really does encapsulate their season, where you look at the numbers and you're like, second, fourth, second, like genuinely the second best team in Europe to Nouns Esports until that point, which is really good, by the way.
Yeah.
Like that, that's incredible consistency. But what's that final step? What's that final piece of the puzzle to turn yourselves from, well, they could have a nice run to they could have an exquisite run. Stamina has that ability to turn on a dime and pop off. I mean, we use that term I think a little loosely and a little too much nowadays, but what are those game-changing moments where you just think, wow, we're going to, I mean, saw it with BH3 earlier, for example. One Unite move, one person calling the shots, one person having that incredible, that can set you up for an entire day. You're looking to live on vibes. It might sound very simplistic, but when you are in this sort of environment, you want to feed off as many positive emotions as possible.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's why Gen 5 was set up pretty well going into this tournament, to have your first win, only to end your first day with a 2-0 defeat to Peru. I hope that they take a few more risks. And listen, they have to take risks if they do lose this first game, of course, because just to remind you, if you are just joining in, single elimination bracket. There are no second chances.
Oh, can you imagine sitting against Stamina Esports with no second chances in a single elimination bracket? It is terrifying. It truly is. I mean, Stamina feeling the exact same way. Of course, Gen 5, an exemplary team as well. But hey, it looks like we're seeing some good news from the players. It looks like they're ready to go. And hey, shout out to Aeos Esports as well. We got some Noggles in the crowd. It has been really exciting. Oh, shout out Rosander as well. Always cheering on these EU squads. You love to see it. Let's get into it pretty quick here, I think. Unfortunately, I think of a bit of a false positive. So sorry, folks. We're going to be back into the game in just a moment. Don't worry. You know what was funny? We were talking a little bit earlier about, you know, it's early in the morning. These players need to get ready to get going. They need to make sure they're focused up and all that. You know, one group of people that has not been deterred by these early morning hours is our EU crowd. They have been so fantastic already. In our last match, they were so excited and cheering on those teams. And I know as soon as we get this match underway, it is going to be the exact same. It is so exciting. I have had the opportunity to be at quite a few of these international championship events now, and EUIC, it always has one of the most special crowds of all time. Here, right at the crack of dawn, they are barricade for Pokemon Unite.
Hey, London, listen, this is actually the first time that I get to commentate in my home city, right? I know you're all out there, right? London, let us hear you. Very nice. Very good. We can do better than that, though. Come on, London, where are you today? Hey, there we go.
There we go.
Excellent.
Pretty good.
Honestly, I tell you what, if you are that Nouns fan out there, how are you feeling, though, about Gen 5? Do you sort of just put your biases aside and say, you for the win, baby?
I think you need to do that, right? Like, when you are in these situations where you're an international championship, I feel like the rivalries have to settle a little bit, you know? When you're in the mix, it's like, listen, we're all EU for a moment. Let's try to get an EU tournament win. Now, if those two teams match up on grand stage, I don't think there's going to be a little bit of love lost all of a sudden. I think the rivalry match will sting a little bit more in those scenarios. But, yeah. Let's circle back to this matchup that we're going to be watching here in just a moment. We got Stamina Esports versus Gen 5, of course. We talked a lot about Gen 5 and their history as a team and their tournament history. Stamina Esports is actually a team that we have not gotten to see on an international stage this year up into this tournament. They were not at LAIC, so we did not get the opportunity to see kind of their early debut. But as soon as the monthly tournaments kicked off, Stamina Esports started doing extremely well. Latin America North is a region that is actually extremely similar to North America in a few ways. Not exactly metagame, but storyline-wise, they are quite a few different winners throughout the months. And now, Stamina Esports are looking to prove that the Aeos Cup qualifiers, one of the most important tournaments, as we get back into our match.
Absolutely. Stamina, it's a rivalry as old as time, right? And this particular season, it's the flavor Stamina versus Hoenn Plaga. We did, of course, see Hoenn Plaga going to LAIC. So the other side of Latam North, of course, a shout out to the likes of Los Papu Lovers, Ego, 7Z, who are strong competition within regions. Stamina representing all of them on this stage. And this is going to be interesting for them watching at home as well, just to see how Stamina themselves stack up the most recent tournament winners in Latam North, after, of course, coming first in the Aeos Cup qualifiers. But let us zone in now. 2-0, the first minute come and gone, and Gen 5 looking to take control over these birds. Utah, of course, moving up, and that's exactly what you want to see. Beautiful Wicked Blow steals all three Swablu away.
Yeah, a tough contest for an Absol to get even anywhere close to that Urshifu for those first bit of wild Pokemon. They are just going to retreat. Stamina Esports doing an interesting early pathing phase right now with the Inteleon into the top path and the Lucario into the bottom path. We've definitely seen the popularity rise of all-round all-rounders in the bottom path, but attackers in the top path, Stamina Esports definitely want that higher amount of EXP on Holmes early.
Beautiful pressure from the Mewtwo Y. And down into regular form once again. Lunda and Soreyu combining well. Cezuro providing a little bit of vision alongside Megu. It's Lito versus Kana. The apple, as you rightly point out, it does make a difference, folks. We're seeing it in action. But
Leftovers moment.
Guaranteed, certified. But here, once again, here's a Utal moment. Once again, turning around with that wicked blow. Psyduck ultimately taking down the Lucario, chasing down, finding the Absol. It's Utal. Anti-Capuchans rotate here onto this southern path. Lovely heavy slam to deny GM much chance to have a say in this conversation. Plenty of points down, and from 2-0 in a click of a finger, Zoinks, 2-77.
Yeah, Gen 5 with a huge swing. After seeing kind of the early rotation from Stamina Esports, they know they're going to have a free shot at those Swablu and Altaria, as well as a free chance to roam all the way to the bottom path to get a good score. Honestly, I'm really glad we've been looking at Cezuro for a while here. They timed their headache gauge extremely well. You could see they entered into that psychic power mode as soon as they showed up in the middle of the map, ready for a team fight that evidently did not actually go down, but they were ready at any given moment, so they had those empowered moves in the middle and all the way down into that bottom goal zone.
First set of Reggies, a quick look at the levels. Utal leads the lobby. More pressure here from Lunda, and Utal, Soreyu, and Lunda will now triple up on this Reggie Rock. Already down to half health. Watch out, though. We've got Holmes on the prowl. Magnifying glass up, but not willing to risk it for the chocolate biscuit.
And Holmes is going to be playing the power-up punch build of Lucario, so a bit of Urshifu Light, you know, the first iteration of the Wicked Blow, if you will. A few differences in that move, of course, one of which being that power-up punch will hit the first Pokemon that it lands onto. It will not go through multiple Pokemon to do that damage, so one effective counter strategy to stopping a Lucario from getting those big objective secures is just to put yourself in front of it. A lot of body blocking. That is why Holmes is going to try to be very secretive when they approach these objectives, hiding in the tall grass.
Nice spread, and it's worked out for Gen 5. They didn't hard commit to a rotate onto Regieleki, and so there are plenty of players at their station on bottom path. What a block from Cezuro there. The obvious attempt to steal away the Regieleki from this Inteleon, who falls with quite a heavy fall there. It's plenty of opportunities to stack here for Utal now as well. And if we check out this bottom path, it's gone well for this trio too. Gen 5 on both sides of Thea Sky Ruins finding so much joy. And although Stamina Esports have improved their score to 72, Gen 5 finding so many stacks, and they've extended their lead to 184.
Just that we wrote it up, right? This is what we were looking at when we saw draft. We had a whole lot of time to talk about the draft, but this is why they are looking at it. 184 points. The early game for Gen 5 is going to be extremely strong. Snorlax and Psyduck actually have very, very strong early games. I know I was a little critical of Snorlax earlier, but it is one of the best parts of that Pokemon's kit. Well, so far, Reggie on this Absol has been relatively uninvolved. They've been trying to roam and clear their central as quickly as they can. They've also done a little bit of central area invading on Gen 5's side. So abandoning a little bit of goal zone defense, abandoning a few scoring attempts, and instead just trying to steal experience and try to clean up a snowball EXP lead.
Cezuro going to surf away, protect themselves. Triple double digits for Gen 5, hitting the halfway mark. Could not be going any better for them. Yeah, a little bit of a stray catch there by the Mewtwo Y, but not too much to worry about. But look at how defensive Stamina is playing over their own central area, Zoinks. They are so worried about the steals, the invades. Meanwhile, this Snorlax more than happy to face up. They've got so much control over this central area, and the Reggie Rock wasn't even a question.
Yeah, no, Stamina just wouldn't have the chance to even take that fight. You may as well just be giving Gen 5 a little bit more experience. The levels simply are not there. At some point, Lalo just earned that Blastoise Unite move, so did not use it, is going to have it prepared. So a ton of Unite moves for Stamina Esports to bring to this next Regieleki fight. The problem is they're going to be going up against 5 of Gen 5s.
Lito so far back, pushed away by the Psyduck Psych kick. Power Nap goes down, big pop-up here, and Lito, the level differential is really hurting them, pushing them towards their own team. Cotton Cloud crashing, goes to the Infinite Cyburn. The Absol falls, followed very quickly by that Lucario. Lunda popping off into the back line, though. That's a lot of health bars eaten as the Azure Spy Vision is popped. Another couple of knockups, though. Fantastic play from this Snorlax, buying team Gen 5 the opportunity to reset. Soreyu eventually will fall, but his job is done.
Yeah, I mean, Sorayu and Sazra are absolutely crushing it in that team fight. And Inteleon Unite move was rendered almost entirely useless due to all that crowd control. And I'm so sorry, we'll get you back to the game in just a moment, I promise. There it is. Regieleki going to be secured by Gen 5. And Urshifu doing Urshifu things. And Eldegoss going to go down. And in that last team fight, when I was talking about the Inteleon getting shut down, I was exactly the statistic that we were talking about before. The hard crowd control time from Gen 5 is a main focus, and it's really putting the thorn in the side of Stamina Esports right now.
As close to an ace as you can get, Gen 5 clinical. Although the score lead is still going to worry them, that is certainly in steel territory for Stamina Esports, who are now just getting their double digits fully across the board. Lito still a little too far behind the curve for my liking, but Gen 5 see an opportunity to pick up a third Regi on bottom path, and again, they're not going to be contested, Zoinks.
Yeah, honestly, I am shocked that the scoreline is not bigger at this point in time. Gen 5 has simply not missed a single step in any of these team fights or exchanges, and Stamina Esports has been on the back heel the entire time. The basement Regi will be secured. Stamina Esports getting that information is actually going to elect to play around the top side of the map, understanding that Gen 5 last known whereabouts is going to be on the bottom side of the map. They're going to play it safe and all defend into that tall grass. That one snipe shot will give their position away. Sorayu knows that tall grass is occupied by enemy Pokemon. They're going to start chasing down Regi.
That feels like a little bit of a misplay, and again, Lito eating plenty of damage. A little bit of a safety net there from GM, and just look at how comfortable Gen 5 are. They're pressed up, going into the back line, and they've been able to take Lito out of the equation. It's a relatively short respawn timer, but Gen 5 seizing it, going after the Rayquaza. They didn't even know what hit them, Stamina Esports.
Yeah, great call by Gen 5. I mean, they have both corridors blocked out, one by a Psyduck, one by a Snorlax, and at that point, they know they can just cleave the Rayquaza with no one having the opportunity to even walk up and take it. Fantastic work. The power-up punch from Holmes was potentially there, but great body block by Sazero means that the one opportunity for Stamina to try to steal the Rayquaza is not there, and Gen 5 absolutely crushing it in this game number 1.
Their intentions were clear out the gate. Straight away, Megu going after Lito, identifying exactly what we were talking about during this draft, Zoinks. You've got 2 hyperscalers that you want to get online. Gen 5, only the 1 Evo, and you know you're going to achieve it in the first minute and a half with that Kubfu exclusively given your central area. Stamina Esports have 50 seconds to play with, but do they even have enough Aeos energy to pick up on the way to go and score? Gen 5 speculative, looking over this T1, they know that that's not where the battle's going to be won. Counter scores in the home base for Gen 5, who can TV back. Stamina, this is their last opportunity to make an impression.
Yeah, they got 30 seconds left to put in just a truly tremendous amount of points. Gen 5 has already rallied back for the defense, and with Megu having a 30-second respawn timer, even they are back at this fight. They do get eliminated quickly, though. Holmes is able to pick up that KO, but with a few too many Unite moves available for Gen 5, believe this has become an impossible task. Stamina Esports gonna get shut down here in game number 1 by your February finals EU winners. Gen 5 off to a great start.
Zoinks, at this stage of this level of competition, no win is easy. Gen 5 made it look like it was easy. Truly exceptional, basically no flaws to speak of. But they now know that they've got to go into yet another draft, and they cannot rely on this strategy working again. There is surely going to be some form of response from Stamina.
Yeah, I am really curious where Stamina goes at this position. I mean, let's be frank, both paths were extremely difficult. They were out-leveled on both ends of the map. Regi did have some decent experience, but due to Utah getting a few really clean team fights in the early game, their level lead was also tremendously high from the central area. So Stamina Esports, if they need to change things up, they need to change it up extremely quickly. And wow, I mean Gen 5 very clean. We didn't even get to talk about their move choices too often. I feel like we didn't get to see Megu, but it's a Metal Claw Zacian, and it was actually crushing.
Absolutely, could not agree more. All of these contestable areas of the map, even if you are a team on the back foot, you would hope that at some point you'd be able to wrestle control away on one. And they didn't get that opportunity. We talk about that Gen 5 flexibility, that ability to spread your safety net, cast wide, provides plenty of vision, yes, but the risk that you run, of course, is what if Stamina full rotates onto one path? And I think that's maybe the one mistake that we can call out with Stamina on the macro front. Sometimes if you see that Gen 5 is going to go split, just say, okay, let's try and punish them for splitting. Let's go all 5 into one area. Let's pick up some KOs. Let's pick up one of these objectives, and let's go from there at least. It's gotten us a W in this particular area of the game.
Yeah.
They're heading straight back into draft, so clearly very happy to move on with this, move on from this loss. And why not, Zoinks? I mean, goodness, they are now 1 game away from elimination. It's this, or they're going home.
Yeah, then obviously a scary position to be in, but those are one of those games, and we've talked about this a few times, where the match is truly so one-sided in a favor. Yeah, and Urshifu ban, pretty impressive, but honestly, they're so one-sided in, you're honestly like, all right, whatever. We got beat. It's not like you got to be frustrated, but it's like, all right, at least we just go next, you know?
Yeah.
You don't have to spend too much time wanting on that. And Stamina Esports, a very aggressive draft in terms of what Gen 5 had picked last time. Going to be an Urshifu ban and then first pick of the Psyduck.
Worth noting that the first time this tournament that Urshifu has been banned. That is a huge compliment to Utah IGL for Gen 5. They're going to run back the double water hyperscalers, Inteleon and Blastoise. The Mewtwo Y going to be locked in for Lunda alongside the Hooper. A reminder, if you're just joining us for the first time this weekend, no hyperspace hole available, so it's guaranteed trick.
Yeah, and the Trick Umbreon combination has been one of the most powerful combinations, I think, in this game. Holmes is going to be running back the Lucario in this game, so very interesting. Definitely felt like a pretty wild pick, especially with the Urshifu on the other side in that last game. This time, of course, it will be banned.
Oh, wow!
And okay, Reggie has locked into the Gengar with a powerful pick rate of 2%.
Hey, look, I said I wanted to see something different. And in these moments, who's going to prepare for a Gengar? I mean, I guess you've got the experience of multiple years at Unite. Utah basically saying to Reggie, okay, you've given up the Absol, let me show you what I can do with it. It is, in essence, a very similar game plan. Early game dominance from Gen 5. Once again, only this single evolution across all 5 players, and that evolution comes at level 4, Zoinks. They're going to be rocking and rolling in the first 2 minutes.
100%. Yeah, I mean, the early game is still pretty strong for Gen 5. Like you're mentioning, they are not going to be falling behind too much. Reggie, on the other hand, is going to need to get to that level 9 extremely quickly. Good news is they probably won't have to contend with very many invading threats from Gen 5. Potentially Sazero, but the way we've seen Hoop has been playing in the early game so far have been more passive than in the past, especially with no opportunity for Hyperspace Hole. Invade probably off the table for the Hoopa, maybe Absol, but Utah would really need to be getting off for the race as well in the early game to even make that a threat. So Reggie should have a pretty safe environment to farm up. That Ghastly and Haunter stage the Gengar line is, well, aesthetically so cool. Like, let me just talk about how much I love the Pokemon, but otherwise it can be difficult. So Gen 5 here on match point, gonna be going into this one against Stamina Esports, and they're gonna have to contend with a very rare Gengar selection.
Give my boy Zoinks a ghost, and he is a happy man. Gonna be curious to see what sort of build they go with. I would imagine, given the number of rather squishy targets, the Dream Eater Shadow Ball moveset might be preferable, but that is such a high skill bar to get over in the first place as we head into game number 2.
Oh, that actually is so interesting. I cannot wait to see moveset. It is going to be really cool. I almost always will be preferring that Shadow Ball Dream Eater moveset. However, Hexgar does have some absolute damage thresholds that it can break into. Also, yeah, thank you, Seth. This is Urshifu's first ban. It is a win rate of 78% in our tournament as well. So yeah, very surprising. And okay, I thought Sazero was going to stick to their own side. I could not be more wrong. Sazero headed into the enemy central area, and Reggie will still pick up that first ball toy, and seeing the blue circle below them means that Sazero was also not able to steal away the Aselgor.
Back up from Utah, very aggressive rotates, going after GM, going after this Ghastly still. And we got a big old rotate from Megu2 into the backline. Hasn't found the KO though. big save from Holmes.
Wow, what a meteor mash. I mean, very rarely is the early move from Lucario super relevant, but one big push is going to actually save Reggie. Either way, an extremely successful invade for Gen 5. Sazero doesn't pick up anything, but the Utah does get the red buff in that situation, and all three of them walk away to tell the tale. Very, very impressive early game from Gen 5.
Opened up so much space for that Zacian as well. Bottom path, once again, very deliberate, critical rotate for Gen 5 as they dunk 40, easy as pie. Mega Mewtwo Y is taken out by that Haunter, but that's a single move from the Umbreon that ultimately cancels that out. Plenty of EXP back towards Soryu. Utah moving back into the central area, and unfortunately for these two teams, we're putting this game on hold once again, but Stamina kind of reeling. Gen 5 taking this series by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, and with Reggie getting that knockout and showcasing what this Haunter can do, we do get confirmation that it was Hex used to get that KO, so we are very likely looking at a Hexgar build. Hex, one of those dash moves that resets the cooldown immediately if it hits a Pokemon affected by a special condition. In that case, I believe it was the burn effect from the first move, Will-O-Wisp, to get the reset off that cooldown, but in future moments in this matchup, likely be something like the Sludge Bomb. Either way, what a interesting start to this game. Gen 5 with that early invade is so perfect. And even without Hyperspace Hole, very impressive.
Absolutely. I love what they did there. With Sazero, what you're doing is you're effectively saying, listen, if you are Stamina, you've got to bring someone to help this Ghastly. That is not an easy Pokemon to navigate the early stage with. It is why you will never, ever see it going into path unless you are a solo queuer. My condolences to you. But then that drags your main support on top path down into the central area, opens up so much space for Megu to work with. You saw Megu on level 5, able to have full control over those clouds. And then with the aggressive rotate from Utah, it means that all of a sudden Holmes has to be dragged down from that top path as well. And so all of a sudden you're seeing Gen 5 once again taking control of a critical area. They've set up shop, gives them the freedom to rotate down onto the bottom path, where we see them score 40. We're not even talking small stacks here, Zoinks. We're talking genuinely excellent gains within the first 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the early aggression has been paying off extremely well for Gen 5. You could see how far forward they were positioned when our camera went down towards that bottom path. They were already trying to get in some early scores clearly, and they were able to find, of course, the Inteleon moving, just trying to take their own farm, be a little bit safer. Really good play by the Umbreon in the early game to take that Pokemon out, but there are a few stacking Pokemon on Gen 5 that are looking to get those scores in early, so it makes sense not only that it's working out for them, but obviously for their dedication to do it early.
Yeah, this is a team that looks so calm. They are so relaxed, so chill, just smiles, feeling good, and that's great to see for this roster. Let's actually not forget how they will path into this Day 2 bracket should they win here. Of course, the winner, I believe, of this series goes on to face Peru. Yep. So this would be a rematch opportunity to set the record straight for Gen 5. Not that we are writing off Stamina necessarily. If there is going to be any roster that will surprise us within this series, it will be them. We know they have the capacity to do so, but just macro completely in favor of Gen 5 right now. There's still a lot of time on the table.
Yeah, I mean, back against the wall and you're picking Gengar, you absolutely got to give some credit where credit's due here, right? Certainly this team believing in some extremely strong stuff. Hey, we got some BH3 players in the crowd. Honestly, their plushie game on point, by the way.
Yeah?
I saw them all picking up their stuff to get off stage, and they all just immediately grabbed everything ready to go. Oh, the cutest Pikachus.
Look at the bow with the crown.
All adorable. Yeah, but I was trying to convince Volto, like, grab the Serena, bring it on stage. But yeah, really, really fun plushie game. I don't think we have, we do have, of course, the Pilot Pikachu.
We do.
For Gen 5 on stage 2. Adorable as well. So thank you, everybody, for your patience. We're going to get back at a game very shortly. I'm excited for Stamina to really debut something a bit more special than from that game 1. However, with the early tellings of this game 2, we might be looking at the same thing, but I think a few more signs of life coming up from Reggie in this game. And thank you for the thumbs up. Can we get away from Bruv HD? No. Oh, come on. All right, fine. Blaine and I got beef. Okay, so here's the
beef?
deal. Yeah,
You're roasting.
Blaine and I are beefing. Mostly because I curse his team to lose.
Okay.
Every time that I talk about them or I commentate Nouns Esports. Speaking of which, so that is tough to hear. Oh, it's so cute. He's got the Hollowware on.
Wonderful.
Oh, Gatlu got the good plushies. That's great.
What's the beef? You need to tell me.
Oh yeah, the beef. Oh yeah, really. I'm glad we're. Yeah. Well, listen, I've made Nouns Esports lose a lot due to superstitions and curses, and yeah. So Blaine has kind of sworn off friendship with me, and it hurts, but I get it. You know. Oh my goodness. Can we have a plushie costume contest? I know we did the cosplay contest yesterday here in venue at EUIC, but with all these Eevees wearing adorable outfits, I genuinely feel like we should have a Pokemon plushie costume contest.
I've got a question for you, Zoinks.
Okay.
What's your favorite hat in Pokemon Unite?
In Pokemon Unite, my favorite hat?
If it is going to be a Dodrio, it's got to be an individual head of the Dodrio.
Okay,
your best individual hat.
I'll cut you off there. It won't even be the Dodrio. I think the space helmet for Gengar.
Oh, that's a throwback. Season 2.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites. I got to say, as much as I do enjoy that one, I do feel like the Street Hollowware for the Gengar, I mean, some of the effects on that thing are really lovely.
Yeah, but he doesn't have. You asked me for a hat.
That's true. That's true. But what I'm saying is I mean, look, for me, it's the whole package. I love the Gengar in the astronaut helmet, okay? But hear me out. And I realize this might be a bit of a cheap answer since it's part of the onesie. The citrus berry Snorlax.
Yeah. Kind of a hat. If you consider a onesie a hat, yeah.
The Snorlax wardrobe is rather impressive. But I tell you what's even more impressive is marbles. And we're going to be casting some marbles right now. 44-0 in favor of Gen 5. Make that 44-30. Completely invalidate that one moment of casting. Let's go. 8 minutes left.
All right, we're jumping back into the game. Gen 5 doing a cool thing. I want to call it on the mini-map here just for a moment. Due to their huge level lead, a lot of their carries don't need a ton of experience. So instead, we have Mewtwo, Y, and Zacian just kind of rotating back to the central area, both taking one buff, and then immediately back into lane. You know, slow and steady. They're going to hit their 9s, no problem whatsoever. And right now in the bottom path, Soraya going to play a little aggressively, but in top path, looks like Reggie looking to get to work on that Haunter.
Gotta say, if I'm Leto in particular, I'm feeling a bit better that I'm actually on relatively level ability with most people in the lobby. That's certainly going to make a better look for them going later on. And there's that Inteleon popping online. Meanwhile, top half big stonks for Gen 5 as they take out 3v2 now on pad as we head towards our first Reggie phase of the day.
All right, good play from Ranma there. I mean, it looks a little risky when you're just playing on that Sobble. You go that far forward, especially into an Umbreon. However, they so desperately needed that level to evolve. So they're just like, you know what, who cares? I'm going to go in, I'm going to get my B button used on one of those Swablues. And all right, Gen 5 does have a lot of success on that top path. Going to get that Regieleki. Leto trying to make it all the way back to the goal zone. They do. Soraya with a dangerous amount of low HP, and Ranma will pick that up. Stamina now has a level 9 to work with.
Yeah, it's 2v1. What can London do? Well, I tell you what they do. They isolate Leto beautifully. The Azure Spy Vision is not going to help them out there. You can see rushing down to this bottom path. We've got Yutao. We've got Soraya back on the scene. They're going to have to do it, though. Oh, they lock onto the Inteleon instead of the Regirock. They will ultimately grab that KO, but a huge boon for Stamina Esports. 19 will go down on pad, but Gen 5, for the first time really this series, not having it their own way.
I love this stat. EUIC Gengar tradition. This marks the 3rd time Gengar has been played on stage, once every year at EUIC. Only EUIC, folks, brings you the Gengar. Thank you, Reggie.
And what a lovely Hollowware as well, by the way. Got to say, another great wardrobe for another great Pokemon. Let's see how this Hex game continues to develop as we head towards the halfway mark. 59 to 160. Level lead for Gen 5. Just hit that third, I should say, double digit. But Stamina, slowly but surely, creeping back in. Majority of the players on this south side of the map, but no hard commits just yet. You do not want to give away any unnecessary KOs.
Yeah, Leto does not have level 9 yet, so having a Unite move from Blastoise really would give them the initiating power to try to take some of these bigger team fights, but until you have that, it's going to be a lot of risk anytime you push towards one of these goal zones. Big push in by Sorayu, does get that second hit of Snarl. Big psychic pull is going to make it a lot easier to hit their skill shots, but it will not translate into a KO quite yet.
Very well saved and very well pointed out, by the way, Lito. As soon as I say, oh, look at them, they're actually pretty level with everyone, starting to fall behind, and that is a great thing for Gen 5 to see. Although here we go, 4 players going on to T1 zone. In goes the Hex. Are they able to find a KO? The Sai is unleashed. That's a lot of damage done by this Umbreon into the backline. Moving in, Lucario that picks up the first KO onto Utao. Deep dive from Lito into the backline. We've got ourselves the Azure Spy Vision popped once again. Space Board, lots of scores. That's going to be, what, a 23-point overdunk. Brings the lead back. Well, it was to 16, but a big score on top path from Megu sees 50 swing once again. Mind you, Stamina Esports now can go from strength to strength. They've got plenty of KOs, bought a bit of space songs, but they're not going to go after the Reg Ice. Cezuro on scene, and they're going to bring the entire party.
Yeah, they're just playing for levels instead. Want to shut down Megu, and Reggie did walk away from the enemy central area with the red buff as well. So they do go in and steal that Escavalier. Gen 5 looking to posture and push onto this tier 1 here in the bottom path. Mewtwo Y going to use that side strike. Great body block by GM. Really good work on this side duck. Mewtwo Y side strike is one of the most powerful moves that Pokemon has to use, but you can jump in front and take that damage for your weaker carries in the back line.
Great stuff from Stamina Esports. I think Gen 5 saw the writing on the wall and decided not to press the issue. Instead, they rotate top path, going after the Regieleki, and there really should be no contest here. Phantom Ambush, though! Unbelievable steal from the Gengar! They're going to pay for it, but the Regieleki taken from Gen 5, and now they're finding a couple more KOs here, Stamina Esports. Sorayu on pad, moving in Megu. Sacred Sword, different from, of course, their game one, but look at that DC! The Regieleki into pad, 45 scored, they take the lead. Stamina Esports, what just happened?
Sorayu's going to be rethinking how foul play works with Regieleki in the future, I think. Unfortunate situation for Gen 5. Umbreon goes a little awry. Regieleki brought into the goal zone, and Stamina Esports now have the point lead after a push in. I was going to say, that is a dangerous level of goal zone for Regieleki to land into. Only 33 points before Regieleki hit, leaves it at 13, prime for a massive overdunk. Stamina Esports take full advantage of a small mistake, and now they have a small, but still a lead for the first time in this series.
The back of a Phantom Ambush int as well. They knew what they were doing, but you know what? Doesn't matter that they go down, because this is a huge swing of momentum towards Stamina Esports, and what a critical time to get it as well. Zoinks just 20 seconds away from Ray, and that bottom path Reggie, although it will spawn in briefly, no chance that we're going to be seeing that taken.
Yeah, we are only 17 seconds away, and this is a great position for Stamina Esports. They have such aggressive positioning in this central area pit. They have the Inteleon where they can be relevant to either take the Rayquaza or participate in this team fight. Gen 5 on a huge flank.
Looking for the stuns, it's Hooper Unbound. Big flank here from Lunder on the other side. Like a sandwich on the meat, the bread encloses. ASV, it's just going to be a pure flip! It's the Gengar again!
Incredible, another early Phantom Ambush from Reggie gets them right into perfect position. Ranma on this Inteleon was beside the Rayquaza. That early rotation meant that Gen 5 could not push out that Inteleon, nor could they try to body block any of the snipe shot damage, meaning that Stamina Esports getting these scores in is going to put them in a perfect position to hold down this game too.
Looking at this home base Gen 5, the respawn timers count down. Because that Ray was taken so quickly, Zoinks, there is still a small sliver of hope for Gen 5, especially with a T1 zone on this bottom path open, at least for business for the time being. Stamina Esports still sitting pretty. I believe there are a couple of Pokemon still here with those Ray shields, one of them being the Gengar, and that's why Utao has gone top path to watch for that potential flank. Here goes Megu, Sacred Sword going after home, using that Power Punch to get over the wall. Really smart use of the move there. Sorayu has already eaten so much damage, almost gets hit by the snipe shot, and again, still with that ray shield, of course, that Inteleon. Big damage boost, and Sorayu will eventually eat it. Surf, big CC Central, they're bringing the party. Stamina Esports, much better look.
Yeah, I mean, great shutdown. Sorayu doing everything they could there on the Umbreon. You need to try to clear the enemy Pokemon off the goal zone so Gen 5 can take an aggressive score potential position. Just shut down every single time by Stamina Esports. Ranma putting up great damage numbers. You called it out. Holmes playing their life extremely well. Nothing could be worse than getting knocked out early in a goal zone siege, so they make sure that they're still standing to defend at any given moment. Stamina Esports are going to be tying up our series. Gen 5 just not in position quickly enough to shut down Stamina.
Being made to work for it. It really was that crucial 1 minute period, wasn't it? That second Reggie phase where Stamina Esports off the back of a quite sensational steal. What did I say? You will never in a million years prepare for that Gengar. You just don't expect it. Like, you might see it, but then you're just relying on, well, I have seen it sometimes over the years, but even then, you've got to watch out for that Unite move. Underground, it can get stunned and brought back above the surface, but despite all of the CC from Gen 5, nobody picks up on it. And Reggie, that's not exactly spectacular numbers, but that's why we don't always look at the numbers, Zoinks. It's about the individual actions, and it is Reggie's heroics that sees Stamina roar into a 1-1 equalizer.
Yeah, in a couple different ways. Obviously, they're the final job to hit the Rayquaza. Honestly, I think anybody from the cast could have picked up the Ray at the end, but that Reggie Alecki moment, I think, was one of the most pivotal moments of that matchup. That swimming underground finally gets in range of the Reggie Alecki and able to secure it, and it sets them up for a great score. But our player of the game is going to be Holmes, a very solid damage number with 43,000 damage, but also, I think, 7 KOs on that match as well. Very, very impressive from this Lucario player, one of the last few believers in this Lucario in the draft. And that is actually one place that I think Stamina Esports did really, really well in Game 2, outside of just gameplay, is I do like their drafting strategy going into this second one. I mean, the Urshifu ban, very, very smart to me.
This Lucario pick was one of the ones that we were questioning. Didn't really look all that impressive in game number 1, but again, you just, sometimes it is saying, okay, didn't work quite out this time, but it's not because of me as an individual, it's because of the composition, it's because of how the game flowed. I believe in this, I believe in us, and it's exactly the same case for Reggie. We saw them floating on that Absol, looking to run it back once again, and they decide, nah, let's go for something else that will give us something different, a different dynamic, an objective stealing dynamic. Because as much as you can talk about the Midnight Slash from an Absol perspective, you can see that Absol coming from a mile away.
100%. I'm really curious what it's going to be like in Game 3, because I have to imagine Gen 5 is going to be going over to first pick side in terms of this draft. And so far, Gen 5 has been banning Aegislash in this game, which I think Holmes is going to go to immediately if given the opportunity. So with that first pick position, how much is that going to change the landscape of the bans that we've been seeing in this matchup so far? It feels like with Stamina Esports being first pick position, they had a little bit more freedom in that game number 2. Whoa. Let's see, but no, Gen 5 actually elects to stay in second pick position.
And I wonder whether this might be more looking at the bans, whether Stamina's going to go for yet another Urshifu ban. Because I think very similarly to the point about Holmes, I think that Utah, I mean, they are going to go for the Urshifu ban again. And so they will respond in kind, Gen 5. That is going to be 2 aces for 2 of the best players left in this competition off the table.
All right, well, GM's just going to follow up with the side. It's an identical draft to what we have saw in Game 2 so far. And honestly, at this point in time, I don't see any reason to change. Getting the Umbreon and Zacian here at this moment make a ton of sense. And now I think we can start to potentially see some changes. I think Ranma's going to go to the Inteleon again, and Leto really does like this Blastoise. If you want to ensure that a Rayquaza is yours, how about a Blastoise to knock up anybody who can even attempt to contest in those final moments?
A little bit of deja vu here. Utah, they might want to exchange positions and lock in the support for Suzuro. That's exactly what they're going to do. Picking up that Hooper once again. I have a suspicion that Utah won't go Absol. Again, as much as I realize that that last game was lost more on what actually happened in the game based on the composition. To be fair, might not even get the opportunity to pick up this Absol. With Reggie hovering once again, Holmes going to lock in that Lucario for yet again the 3rd time. And indeed, Reggie going back to the Absol opens up a lot of options here for Utah, who might want to go for a Hyperscaler, maybe look towards the Garchomp perhaps for some dive opportunity. Charizard would be rather extraordinary. We have seen it once before. Mimikyu, not a bad shout at all.
Yeah, wow, actually, this is the first time I'm like, I don't know actually who would I like more, Charizard or the Mimikyu in this situation, but no, I think Mimikyu is going to be interesting. I mean, it's another choice for Gen 5 to really shore up that early game in these situations. Reggie is going to be on this Absol, and they are going X-Attack Energy Amplifier as well. So some item swaps are going to be leading into a very explosive end to our matchup. These teams are going to need to be aware of that, and with Slowbro being banned, Mimikyu, one of those Pokemon that can try to grab Absol before that Unite move and really shut them down before they can try to rip down that Rayquaza.
I think the Mimikyu, at the end of the day, the right choice. Ranma was left largely unchecked in game 2, and even in the last moments, the last embers of game number 2, we see Soreyu eating so much pressure from the snipe shot, and let's not forget that Ranma really extending that ray shield usage as well. So even right down to the minute detail, when it really doesn't matter that much, Ranma was having a stormer of a game. So I think that's going to be target number 1 for Utah, is attempting to find that Shadow Sneak flank. Honestly, going into the Shadow Claw or the Play Rough. We've seen a lot of Play Rough recently, Zoinks. Either way, as long as you get that Inteleon off the table, that really changes the entire perspective from Stamina Esports, because you've all of a sudden got that backline pressure going to front to, uh-oh, we've got a Mimikyu in our backline, and we need to back up ourselves, otherwise we're just going to collapse.
Yeah, they're going to have a decent amount of peel to try to deal with that Mimikyu, right? But you're right, if it goes Play Rough, it's going to be challenging to even slow it down despite that. You have Psyduck and Blastoise, both Pokemon that do have very good pushing abilities, both thanks to Surf. One of my favorite things in the game, by the way, is how many different iterations we have of Surf, and literally every single one feels like how that Pokemon would use Surf. Especially Psyduck. What a goof. All right, here we go. Some early scores from Lunder. Already has used that X-Attack on the Mewtwo-Y for some early pressure. Leto just making sure the Water Gun is teaching Lunder a lesson. It's not going to be that easy.
No invades, of course, this time around, and Soreyu forced into the eject button early on. Bit of pressure from Leto. Again, can't push up too far, knowing that Lunder has been able to pick them off a number of times already this series over the Indeedee, going towards that stamina side, but the evolution crucially secured for Soreyu.
Yeah, really good last hit secured by Lunder. This Mewtwo-Y doing exceptionally well. Umbreon already there, which means foul play is going to be ready. Now, all of a sudden, this poor Sobble is going to have to play extremely safe. Reggie and Holmes going with a rotation all the way to the bottom side, but and very non-aggressive one. They don't want to be caught doing so. They're going to rotate through their own central area. GM is going to be a lone defender against 4 enemy Pokemon as Stamina decides to push bottom, and Gen 5 elects to push top.
And I think Gen 5 has made the wrong call here. Look at that rotate into the central area from 2, meaning that they weren't able to capitalize on that top pass. Stamina get plenty of free scores in. They get a KO out of that as well. I think Gen 5 just a little bit stunned as to what Stamina not just were doing, but are doing with an invade, with a steal on their crucial buffs.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're doing the same thing the other way. So Gen 5 responding extremely quickly as Lunder is going to be picking up both those buffs. Stamina Esports, though, for the first time in this series, feels like they're getting a really early amount of points in. Sazero going to find themselves in a really difficult position, but not being stunned by that Psyduck, I think there is critical. Otherwise, maybe Reggie could have jumped on it with the Absol. Either way, good escape from Sazero. And now they're going to have a 4-on-1 against Reggie. It is going to succeed. Mewtwo-Y takes out that Absol.
They've got a bit of a staff meeting in the central area there, and they're going to claim all of the clouds, so that is critical EXP back into the pool for Gen 5. Soreyu has sort of gone ahead of the curve here. Foul play onto Ranma. Mewtwo-Y pops the Mega Evolution, and down goes Leto. There's that Shadow Sneak into the Shadow Claw, and finally a W for Gen 5 in Game 3.
All right, and Utah is going to get 3 stacks in already, catching up a little bit to the pace that Stamina was setting into the early game. Holmes not even level 8 yet on this Lucario, trying to catch up to this Mimikyu on the other side. But either way, this first Reggie fight is still going to be participated in by Stamina Esports. They're going to have the first rotation. Let's see what Megu decides to do. They stay up there in the top lane alone, or they make their way down.
Oh, what a heroic play from Cesaro there. making sure that that Mimikyu gets out of there without losing the KO necessarily. Bold from Soreyu, foul play, Snarl, and Leto once again is getting bullied here in game 3. But the Reggie Steal has been stolen away from Gen 5. Stamina Esports ensuring the cleanup crew is on hand, and Ranma finds the shot yet again.
Yeah, Leto goes down, but they did exactly their job. They displaced 3 enemy Pokemon, so they couldn't even get in position towards that bottom Reggie because Stamina Esports was already ripping it down. Great last hit secure by the Lucario, and of course, great position by the rest of the team from Stamina. Yeah, your War Turtle goes down. You don't love to see that, but at the price of a basement Reggie, I think you take it.
Absolutely. So left alone for the moment, it'll be a brief moment at that. Cesaro once again playing blocker and playing it successfully. Actually getting that final hit on the Regieleki too. Infinite Cyburn down into the come play with me, and Regieleki's going to hit that zone scot-free. 29 points and another stack here for UTAL 5 within 10 points of Stamina Esports, who still lead, but Gen 5 have kind of run out of Aeos energy. Unless there is a quick rotate to top, this T1 zone might still be online by the time we're done with it. No, they do have that Zacian rotating top. Megu with 39. Gen 5 take the lead.
Yeah, Gen 5 have taken the momentum of this matchup for sure, but at the very least, it feels like Stamina Esports have finally found their confidence.
Yes.
After getting a Game 1 win in that first game, now they are actually playing extremely aggressively. We see the top path push in from Gen 5, breaks that goal zone. Stamina Esports immediately responding into the bottom path, not really waiting, not clearing their own central, not trying to invade, instead making sure that the macro points game is still in their favor. Great snipe shot by Ranma. I mean, that has also been a really cool adaptation of this draft for Stamina Esports, is to get the Psyduck in game number 2 and 3. It's just improved the consistency of Ranma's damage up exponentially. Side kick from Psyduck makes those snipe shots a lot more consistent and a lot easier to hit, and Ranma's been capitalizing great.
And Stamina more than happy to set up shop here nice and early. Soreyu will have vision on Leto, and they'll know that Ranma is in the vicinity as well. Big Psychic again brings it towards Ranma. Big counter from Soreyu into the Midnight Prance, and a big beam from the Hooper, combined with Soreyu's pressure, sees Ranma fall, getting a little too lost in the source. Bit of a coin flip here for the Reggie Steal. Sai goes down, but it will be Gen 5 claiming the Reggie Steal, courtesy of Cesaro.
Wow, I mean, Reggie had the X-Attack Energy Amplifier attempt. Big Unite move from Leto, but it's not going to be enough. The bulk from Gen 5 just a little bit too much. GM is going to be locked up by that Mimikyu. Big play from Holmes to try to turn things around. A Unite move to see if they can steal some EXP on the way back to the respawn center. There's a couple of Pokemon trying to score using the snipe shot instead of the auto attack. And unfortunately, a bit of a wheel diff on that one. Not able to get any more knockouts. They will take at least one, giving them a few more points of experience.
Soreyu clutch up was nasty. Real nasty. Ranma's going to want that one back, and I've got to give great credit to Gen 5 actually. That was a very precarious situation. So many low HP bars, but they knew how important it was to take away that speed zone from Stamina Esports. Now over the Regieleki once again, the Shadow Claw on hand to get the secure. The Shadow Sneak onto this Lucario eventually does commit, moving forward. GM on the front line, providing that head A to buy themselves a little bit of space. What a find from UTAL yet again. They won't be biting this particular apple though.
Yeah, I mean, that's 2 for 2 Absol Unite moves now used to try to secure these Reggies, and both of them have been out-secured by Gen 5. Without a Pokemon traditionally well-known for its secure, outside of maybe Zacian's Unite move, but other than that, it feels like right now Stamina Esports, despite not early rotating to these, you feel like they still have the better chance to take these objectives, and Gen 5 is just showing up a little more consistently.
Thing I see about the Midnight Slashes, and the best way I can describe it, I'm sure you'll understand at home, folks, is the da-da-da-da-da-da-da. There are small windows of opportunity in between those hits of damage to find and secure yourself, as opposed to that Phantom Ambush from Game 2, which is just a fwa, and you're able to find yourself with a steal, as we saw from Reggie. Just 50 seconds left, though. Next Reggie on the plate for Gen 5, and Stamina Esports looking at their own yellow dots. They're not going to fight this one.
Yeah, you want to get the Holmes to level 13 at bare minimum. Everything else, you know, you could take with a grain of salt, but they're going to have to instead, like you mentioned, just clear those wild Pokemon. Gen 5 immediately rushing into their own central to get some buffs as well, but maybe even predicting that Stamina Esports might show up in that situation. And look at this, Gen 5 finally not giving early positioning over to Stamina Esports, instead giving complete control of the Rayquaza pit over to their side. Top controlled by Soreyu, Mimikyu handling the left-hand side, Zacian handling the right-hand side. There is no entrance into this Rayquaza pit that is uncovered at the moment.
Okay, Infinite Sideburn goes down. They saw that attempted score from Reggie. Moving into the back line, huge Midnight Prance though. Still got Hydro Typhoon, I believe, the Blast Slice, but Ramma is gone. Doesn't even get the opportunity to pop the Easier Spy Vision. Lucario's gone as well. Gen 5 seizes their moment. Big stuns onto GM, Psychic onto Lunda, and Mewtwo at the perfect time. 2 KO streak, there's the Hydro Typhoon, looking for the steal. It's all on Leto, and they're not gonna get it. Zacian Megu with the raid.
Yeah, Reggie with no Unite move on their Absol, used previously on the top side, but Lunder with a KO streak of 3. It's going to seal that deal here. Gen 5 is going to take the Rayquaza, making sure that Stamina Esports simply had no opportunity to even walk up to that first major objective.
Properly perilous. That was so aggressive from Stamina Esports, and I see the vision. I see them attempting to lure out Gen 5 into the trap that they had set, but Gen 5 was so well prepared with multiple vectors of attack. Stamina Esports had nowhere to go. Gen 5 with an almighty counter score in the home base, and so although Stamina takes down this T1 zone, they're going to get a couple of scores off here, but no, denial now as in comes the reinforcements. So much shielding on this Umbreon. Look at the shield, he takes up about half the health bar of that thing. Once again, the Psyduck is going to fall, but Gen 5, this is purely cleanup.
Yeah, Stamina Esports being a scrappy squad here, trying to bring this match a little bit longer, but 4 members down for Gen 5 as EU looking pretty fantastic here in back-to-back matches in today's tournament. You can see that team already popping off and getting excited. 30 seconds remain in our match, but this one about as good as done and dusted. Really, I can't just stop fawning over how perfect the positioning was for Gen 5. You've seen how Stamina Esports likes to play these final moments, and you simply didn't give them that opportunity at all. Utah and Megu's absolute perfect coverage on both sides of the map, and either of those corridors headed in on that top side. Everybody else just make sure the top of the map is covered. Honestly, incredible work. Shout out to Gen 5.
The boulder stopped at the brick wall. Gen 5 progressed through. They have earned that rematch against Peru Unite. They did have to make some hard work of it, Zoinks. That was certainly a threatening position from Stamina going into Game 3 from Game 2. But if anything, that's just even more impressive from Gen 5. Considering, let's not forget, Stamina really had their best early game of the series.
Yeah, 100%. We were talking about it, Stamina Esports getting a little more confident in some of their plays. They were, finally got some respect in that matchup, I think, from Gen 5, relenting a little bit. But I really do think it comes down to a lot of those objectives, not only the Rayquaza, but those mid-game Reggies as well, where Reggie on that Absol tries to take away both of those final objectives, and both times it gets shut down by Gen 5. I mean, that is the main point of the draft for this Stamina Esports team, and to see it fall just a little bit short, it felt like Gen 5 had just already read the book.
Absolutely. For Stamina Esports, it is going to be disappointing, as is the case for any team that travels so far to an event, to then drop out ultimately in that top 12 slot. But I feel like there's a lot to go home and be proud about. You're going up against one of the crowd favorites. The crowd is naturally going to be going against you. And Gen 5, for a team that thrives on control, to make them look unsettled as they were, I think that's a great credit to them. They did earn a very valuable point in this series.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm really excited to see what this Gen 5 team can do going forward in this tournament, how far they can take it. You mentioned it is going to be a rematch against Peru. I want to see what different strategies they come with, but currently it seems like one of the mainstays is exactly this player on this Pokemon. Mewtwo Y has been Lunder's mainstay selection throughout the Aeos Cup right now. 63,000 damage in this matchup alongside 8 knockouts. Incredibly impressive damage numbers as well without stacking specs. We do see that quite a bit on the Mewtwo Y, instead opting in just for that X-Attack battle item and going with more standard special attack items.
And I'm really happy for Lunder as well, because that attacker pool goes deep. We know that they can rotate onto the Glaceon, onto the Mew, pretty much at a canter, and it once again feeds into this narrative that Gen 5 is more than happy to roll with the punches. If you are going to go down the route of going for a target ban, as we saw with Utah in this series, removed from selecting that Urshifu not once, but twice. They understand, okay, that's fine, we're going to go with this. And yes, obviously they're going to have run it a little bit closer than they would have wanted against Stamina, but this is an incredibly impressive feat nonetheless.
100%. I want to see a little bit more from Lunder, like you mentioned, some of those move selections. The Mewtwo Y is looking great, but it seems like the team so far has been dedicated to playing a few just solid attacker picks, especially because they're choosing that second pick in draft position quite often. I think we're going to be seeing that more and more in this tournament, but because they're choosing that second pick, they are very rarely getting Inteleon. It feels like, right? It seems like that is a first pick Pokemon these days, or at least on the purple side of that draft screen. If you're going into that orange side, they are likely going to be focusing on the Umbreon and even the Zacian so far in these drafts. That has been their focus. So seeing the dedication to Mewtwo Y and how good it looks in the hands of Lunder, maybe the best Mewtwo Y player here at today's tournament. I don't know. Maybe too early to tell. Maybe too early to tell. But either way, it has been really exciting to see. And if we got the flexibility in the central area from Utah, I still think this team has got a lot of room they can do.
Well, hey, I think giving up the Inteleon isn't entirely bad if you know that you've got a plan to deal with it. Less so, of course, in Game 2. But on the fly, we see Utah moving over to the Mimikyu. Who knows? If Reggie had not gone with the Absol, it's very possible they would have tried to run it back. But 100%. Surely going from game to game, if you're going to be picking almost exactly the same composition, and if you've lost the game before, something does have to change. And if you're looking at your IGL, they need to pick something different. I think that Mimikyu was a huge boon to them. That Rama was looking as uncomfortable as I think we saw them all series long. And so that's why I have faith in Gen 5. Yes, they're very tactically astute, and it's why I feel I have a better look against Gen 5, because as much as Peru came out with a 2-0 win yesterday, it was really close in both games. We were saying it after that series. It was a very tedious, tactically nuanced series of Unite.
It was one of our best matches of yesterday's tournament, but we're going to have some incredible matches in the rest of today's tournament. I believe we have an interview on stage with Gen 5, so let's throw it on over to the stage.
All right, we are here up on the big stage with Lunder from Gen 5. Give it up for him! Huge win, huge win. My first question, of course, is when you saw Gengar, how did you react?
Actually, we knew about the Gengar because in scrims, when we scrimmed them, they use Gengar and just full send the ray. Just flip. At 2 minutes, they have like this weird position in bushes, and they just all in on the ray. So we knew they were gonna do it anyway. But yeah, we were a bit surprised to see it on stage as well, of course.
Yeah, I think every time we see Gengar on stage, we're all a bit surprised, but apparently it happens here at EUIC. Yesterday, you ran into the Juicers, and they gave you guys some trouble. How did that feel? How are you going to adjust moving forward?
I can't say too much about in-game strategies, but we realized that the meta is actually different from what we thought, and we adapted the
Yeah, I mean, we have so many incredible matches. We were looking at this bracket at the start of the day, and it's truly one of the best Unite Esports in-person brackets we have ever seen. This is going to be non-stop, front-to-back, incredible Pokemon Unite.
I mean, you just look at that luminosity match looming over whoever wins the matchup, which will be next on your screens, by the way, folks. Whether it be Nouns or DreamHack, that could just as easily be a grand final. But then you look at the form going into today from yesterday, where Kamaii, of course, in the single group with 5 teams, currently undefeated going into today, and they're going to have to face Lelovers and Nemesis, who they themselves could have easily made the later stages of this single elim bracket. We've only just gotten started.
I know, and hey, if you're a local fan, back-to-back EU wins as well has got to feel pretty good here at EUIC, and you even have a chance for a third EU win coming up against Nouns versus DreamHack. But I mean, I know we got some Brazil fans in the crowd too, so I think there is going to be some of the non-home crowd cheering as well. It is going to be awesome. Like we said, this is the Aeos Cup. The action is absolutely incredible all day long, so we're going to jump to a very short break. When we come back, Sprinkles and Dupes next. We're bringing you Nouns versus DreamHack.
The competition is exciting, but it's not the only thing that's happening at EUIC. For the first time ever, we have an activity stage hosted by none other than Shay. Shay, what's going on over here?
Oh, there's all sorts going on here, Sierra. We got artist sign-ins, meet and greets, influencer meet and greets, and earlier, if you were watching carefully, we had Pikachu there for pictures as well.
Did you get a picture with Pikachu?
I certainly, of course I did, and Quaxley as well. I am Team Quaxley, just a spoiler alert.
Spoiler, okay. So how has it been going over here? So what are some of the things that people can expect if they come over to the activity stage?
Yeah, we've got all sorts going on. So influencer meet and greets, like currently right now we have Cerebi Joe up there. But then also the thing I'm most interested in are the artist meet and greets as well. Because we get to learn all about the illustrators who bring our Pokemon cards to life, hear about their day-to-day life, their journey as being an illustrator, and quite honestly, it's just content and information you can't get anywhere else.
No, I love that, and I know a lot of people are excited for that. There's already been people coming up to me like, how can I get more information? Yes. And I heard, too, there's a cosplay contest that's going on soon?
Yeah, now that right there, the cosplay showcase, I'm so excited for that. I've seen the list. We've got about 20 people in the cosplay showcase all coming out, and that's going to be like a Pokemon fashion show. That's going to be top content. Cannot wait for that one.
And that you're certainly already dressed the part for, right?
Yeah, I am this weekend. I am Terra Burt's PTCG. So I'm dodging all the bench damage and I'm hitting for all types Terra Stella.
Perfect. I love it. So if you're here at EUIC, definitely make sure to come by the activity stage. It's only one of the exciting things. But for now, back to the competition.
Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. In every trainer's journey, luck plays a valuable role. But what is luck? At its core, VGC is a game of risk management.
The double flinch rock slide.
Assessing when it's worth it to take a risk for the chance of glory. This is the game we play.
And another flinch!
Knowing every turn there's a chance the game doesn't go your way. Commentator Adam Doricott had a favorite phrase that perfectly encapsulated luck in Pokemon. You've got to buy a ticket to win the raffle. Adam believed that luck leads to opportunity, and that opportunity can make for some of the most iconic moments in competitive Pokemon.
To knock out the Landorus. Oh my gosh!
Exactly. Kuno gets it.
Let's flash back to top 4 of the Salt Lake City Regional Championships in 2022. This was the first live event for Pokemon in over 2 years. With a new competitive format for the season and optimism all over the venue, Pokemon Sword and Shield was finally ready to take the spotlight. This was the first official event for the VGC Series 12 format, which allowed 2 restricted Pokemon per team. 2 of North America's best were vying for a spot in the finals. Joe Ugarte was a regional champion, known for succeeding with Sun teams. Groudon and Zacian were the restricted duo, but Gmax Charizard was the powerhouse of the team. Aaron Traylor, the Dallas regional champion, with over a decade of experience in VGC, was always willing to go for the unconventional play, like Dynamaxing his Whimsicott, doing anything necessary to win.
Both of these trainers here in Game 3, only one unfortunately can move on to the finals, and one of these guys is not going to be able to realize that dream.
In Game 3, with 3 Pokemon apiece, in a tale as old as time, Groudon versus Kyogre, the combination of Sun and Gastrodon hindered Aaron's Kyogre game plan.
Behemoth Blade, though, now into the Groudon. This is in the sun with the Salt Vest. It's not enough to take out the Groudon, so he will get 1 attack into Zacian, which will be enough to knock it out. Aaron is now down to his final 2 Pokemon here.
After losing his Zacian, Aaron would rely on Kartana, the Pokemon he Dynamaxed in all 3 games, to bring this game back to neutral.
Kartana, with the Max Airstream, takes out Groudon, so now Joe has lost his Dynamax Pokemon. It is 2-2 right now.
With Groudon knocked out, Aaron would need to KO Gastrodon if Kyogre had any chance of coming back in this game.
Aaron has to deal with the Gastrodon this turn.
Gastrodon is finally taken care of. He is down to his final Pokemon, the Pokemon that this team is really built around. Single target Water Spout, but it is in the sun, so it does not do a lot of damage. It's up to the Sacred Sword. It's Kartana, does take it out, and there it is. And it's down with this Kyogre, unfortunately, against Zacian.
Aaron's chances of winning were incredibly low, but not 0. And as luck would have it, Kyogre bought in for a chance to win the raffle.
The Kyogre has to
gotta go for double protect. He gets it! He gets the double protect! Aaron with a 30% chance protects his Kyogre, and the sun is gone. And if you want to keep using Play Rough, there's a 10% chance you won't even hit.
And the single target Origin Pulse does connect.
Finally, something going right for the Kyogre. Does bring Zacian down to under half. You know another one will knock it out. Oh my goodness! The 10% chance comes true. Kyogre nimbly dodging the Play Rough from the Zacian.
Aaron played to his outs, no matter how unlikely. The odds of getting a double protect, Origin Pulse hit, and a Play Rough miss were less than 3%. But now it was time for Kyogre to cash in.
But Joe, you've got to buy a ticket to win the raffle.
You sure do, Adam, and I think Aaron agrees with us. Water Spout with all that HP. Zacian is dead, and Aaron Traylor is moving on to the finals here in Salt Lake City.
Kyogre wins the raffle, and Aaron Traylor proves that luck is a skill in VGC, so never give up as long as you have a chance. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Pokemon Unite Championship Series. We are live here at EUIC in the London Excel Center for the Aeos Cup, one of the biggest tournaments of the year for Pokemon Unite. So much is on the line. Hi, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw! I'm joined by the one and only Doofstacks. Hello, Doofstacks.
Hello, hello. We've got a barn burner matchup here. DreamMax Esports, Nouns Esports, and one particularly fun fact about this, Toon versus Mazo in the world's day one showdown when it was Talibobo Believers.
Yes.
Back then, and Mazo squad, what was it? What was the team name? What was the team name? What was the team name? What was the team name?
What was the team name? Of
That's
course,
the question.
That is the big question mark that we have for you right now. Nouns Esports, Toon, Bruv, Adesu, Gotlu, the new addition, Ender rocking the TTVT right there.
Was it Legacy?
Yes, you got it.
All right.
Someone in the chat must have said it.
Somebody had to have. I had the chat up actually right now.
Nouns had a rough day one, right? I mean, they did well. They're here in day two,
right?
But they didn't do as well as you would expect. They had some trouble into Lelovers. And we have DreamMax Esports here from Brazil. Olivo, Fereza, Mazu, Caduzera, and Gizan. This team looked pretty strong in day one, but also ran into some trouble, right? They had trouble against Stamina, and then we have Nouns who had trouble against Lelovers. Both of them right here fighting to move forward in this tournament. Ahead of them will be the former world champs Luminosity, depending on who wins this match. But they have an amazing team in front of them. Brazil versus EU. These two have squared off in multiple ways before, and we're heading right into our draft.
I love to see this. Bans currently being selected now. And both of these teams looking for a little bit of a redemption arc from yesterday. Kind of ended on an odd step, right? Each losing their last game of the day yesterday on broadcast. And now, because of that, having to play in this first round. Urshifu, 3% ban rate, getting banned right now. Miraidon as well. Psyduck and Inteleon. We're starting to see the evolution through a tournament cycle that we see. Ban priorities start to change as things start to ebb and flow and new strategies come to light.
You know, an interesting thing, Dupes, next, these two teams not only have played against each other a lot, have scrimmed against each other a lot. At LAIC, they held a separate event outside of the tournament where they played a lot of matches against each other that we got to go to and watch. So these teams are very familiar with each other. They know what they are bringing to the table, and that's probably why we are seeing these targeted bans. With so much information about your opponents, you have to wonder how this series is going to play out.
Without a doubt, and they've all got some high-octane support cores here. Blissey in the hands of Ender, again, a year one kind of classic. And of course, Olivo grabbing Umbreon, which has been great. And what I think is the breakout Pokemon of the West here at our event, Aegislash.
Yeah, no question. I feel like this Aegislash has been incredible. Caduzera on Aegislash. This is going to be a huge factor in this match. On the other side, we see a Desu on that Espeon, which we saw yesterday and actually looked pretty phenomenal. A few players playing a Desu in some different ways. Mazo, however, on the Leafeon, a Pokemon that used to have a 100% ban rate, you could imagine banning Mazu's Leafeon because it was brutal yesterday, extremely aggressive, able to make big plays early.
Yeah, Mazo specifically looked like the best player on Leafeon yesterday, especially in the match that we watched against Stamina. Now, Gatlu grabbing Blaziken, I think Blaziken's pick rate should actually be higher. I love Bruv on Snorlax. Again, another tale as old as time, going into the Wayback Machine, right? Grabbing a Blissey, grabbing a Snorlax. And one of my personal favorite picks, something I've been barking a lot about lately, well, not just lately, actually, for like the last year, is how underrepresented Glaceon has been.
Yeah, Glaceon has been a very powerful pick. We've seen Toon play this Pokemon a little bit, and I think that's where it's going to settle on the side of Nouns. On the other side, we have the Chandelure. A few teams picking it throughout these tournaments, but it's very rare. As you can see, a 1% pick rate. Fereza is going to lock in that last attacker here for DreamMax. You have to wonder about a choice like that when it is so underpicked. It's crazy undervalued, and you found something that everyone else has not, or you've just kind of run out of options after Inteleon, Miraidon, maybe you wanted the Espeon, and now you're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel.
I'm starting to look, and I'm thinking of this Espeon Unite move, right? The big kind of Psychic Solaire that catches everyone as soon as they're in engagement. I was taking a look at DreamMax. It looks like Mazo's running eject button. So if they go for a big play and they get caught by a Desu with that Unite move, that can spell trouble. However, the Aegislash. Kaduzera is packing the full heal to maybe able to disrupt some of that and really actually nail down that Espeon target.
We're getting ready for it right here. Now, again, if you're just joining us, or if you've forgotten, or if you have amnesia, like maybe you were in a ski accident, you just woke up and you said, wait, what's going on with this tournament? This top 12 is all single elimination. So these are best of 3 matches. The winner will stay, the loser's heading home. And this is Nouns Esports, your purple team. DreamMax Esports, your orange team. EU versus Brazil.
And I'll tell you what, if DreamMax Esports had the home field advantage at LAIC, you got to think if Nouns puts together a decent game here, the crowd is going to start coming alive. And by game 2, maybe even game 3, they're going to be electric and become a factor.
Take a look at this. Gotlu getting extremely aggressive in this top path here, but getting pushed back. We already have the Espeon walking top, so they're kind of making a Leafeon-style play with this right away. The stored power not able to pick up a KO because of how it's split there. They might have actually got one if it all went onto one Pokemon. Mazu, on the other hand, running up to the top path to try to fight as well.
Oh, Mazu putting pressure on. India's low. Gotlu getting there, and the K opener into the hands of Mazu, and it's actually the Espeon Adesu.
Yeah, Adesu going down here, and that's a lot of experience heading over to the side of DreamMax. A really nice play from them. It looked like Leafeon was going to head bottom to put some pressure on. The second they saw Espeon, they peeled away. But now they can still make this play by running to the bottom path here, putting some damage onto Bruv.
Bruv in a lot of trouble here. Going to have to run to that berry with that Snorlax passive, but that allows a bunch of points to go in and actually Olivo to evolve here into the Umbreon, which they were actually having trouble of. Credit to Bruv playing good defense around that pad, but ultimately the 3v1 too much.
Yeah, too much for him. They were able to score. We now have the Chandelure getting more online, hitting their level 5, hitting that evolution here. Mazo watching this central area as well, seeing what they're going to go ahead and do, and they're going to run top and try to do something once again about Espeon.
Yeah, Adesu hiding out. Olivo on the chase, though, I believe playing foul play to try and close the gap, put some pressure on, and maybe open up the window of opportunity for Mazo to get a knockout. No such luck here as we're approaching the 8-minute mark.
You can see one thing that's been going pretty well for Nouns so far. It feels like a lot of things have gone wrong, but they do have Blaziken online, so they put a ton of resources into this, right? Dupsnax, in fact, nice catch by Adesu there. In fact, Adesu does go down on the top path, but at the same time, that Blaziken got as much experience as they possibly could, and they need to feed that chicken or it will not come online. It'll stay a bowling ball. Bowling pin.
Bowling Pin, Toon putting tons of pressure onto Mazo. These evolutions scrapping it out, and that Icicle Spear is dangerous. Nice coverage there by Gizine moving over and Olivo to just take most of those Icicle Spears to their face so that Mazo can remain standing.
You see that flamethrower on Candle right there is going to be a real problem as this match goes on. Insane amounts of burst damage very quickly, and it's hard to do too much about it, right? If you're in range of it at all, it will reset, and that could be really, it could be a real trouble for Nouns.
Great job by Gotlu to be the biggest thing. Huge heavy slam, catches not only all the wild Pokemon, but Olivo as well. Gives Gotlu the opportunity to get some good damage in. It looks like we're playing Poltergeist. We're building a living room around these kids out here.
Yeah, and we're going to head down to the bottom path here and look for this possible secure wall. The Chandelure is actually moving up to the top path, so these two teams are splitting. Nouns is not going to have to worry about any fight here, but we have 4 members of DreamMax in the top path, sieging that goal zone. It looks like they could be breaking it early. They do break, and now they're heading to their objective in the top path. We're trading here.
Yep, Olivo, again, responsible for holding it down. Decent block here by Bruv, allowing the window of opportunity for Gotlu to get some points in. Bruv throws theirs in as well. Indy recalls to go help the squad up top because we got a lot of action there.
Yeah, you can see 4 members of DreamMax actually pushing towards this goal zone.
Oh.
Here comes the Glacial Stage trying to push them back, and that might just be enough. They decide to back away from this fight.
Terrific rotation by Nouns to protect that goal zone. We're coming in. I think I just saw the Psychic Solaire. Sacred Sword comes through. Kato gets scrapped up, has to coup de grace, does get the Adesu knockout here as they're now have to protecting against the Regieleki. DreamMax Esports seeing an opportunity. KO streak of 2 for the sword. Kaduzera is coming alive. Now they have to look at this Regieleki. They decide to peel back. I like this decision. You got tons of value. Don't give any back.
Yeah, that was very scary. They actually made that really interesting play, right? They said, okay, well, we can't put that in top. We're going to get something out of the center. And then Nouns goes down to try to stop that. They pick up a KO, and then they think, hey, maybe we can actually get this Regieleki.
Ooh, nice heavy
All
slam.
of a sudden, Gotlu comes back back, so they end up peeling back here. We can see Bruv separating some of the farms so that they can get it right there. Aegis Slash getting caught there in a big way. Wide guard trying to get out of there. The boosted so that they can hopefully run, and no, they are not able to.
Giga throw by Kaduzera there. They had the amazing wide guard to protect themselves from the initial Bruv heavy slam, and actually Sacred sorted back into the team. I don't know if that was snapback or intentional. Either way, it led to a knockout, and it led to a goal zone being broken because of that Cowboy.
Yeah, 163-145, an incredibly close game. We've got a Tier 1 broken on the bottom path for DreamMax, Tier 1 broken on the top path for Nouns. So DreamMax is going to be able to continue to keep this pressure on the top path, walk Regielekis towards the side of Nouns, while Nouns has a better experience opportunity, not only because of the safe experience up top, but also because they have great positioning around the bottom Reggie. We're going to have to see which game plan is going to work out better. One thing is for sure, Nouns is slightly up on the scoreboard, so that puts them in a nice position regardless of how this shakes out. However, DreamMax looks like they're looking to do a siege at this bottom goal zone.
Great poltergeist by Ferzera there to just give them the chance to get out. Regirock is going to be the focus. Bruv looking to see how they're going to engage. Icicle Spears are loaded up, ready to find a target. Olivo gets popped by a heavy slam, blocked into the wall, but the focus is on Regirock. Olivo trying to go for a flank here. Tons of pressure being put on. Regirock at half, backline approach by Mazo. Straight into the power now by Snorlax, bullies them out. Regirock gets taken. The buff is to DreamMax. Now they're looking to push. Glacial stage is down. Toon Slim looking for a target here. Picks up a berry as DreamMax Esports is sieging this goal zone. They're going to get a 31. I thought the 30 banger was going in. It does. Nice overcap there. Finally, Bruv goes down. DreamMax Esports are beginning to figure it out.
Yeah, they absolutely are. That was a great fight by them. Even though that was an amazing catch from Bruv, stopping the Leafeon, they still had a great push from DreamMax right there, and it looks like they couldn't output enough damage on DreamMax fast enough. The first Icicle Shards from the Glaceon from Toon, they didn't land. They had to recharge by hitting the objective once again. That might have just been the damage that, did not take them down, the damage that we didn't get to see hit. As they're pushing forward right here, they do pick up a KO on the Umbreon, and they're going to continue to push. We still have an objective in the top path that DreamMax is going to look to defend here.
Mazo gets nailed up by the Icicle Spears here. Toon had enough in the tank to get that done. Kadu a little early on their wide guard there. Heavy slam, blocked back the other way, and it's Indy that gets credit for it, and that's 2 great catches back-to-back for Nouns.
Yeah, really nice for Nouns, but they're also pushed out of this engagement, right? We have the level 13 Aegis Slash go down, but we have the Chandelure online. They're ready to start hitting this objective, so they have great positioning around it. Nouns can't really do too much after a few of those KOs. Mazo is back right here, and Mazo has just been so incredibly aggressive that it feels like Nouns is using so much of their energy to deal with the Leafeon that multiple members of DreamMax are then able to fight. Without question, insanely close game between these two teams. I'm so happy that we get to see them match up here at EUIC. 163 for Nouns, 179 for DreamMax. So the smallest score possible will really shift this game. 30 seconds until Rayquaza, and 1 objective spawning here in the bottom path. Nouns is in a decent position for it, but DreamMax isn't in too bad of a spot either. They could mobilize to try to take this. However, they're getting caught right now.
Oh, that's a good one. That's the one that you want there in that particular moment. Heavy slam, pushback, catch, wide guard isn't enough. This opens up the Registeel to be taken by Nouns for free. But look at where DreamMax is posturing. They can cut them off here if they walk into a trap.
Well, here we go. Umbreon is in some trouble right here. They're trying to get a lot of information. They do. They know exactly where Nouns is coming from. 5 seconds now. Aegis Slash is now coming back, taking the jump pad, getting into this fight. With that Registeel buff, though, this is just going to be so brutal from Nouns. The single Icicle Shard can make a huge difference.
Breaking the passive on Umbreon is the heavy slam. Going straight in, wide guard, tons of damage. Kaduzera, now they're popped right into the Poltergeist. Backline approach by Mazo. They're looking to get a KO, but it's 2 players down on Dreamers. Another great heavy slam by Bruv for the engagement. Kaduzera is going to have to do everything under the sun. Coup de grace does get Gatlu, but Kaduzera goes down. Those Icicle Spears are on the chase, and they're enough to get the last KO. DreamMax Esports is done for. Nouns looking like true form, grabbing this thing in game 1.
Beautiful plays from Nouns. I mean, you got to give it up to Bruv. I mean, so many amazing catches from Bruv throughout this. Really stopped any type of dives that were coming from DreamMax. After they had that Registeel and they have such a high-level Glaceon, this was going to be a brutally difficult fight. I mean, you were talking about Glaceon earlier and how much value it provided. A fully charged Icicle Spear with a level, I think it was either 13 or 14 Glaceon, plus a Registeel buff at Rayquaza, just ripped through the enemy team. You saw it take Candle down. It basically single-handedly took down the Aegis Slash. So that was huge for Nouns. They're playing a much stronger Rayquaza game than we got to see on broadcast yesterday.
Yep, and now they're trying to get points in DreamHack Esports. Is Bruv backcaps 100 there. They still had their shield. This is kind of going to be a fruitless endeavor. There's just not enough time on the clock and enough Aeos energy existing in the world for DreamHack to make this a real thing here. Even if they get that hundo banger and they shrink this lead down, it's still not quite enough. Mazo, the last player standing, and differential of about 200 points.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it up right here, and now they're just having a conversation. It looks like Bruv and Mazo are just kind of figuring out what's going on right here. You know, there's some time to talk. There's time for battle, and there's time for a conversation. Now it's time for a nap.
A cheeky power nap here by Bruv, just to get their damage numbers up, right? They don't want to be left in the dirt here. You know, I'm always playing tank. I always am the defender role. I'd like to get my damage numbers up a little bit.
Nice game here from Nouns. Starting off strong, obviously having a rocky finish to day one. Both of these teams would have rather finished a little bit stronger. That's a different look from Nouns than we got to see on stage yesterday, that's for sure.
Yeah, a few more smiles. You tend to have that happen when you win in a commanding fashion, unlike game 2 that we watched yesterday where they won and it was like the weirdest Tyranitar type situation. Yep. You know, that one was one with confidence. It was one with execution, and they did great. So I'd be happy here. Good thumbs up, but let's save the true thumbs up for when you actually win the set, because this is a best of 3 here.
Absolutely, it's a best of 3 against one of the best teams in the world. While that was a close game, it did feel like a lot of the fights were going pretty well for Nouns. As soon as you could get Bruv in there with one of these big catches, these fights went well. That Reggie Seal buff again on top of Glaceon, it was just going to be so hard to deal with. You saw Aegislash, they moved in, they wide guard. Even then, they're still getting ripped apart by that level of damage.
Yeah, I have to say, Bruv's arms looking particularly small as you know, years pass. So I'd like to see him maybe get back onto the weightlifting regimen. As you all know at home, he does have those stickly legs as well. So you can't really take an L both ways, Bruv. Let's start working on something.
Yeah, it's important. I mean, player of the game right here. We've got Toon on the Glaceon, putting up 8 KOs in that match, 65,000 damage, and doing some serious work there at Rayquaza.
Yeah, I want to talk about Glaceon. You know, obviously Toon picking it in a great situation, right? Glaceon is never a Pokemon. We never want to be in a state of the game where Glaceon is banned or picked first, right? Because that means it's just gone kind of off the rails. However, I think Glaceon has been in a good spot for a while, right? It's not going to show up every game, but there are specific games where you pick it near the end of your draft and you just go, oh no. Like, this is going to wreck us because of that Icicle Spear. Or you can even go the Icy Wind and get that like extra set of secure, right? Of kind of like walk up, delete type action. And I love this Glaceon pick. It's something I've been preaching that we should be seeing more of out of multiple teams because it is so unique and niche in what it can do. And Toon just showed exactly that.
Yeah, and I gotta say, he's rocking the Shell Bell. I'm a Shell Bell believer.
I agree.
I love it. It's so fun. I put it on so many special attackers after the buffs it got a little while back. And of course, Glaceon has some nice moments where you would love some extra cooldown, so that helps as well. You see some players run eject button, see some players run energy amplifier for that same situation. Of course, if you are running Icy Wind, you also have that option as well. Icy Wind needs the extra cooldown. Glaceon seemed to be a pretty big factor right there, and it did feel like Rayquaza, night and day from yesterday for Nouns.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a great cover against what DreamHack Esports was trying to do between Kaduzera and Mazo, right? I mean, they're always, Toon should be always spaced out to a point where they're not the ones that can be primarily engaged on, but the moment that they go in, the range at which Glaceon operates can help pick up that Leafeon on the engagement or the Aegislash on the engagement. And doesn't matter if you have the wide guard up as Aegislash, you didn't engage on the target that's actually ripping through your HP bar, so that means you're now contending on 2 different fronts, and while Aegislash is very good at hanging in the pocket and dealing some heavy hits, it can't sustain that long. And I will say, Bruv's timing on those heavy slams this game were immaculate. They were waiting for the wide guard cooldowns to happen and following up immediately with the heavy slam, even potentially blocking to isolate the Aegislash out. So while there was great tools on the side of DreamHack Esports, I think Nouns identified what their options were to combat those things and executed well.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. The Snorlax plays were beautiful. Bruv, I feel like we often sing Bruv's praises, but just such an incredible playmaker. We saw the defense early. We saw setting up for big plays later with the squad. Your carries are not able to carry properly unless you have a support and defender crew that are able to really make things work for you. Speaking of a support, the new support added to the team, Inder was not able to run his favorite Pokemon in this tournament, which would be Hyperspace Hole Hoopa.
Correct.
Right? That feels like maybe his best Pokemon. Blissey looked particularly good in there, and of course, Blissey is unbelievably good right now. I have to wonder, as we look to the future here, I know we have an incredible game in front of us, but I wonder what either of these teams could do running into Luminosity. It's going to be really interesting to find out. I can tell you we've got one more game for Nouns. If they're able to take this down, then they will run into LG. It would be the best of EU against the best of NA, possibly.
Possibly, but they got to fight through the best of Brazil right now, and that's what's sitting in front of them. They're in a good spot, up a game here. But if DreamMax Esports knows anything, it's taking a player like Toon from Talibobo Believers 2 years ago, taking them to 3 games and leaving the victors. So while they are down, they are certainly not out. Not yet. But if they lose this, they will be.
Yes, absolutely. Again, everything in this series is single elimination. So all these games are best of 3 and our semifinals best of 5. You lose and you are done in this tournament. Every single match matters. Urshifu, Miraidon, Psyduck, and Inteleon all banned out. We could see another Blissey first pick.
With the hover fit Blissey, I was like, bruv on Venusaur. No, we're going Blissey, unsurprising here. And if Hoopa is Inder's best character, Blissey is not that far behind. They've been playing this Pokemon for a long time, and the number of main objective secures that Inder has with Blissey and Egg Bomb is a bit staggering, so I'm unsurprised that they go here on this very comfortable pick for them.
I believe you hover Venusaur, right, if your Pokemon that you were favorited is banned out and you were playing on the Switch. So I have to assume, looking over at the side of DreamMax, that we had the Psyduck banned out here, which is what Bruv maybe wanted to pick, or at least it's what he's got favored right there, over to the Venusaur. So they're going to be rotating to something else. I feel like there's not a defender that Bruv could play poorly. So really, the options are open right now. They could be playing a Ho-Oh. There are a lot of amazing choices. And finally, we're going to see how Toon wants to play this game. They are up now, so they can, they can make a more aggressive play. And it looks like they're going for it. We have the Talonflame.
Yeah, Talonflame, Mamoswine into Talonflame combination here. That Mamoswine can be incredibly disruptive. We only saw it selected a couple times yesterday, but it looked pretty darn good when they did. Now we're at the bottom here. While we've seen Mewtwo Y bans and Mewtwo's picked early, it's still an option here for Brazil, but they're taking a page from Toon's book and they're grabbing Glaceon.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder what kind of Talonflame we're going to see right here. We've seen a lot of Brave Bird in this tournament, right? But into a Glaceon, especially if that Glaceon is playing Icicle Spear, Fly Talonflame is pretty incredible. You are able to soar above the match, not take any of that damage if you're caught by that Glaceon's Icicle Spear, and then land down and do some serious work. Talon feels particularly strong, in my opinion, into a lot of these squishier EVs.
I agree completely. I think that was a great switch up by Toon because, on the side of DreamMax, they gave them the exact same look. First 4 picks are the exact same in order, so there was a real opportunity for Nouns to kind of go back to the previous game's game plan, but no, they wanted to switch it up. They wanted to force Ferzera maybe into something less comfortable or have to switch up maybe their core strategy. Ended up getting the Glaceon, and like you said, the Talonflame does play particularly well into that and some of the other choices that they've selected. So all in all, I think Nouns, despite picking first and not having the absolute gutter pick here in this draft, still kind of eked it out ahead, in my opinion.
Yeah, we can see, if you look at both sides here, these teams are in pretty good spirits. One of my absolute favorite things about watching Mazo on some of these squads is the mental state he can stay in. Whether the team is winning or losing, you don't see them too defeated. They're ready to go. They know how good they are. They know how much this matters for Brazil, as they're the last Brazilian team left in this tournament. And then, of course, they are going into Nouns. They are going into one of the top teams in the world right now. This is going to be an exciting game too. Nouns Esports, your purple team. DreamMax Esports, your orange team. Again, this is single elimination, meaning if DreamMax does not win here, they are going home.
Indy going straight across, putting their 2 points in as Edge, I believe is what it's called. There we go. We got it. The single sword there is across the way with Gossifleur. And Indy is now still looking at the level 4 Mazo on this Leafeon. And Leafeon could have a pretty good chance at beating them up, but Indy goes, nope, straight for the invade.
Interesting. Now they're going to run back into this central area right here and try to take some of this experience. Mazo, I think, got wise to it, is going to try to stop it right here. Ender not able to steal anything in this moment. Just going to go and stand here. Going to attempt to head home. He recognizes he's not going to make it back. But, you know, these plays, Dupe Snacks, while it seems kind of chaotic and like not much is getting done, this is your EXP share wearing supporter. They don't need to be getting any of this farm anywhere else. They're going to naturally generate some of that experience.
Something I just noticed, Adesu is carrying the bulb here, Bruv is not, and they're going to try and get this Mamoswine to be a big old frontliner for them, but a damage-dealing one at that. Getting some points in here. The focus was on Toon because they're carrying 30, so Olivo focused on them, but that allowed 19 to go in behind them, and now Toon's going to get their 30 banger in anyways, and now Esports putting work in downstairs.
Now, this is going to be interesting. We're seeing the Aerial Ace moveset chosen here for the Talonflame. You can play Fly Aerial Ace, which I think is an extremely good build, but more often, Dupe Snacks, when you see Aerial Ace, it means you are also seeing Brave Bird. We have multiple members of DreamMax heading into this central area of Nouns, while we have multiple members of Nouns heading into the central area of DreamMax. Everyone is trying to steal experience from each other. Guys, just go back to where you're from. You've got some over here, they've got some over there. Just share a little bit, as we do see online is the Brave Bird diving in, trying to steal as much of that as they possibly can. That is a level 8 Talonflame on the map already.
Yeah, level 6 Piloswine as well, and that's just not something Mazo can really contend with. It's so hard for that Leafeon to engage on a Piloswine that's only a level behind it, and of course you have the level 8 Talonflame to flank, and that can easily delete the Leafeon as well, and credit to DreamMax not taking the bait and getting away.
Yeah, and here we go up to this top path right here. We see Toon getting ready for this possible fight right here, just charging up his boosted attack, which has a stun to it. You're able to use that stun combo right into an Ice Fang if someone is foolish enough to enter the tall grass. They jump right in. Here we have Bruv trying to get out, but the mean look locks him in place.
Toon recognizing that it's a 4v1 here, and they can't do much with that. I'd be surprised if they don't just give up this goal zone here. And here comes Mazo for the 25 over, and that's a good little look and a nice chunk of change for DreamMax.
Yeah, really nice for DreamMax here. And of course, this leaves Nouns to take the bottom objective completely uncontested. Shades of game number 1, right? We kind of saw this exact exchange before. We have DreamMax taking that top tier 1, taking Regieleki. We have Nouns taking the bottom tier 1, taking the bottom Reggie. So these teams playing a lot like they did originally, as we have DreamMax looking for a possible play down here. Obviously, Ender can see this, and Mazo knows that if someone's hiding in the bush, they can see it. It's kind of like they're telling them, like, hey, we're coming down here. Maybe they're looking to bait a fight.
The mean look on Bruv, right, which is a great way to isolate them. Brave Bird engagement, trying to get Glacial Sage down, and the Icicle Spears are coming in. Bruv does bite it there. Now, Toon is retreating, but it looks like the Aegis/Kaduzera comes through. Nice coup de grace to get a KO on the support Adesu. Bliss assistance just in time to keep Toon standing. They're still taking a ton of damage. Blissey gets the credit for that KO. They do sort out Toon, however, and Indy is here facing down 4. An Earthquake engaged with the eject button. Icicle Fang on Gizine. Let's see if Gatlu can come in and do some work. The Blaziken, there's 1, there's 2. Let's keep it pushing here. They're on the chase. Ferzera's realizing they are completely outgunned here, and they're on the retreat and going to be successful.
Wow, I mean, what a fight for DreamMax right there. I thought that was a pretty perfect Bliss assistance, making sure that the Talon could survive as long as possible in that engagement, but eventually it does get KO'd. They continue to siege that goal zone. Right now, 129 to 109. Nouns has been able to keep pace score-wise, but a great fight there from DreamMax. They absolutely were trying to pull them into an engagement, and they got that from Nouns.
Toon hiding out, Olivo going to give themselves away. So Toon knows they're there, and where Olivo is, they know the rest of DreamMax can't be far behind. Olivo has been kind of leading the charge on these engagements. Ferzera hanging out. They just lost all their icicle shards there, so we'll see what Toon does. They engage quickly on Kaduzera, who exposed themselves. Wide guard's a little early. Nice flame sweep. Finally doesn't hit a wall, hits a couple targets. Olivo gets poached. They get knocked out, and so does Ferzera. Now it's Olivo that has to retreat despite the use of that Unite move, and Toon is going to get out of dodge dodge just in time. Nice engagement by Bruv. Icicle Fang can't quite hit. Sacred Sword comes through. Mean Look is down. Is there enough in the tank to save them? Yes, there is, because they started crashing around with those big elephant shoes that they got. Now Toon goes back in. They're caught in a Mean Look. They're stuck and they're gone.
Yeah, the Mean Look is going to be a real problem for Toon, right? One of the nice things about Brave Bird is if you're able to dash in, you can use the aerial ace not only to recover a ton of HP, do a ton of damage, but also use, correctly, you can kind of dance around a fight and peel yourself the direction you want to go. But stuck in a Mean Look, you might not be able to keep that combo going. You might not be able to get your resets, and you surely cannot move around the battlefield. Massive catch in the tall grass, walking right into the big kicks there from Gotlu.
I mean, splitting them like they're doing karate out here. Just an absolute destruction of a kick, and that was charged out full bore. Emerald two-step doesn't get the KO on Toon. So we did exchange a Unite move for that KO, and I think that's a valuable one. Now it's on Gotlu to exact some revenge on Mazo, and Gotlu, looking at Mazo on a razor, then charges up over. He can't quite get it, and now these two are going to leave away with a sliver of HP.
That was very fun. Both of them left, that moment where neither of them really got each other right there. But DreamX once again fighting on this bottom goal zone, looking to get some more points on the board. We have another 40 going in. Nice overcap. This match is still so close. 228, 214. I mean, you look at the level, it's just like across the board, these two teams are very, very close. Nouns definitely has a slight level advantage looking at it, and a slight point advantage, but it does feel like this could once again go either way.
Real quick, I want to point out, in the Mean Look, Inder tried to use the Bliss assistance. You saw the Blissey holding the giant egg running into the side, but because they actually never hit a target, by the time the Mean Look came down, they got like the partial shield, but they immediately bought back their Unite move. So I don't know if that was intentional or unintentional, but it actually ended up working out great because Inder didn't get knocked out, and he still has his Unite move here.
You can see heading down to this bottom objective here. Both teams getting ready for it. The Mean Look catches Gotlu. Regirock being chipped up right here. Aegislash really going in.
Oh, no. Okay, Kadu gets poached, put back. Wyguard is down. They probably have it back now. Alivo retreating. Regirock is at half. Mazo putting pressure on the backside. Gatlu's on the chase. This is what got Gatlu in trouble yesterday, though. They overextended too close to Ray. Glacial stage is down. Frazera wants to take this fight. There are two players down for Nouns. They've completely bullied Bruv out, who's going to have to reset. Regirock is low, but so is Kadu Zero's HP. They're at half. 10 seconds till Ray.
They are not leaving, though, Doobsnacks. They are running towards this Rayquaza right now. That sword did not back. They're heading right into this Ray pit. They could be going for a full rip. Nouns is on a position on the top half, but they are going for it.
Yeah, Rayquaza's at half. Here comes Toon. Brave Bird in. It's low. Bang. Taken by the Glaceon. Now we have to fight. Blissey is there. We got to break some shield. Only Blissey has gone down. Bruv is getting absolutely bullied as well. The shields are all intact. Adesu's going for a back cap, and in the blink of an eye, Nouns Esports finds themselves catching an L, and we're going to have to go to a Game 3, potentially.
Potentially. 278, 378. It looks like another 100 points. 560 now. It's going to be really tough for Nouns. We saw that play, right? Aegislash had the opportunity to head back to base, but they did not take it. DreamMax decided to take the game in their hands right there and move towards Rayquaza. They recognized it would be difficult for Nouns to react immediately to this, and they also knew with multiple members of Nouns down, they would have to get into position to fight over it, and they went for a full straight rip in the face of Nouns after securing that Reggie. Huge, huge play.
Very well done. You notice Toon was at the top right of the pit, and that was really Nouns' only chance there, right? A Brave Bird in, perfectly timed. Unfortunately, it was just a hair early. Well read by DreamMax. They go for the secure, and they do have some great secure tools on that side. That end up being the Glaceon that locked it down in the end, but the Aegislash, coup de grace, all that good stuff that they had in the tank. So tip of the cap to DreamMax. They saw their opportunity, they took it, and that's kind of been the story of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, trying to break these shields right here. We have the Flame Sweep pushing them back from this fight. Mazu has no shield. That is down. We have a Adesu following up, trying to put some damage onto Mazu. They have to make sure not only that they break shields, but also score, and there's just simply not enough time left on the clock to do that. Talon having to run around after an Eldegoss means that is going to be the end of game number 2, and we are all tied up, Doobsnacks.
All tied up. So, Nouns Esports, despite being shown the same thing from DreamMax in their first 4 picks, decide decide to switch up their last two. Now, while Toon did have some moments of brilliance, I don't know if they got the mileage out of the Mamoswine they were hoping for. I think that forced Olivo to go into the mean look rather than the foul play option that they had before, and for some reason it felt like every time Bruv was coming in, it was getting trapped. Ultimately, the Glaceon didn't have to do much work on Toon because it was putting all its work in actually on Bruv. So once they leveraged that into the more attacking type Mamoswine, it was kind of playing into their hands. Mean look into Icicle Spears, rips through that whole HP bar. We saw the setup before the Rayquaza, Cowboy. I mean, Bruv stepped up. It took a full range of Icicle Spears, so low they just had to reset after one of those, and then all the big rotation happened. And that was kind of what we saw game in, game out.
And once again, Glaceon, game 1, Glaceon, game 2. This is for Zera right here with the Glaceon. A couple of knockouts right there, 57,000 damage. This build a little different than what we saw from Toon, right? This is running a Curse Incense, which is going to reduce the amount of healing, amount of recovery that Pokemon take on the other side. So a different look from it. This build is, very much set up to disrupt your opponents as well as output huge amounts of damage. And I believe it was for Zera that got the final hit there on
They did, yeah, for sure. And again, I kind of said agency at Ray has kind of been the story of the tournament. We've seen teams such as Nouns not take agency at Ray and lose themselves games. And then we've seen teams like Stamina yesterday against DreamMax take agency at Ray, win themselves some games. We saw BH3 do the same thing. And to me, it's the story of the tournament. The teams that are going into Ray, understanding what the options are, and taking those weighted percentage rips, it's working out. It just is. And when you have like an 80% chance of winning the game if you just take Ray on the spot, well, 80% is more than 20, and it tends to break your direction.
We're going to have to check with actually some of the statisticians behind the scenes to find out if 80 is more than 20. I don't want to say anything definitive until we look into that. Perhaps the Unite Math Court could get on that as well. Nouns Esports won, DreamMax won. I know one thing for sure, those two numbers are equal. We're heading into a game number 3 here, and again, this is winner go home. Single elimination bracket in our top 12. Every single match today will matter. Every single match gets them one step closer to winning this whole thing and securing that first spot to Worlds. And of course, if you lose, it's all done.
I'm just like thinking about the end of that game, right? And what possibly could Nouns have done different? And I think it was maybe combating a little less for that basement Reggie that they did right before Ray. It seemed like they weren't fully committed into taking it, and it ended up, that indecision ended up being a problem. So we'll see how Nouns adjust, because I think they were happy with their draft overall. I don't think there was anything like a big blemish in this draft screen.
No.
There was just a little bit better execution, DreamMax, in the tail end of it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know if they're going to want to try to run this Talon into this composition again. I don't think it was bad at all. They had some big moments with it, but it also wasn't, I think, as game-changing as they would hope for with a speedster like that. It's either it's going to win you the match or lose you the match, and it did go down multiple times. It actually was what set up DreamMax to kind of run towards Ray really fast. They knew it was down and had to reset and get back in there. As we take a look here, Urshifu once again, Blissey now banned for Nouns. We have the Psyduck and the Inteleon. With that Blissey ban, they're able to first pick Umbreon and of course not give up that powerful support.
Exactly, and it puts DreamMax, I was going to say it puts them in a weird spot, but not really. Agizine has been leaning into the Eldegoss the last 2 games. Aegislash chosen first by Kadu Zera, unsurprisingly. Mazo Leafeon as well. So, I mean, they're giving them the same core to have to deal with, and it's just Nouns, how do we want to combat this? How do we execute on that? And they did it game 1. Let's see if they can do it game 2. Now we have the Mewtwo selected here, as well as the Blaziken. I think Gotlu's Blaziken has looked reasonable, right?
Yeah,
it's very serviceable out here.
Yeah.
But at Desu, I'm curious if this is going to be kind of one of those cheeky support Mewtwo's, or if we're going to keep it as an actual attacker. My heart tells me you leave it as an attacker.
I think so.
But we'll see where they end up.
You know, like we talked about before, I don't know if it was that worthwhile that Bruv was the one without the EXP share right there in that last game. I think Bruv plays phenomenally well with or without the experience, right? So you might as well share it around a little bit. As we see Bruv locking in the Blastoise, and we have a Darkrai as our final pick from Toon. Heading over to the other side, DreamMax, this could be an interesting time to pick Miraidon. Obviously, Miraidon creates that electrical field where your Pokemon cannot be put to sleep in it. A little bit of a counter to Darkrai, so we could see something like that. It's also an incredible attacker pick. I just don't know how much Zera has played with it, but I can tell you one thing, they are locking it in.
Yeah, it has a high pick rate. It is a good Pokemon. It does have that unique benefit with the field that it populates on there on Darkrai. I think if I'm Toon, I'm less concerned about that because that's not really my objective here. It's to trap either Kadu or Mazo in a Nightmare, preferably Mazo, right? And while you stress Alivo with some frontline action, you know, Blaziken, Blastoise, Umbreon, try to get that Slow Beam onto one of those targets where you're less concerned. Obviously, Slow Beam out of those three would be primarily, hopefully, used on Gotlu, but Bruv and Ender are both going to look to step into the path of that and eat one of those so that they can facilitate these other players.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Toon, you know, prioritizes that Unite move, right? There, of course, are the options of bringing in the Leafeon, bringing in the Aegislash, even the Miraidon into that Nightmare. There also is sort of a counter to Slowbro where you bring it into the Nightmare so it is not going to be able to slow beam one of your allies. You take it out of the equation for a minute. More often than not, though, yes, you are looking for something squishy on the other side that you can gobble up, pull out of the fight, and then come back in and continue to deal some serious damage. Not a ton of teams running Darkrai, but the ones who have looked pretty good.
Now, when we saw Bruv on Blastoise yesterday, it was a Spinstoise. You know, sometimes when you go into the true defender role and you're looking to do that, you know, you have that big surf, that big push.
Yeah.
And is that something they're going to try and use to isolate some of these members on DreamMax?
Well, we're going to find out very soon. All of these questions will be answered because it's Nouns Esports, your purple team, DreamMax Esports, your orange team, EU versus Brazil. This is game number 3. One of these two teams moving on to face the former world champions, Luminosity, and one of these two teams' dreams will be dashed in this tournament because they will be heading home.
If I am Nouns Esports, I'm really hoping the crowd and I can hear them because they're going to need them behind them to motivate them through this third game, get them going, and let them know that this is your home turf.
That's right. I mean, this would be a huge tournament for them to win. They've been doing amazing all season, but this is one of the biggest competitions of the year, Doob Snacks. As we've mentioned a few times here, the winner of this gets the first Worlds invite. We saw it last year with Fusion, now named Peru. That team looked incredible, and they did an incredible job at Worlds. You learn so much from this tournament, from this international competition. Darkrai right now looking to possibly make a play, and I think Mazu is well aware that he could be right there. They
no
knew.
shot.
They knew.
Completely sussed out. Toon is not going to make it out of this one, and that's a nice little pick in the K opener, if I'm not mistaken.
That's very beautiful there from DreamMax. And now with this advantage, they could push towards this bottom path. It looks like they're going for it. Not able to make much happen yet. 4 members of DreamMax down there, but they were able to pull back, and Nouns is okay.
I don't know if you noticed, it is the cheeky support Mewtwo out here.
I did notice.
Desu is carrying the bulb, which means that Bruv is going to have to elevate. The damage they deal in the front line is going to have to be gargantuan. Now the Spinstoise makes a bit more sense.
Yeah, and I will say that, yes, absolutely. Now that we see the support Mewtwo and we do see a Blastoise, Blastoise's level 13 is so incredibly important regardless of which build you're going for. But if you're going Rapid Spin, that 13 is massive. It is a huge amount of defenses, so I could understand trying to give it as much experience as possible. Desu having to run the other way. But one thing to remember is we're watching the EXP share essentially support attacker get KO'd as opposed to their carry defender that they're trying to power up.
Yeah, but nothing's looking real good out here. You know, 3 players putting pressure on Bruv, half HP. The goal zone has the field around it. Here comes a Dace. You're going to have to try and A-press down Alivo, excuse me. And they're going to take a lot of damage, but the rest of the squad gets out. And again, you talk about EXP share knockouts. They're not worth as much as literally any other target.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Toon right here heading back to the central area, a little under-leveled right now as we already have Mazo at level 8. That means it has its Unite move on Leafeon. It does feel like the start of this match has kind of been dominated a bit here by DreamMax. The overheat not able to pick up the KO, but that mean look might be able to set something up here. We're going to see if Gotlu can capitalize on it.
Off
Misses
cooldown
the
too.
Blaze kick. The overheat doesn't get him though. no.
I thought for sure, I thought the Indy cooldown on the mean look was back up, and that was going to be a great catch. The Thunder going to chase down Adesu a little bit. Regirock at half, we're spinning. We're spinning, we're attacking, we're in the front line. Indy with the flank here. Gatlu gets position. Regirock actually gets into the advantage of, oh no, HP started leashing, and the overheat was too early, and therefore the Regirock is completely leashing back. Now it's up for grabs for everybody. Fortunately, the overheat gets it that time around, but Nouns Esports trying to breathing a sigh of relief.
This is one of the reasons you run Blaziken, right? Because every time it's around one of these objectives, you have incredible secure. But yeah, after it leashes, starts pulling back, recovering HP right there, you're hoping that you can get your overheat back online. Luckily for Nouns, you do. We have Kadu moving in here with the sword, trying to pick up a KO. Another big overheat. Gatlu, a little bit of a superstar here in game number 3. But on the other side, you have Mazo, who's just been ripping through Nouns Esports. Feels like taking on a ton of amazing fights. Looking for the KO on Bruv. Gonna pick that one up as well.
Yeah, that was a hard-fought battle by Bruv, but ultimately goes down. 4 players, just too much for the Blastoise. And now the Miraidon Unite comes through. Mewtwo Unite as well. Neither of those really hitting any targets as they kind of just exchange those resources, and DreamMax peels to their side of the map. Now, it felt like DreamMax has been in control. You look at the levels, they're not too far apart, but actually the score lead belongs to Nouns.
Yeah, Nouns a little bit ahead on the scoreboard. It feels like DreamMax has been fighting incredibly well while this is happening. And this is a different look here also for DreamMax. So they've lost their tier 1, different from every single game. And now they have a lot of experience available to them in that top path. Score line still pretty close. Level line still pretty close for them. We also saw the Darkrai, kind of waste its Unite move, unfortunately, on the Slowbro right there. And we're looking Kado in the tall grass.
2 good targets for Kaduzera. Aegislash comes through, and we're just a hair early. The overheat beats it out. Sacred Sword buff comes through. We're going to see if we can wide guard ourselves out of this one. Good Miraidon support. Pot shots over the shoulder of the sword. If a sword has shoulders, we're seeing them right here because it's trying to carry the squad. They move forward. They get a quality knockout. The full ramped up charge beam hitting Indy for a ton of damage. The Pollen Puff hits them. Toon, relentless though. Going to get chased by a Thunder, and you got to put a wish on him, Toon. You got to get that wish. No, that wish was not delivered on. This ain't Disney, baby. This is Pokemon. Let's get it done. Bound by the slow beam. KO Shrika 2 for Olivo.
Take a look at this. Huge overheat from the tall grass. Once again, Gatlu from the tall grass. The massive overheats defending the goal zone right here. Seeing what they can get away with. Possible double KO. And no, that overheat not able to make it happen. Olivo is still continuing to score right there. The Slowbro has been a huge pick.
Okay.
Yeah, picked up a nice KO on Mazu right there. We had Darkrai.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great one for Toon, right? They've been a little bit behind Mazu. It's felt like all game long. With the help of their teammate, they're able to get that knockout. And I think it was Bruv that was in support there, and they were able to get that. So, Registeel has hit the map, and DreamMax is going to have to pressure forward, but Nouns is playing in their face. Charge Beam comes through, tons of damage, and now Toon Slim's coming alive, knocking out Kaduzera. They flipped a script and jumped on top of the Reggie here. Let's see if DreamMax makes a play. No, they decide to peel back as Thunder chases Bruv away, and now they're going towards this goal zone. They want more smoke. Trying to put them to sleep, and they are. They're in the nightmare, which means a big overcap's going to happen. 20 points.
Beautiful stuff here. 211 to 85, and while a lot of these fights huge eject, but catches 4 with the Unite, and they're spinning to win right here as Nouns is not pulling back from this goal zone. They're going to need to after that charge beam. Nouns, while some of these fights haven't been going their way, look at the scoreboard here, Dupe Snacks. 211-85. They are way ahead on score. That's where they want to be. It means that DreamMax is going to need to make a play at Ray, and Nouns loves to counterpunch here.
Listen, they have been losing most of these team fights until then, right? Gatlu's showtime maneuvers up top to get some knockouts, and then that transition downstairs into the goal zone pressure, backing into the Reggie after Toon catches Kaduzera. They take the Registeel, and then they push right back into the pad, get a quality knockout, and all of a sudden it feels like this game has belonged to Nouns the whole time.
Take a look at this. Nouns moving down to defend against this push on the bottom goal zone. Gatlu all alone on the top path, able to rip down this objective and take it. And now we can see DreamMax got pushed away. They only need one member of Nouns in this top path right here. We see Kadu on the Aegislash deciding whether or not they're going to fight. And it looks like they possibly could be moving in. Missing the Sacred Sword right here. Mazu does go for the Unite move, but Kadu gets caught.
Yeah, the charge beam fully charged on Toon.
The
overheat overheat was nasty work. 2 players down in a heartbeat. 10 seconds till right. Toon getting a lot of pressure put on him by this charge beam Maridon. Zera fading back. 3 seconds, 4 seconds. They're positioning in the middle. Toon's actually playing forward. They're half HP. They're trying to put him in the nightmare.
They're going for Ray. They're going for the Ray right now.
Ray's at half. They're going to have to keep moving forward here. They've got to overheat on Gatlu. They're going to have to move forward. Olivo needs to get in there. Hydro Typhoon to kick up the team. It's Solo charging up Domans. Take it. Who's got it?
Whoa! What happened?
What happened? Just Slash clutched it out from under Nouns. Where was the overheat? Where was the overheat?
What? I mean, somehow DreamHack makes it back to Ray. They had the Hydro Typhoon. They were ripping it. Blaziken was there. Doomsnacks, I have no idea how they didn't get it.
We need to see that again. Bruv into the Hydro Typhoon, hit 3 players on DreamHack Esports. All of a sudden, the life bar on Rayquaza stopped. The overheat was either early or non-existent, and Nouns Esports has to be kicking themselves right now. They are down by 200 points. They literally let the win slip through their fingers. What did they do? Under a minute left, they theoretically have a chance.
Yeah, they have a chance. They're moving towards this goal zone. They're catching Maridon. Maridon is going down. It's a double KO for Nouns. It's not over, Doomstacks, as scoring is happening in the main base. 545 to 255. This brings it within 100 points, and they're sieging this main goal zone with 40 seconds left. This is not over.
190 points separate these teams. They need 2 big ones here, Cowboy. And those little nickel and dimers aren't going to do it. We've got the Aegislash sitting here with a full shield as well. They're oh man, Nouns Esports, what happened? What happened?
20 seconds left. They don't have enough points in their pocket. This is it. They need to be able to pick up massive KOs right here.
What a disaster.
DreamHack just needs to not go down. And somehow, DreamHack.
What a disaster.
I mean, it feels like they had everything they needed. They caught the Maridon in the nightmare. They were ripping Ray. The Hydro Typhoon sends them up into the air. And then just like you said, Doomsnacks, there was a moment where nothing happened.
It was like time stuff. Damaso just looked at his team and goes, what just happened? How did we win this game?
Dude.
It was, this is nonsense. We need to, production. They can't see me. I'm looking in the camera. They can't see me. Production. Run back that Ray fight. We have to see it. Slow motion. We need to know what happened.
Okay, so here we are, Doomsnacks. We're at the 2-minute mark. So this is this amazing play, right? Toon could head towards Ray, but I love this. He moves towards Maridon, and he takes them into the nightmare. Maridon outside of the fight, you can now see that Nouns knows they have to go on Ray right here.
Correct.
Here's Ray. It's getting ripped up. We're slowing it down right now. We have Bruv. Maybe this Hydro Typhoon's a little too early, actually. It does chip some damage.
3 targets.
3. Okay, and now we see the Ray's health. It's at about an 1/8 right now.
Oh, slow beam!
It's the slow beam!
Legend!
It was the slow beam!
What an absolute legend! Oh, man! Oh, man! No.
Wow.
Player of the game, Mazo, I'm sorry, it's Olivo.
It's Olivo.
Player of the game is Olivo. The sickest slow beam in the history of Unite. We might have just watched it on screen right there. And if I am DreamHack Esports, I'm bumping that kid's pay a little bit because he has earned it in space.
Based on how it goes.
Holy smokes, that is crazy work.
Wow.
What a gamer. Oh, that's why you pick Slowbro.
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
Why you pick Slowbro.
And that's something that they needed to worry about. I feel like Nouns played that kind of perfectly. I love the play. I love bringing the Maridon out of the fight, and then they go for the rip. That's Slowbro, threading the needle, looking for their target. They could have grabbed anyone else, and it wouldn't have helped. But if they grab this Blaziken right there, the overheat can't land. I mean, holy.
I mean, Olivo taking a page out of DMX's book. Stop, drop, shut them down, open up shop.
That's exactly what he was doing.
And then Nouns looked at the camera and went, oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yes.
And
that's how DreamHack Esports rolls.
That's how they roll. I'm so gassed up that we saw that again because there was so much stuff happening in the middle that it was really tough to catch in the moment. We know how fast those moments can be.
Yeah.
And that was a game-saving play.
Well, and I think there was that moment where Nouns was wondering, we were wondering, we were like, how did that happen?
Stopped.
How did that, there was one thing that could stop it too, because overheat is unstoppable.
Correct.
Except for a slow beam, Mimikyu Unite, like one of the things that is actually bound to grab you no matter what, and they got it. They got it.
So good.
One of the most clutch slow beams I've ever seen on such an important moment. On the big stage, Brazil moves on, and the best team from EU is knocked out of this tournament. Wow.
I wish I could re-experience that entire game again with no knowledge of it. You know, let's go to the interview because that's far more exciting than us babbling about, and that stage is that way, I think.
Well, how about that? Baby Marzo, everyone. Hola.
Hola.
Parabéns. Unbelievable. You have faced Nouns Esports so many times over the past few years. A dub, a huge dub. How does that feel?
It feels great. Like my old team in Tuesday, they already beat Nouns at LAIC, but I was the missing one. I also lost to Nouns in Worlds 2022, and I didn't get to have my revenge. Finally get to have it. Feels amazing. Feels really good to advance in this top 8, and yeah, hopefully go even further.
Gotta feel good. Of course, you've been given the easiest quarterfinal, only just Luminosity Gaming, right? But I mean, given the way that you've won this, you've got a fantastic team behind you. Do you think this is your best opportunity to get one over NA?
Oh yeah, for sure. This year changing the whole squad also changes the whole team mentality, the whole way the team wants to play. I think this fixes a lot of problems I've had in past competitions, and I'm not gonna say much, because like, I'm not gonna give up the prize, but yeah, I feel this is a great shot we can have at finally beating Luminosity.
I can't wait to watch. I'm sure you can't as well, but I know that you've got some words to give to your fellow fans over in Brazil, so please take it away.
Yeah. Então, galera do Brasil que tá assistindo, ganhamos, vamos avançar para esse top 8. Agora que já caiu a Nouns, honestamente, se a gente conseguir ganhar deles, a gente pode ganhar de qualquer um. E vamos lá, daqui a pouco a gente joga contra a LG e quero geral torcendo e acreditando, porque dá para ganhar. Vamos lá.
Bora! Bora! Best of luck in the next round. Mustachio Bros, back to you.
Wow, I mean, what an insane series. This has been, that was one of the most exciting finishes we could see, and we are just getting started here in day 2. DreamMax is moving forward in our bracket. BH3 is going to run into the Juicers. Gen 5 is going to run into Peru Unite, also previously known as Fusion. DreamMax Esports in a 2-1 series is going to run into Luminosity here very soon, and DreamMax is going to give it to you. Oh, they're going to give it to you, Luminosity. At least that's what they plan on. Lelovers. Nemesis is going to be coming up next.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Like, if that didn't set up the absolute, like, if those weren't the fireworks that you needed to set this EUIC off in this Aeos Cup that is at this event, I don't know what will. That was an electric match. That game was so awesome.
So good.
And it's what makes Unite so exciting, bell to bell, and why EUIC, the Aeos Cup, feels like it delivers every single year. We always happen to get moments like that, thankfully, and now we still have so much more Unite to go.
That's right. Lelovers,
Is it here?
Nemesis, that is going to be coming up here very soon. So, of course, this is our top 12 bracket. Every single match is win or go home. Every single match matters. This is single elimination until we hit our finals here today in day 2. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back with more of Pokémon Unite.
Pokémon Unite.
Liquidation.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokémon UNITE European International Championships. We're hosting the Aeos Cup here in London at the Excel Center, and we are in day 2, single elimination bracket time. We've already had a few teams competing so far today, but our next matchup is going to be Lelovers versus Nemesis.
There was the opportunity for 4 EU teams to make it through from this stage. in quite extraordinary fashion, we now know that that won't be the case, but that is not to say that Lelovers here don't have a real good opportunity. Nemesis, we've already covered them previously in day one, Zoinks. Very up and down. Lelovers feels like the only way is up after taking down Nouns Esports themselves.
Yeah, I mean, 2 out of 3 ain't bad in terms of EU so far. Looking to make this a 3 out of 4 ratio out of the first round. But yeah, I think it's fair to say Lelovers a bit up and down in their performance. But I mean, being able to take down Nouns Esports, we heard in an interview with the players after that was an expected result thanks to scrims. And I know these two teams have done a decent amount of scrimming as well. Very interested to see if the draft leaves more question marks about what we've seen, and yet another Sableye ban drawn from into a Nemesis game.
Yeah, Maridon taken off the table as well. Hooper's a real interesting ban, especially pre-Blissey. Definitely a thought process there, limits the support options. Shout out to Potato, by the way. I don't know whether he's just terrified or intrigued by the Altaria. Questions for later.
Yeah, that's murderous intent, I think. Either way, he's going to pick the Aegislash to be the first Pokemon, but the next two on North America are going to be really curious. Umbreon available, so I feel like Asnable has to lock up that Pokemon. Just too powerful of a defender in our metagame to leave at this point. Potentially, we could see something with the Zacian, but instead, it is going to be the Inteleon, and yeah, Umbreon is going to be left. Lelovers has played a lot of the Umbreon, but it was alongside the Trick Hoopa, which won't be available thanks to the ban.
It's really interesting, isn't it? And especially with Lelovers, the draft strategy there, prioritizing Potato onto the All-Rounder. I don't think that's a bad play at all. Get your big game changers onto the Pokemon that they want to play. Yeah. So you've got Kaizen there who's going to easily pick up the Umbreon. You've got a double defender, so Marv picking up the Trevenant does suggest that Kaizen, who does like to rock with support, certainly going to go towards that Wish build in the end.
Yeah, I'm assuming we're going to see an item switch up, probably put on the attack weight later on in this draft phase, but let's see where Vin Diesel wants to head with Asnable. Zacian is an extremely strong Pokemon. The first time I've got to commentate Vin Diesel was playing this power pick, well known for the Zacian. And Snow is going to lock in the double stacking ingredient, and Toast is going to bring back the Talonflame. Now, Talonflame extremely strong for this Lelover squad so far this weekend. They're going to keep it going.
Blaziken for Metallic. So that Talonflame, watch out, fan. Watch out, because that Brave Bird is heading straight to you. Snow on the Greedent is really, really intriguing. We've often seen Potato and Snow doubling up, sometimes going double all-rounder, sometimes Snow going for that more supportive attack build. We know that they enjoy a bit of A9 from now and again. So Greedent is a little bit left field, a triple defender comp in the end. But I think that Lelovers has spotted a potential opportunity here with Nemesis maybe not too comfortable trying to deal with multiple split path pushes. I mean, look, if you're going to run a Greedent, you're going to want to run score after score after score. Lelover's looking to be a nuisance and try and capitalize on that as the game progresses.
Yeah, you are right. It's absolutely incredible in the scoring department. It also has a lot to say in terms of the objective secure department. Greedent running that Belch is very, very solid at getting right in the face of some of these big contestables and making sure they are going on your side. His look from Lelovers is actually a little familiar, something similar to what Luminosity likes to play, these really heavy melee-focused compositions. But in this drafting phase, I know we had some interesting decisions from both sides. It does mean that Yeetfan got their hands on the Inteleon again. And it felt like so many teams were trying to either ban or outpick the Inteleon when it came to games against Nemesis. And I think it is a pretty big risk to allow one of the star players on that squad onto by far their best Pokemon.
Oh, undoubtedly, it is a huge risk. We head into game one then, our final series in this round of 12. Lelovers in your purple squad, Nemesis over on the orange side. But I'll bring us back 2 series to Gen 5, where they were happy to let the Inteleon run. Ranma, a fantastic Inteleon player in their own right, but dealing with it with the Mimikyu. Feels like this Talonflame going to play a similar role contingency plan. Coming into this match, Zoinks, Lelovers with a 63% win rate, Nemesis with a 65% win rate. On paper, if it wasn't for that last series between Nouns and DreamHack, I would say this one, the one to watch for this round.
100%. I mean, I really do think this is an interesting stat because it does make it paints the picture these teams have had similar seasons. Nemesis, the only outstanding statistic is that they do have one monthly championship. Lelover's yet to achieve that in Europe with how strong that Nouns Esports has been so far.
Yeah, 100%. Nemesis has actually dropped an event. They've not made top 8, of course, once. And so Lelovers has got that consistency. Nemesis has arguably more of that pop-off ability. But then again, Lelovers looking to change the narrative, taking down Nouns yesterday over these birds. We now have into the middle here, this Fletchinder. Toast maybe looking for a little bit more of a punish as Marv goes forward, tries to defend away the last steal from Relics on this Sobble for the moment. Snow looking for scores, but up in the top path, big stonks for Nemesis. A 2 KO streak on that Combusken.
It's an interesting choice for Lelovers to have a 3-player push into the bottom path, and also interesting choice to have Greedent down there. So, remarkably, the bottom path does have more experience available in it than the top path. Normally, you want your more carry-oriented Pokemon to be the one hiding down there, and Greedent being that one is a very interesting look. We'll see what Snow can achieve in the remainder of this match, if this Greedent can really take over, given the resources that Lelovers feels that they're willing to give.
Eisen playing a little bit safe as well with that mean look picked up. Understandably, I think, looking to try and set up for those Talonflame dives. Here they go again, sealing away a number of those clouds into the backline with Aerial Ace. Vin Diesel's going to go brawling, and that's a double KO in the midfield for Nemesis. Make that a triple.
All right, Metallic getting a few of those major KOs, and notably one of the damage dealers as well. We'll be getting them closer to that level 8. That is the break point for Blaziken, and they are right there. And wow, this is the first Greedent that we have seen here at EUIC 25, both on stage and off stage. So none even played in the group stage either.
That's, I mean, look, day 2, you've got to bring your A game, and if you've been saving this, if this is the ace up the sleeve, then better deploy it now to get the first point in this series. Will undoubtedly be crucial. First zone taken down via Nemesis, 46-83, another KO on that top path. Psyduck going to work.
Yeah, Rex playing this really, really well and aggressively. I mean, we've seen how they play these support picks, whether they are on the Hoopa or maybe even the Umbreon sometimes for this Nemesis team. Rex will always find themselves on the enemy side of the battlefield, try to take away some wild Pokemon, but more importantly, let the Nemesis damage dealers know how safe these objectives are for them, and right there, the Registeel buff given to the team while Rex was running interference.
Here I was saying Lelovers were the ones who would probably prefer to play split push. In fact, it's Nemesis who have played split push, and it has paid off beautifully. In pocket Registeel, in pocket Regieleki, putting a lot of pressure on this top path, but Lelovers have sent the reinforcements up there. It will not be hitting that T2. Meanwhile, however, Nemesis has found plenty of opportunity to score otherwise. 46-153. Snow playing a little bit of upfield defense here, and the Unite moves finally starting to come online for the EU squad.
Yeah, unfortunate look for Vin Diesel to get trapped in the mean look at the time they did and had no option to get out of that situation. Rex does have a little bit of crowd control abilities, but it wasn't enough to push away the enemy squad. Seeing Vin go down there a little tough. Mean look is going to be an interesting contest for them to try to contend with. They do likely have agility as the second moveset for this Pokemon now at level 9, meaning that they will have an ability to kind of cleanse that mean look before the eye opens above their Pokemon.
All right, Metallic steals away a lot of those birds, and the Surf continues to bring them back into the hands of Nemesis, who have found a level 11 on this Blaziken and a level 10 on the Zacian. Make no mistake, I think Blaziken underutilized in EUIC so far. I recognize that it was part of a losing squad last time out with Nouns, but that was only because of an extraordinary snipe on the slow beam that denies Nouns that particular Rayquaza. For Lelovers, it's a very different story. They've got the mean look. They're trying to lock down their opponents as to the other way around, but now level 9s for those Blastoise, the Psyduck, the Inteleon, every single Unite move online. Lelover's still struggling. No Midnight Prance, and there's no Phantom Forest either.
Bit of a cold war between these two teams. I mean, we have multiple stare downs in multiple areas of the map hidden in this tall grass. Neither team wanting to give an inch in this battle right now, but perfect snipe shot is going to line Metallic up, I think, just for a stance change to take the KO. A really good look for Nemesis to start off this fight.
That's a really nice Horn Leech into the wall, and the Phantom Forest eventually falls down. The ASV is popped back there, and Potato, although they were putting a lot of damage on, finally finishing off that Blaziken via Marv, they themselves go down. Now for the chase back here from Rex. Great coverage, but the Sovereign Sword slices the bird. Back to the Pokemon Center you go, but Lelovers somehow have done enough to push Nemesis off point. They now have control over the Registeel, but after picking up some Citrus Berries, back into the fray goes Vin Diesel. Midnight Prance. There goes a Sacred Sword, taking down the Sword Doggo. The Hydro Typhoon moves up and surfs away the Greedent. Back into the center. Bit of a flip here for this Registeel, but the Overheat is the ultimate secure tool. You weren't going to win that, Lelovers.
Yeah, Marv was doing some really incredible crowd control work, but the final Pokemon they couldn't push out of the way was Metallic with a max range Overheat. It just in position to knock out that basement Reggie. 2 for 2 on the Registeel so far in this matchup. After a really incredible fight, it had a rocky start for Nemesis with Rex and Vin Diesel really chasing down Toast on that Talonflame, trying to focus on that, which kind of left Yeet Fan on this Inteleon undefended. However, it does work out. They buy enough time for the reinforcements to come back. Asnable returns to the fight, Metallic returns to the fight, and that's an objective win.
Crucially important for Nemesis. Can they go 2 for 2? The change stance, the overheat, and the Regieleki on its bike. To be fair, not many scores in the last couple of minutes, but Lelovers do not care a jot about the Regieleki. They've seen an opportunity to punish here on this T1 zone, but a phenomenal play from Metallic. The 2 KO streak does come through from Toast, but by the time that has been achieved, Zoinks, the reinforcements have reinforced that T1 zone.
Yeah, I'm not sure Toast was too happy about pulling Metallic back with
I know,
them all,
right?
with that Unite move. I mean, all that happened was Metallic was in a pretty dangerous position all of a sudden with targets all surrounding him, but he did take down one, and everybody else did not have the power to keep pushing farther in. Rex is trying to surf all the way. Wide guard will bounce him for a minute, but Rex will get those 40 points in.
What a hero play like David Hasselhoff out here, surfing the waves, dunking the 40, but ultimately paying the price. A little bit of EXP going over to the Greedent. And to be fair, Lelovers are hanging with Nemesis. We've got that level 13 Talonflame. We've got that level 13 on the Blaziken, though, however, and more level 12s that I see on face value. Mind you, Toast has just taken the lead of the lobby. Check that out. Level 14, a big boon, but a potentially bigger one on the way, Zoinks. One final Reggie on this bottom path, and that's going to be hotly contested.
Yeah, Marv with a little cheeky play to make sure the wild Pokemon go in there so they don't catch anybody else. Hornleech will keep them safe, and all of a sudden it's Rex that's in a dangerous spot.
Yeah, CC'd, and then CC'd again until they were taught the lesson that Lelovers are trying to teach. You know what? Lelovers aren't going to bother with this Reggie. They know that the potential steal is still there from Nemesis. They'd rather take up position in the Ray Pit, not surprised.
Yeah, Vin Diesel only at level 12, but it won't be for long. Almost full of that experience bar. Going to be at level 13. Big push. Asmo in a great position to unite.
Sacred Sword goes down the backline poke. The flame sweep does catch someone. It catches, of all things, the Blastoise. Surfs back into the fray. 2 for 2. Lelovers Nemesis. The ASV's been popped. Once again, this aerial is doing so much damage. 2 KO streak for Toast. They're going to have to do it all on their own. Brave Bird looking for Rex now in combination with Snow. It is literally just Rex and their Zacian left on the field. They've gone back to home base. Full restore of the health, and now for the potential score. But that's a brilliant, brilliant read from Vin Diesel. Snow denied.
Yeah, really good communication by Nemesis. Side to defend bottom, Zacian defend top. They're actually going to roam all the way to the enemy side, get together a nice flank, but now Lelovers has began the rip.
I mean, look onto the Blaziken. Overheat ready to go into the middle. It doesn't matter because it's the Blastoise who clutches up for Nemesis.
Huge. I thought the Aegis/Unite move would pick it up, but it's going to be Asnable on this Blastoise, securing the Rayquaza. They still have every single goal zone up and available. Honestly, they might try to play more defense than offense at this point in time. Snow threatening points in, of course, with Asnable and Relics putting together a great defense around. They are going to shut down that opportunity, and Nemesis looking fantastic in game number 1.
Lelovers giving themselves way, way, way too much to do by this point in the day. Nemesis, a great look. Honestly, we don't see this team exert so much control and dominance over the map so often. It's nice to see them looking at what Lelovers' strengths are and trying to lean into their own whilst exploiting what Lelovers feel like they do best. Hey, split pushes? No, we're good to go. Hey, clutching up in the central area? We're good to go. In that initial team fight, Zoinks, the real turning factor was the fact that Nemesis, although they were losing players themselves, were able to pick off a couple of KOs. Lelovers simply did not have the rippability, and when it came to that coin flip, Nemesis simply had the better tools to set.
Yeah, and just really good reaction time as well. Even if the team fight doesn't go your way, backcaps with those tier 1 goal zones are really difficult. You can defend those rather easily, and with the respawn timing of the Zacian, and of course Rex's quick thinking to defend bottom, they were able to shut it down. So Nemesis locked down that entire matchup at scoreline of 689 to 112 to start off our series. Nemesis definitely feeling it. It is so important to get that first game win under your belt just to start the day. They have a little bit of momentum now, and I got to admit, on the Lelover side, I was questioning a lot of things about their draft, not really about their Pokemon selection, but more about what they were allowing Nemesis to have, and I still got the same questions, and the result is Nemesis with that game win.
Although I do think that we're looking at what Lelovers chose as well and asking, well, I mean, it's a case where we could try and make an analysis as casters and say, oh, this or that, but really, if they go ahead and win, then we're thinking, my goodness, they're geniuses. In this particular situation, though, I look at that Greedent, and I'm like, where was the value from the Greedent in the end? There were a couple of moments where they were stepping up, providing a bit of a body block for their teammates, but that's not where you want your Greedent to be. You want your Greedent to be a nuisance, looking to pick counter scores and looking to try and take down zones when otherwise they would be defended. They want to try and stretch Nemesis out, but Nemesis, fair play to them, stuck to their guns, and Metallic in particular with a phenomenal game on that Blaziken, a couple of real strong secures, a couple of great maneuvers as well, just even for the small minute things such as those EXP gains with the Clouds in Southern Path, bringing it away, making sure that every single game that they can find, they lock down.
Yeah, I mean, he's the reason Snow didn't have as much of an impact in this game. They were running into each other in Path quite a bit, and just Metallic having that early level lead, not to mention it just felt like a little bit more confidence in the 1v1 was resulting in Nemesis just having so much momentum. And this triple defender composition is not exactly a snowball comp when it comes to some of these team fight Unite moves, but it can be really difficult of a stat check if Lelovers just kind of overcomes you in terms of level game. But Nemesis never giving Lelovers an opportunity for that. And North America with a win on the board here above one of the EU teams that have been playing in our first round, the fourth of which you really want to join the likes of the rest of the squads who've been making it into that top 8, like Kamai and Gen 5 and that whole squad.
Just felt like they were trying a little bit too hard to cook in draft Lelovers. I think that as much as that could have been certainly a comfort pick from Snow, I would have rather have seen them start off with something that we're a little bit more familiar with. As I say, I look at Snow and Potato. They're a phenomenal duo together. We often saw in the early stages of the EU season, they'd run an Urshifu Garchomp together, and I don't think that would have been a bad look here either. I know that obviously there's been recent nerfs to the Garchomp in particular, and it does take a little while to get online, but in terms of that early pathing, certainly, and in terms of that CC, could have dragged away some of those key components of Nemesis, who stuck together very well when they called on it.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Well, one thing I think we can't criticize Lelovers for, though, is the final two players that were on your camera a moment ago, is Toast and Marv.
They were great.
I think they were having a phenomenal game in that first one. Marv, in particular, his Trevenant is just always hitting the most ridiculous wood hammers. You're like, how do you have 3 members in your wood hammer? Right? Like, how did that happen? But they always pull it off. Bans are going to be remaining the same so far in our draft, and for Nemesis, it will be identical, as is for Lelovers. By the way, Lelovers electing for that first pick yet again for this game number 2. We're going to be looking at a very similar draft, at least so far.
Yeah, I don't think it would be a bad call to lock down, the Aegislash or the Umbreon. Maybe Mean Look as well, another element of that composition where could it have worked better if they'd gone foul play? You know, is Mean Look's rate, is it limited as a move? Well, certainly we'd say that much, but they've given over Inteleon to Yeet Fan again, who I wouldn't say had the most outstanding of games, but it was certainly a Yeet Fan game. You expect at least a 7 or an 8 out of 10 of them. Rex going to pick up that Psyduck, and it feels like a little bit of deja vu. Zoink says it's the same for the first 5 picks across the board.
Well, I've been pretty clear about which one I've been vibing with a little bit more, so I am very happy to see Nemesis, at least with this Inteleon and Psyduck first pick. That's really interesting. Asmongold currently hovering this Blastoise Defender pick would be really exciting to see. I mean, obviously the Umbreon has been taken away from them. They left it on the table in the previous game. No option this time around. Vin Diesel gonna pick up the Zacian.
Are we really going to run it back?
Yeah.
No, surely we're going to go something a bit more aggressive, and that's a bit more like it from Snow. And actually, I quite enjoy this Serena pick, especially when you're looking at Metallic locking in that Blaziken. So it is a pure run back from Nemesis. Don't fix what ain't broke, right? But again, we're looking at trying to lock down not just, I mean, the Inteleon is fine. Toast is doing a great job. We've already identified, it's probably why Yeetfan was as quiet as he was in the end. But that Blaziken in particular with Overheat is so nasty. Lelovers have two choices. You either go for a little bit more objective, secure yourself. You've got the Coup de Grace, you've got the Brave Bird, potentially from that Talonflame, but outside of that, you've not really got much. So the alternative is, okay, well, how can we limit the options here on Nemesis? And a Queen Ascendant at the right time going into Blaziken, that's as good an option as any, I feel.
Yeah, well, probably won't see that matchup until later on in the game, though,
Yes,
due to Snow probably playing in the bottom path yet again. You're going to want your Aegislash to be the one to match up against the Zacian. If you try to put poor little Bounce Suite up in that same lane as the Zacian, it is going to be an absolute landslide in the favor of Nemesis. So it's going to be a tighter contest there. Vin Diesel versus Potato in the top side. It'll be Snow versus Yeetfan in the bottom side. Now, Yeetfan has kind of had the pleasure to be able to just attack for range against so many of these opponents in this matchup right now, where Snow has played 2 melee Pokemon back to back. So Yeetfan can have a very, very simple plan in this early game. Stay at maximum range, get quite a few of these last hits, which Sobble is incredible at, and try to get to the Inteleon as quickly as possible. Level 7 by first objective is the name of the game.
Speaking of the number of the game, here we are. Game number 2. Final... Numbers are hard sometimes. Final life then for Lelovers, who simply have to reverse sweep Nemesis, otherwise they are dumped out the competition. Worth mentioning Snow, of course, scales a little bit better than that Sobble into Inteleon. Level 6 Evo, of course, to get the Serena online. Going to be quite interesting to see whether they go Trop Kick or Grassy Glide. Well, not a great start, certainly, as Relics picks up the K opener.
Yeah, you really could go either in these games. It feels like both movesets are extremely strong. We do have Yeetfan attempting to stack, but 13 points is a tremendous amount to try to get it, especially when Marv has that Will-O-Wisp damage, which leaves a burning effect, which is damage over time, and every time you take a little bit of damage, your score gets interrupted.
Relics has to burn the eject button. Oh, and that was an attempted crossroads there from Toast, although he eats a lot of damage from Aznable, who takes great delight, honestly, in just A, not getting KO'd themselves, and B, being able to set up for this first set of birds in the first place. We've got a big rotate from the side deck down from the top path, and that's going to be the Drizzile online now for Relics. That's a great start, honestly, for Nemesis across the board.
And I'm watching Rex's gauge, and his headache gauge is almost entirely full, so that exchange in the enemy central area there, he will have a big boost to damage, and Vin Diesel and Rex work together in perfect tandem. Great coordination from these two players, and it kind of feels like this has become a duo on this Nemesis team. It feels like Vin and Rex are going to be running around like kind of Bash Brothers style all over the battlefield.
I feel like it wouldn't be a proper Vin Diesel without bringing the family, quite frankly. And this side I've got style as well. Finds a KO onto the Hone Edge. Still not Doublade in the opening 2 minutes. 3 scores on top path still for Metallic on that Blaziken. Plenty of stacks on this bottom path. Aznable holding station on the War Turtle. No congestion in the central area for these birds. Lelovers kind of reeling. Perhaps the echoes of game 1 still lingering.
Man, we're kind of watching a flawless Nemesis, it feels like. Big Sacred Sword Marv will just barely get out of range with that branch poke to dodge that big burst of damage, but some of those prerequisites that I was talking about, Blaziken at level 8 by first objective, Inteleon now at level 7. They are poised for an extremely huge team fight around some of these. But Lelovers, reading the room a little bit, is actually going to push all the way to the top side, but Rex, the one to take the first KO.
I like this from Lelovers. They are lacking in levels, and so they make up for it in numbers, although that is not the place to be. Acrobatics over the wall still eats the overheat. Evo's into the Talonflame, but a quick retreat from Lelovers despite the 4v2. You've got a rotating Yeetfan there with a snipe shot that is ready to disrupt.
Love the play call from Nemesis to match this energy, though. As soon as Rex gets KO'd and sees how many members are there, Nemesis says, we don't even want to trade. We can leave one member down to go take the basement Reggie, and instead we want to go toe-to-toe with Lelovers right now because of how strong our lead is.
A little bit scared from Lelovers, feels a little bit frightful, and Reggie Steele in pocket for Nemesis means that they've got that attack and special attack buff, giving them the license to go after that Reggie Regieleki. Between the Blaziken and the Inteleon, one of them was going to get it. Interesting call from Lelovers here to try and hard rotate down to the southern path. Every every which way they look, those Zoinks, they are facing the same issue, a brick wall, better levels, small scoring opportunities only, and really the steal of these citrus berries, the most notable thing that we can talk about.
Playing behind in Pokemon Unite is so difficult for like a ton of different reasons, but the amount of pressure that a good competitive team with a score lead can put on you is so difficult to even describe. I mean, you think you have a safe amount of wild Pokemon, all of a sudden either Psyduck or Blaziken is walking up to your tier 2 and making that difficult. It feels like you are desperately trying to play catch up the entire game, whereas Nemesis has control of the entire map right now. Metallic in a dangerous spot, but they do make it all the way back to goal.
Oh my word, how on earth did Metallic get away with that? 2 KOs for the price of 1. Yeet fan says, thank you very much. I should shop here more often. Psychic towards the T1, and Snow's gonna eat it. 3 KO streak for Relics here on this Inteleon. Phenomenal play. Lovely to see my namesake having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, they're having a blast out here. Inteleon crushing with the 3 KO. Metallic with a very pretty eject button backwards with the overheat still lined up. Does a ton of damage and survives. Huge news for them. Asnable level 9 on this Blastoise and also getting scores on this bottom tier goal zone. I think it was a pretty early break on that tier number 1 on the top side in terms of score, so they're going to be a little more careful with the bottom tier goal zone. Want to try to save it to get as big of a score as possible.
Sacred Sword going down, and I do want to shout out Vin Diesel. I think their positioning and their choice of invade has been truly exceptional. Although that be said, I think this is an exceptional performance from Nemesis in general. Fantastic communication across the board. Although the score situation's still not ideal. Great CC onto that Umbreon. Didn't have a hope.
Yeah, and I mean, there was 2 members taking down the objective, 2 members zoning out enemy squads up close and personal with Snow as they try to Unite move onto poor Rex, who's just got a headache. I mean, that is messed up. You can't attack a Pokemon that has a headache.
Can in this game, and they most certainly are. I think that Queen Ascendant, of course, essential in at least taking down 1 T1 zone. And to be fair, they found a nice avalanche of pressure here as the Regieleki goes into their hands too. Not that they're going to press, they're going to retreat into their own side of the map, find plenty of yellow dots as they look to try and claw back on this level situation. And that's where we see our biggest deficit, Zoinks, where we see a level 13 Vin Diesel, where we see level 12 Relics, level 12 Metallic. Lelover's not with a single 12 on their entire roster, but the Phantom Forest going down, maybe looking for a bit more pressure. That's a lovely Midnight Prance, phenomenal timing. Into the backline, Potato looking for a little bit more, looking for scores here. 21 denied by the Surf. Here comes Metallic, switching stances, but again, big switch up from Potato. 2 KO streak, a KO from the Trevenant, finally getting a score. 32 down, 39, not going to be a huge overdunk, but just in the space of 2 minutes, Lelovers finally gets 2 zones.
I was just about to praise Lelovers for the play they did just a moment ago, finding a crack in the Nemesis armor, finally being able to get some scores on the top side and knockout. But that team fight, honestly incredible, and all set up by Marv, by the way. That Trevenant, huge. Good Wood Hammer engage, but into a perfect Unite move, tease up Toast to absolutely walk all over that enemy squad. Toast and Potato capitalizing really well. Snow almost level 13. Also, I mean, I've been so impressed with Marv's Trevenant play today, really putting that defender Pokemon back on the map.
I want to back you up here. You're absolutely right. It is so difficult to play from behind in Pokemon Unite, but there is catch-up EXP, and if you play the right cards, you can all of a sudden find the script completely flipped. Only 3 points behind now, Lelovers, and look at the level difference. Yes, you got Vin Diesel on 14, but 3 level 13s. To be fair, Lelovers, look at this, going for a huge counter score on that top path, giving away the Reg Ice, but there's now no speed zone to speak of for Nemesis on the top path.
This is so scary because Regieleki is going to be spawning in with the rip power that Lelovers has. They can eradicate this next objective, but good call for Nemesis from extremely fast rotate.
That's a lot of damage dealt onto Kaizen. Lovely CC. In goes Toast, and it's going to be Potato with the first KO. Looking to try and find a second now. Hydro Typhoon at this hour? My word. But look, Potato, Kaizen, they've both gone down. That's going to be quite perilous given that we're heading into the Rave fight, and Nemesis possibly looking for the rip here.
Yeah, I mean, Nemesis pulled the trigger on some pretty powerful Unite moves. Of course, Marv already under half HP. Toast is going to sweep back towards that Rayquaza as Nemesis has pole position.
Looking to play for time. Sayayai. Marv has gone down. Big, huge Brave Bird, but not enough to find a KO. Lelovers with the full send, but it is blown
blown up in their face. Nemesis, though, not choosing to punish, choosing to go for the reset. Safe rather than sorry, but look at the score, Zoinks. Lelovers still have the lead.
Oh, they had to recall. They were all at like under a third of HP. They simply would have got knocked out by Rayquaza. But now they have a chance to take this refight. Metallic in position to try to secure. Overheat is being charged up, and they're taking down every enemy Pokemon. Nemesis rallies back and responds in absolutely the perfect way. Hunts them down one by one. Big success on the Ray.
No Unite moves to speak of. No defense to speak of. Nemesis take the lead. It was minute. Add another Hundo Burger on top of that. 3-3-6 to 5-4-5, and that's a huge KO in the context of this endgame. No toast for another 30 seconds.
What a clutch decision, by the way, from Nemesis to absolutely charge towards that top side with that Regieleki. Lelovers plays their cards extremely right. They have a big score lead and a open path all the way to the home goal zone, but Nemesis moves up towards the top side of Regieleki and invests Unite moves at 220, who, you know, a very scary sentiment sometimes to be doing so, but a very bold play from Nemesis. It opens them up just enough space to force a refight around Ray. Absolute perfect decision making.
They're on Lelovers' shores, but they are more than happy to play upsetters here today. They're going to be going through to the next round. It's going to be another EU team on the docket for them, going up against the flawless to this point Kamayi Esports. But Nouns Esports by the wayside, Lelovers by the wayside, NA rolling on, Nemesis 2-0.
All right, North America now has yet another team into the top 8 with Nemesis making it there. Orange Juicers and Luminosity Gaming also contending within that point of the tournament. Nemesis, very clean 2-0. Honestly, by far the best they have looked this tournament.
Are you 100 considering what we saw from them on day one? Wow, what a glow up from this squad, and Metallic in particular, of course, the rookie that made his debut in this sort of environment, on stage, in front of a home crowd. This guy he continues to impress me time and time again.
He's impressing Dupes next too, by the way.
I mean, listen, hey, listen, I've got to say, by the way, what a classy man.
Dupe Snacks?
Can we talk about how handsome Dupe Snacks is?
Well, hold on. You're saying that while he's wearing Spraggle's jacket. So let's lay that on the docket. Let's talk about Vin Diesel, player of the game, with this Zacian. Playing that Sacred Sword build, we have seen a bit of a split decision amongst players with the Metal Claw or the Sacred Sword is the stronger opportunity. I think against Aegislash in particular in that pathing phase, I would prefer the Sacred Sword. Aegislash gets the most value when it's dashing kind of in front and behind you. Sacred Sword covers all of those opportunities with a big circle.
I could not find a single flaw with this macro. From an individual player perspective, taking his opportunity to sort of poke around in enemy central area, trying to steal away the buffs, and doing so successfully, of course, with the backup of Rex, we remember, in the opening 5 minutes. But then having the strength and the confidence to say to his team, hey, listen, I've got this on Southern Park. I've got this. This T1 zone is going to be fine. If I think I'm in trouble, I'm going to make the call. Didn't have to often, but when he did, it was so well timed. So much struggle from Lelovers just to take down a zone, and that was really their only moment of momentum, Lelovers, when they took down that T1, when they got that Regieleki, when they rolled onto bottom path, found that other T1 as well. But aside from that, they had the opportunities, Nemesis, to get back into the groove, and boy, did they make sweet, sweet music.
Yeah, and this Zacian has felt like Vin Diesel's Pokemon, right? Like, it's felt like that's been the mainstay. I'm really curious if in future matches, maybe that's considered to be a ban for that player. Who knows? Either way, we have Doob Snacks wearing a mysterious coat alongside, I believe, Metallic for an interview, so take it away.
Well, I don't know what camera I'm talking to. Straight ahead, they tell me there. I am here with Rex from Nemesis. Big time win here, 2-0. Well done. How do you feel?
Feeling outstanding. Good matches. My team showed up to play today. That's what we like. It's good here.
It's good here when the team plays. Now, Nemesis specifically has a pretty decent performance at EUIC. You all did great last year. I think exceeded your own expectations. Now you're in the top 8 again, ready to make another run. Are you trying to turn London into your new home turf?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to see LG in the semis.
Trying to see LG in the semis and a little NA squaring off. 2 more questions here. First one I'm going to start with. They respect the Sableye, which I love, obviously, but that duck looks quacked. What do you think about that?
Yes, sir. Best duck NA. Not even close.
Best duck NA. Well, now you got to make it the best duck internationally, too. And that's what we're going to strive for. Last question, and it ain't about you. I want to talk about the kid Metallic, who came alive on the Blaziken, who had a ball-out performance last year at EUIC, keeping that train going. I love this kid. He has been a staple on this team since they joined. Is he a key to the success of this squad?
Yes, sir. He had to evolve in his role, become more of a carry. That trainer went across the pond. But yeah, he's been playing amazing. He's one of the best players on this team, and I'm glad to be teaming with him.
Well, I'm glad you have him too. The kid's electric to watch. The whole squad stepped up, as you said. We just watched it happen. 2-0 against Lelovers. Rex, Dupe Snacks, back to the booth.
Good to hear from those two gentlemen, as per usual. A lot of great mustache amongst those two. And
Great.
how you doing?
What, me or Dubes next?
Oh, I think you.
Well, I mean, I don't know which camera I'm talking to. Wait, this one? Okay,
Yeah,
never
no.
mind. So yeah,
It is wild. They have like 20 to 30 cameras that aren't on, just right here pointed at us
It's
at all
true.
times.
It's
Yeah.
true. I mean,
it really
it's,
makes us feel nervous. We're okay, though. We're okay. We're totally fine. Actually, I think Nemesis, if anything's got to be the one to be nervous after a really, really great match, but a really tough one on the horizon.
Yeah, Kamai Esport, and I do want to preface this with a I think.
Okay.
Are looking the best that we have ever seen them. Rumbles in the
yeah.
water, maybe some, like, are we sure this is the right squad to move forward with? On the basis of day one, yes, 100%, absolutely. I cannot wait to see them a little bit later. But going back up through that top 8, I mean, Luminosity, DreamHack, huge opportunity for DreamHack to knock out the tournament favorites. Gen 5, of course, running it back against Peru Unite, lost against them yesterday. Orange Juices, BH3. I mean, BH3, the huge dark horses now here today. Orange Juices, though, again, one of those teams considered the favor, I think. NA looking as strong as ever. Can't wait to get stuck in.
I know, and only a few EU teams left in the tournament, right? So, I mean, the hometown crowd is really excited to the champion. A few of these squads, BH3, of course, being one of them, and also going to be coming up next. They're going to be going up against, of course, the North American Bias and me, going to be championing the Orange Juicers as well. It is going to be a pretty amazing matchup, and yeah, whatever may happen, but it is going to be a really fantastic game. I'm particularly excited for it, but I know all of you are also really excited for it. I promise you won't have to wait too long. A very short break, and when we come back, more Aeos Cup at EUIC.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, London at the Excel Center for EUIC. And for us at Pokemon UNITE, that means the Aeos Cup, one of our biggest tournaments of the year. And we are in our top 8 right now, Doobsnacks, of our single elimination bracket. Doobsnacks, what a series we've had. Holy.
All the games have felt awesome. Shocking results, and
so silly. Do we?
Time if you like.
Do we have? Okay, great, good. Perfect.
There are so many marbles back here now. If we were in the United States, this is an OSHA issue.
Other sides of the bench. Okay.
And then
and they're moving. They're moving on.
You know
what? He's coming back. He's coming. Oh no, he got scared. He's crying. Don't cry, Relic.
There are marbles everywhere. Okay. It looks like the marble thing didn't die yesterday like we tried to make it, but ahead of us here, Orange Juicers BH3. BH3 winning their first round to meet the Juicers here, who got that first round bye because of their performance in the group stage yesterday.
That's right. Meet the Juicers, an unproduced Ben Stiller movie that BH3 is running into right now.
BH3 Productions.
BH3 Productions. Meet the Juicers, and here they are: Zugrug, Flareon, Kratos, Roland, and OG. I think a big question in front of everyone right now is EU going to have any representatives left in this tournament as they move on? The big names, Lelovers and Nouns, already gone. BH3 is who is in this moment right here against one of the top teams in the world, the Orange Juicers. Now, BH3 got to play earlier. They're on a little bit of a hot streak. The Juicers have been sitting on ice. Sometimes you want some ice cold OJ.
And sometimes you want BH3 to keep that momentum going. If you're an EU fan, you certainly do. They had a great performance yesterday, a phenomenal way to end our day 1, a great way to start their day 2. And like you said, only, I believe, themselves. We've got Gen 5 and Komai still in the mix for EU, trying to keep that banner alive here at the Aeos Cup.
Yeah, a lot of EU teams still here, right? But maybe not the ones you would expect. Gen 5 probably one of the big names, but BH3 not on everyone's radar. Obviously, Komai doing incredible so far. They are in our top 8 already. But the question really is, how many EU teams will make it? Will one of them make it to the grand finals and win this whole thing for EU? Well, the Juicers is trying to stop that right now.
I'm looking at the Juicers, and the player I'm most excited to watch play is Roland. I think they've shown themselves since Worlds last year all the way through this season to be the best support player in NA. I think they're carrying that torch, and it's not particularly close in my opinion. At the World Championships, where the Juicers were the team from NA to go the furthest in the event, I would put almost all of that on the shoulders of Roland's play. They were a difference maker, impactful from bell to bell, and they were playing so well that it gave the rest of the team time to adjust and catch up. Players such as Flareons, who really came alive in the back half of a lot of those games. Maybe, I don't know if it was nerves, I don't know what it was, but Flareons found their footing, and that was only provided because Roland themselves kept that team in the game.
Well, you know, Flareon's kind of being the newest addition, really, to the roster, and a new addition to the championship series. I think there were, you know, a lot of those butterflies that needed to kind of get out of their system. They've been up on the big stage a lot now. Yeah. We saw them have an insane day 1. Something's just making me smile is watching part of our production crew pick up all the marbles that are around us right now. This is going to be an insanely good game. And I'm really excited to see how NA is going to continue throughout this tournament. We just saw a crazy performance from Nemesis. Nemesis, I feel like they're really up and down as a squad. Kind of coming from being one of the most consistent teams in North America to now feeling like a little more of a wild card. Yeah, but we just saw them look incredible. Now we're seeing another huge NA team, the one that won North American Regionals last year, performed best at Worlds, I believe, for NA, is the Juicers. So this is a huge test for BH3, that's for sure. If they're able to take down, I mean, all of these incredible teams, they might be able to take down the Juicers.
Well, on the side of BH3, Fizzy themselves have been having a, oh my God, they just threw the marbles at us. This is terrific. I love it here.
It is one thing, you don't often whip marbles at people, and I think they did it right as we were cutting away.
That's like a game, like It's like a Great Depression child's game. It's hucking marbles at each other.
Oh,
and
yeah.
here we are, 2025, running it back.
Juicers banning the Mewtwo and Eldegoss. BH3 banning the Umbreon. And our final ban for them is going to be our top band, it looks like, throughout the tournament, and that's going to be Blissey.
I like that. Roland can play so many different things. They also, similar to like a team like Luminosity or Fennel, like to play unconventional picks in that support role. I keep thinking of Roland's Mr. Mime from Worlds and how good that was, and I hope that's a Pokemon they want to go back to. Giving Flareon's the kid and Inteleon, picking it early is a great look. Make them comfortable, and Flareon's on this Pokemon is a difference maker.
Yeah, we have the intel. That is huge. It is their happy place, right? So I'm surprised that they were able to get that, but at the same time, there are a lot of Pokemon that you want to take away from a team like the Juicers. We've got the Psyduck and Aegislash for BH3. These are huge picks. OG has been on this Zacian for a while. It really does feel like a staple for them. And as we're taking a look at the rest of the picks right here, we've got Trevenant locking in for Zugrug. I've noticed the past, few times I've seen Zug, he has been all over the tree.
The repositioning of the tree is awesome, right? Trapping, especially next to a Zacian, trapping a character, repositioning them, keeping them from escaping. A nice, Sableye can steal my heart. Pick rate at 3%. We just saw Sableye banned out from under Rex in the last matchup. So NA giving Sableye a lot of love, which I have to say, I appreciate personally.
Yeah, and of course, Dodrio. I mean, we're both getting something that we love here, Dupe Snacks. I've got the three-headed bird. You've got the little goblin, the little gentleman on the side of the Juicers. Final pick over to BH3. This is a Pokemon we've seen Volto on earlier, I believe, was the Cerulege, but no, instead we're going with Mimikyu.
I'm trying to think if I like the Mimikyu here.
If it catches Dodrio or Inteleon with a Shadow Sneak, you know, it's nice. The fear stops the sprint gauge. Even if you try to Fell Stinger away, you know, you can't do much because Shadow Sneak has, you know, complete global presence once it's on you. So there are some options for sure. And it has a Shutdown Unite move. That Shutdown Unite move, incredible against the bird if it's getting super mobile.
Yeah, I guess the Inteleon, you know, it's going to be a snipe shot Inteleon if Flareon stays in the course that they typically do. So Mimikyu does play decently well into that. You know, if you can hit a big Shadow Sneak and get into the back line, you can really eviscerate Inteleon quickly. Jury's out for me, but we'll see how it shakes.
Yeah, we'll see how it looks, right? I feel like Mimikyu, you know, it either sinks or swims super hard. It's either it's carrying a team or it just feels like it's an odd pick for some of these situations here. But this is an exciting composition for sure from BH3. They have Psyduck, they have Aegislash, they have Ho-Oh. I mean, they have a lot of incredible options.
I'm thinking back to the bans real quick. Eldegoss getting banned, 4% ban rate, but a lot of respect to Greg on the side of BH3, who has taken that Pokemon, and we saw them kind of go Eldegod in one game, getting like 5 knockouts, kind of leading the team in that aspect. And of course, just an A-press demon as that Pokemon is.
Well, here we go. Orange Juicers, BH3. Orange Juicers are your purple team. BH3 Esport, your orange team. It's NA versus EU, our top 8. These are all single elimination as we are watching Sableye dart across the map and look to see if it can take any of these wild Pokemon away from the Mimikyu.
Yeah, Ho-Oh actually stuck around with the Mimikyu, and Rolling actually playing it slow, able to take that wild Pokemon out from under Volto. Here comes Fizzy back with the support. Roland's going to try to go Invis here and get out. No, they're coming straight back for more smoke. See if they can take some of this experience out from under Volto.
Wow, I think they did, right? Yeah, that brings them up to 9.
And they were successful.
They were successful. They were able to take that. We now have the red buff that is being attacked here by the Mimikyu. Roland going to run away from this fight. It's going to steal all of the berries here on the side from this Espeon. They made it to the bottom path. Now that those berries are gone, they are aware that, you know, Sableye was there. Something happened here. Dodrio now moving to the top path. You can see Mimikyu level 4, but they do have some of this experience behind the goal zone to hand over to it.
And Sableye also level 4, keeping pace with everybody on BH3. Nice engage of fear off that auto and get themselves a knockout, and be still my heart. I'm loving this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so fun to watch a top-tier Sableye player. We have this Ho-Oh.
You've played with me.
Yeah, well, it's cool to see another is obviously what I meant, guys. Come on.
Fizzy trying to do their best Sableye impression here and do an invade for themselves, working on this red buff and kind of all alone, which I wish we'd see maybe something else as they're working through that, and we've got a counter invade happening, so we're just ships in the night here.
Yeah, I mean, this is always so fun. This season's stats, by the way, coming into this match, Orange Juicers has a 71% win rate, 55 wins, 22 losses, and BH3 has a 57% win rate, 25 wins, 19 losses, but this is the time to be winning here in the Aeos Cup, and they are doing just that.
Doing a great job working with the fear out of Invis that Sableye gets to really help a target retreat and allow Kratos to lay in some damage and really remain unscathed. And that's how they're going to be operating with Roland on this Sableye. It's kind of an engagement option for them, fear away some targets, and then jump on top of them where they can't act.
This is really nice. I mean, a huge start here for the Juicers. However, it looks like the Dodrio does go down. It was caught on the other side of the map here, so they give up a ton of experience there. We've got the snipe shot online, however, for Flareons, and now that's almost a level 9 Inteleon here at 7 minutes, 20 seconds. This is huge.
Yeah, I mean, the snipe shot dealt almost 2/3 of that Ho-Oh's life. It quickly gets feared, which allows it to get closed out by Woodhammer and a auto attack from the Inteleon. Nice Dodrio Unite. Wide guard is there. They still have enough in the tank to get the knockout. They do. Now Greg is trying to surf themselves away so they don't fall victim of Kratos.
That was extremely aggressive from Kratos right there, but I do love how they decided to play that. You saw the Shadow Sneak catch him right into the play rough, and this is something I talked about with Dodrio. If you hit the Shadow Sneak on Dodrio, because it's global, because it has fear, and it ruins the sprint gauge, it's actually a really solid counter to the bird. Feels like everything counters the bird these days, but that is a great one here, and I think that's part of why BH3 was looking for this Pokemon. Snipe shot coming in, but oh no, not too late. I was looking at the objective secure top.
Yeah, Espeon with a nice attempt here. Sableye getting a knockout on that Espeon. Fizz is going to go down here in short order as well. And Orange Juicers are just moving incredibly well around this map. Notice that Kratos is playing the tri-attack, the drive-by bird. So it's going to try and run by, pop in some damage, and engage if it's got a window. And that makes it just at least a hair harder for the Mimikyu to trap it in its Unite move.
That's right, it's going to try and tri-attack.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
What's that, production?
I got to get out of here.
He's fired? Okay, great. After the Marvelous debacle from yesterday and whatever that was.
No, that was clearly a good bit.
That was
so good they brought it back today. Here we are. Dodrio heading back into their central area. Level 11, by the way. Level 11 Dodrio, level 11 Inteleon on the side of Juicers. They are absolutely in control of this game. And Flareon's getting online with their best Pokemon is so scary for BH3. You look at the other side of the map, you've got a level 11 for the Mimikyu and a level 9 for the Aegislash, level 8 only for the Espeon, so we're pretty far behind.
Nice pressure. Of course, we saw the Psychic right there try and trap. Dodrio Unite right back in the middle. Coup de Grace is going to get the Dodrio here. Espeon Unite just in time. KO Shrikatu for the sword. BH3 saw their opportunity, and they are seizing it. OG goes down now. Nice fear. We're going to run through them, trying to pick their pockets a little bit. Sableye is going to get low, and they're getting beat up too. Ho-Oh in the background, flame throwing on the water type, but all that does is open up this T1 goal zone for a bunch of points to get put in.
Massive plays right there from BH3. We saw the Mimikyu do exactly what I was talking about earlier. You know, once it hits that Shadow Sneak on Intel or Dodrio, they really have nowhere to run, even if they fell Sting or even if they try to jump kick, try to get away. It has global presence, choosing the moment to jump in and picking up another KO. It actually has been a really solid counter to the Juicers. However, the Juicers have just been running this match in so many ways. That last fight, though, massive coup de grace Unite move from the Aegislash brings them a little closer to OJ.
Yeah, that's true. And it's going to be a little bit harder to match this experience level because Orange Juicers did just take the Basement Reggie, which offers experience across your team, whereas, oh, nice Unite move. This is more of a defensive one, and Dodrio sorts it out. So trying their best to get out of dodge, unsuccessful there for BH3. What I was going to say is Orange Juicers get the Basement Reggie, which is kind of that global experience, and the Regieleki, when you take that, it's just whatever Pokemon are around it that get that experience. So a little bit tougher for BH3 to catch up, and they are behind in that aspect.
They're behind in that aspect. They're slightly behind in score, but things are getting a lot closer. It feels like they've had some really nice moments. They were looking to possibly break this goal zone, but obviously the Orange Juicers were making sure that did not happen there in the bottom path. Top path, we have a Tier 1 goal zone still up for BH3. Bottom path, a Tier 1 goal zone up for Orange Juicers. These are nice scoring opportunities, but also you would want to keep them around for these teams because they give you a ton of presence on the map. You have the flux zone, so it's easier to move in and out, and you of course have an area where you can get shields and healing. It's massive to keep these up, but it's also great for your opposing team because at Rayquaza you can sneak in and score a lot. Dodrio is perfect for that.
Really is. Zugrug moving forward, going to try and poach all the birds. Pretty successful as Kratos and Flareons are there to put damage on them and get that experience away from BH3. Now, I've seen that Shy is up top on that sword and was hanging out looking for a catch. They haven't really done anything. They could have gotten some wild farm and maybe gotten to level 13 to try and match what the Juicers are doing. They went for the pick option and never materialized.
Yeah, you know, they've got the 50 points, so they're hoping they can maybe make a score. They're hoping they can catch possibly someone. But with high-level Pokemon up there in the top path, that being the Zacian, it was hard to make it work. 2:40 on the clock. We've got an objective spawning in the bottom path, and we will also have Regieleki in the top path, but it's a lot closer to Rayquaza, and we're going to have to see if they decide to take it or not. Multiple members of the Juicers in the bottom path looking for this, as we have Ho-Oh just kind of cruising through the middle area right there, looking to grab some experience and looking to break that goal zone. They do.
They are successful. Now, Sableye is going to be able to get a ton of vision, and Kratos with this Dodrio can stress the goal zones without necessarily having to deal with Rayquaza just yet. So they're putting a lot of pressure here. 207, 204.
Yeah, this is happening right now. With Ho-Oh gone, this is the fight immediately, Dupesnax. They're going for it.
And they have to do it a lot more than that. Quickly going down as the Aegislash. Trevenant is popped, but it's going to be really all for naught for BH3. Greg's getting chased down. The Mimikyu's downstairs, and the Ho-Oh is finally back, but they've split the attention of this team, and they're for some reason chasing them quite a bit. Roland still standing in the pocket as this Zacian is just getting burned down. Sableye Unite comes out, doesn't hit a soul, and now they're going to move through, finally engage on Mimikyu, use the Unite move, but they're gone. Fizzy's trying to hang tough, uses their Resurrection there. Mimikyu will come back. They're all waiting for him. They're going to put them in the absolute spin cycle, Horn Leech into the wall, pin them to the wall, and leave them stuck there. Fizzy hanging out, trying to do their best, but they're getting bullied all over the map. Finally chased down, put down, 307 to 24.
Yeah, Juicers are up, and they're up in a big way on this fight. We do have Espeon making a sneaky score in the top path right here. We're going to see how much they put in. Not enough. Only brings it to 260. They are still behind. We have Aegislash engaging against the Inteleon, and we have Zugrug running up to the top path here. Sableye picks up a big KO as Zugrug is now zoning out here at Rayquaza, making sure it has vision on the Pokemon coming in. It's going to feel like a villain right now as it did catch multiple members of BH3, so Juicers know exactly where they are.
Fizzy going to try and burn down the forest, be unsuccessful, as now the Sableye goes to work and does what they do, putting in some back cap, cheeky action here. OG going to step forward, throw some damage in, and I'll be honest, this thing kind of fizzled out quickly for Fizzy and BH3 because Orange Juicers just felt in control.
Yeah, they were absolutely in control, and really the entire fight happened because Ho-Oh broke that bottom goal zone and got caught by multiple members of the Juicer. Once Ho-Oh was down, they knew that they didn't have access to that very powerful Unite move to revive multiple members of their team, and they were also down a member at Rayquaza. Without question, it was the biggest mistake of the match for BH3. Ho-Oh going down just led to an absolute disaster for BH3.
I'm not even sure what the value was there. I mean, the overcap was like, I don't know, 6 or it was
yeah,
either
they just
6.
wanted to break that tier 1, so they had some better position at Ray, so they didn't have the easy access to the Flux Zone, the easy access to that goal. But boy, it cost them the entire game.
It really, well, it certainly feels like it did, right? I mean, and then every fight after that was disjointed. I mean, Roland was running around on Sableye. At one point, they were in the mix of 3 players and still alive, which normally Sableye, when they're completely visible on the map, are easily removed. And the rest of the team just really operated incredibly well against what Zug and Roland were setting up, the vision that they were getting them. Oh, a Horn Leech into the wall, everybody collapsed. You know, using the Horn Leech, the Woodhammer repositions to feed players to to OG, who didn't have to get too anxious up front, and ultimately Kratos running roughshod across the map, and they are our player of the game.
Yeah, Dodrio really controlling that match. It felt like from start to finish, taking a lot of great fights too. 8 knockouts, 59,000 damage, and a lot of times your speedsters don't end up a match with the most damage in the match because they're usually bursting so much damage that they pick up a lot of KOs, but not a lot of sustained damage. It looks like they had a lot of both here. Also scoring 223 points. I think that was expertly played by OJ. That was an example of seeing their win condition, recognizing that Ho-Oh was down, and after that there was really not much BH3 could do. And from that, they just continued to juggle a few KOs here, a few KOs here, and line their pockets with points. It was really well done.
Yeah, incredibly well done. Orange Juicers have to feel good about that performance. If I'm across the way from them, BH3, the first thing I'm thinking of, let's find out what else Flareons can play.
Yeah, I really don't want them to have Inteleon. I do not want him to have Inteleon at all. Obviously, that Sableye is a real problem, too. Look at that first ban. Yeah, absolutely. That was so devastating that they let Flareons have their best Pokemon.
I agree completely. Now, Flareons did have some cracked games on Espeon as well.
Wow, look at that. Look at those bans. They're right, by the way. They're right.
I agree. Like, beat us with something else then.
Yeah.
And it looks like Blissey might remain available here. I don't know where this ban is going to go. The Duck is obviously not a bad choice. Dialed in specific BH3 ban on Urshifu. So now we've got a lot of cool toys in the mix.
Yeah, well, they're going to go with their first pick right here. We're going to see what they decide that is. Scrolling through a few options here. Looks like they're going to switch over with, of course, Blissey.
Yeah.
If Blissey's available, it's probably making it into a match. Its ban rate is the highest in our tournament for a reason. Such an incredibly impactful support. The Bliss Assistance, its Unite move, is a real get-out-of-jail-free card for so many bad situations. As we have, yeah, I mean, the Duck and the Tree. This is pretty great for the side of Juicers. They get the defender that they've wanted the whole time. And now, instead of Sableye, they play a crazy, powerful Pokemon that I think most teams would pick many times over Sableye, and that is Psyduck.
Yeah, for sure. Psyduck is a terrific Pokemon. It's crazy strong. It is engaging. It helps the team engage, similar to Sableye, but I think there's just more general fight utility in the Surf, in the Psychic, and that is unsurprising. Flareons is nasty on Electro Drift Miraidon, and of course, OG is going to keep picking Zacian if it's there.
Yeah, here we go. Zacian locked in. It really does feel, I'm curious what they would grab. You know, what OG would grab or what the Juicers would want OG to play if they were not getting Zacian, but we are not in that reality because they have to target ban 2 players of the Juicers. So we have final picks being Snorlax and Zeraora. Zeraora is an interesting one, right? It's a Pokemon that has seen some success, but I feel like more often than not, when it's picked, the team that picks it eventually loses the tournament. That's just all. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams try it at high level, and there are some really good moments for it. I remember Luminosity last year at Worlds. Like, there were some good moments for it, but in general, it feels like one of the least consistent choices from speedsters.
Yeah, I agree. Kratos rounding out with Absol, a Pokemon that you and I were talking about that, like, man, we're surprised we're not seeing more of that. It feels awesome right now. And look at this. Again, texture of the tournament changes, right? Aegislash, something that we could have claimed to be banned earlier, kind of makes it into the second round of picks to EU because NA and the Orange Juicers right now are prioritizing, getting the Trevenant online for fear of losing that. And that's how crucial it is to Zugrug and the Orange Juicers strategy at this point in time.
Yeah, Flareon's is really strong on this Miraidon. When I see that item set up, the special attack specs and a full heal, this leads me to believe that we are seeing the Electro Drift Miraidon. We've seen them play this so well. We also saw a really unfortunate play with this, if I'm remembering right, in our last monthly when they ran into Luminosity. I remember an Electro Drift and immediately being caught by a Zoroark Unite move. So while they've been incredible on this and really aggressive, they've also had some moments that have not been as stellar. Their Inteleon, however, is miles ahead of just about everything else on the roster.
I agree. On the side of BH3, we've seen Shy on this Aegislash a few times, but now they're actually carrying the Zeraora.
And here we go. BH3, your purple team. Orange Juicers, finally, your orange team. We're in game number 2 here in our top 8. If the Juicers win this one, Dupe Snacks, they are moving forward to the top 4 of this tournament.
Shinon going to quickly work through their central area. That is something that Zero Aura can do, is get into path quickly and make a difference. Volto taking a ton of damage from OG here, forced back to pad, as really OG and Roland are looking to bully a little bit with these two Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, you see the stun there from the Psyduck. That's just so frustrating, so hard to deal with. And at the same time, Zacian could just rip through you. It recently got that buff so where it can use its Intrepid Sword at even less Aeos energy. So it's even harder to deal with early as they're getting caught here in the bottom pass. Snorlax in some trouble.
They're trying to get down Kratos, and that's a great K opener for BH3. Low on HP is Snorlax, and Zugrog is going to try to make them pay. Ultimately, it is Flareon's that ends up cashing in on them. Shy is pretty low on HP. I'd be hesitant to go back in, and so is J-Pop. Flareon's looking to put some pressure on. No, they peel back and say, we'll let you off the hook this time.
We do have Roland actually rotating down here to the bottom path. We're going to see if they can help them or if they were just used to kind of push them back in case it went poorly. In the top path, however, Absol made it up there and picked up a double KO.
Yeah, in tandem with OG, they're able to get it done. OJ looking good in the early stages, rotating well. Gave up that K opener, but are moving decent. Nice, engaged by Kratos. And that's why Zero Aura isn't seeing much play. Kratos was able to delete it in one fell swoop, essentially.
Beautiful stuff there from the Aegislash on the side of BH3. They were actually able to stop them from stealing away that buff, but Absol moving in, double KO in the top path, heading into the central area and picking up a KO on that carry as well. OG now moving forward. Kratos is back with another KO.
He literally stepped up, hit their button once, and said, thanks for doing all the hard work, I'm out, and immediately ran away. Why? Because they see a Zero Aura.
The DJ Khaled of Orange Juices, another one, and he's gone. He's gone. I guess he had something to do with that.
Adding no real value except to the tail end of the song where they just sound off with their own name and walk away. Now Kratos making it out on a sliver of HP, goes straight to their central and going to farm back up. They're level 8, dude.
Huge. I mean, they're now 9 at 7:30. That means they're going to show up to wherever they want with an Absol Unite move, and you saw earlier with their items, Dupe Snacks, an energy amplifier, which means that Unite hits like a truck, maybe even 2 trucks. If 2 trucks could be duct taped together, it would hit like that many trucks.
A train pushing 2 trucks is what that's going to be. Shy with a heavy slam engage. Zugrug, no fear, moves back. No fear in Flareon's as well as they electro drift forward, electro drift backwards, and that itself is enough for BH3 to retreat.
Look at this, hiding in the tall grass, ready with their Unite move right here, and of course also their Psycho Cut. They're going to come and decide if they want to throw it right here or just use the Pursuit. They actually don't need to yet, it's just the support and defender. They're looking for a bigger target as they peel back towards the objective.
Yeah, Fizzy had no chance with the Electro Drift coming back through there. Miraidon using their Unite move, actually just mainly for spacing, right? Just to put the fear of the Miraidon Absol tandem into the hearts of BH3 as this Regirock is going to be taken. Electro Drift secure, and that's an Absol Unite that was used for some reason, and Shy goes down quickly. Now, what are they going to do with this goal zone? They're moving forward. Heavy Slam is there, but it just hits Roland. Flareon tries to score. They're low on HP. E-Drift out. Zugrug's still hanging out in the pocket. Kratos full HP looking for an opportunity. Meanwhile, OG takes Regieleki up top. We're going to keep this pressure on as Snorlax takes another power nap, but we keep moving through. Orange Juicer's not done, saying it's still breakfast time here. Pour me another glass. Goal zone gone.
Massive, massive play, 0 to 176, and DJ Kratos moving through the map right here, looking for more experience, more wild Pokemon, powering that Unite move back up. They used it for the fastest secure possible, then they broke this bottom goal zone. They're leaving this top goal at 1 currently. This is huge. This is an absolute dominant performance from the Orange Juicers.
If Zug can make the trek upstairs, they have the opportunity for the biggest overcap on the team, but unfortunately, they're just not going to do that. I say unfortunately, I don't think they actually care, right? Just leave it at 1. We'll deal with it later. Doesn't matter.
Actually scoring on the tier 2 right now. No jump pads. No one can stop Zugrug. Another 29 points. Make it 0 to 195.
That is, 0 is not the score line you want in Pokemon Unite, Spriggles.
Astute observation, my friend, and that's why we are where we are. You don't want to be at 0. In fact, if I was BH3 right now, I'd want to at least be at 196.
Yeah, true. Now, you know what looks like a big 0? The largest marble in the world, found at Anaheim, California.
That's right, this August. That's where Worlds will be, but right now we're moving in with a massive Unite move from Zero Aura and a discharge, but it's not able to pick up a KO just yet.
Trev Unite into the Miraidon Unite catches a couple targets here. Tons of HP bars are getting shrunk as Juicers are fighting from their pad. E-Drift back to get themselves out of dodge. A couple KOs and their HP topped off. Give them 2. Fizzy is recognizing that Roland is the truer tank here. Little surf chip shot, drown on. That son Greg's going to have to jump somewhere where that decision is. They're like, I have no good options, team. Where am I supposed to go?
Yeah, this is just so rough right now for BH3. You're seeing an expertly played game here by the Juicers. Roland now heading back to their base. They're trying to take something from the central area. They peeled off after they were able to get a little bit. We have Kratos in the bottom path here ripping through the objective. As we head up to the top path, we see Flareon's the Miraidon. We also have Zacian making their way so that they can get this objective. 3 members of BH3. We're going to have to see if they want to fight here after the Reggie Steele buff is secured by Absol.
OG going straight for Regieleki, recognizing that there's 3 players. Flareon steps up with the Miraidon as well. We've got a double back cap downstairs for 80 more points going in. Electro Drift shot forward on top of Volto. Volto taking tons of damage. Volto gone. You know what? Metal conducts electricity, I've heard, and that is no exception here as Flareon's rips them apart and goes for a new target. Big power now for the Snorlax. Fizzy go down too, and Flareon's E-Drip Miraidon is just very good.
And now we're just going to be able to clean up this Regieleki quickly. We have a member of the Juicers in the bottom path. They broke, by the way, their tier 2 goal zone in the bottom path. It is 12 to 304. Juicers, again, fully in control of this match. You can see why they're one of the best teams in the world, possibly the best team in North America. I mean, they've just been going back and forth with Luminosity every month. And right now, they look like they could win the Aeos Cup with how they're playing. That's a level 13 Miraidon, a level 13 Absol, a level 14 Zacian on the side of the Juicers. Things are looking pretty bleak for BH3.
Yep, I mean, another Miraidon Unite I think I just saw was used there, and they're just putting pressure on keeping BH3 from really existing anywhere on the map. OG trying to get vision, and this is kind of an OG standard, right? Get very far forward. Now, it costs them sometimes, but most of the time it works out because the vision and the information they get really helps them out.
And we have Snorlax right here trying to stop OJ a little bit. Now, massive Horn Leech. They're actually moving in for a little bit of a fight. Miraidon moves and catches 3 with that trip, but it does finally go down to the Zeraora. Here we go. They're going to actually peel away from this. 2:30 on the clock, so while that was a great exchange for BH3, it's clearly not the Rayquaza fight that they were looking for just yet. We have an objective spawning in the bottom path in 5 seconds right here, and the Juicers, even though they lost that exchange, they actually could take this. It looks like they're going to be positioned around Rayquaza, though.
Yeah, leaving OG again to get vision. Zug circling up front might be able to find themselves a Blissey quickly as they are right there on the doorstep.
Yeah, and here we go. Getting ready for Ray. This could be BH3's last Rayquaza of this tournament. They need a win right here. The single elimination bracket means they would be heading home if they don't get this. If the Juicers do, however, the Juicers would head into the top 4 of the Aeos Cup. Looking for a catch. Not able to make it happen, but a Horn Leech onto the Blissey.
Trevor Unite popped up, and they're going straight towards Greg. They want to take them out. A couple marked by the curse. Meteors crash to Earth. Heavy Slam is there. No follow-up, separating them from the rest of the squad. Zugrug sitting up front. E-Drift back. Fizzy low on HP. Heavy Slams in. Power Naps on top. Volto goes with a Sacred Sword right on top of Zugrug. They're low HP. J-Paw gets hit by the Psychic. Roland doesn't pin him in spot, though. Volto goes straight forward. Wide Guard doesn't stop anything. And now BH3 rotating back in. Sacred Sword in. Electro Drift hits a ton of targets again. They're in the back line. And Shinon can't cash in on Flareon's that time. Trying to go down. Mewtwo wide does. Volto back in the middle. Electro Drift on them. We're in the back line here. Kratos needs to re-engage. They pop their Unite move. Can they eviscerate a target? Another player down for BH3. Zugrug is trying to get on top of Fizzy, but they put up the block, get the big shields, and now their HP pool is just free for the ripping. They're going for it, and OG gets credit. And really, right now, OJ has to do nothing but hang out.
Yeah, they have to do nothing but hang out, but they're going for Rayquaza. It looks like they're going to rip this one off the map. Now, again, they don't need this at all. It is 12 to 304, but they're taking away the win condition right here, and they do. It's gone. Ray is gone. 35 seconds left. There's unfortunately no hope for BH3 Esport as Orange Juicers put on one of the most dominant performances that we have seen in this tournament.
I'm not stunned. I'm unsurprised at how good the Juicers looked, but the fact that BH3 has kind of been on one this tournament, have looked very confident, playing very well, and then they walk into the Orange Juicers that looks like they're just playing on a different stratosphere than BH3 can even reach is wild work, and we know how good of teams that BH3 have beaten, but not today.
Yeah, the Juicers were just incredible there. You have to be feeling good if you're OJ, because you look like the team that could win this tournament right now.
Oh, without a doubt. And I mean, you look, when you have to contend, you're like, oh man, I didn't think we'd have to ban a Sableye today, right? And they have to get rid of the Sableye from Roland because they're not sure how to contend and what the strategy is there. They have to eye down other specific bans. I mean, it's Orange Juicers have like such a deep playbook, and it feels like you really can't cut them off from any core of their strategies. And that was so dominant, dude.
Kratos once again, player of the game, adding that special DJ Kratos to all those moments, picking up 9 KOs. They had the energy amp, as we talked about, set up so many amazing moments for their Unite move. Absol has been a really incredible Pokemon throughout this tournament, and man, Kratos is Absol, Kratos is Dodrio. That looked incredible. They have so many weapons, though. So many things that you have to worry about.
I know.
You've got OG on this Zacian, calmly, quietly, level 14 at Rayquaza.
Bigger than Kratos.
Bigger than Kratos. Bigger than Flareons, who are the other player you need to worry about. They just have so many strong elements on this team.
That's what I'm saying, that you can't cut them off from their strategy, right? Ban the Sableye. Roland can do it with like a Psyduck, a Mr. Mime. Like if the Duck was gone, they have more options there. Flareons is an absolute mutant on Inteleon, so you have to target ban that. But then you're not hitting on anything that OG wants to do. You're not hitting on anything that Kratos wants to do. And then Zugra can literally play any defender in the game to an S tier level and make them look like, godlike tank Pokemon. And with all of those cogs, how do you shut down this machine? It's incredibly difficult.
That really is the question. How would a team shut this down? Now, we know they've run into a team like Luminosity before, and Luminosity has given them some trouble. NA is very competitive within NA, but as they move through this tournament, I don't know, they must be feeling pretty good. And we're going to find out how they're doing right now, because we're going to throw it up to the big stage for an interview with OJ. Take it away.
All right, I am here on stage with Zugrog from Orange Juicers. Congratulations on a fantastic win. I also do think it's so funny. Right before we transition to camera, I think it was Flareon saying to Zugrog to don't mess up. Is that kind of what the look-in is at the comms during the game? Is it a lot of you telling Flareon to not mess up and vice versa?
Yeah, it's usually me telling him not to mess up, but finally he can say it to me.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Now, actually, let's talk a little bit about your bot path. It's been really excellent for Orange Juicers for quite some time now. But Flareon's playing a little more of the standard attackers. They don't need to scale too much. You're playing some of these hyperscaler tanks these days. How's that feeling?
I mean, usually I was on the lax before, helping Flareons get his XP, but we've been really dominant in the bot lane, so it allows me to play more of the scaler. So I've just been playing a lot of games on tree, and it's been working for us.
It's been looking fantastic. I mean, Orange Juicers, you look like such a good squad, especially in this tournament. It feels like the best form that we've seen Orange Juicers in so far this year. Is that kind of the feel amongst the team? You feel locked in, like this is the best look you've had yet?
Yeah, I feel like we've been solid throughout the year, but we've definitely fixed some things that were giving us problems. I think that's helped us a lot too, is having a 6-man. Lutano as our sub, he's been sitting in scrims, and he's like, you guys need to do this at the Ray, have better comms, and it's actually been really useful having the 6-man.
That's awesome to hear. I love the substitute really adding some value to the squad. That's so fantastic. Let's talk about your potential next matchup. It's going to be the winner of this next one we're going to have on stage between Gen 5 and Peru. Now, you got a lot of history playing up against Peru in particular. Is that your expectation, or do you think Gen 5 is going to take this next one?
I think both teams are pretty even. I don't really care which one we get. We already beat Gen 5 earlier, but if we get Peru, I would like to just beat them after what happened at Worlds last year.
Fair enough. I like the revenge story. Before we go, I got a little gift for you. I went through all of our marbles, and I found every orange marble we have. So there you are, back to the booth.
Okay, thank you, Zoink. Somehow still on this marble thing that we have clearly moved on from, but fair enough. I mean, amazing stuff from the Juicers. They looked absolutely incredible. I'm excited to see what they do as this tournament continues.
Absolutely dominant, and I kind of like the revenge story here. I personally, obviously Gen 5 would keep the EU hopes alive, but this salty run back, Orange Juicers Peru, aka Fusion, that picked Orange Juicers last year at Worlds out of groups to say, no, we can beat you to keep going forward. Picked them and did. I love that story.
Yeah, we've got Luminosity Dream Max coming up as well. Komai Esport, who looked insane yesterday against Nemesis, who had an amazing start to today. So many good games, and we will be seeing every single one of them here on broadcast leading up to our grand finals, which you will see tomorrow morning on Championship Sunday. Do not go anywhere, because up next, we have Peru Unite and Gen 5. We will be right back. Marbles.
I'm the quarterback. No. Oh my god, wait, is this a trophy?
We don't care, man. We want first place. Nothing else matters.
I'm stacking. How do we get a trophy? Is it 4 or 5? Good job, guys.
It doesn't matter, man.
We came from far away to share a love of the game, while the island sunset glows. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
It's going to be Giratina, up a shield, the signature Pokemon of Inadequance, but it's not enough.
It's official. Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion. Battle can do whatever they want.
They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel.
Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. This is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Regidrago deck. Lost Impact, we're gonna see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's gonna take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel.
And there is the hand! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much, as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro
drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this grass type Pelipper, and as we see the court pin locked in, we're going to see Luca Giannivelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day one, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界一取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
世界チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm going to show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo, se siente increíble.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Aeos Cup 2025, live from London. Relic joined by Zoinks. This casting booth is getting more hazardous by the minute. But you know what? We're here for danger, Zoinks. And danger for EU in particular. Two of their big hopes gone in the first round. We just saw BH3 eliminated. That just leaves two teams remaining. Next up, Gen 5, a run back against Peru.
Yeah, and going through the Latin America gauntlet. So Stamina Esports into Peru, gonna be a really tough matchup. I mean, back to back. We talked about how good Gen 5 was looking in this tournament. A bit of a rocky look in day number one, but day two, this team looks fantastic right now. But again, they're going up against one of the most storied teams in Pokemon Unite. Peru is fantastic, and they've made a lot of history on this very stage. So a tough team to be competing against. But not only have they, but a lot of the players on this Gen 5 roster have also made dreams come true on this stage, right? Megu, Lunder winning EUIC just the year prior from Peru winning it. So two EUIC champions contending right now.
It's really, really exciting. Tactical masterclass, maybe some pop-off moments. I've actually just stepped off the plane from Anaheim, California, just popped over for a few 5 minutes. This is the biggest marble I found.
Whoa.
I don't know, It
might be the world's biggest.
It might be.
Might be.
I want Anaheim to prove me wrong. I don't know. I think Doobsnack's possibly spouting a load of nonsense there, but hey, look, what's different? Hey, you know who doesn't spout nonsense, though, is Utao. I think he's such a fantastic
The way you said it
IGL.
sounded like you were going to say you, and then you said Tao. It's a real bummer for me, but real correct.
I mean, look, I've been waxing lyrical about you.
All right, let's talk about Utah. Let's talk about Utah. Let's talk about Utah. How's he doing?
You know what? He's doing pretty good. And I feel like there is a real concern from a lot of the players involved with today that you give him the Shifu, he's just going to absolutely run shop.
It's a scary prospect to have that Pokemon going on the other side. However, when it comes to Peru, there's some Pokemon that you might want to start target banning as well. I think you and I were talking about Tempo and that Zacian, potentially the best one. And that might be the most contested Pokemon in this draft, in my opinion. We had Tempo looking amazing on it. I'm pretty sure it was a pretty big factor in the group stage games that they did not get to see on broadcast. But Megu's Zacian has also been a phenomenal force.
Yeah.
So this might be a really interesting point of the draft mode, which we're going to jump right into. Let's do it. Peru Unite versus Gen 5.
You know what I'm looking at? I'm looking at Zynus, who had literally one of the best Inteleon games I think we've ever seen from an individual player. We've seen the threat and the risk that some of these teams run if they don't ban Inteleon, especially over the past couple of series.
There you go.
And I am so glad when stuff lines up like this, it somehow shows that I do know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well done predicting the Inteleon ban Gen 5, a similar mind to yours, it seems, Relic, that will give KO the chance to lock in this Psyduck. Rex claiming the title of Best Duck NA. Let's see if KO can take it for LATAM South here. Gen 5 going to be early picking that Slowbro, though.
Yeah, I actually quite like that. First and foremost as a counter to the Psyduck, but potentially seeing what else Peru is going to cook. And check that out, an Urshifu steal away from Utah. Of course, Megu, we've already covered, has taken that Zacian away from Tempo. Locking in the Hooper, again a reminder, has to be a Trick Hooper on this stage. Not that that's a bad thing, I think there's plenty of synergy that they can enjoy. Still waiting for this fourth pick. London with the Espeon, bit of secure on the objectives.
That's really interesting, especially because what we just talked to Zugrug about on stage, about how, in that case, Flareon's has been playing a lot of attackers who don't really need to scale, and so Zug really likes playing more defenders that have higher late game thresholds. Slowbro not really going to be the case, but whoa, Peru Unite going to be picking up a 3% pick rate. Alolan Ninetales, one of the best anti-dive attackers that we have in the game, and Tempo is going to be locking in that Mimikyu. Likely going to be a Trick Room Mimikyu, by the way. Tempo loves that build, plus the Razor Claw really works well with it. With the constant use of the moves, each of those dashes will start triggering your Razor Claw.
Okay, Utah. So I think that's a really good counter to what we're seeing. I mean, the synergy with Peru, it's kind of clear for everyone to see. Surf Psyduck, Psychic Psyduck, that's a lot of CC on top of the Ice Fang from the Mamoswine. You're looking to try and feed that Urshifu, feed it into the various snow-related debuffs that you can find with Zynus on that A9. Very different of playstyle, obviously, to the Snipe Shot Inteleon, but I trust that he knows exactly what he's doing. Of course, Tempo, I feel like that's a like-for-like Zacian onto the Mimikyu. I agree with you entirely. I think when you've got so much CC from your front line and A9 as that support attacker, you want to run something that works well together. Trick Room, a fantastic idea in the making, which is leaning into why I think Utah has decided to go Greninja here. You got Dive with that Zacian. They might be quite tempted, actually, I feel, Megu, to go Metal Claw. We have seen them pick it up a couple of times this tournament already. Trick, of course, is going to provide that movement to try and avoid all of the various CC that Peru will attempt to try and place. But Greninja, a phenomenal kiter, always looking to try and get away from the danger whilst laying down the damage. Watch out for that Water Burst Shuriken on top of that. For the likes of A9 and Mimikyu, that's going to be a Danger Unite move.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see the path that Utah wants to go down with this Greninja. It is likely going to be a Water Shuriken double team build, especially with that Rapid Fire Scarf being attached with that band and everything. We're going to have some more auto attack themed Pokemon here. However, that full heal being equipped certainly leads to either really an all-in on the Unite move focus of the Greninja, which, if you remember a couple of patches ago, did get a really huge buff. You can Unite move quite a few times. However, no Energy Amplifier equipped this time. But let's get into it. Peru Unite versus Gen 5, game number 1.
Your orange Gen 5 and your purple Peru. And we're looking at that Mamoswine for the mid-game. We're looking at Urshifu and how early we can rotate. We're looking at Suzaru going for the steal on this Escalivir. Not going to find the orange buff. The Kubfu going to go toe-to-toe. Got a small rotate from Draken here, and Suzaru going to look to try and get away. Steals that Citrus Berry already. That's a little bit of value from this invade.
Really clean stuff. Magician is going to bring them that Citrus Berry. That's that unique aspect of Hoopa, basically having a third move with an extremely long cooldown to steal an enemy Pokemon's berry. It is going to give them a little bit of time, and the backup from Lunder will mean that Lunder picks up an early KO.
Going to join Utah And Zinus has not found the Evo onto A9 just yet. Assaulted by a myriad of moves. Plenty of scores for Gen 5.
Great work from Gen 5. Of course, that invade does get stifled, but that does mean that the Swin had to rotate into the central area as backup. Gives Megu more room to work. Lunder picking up that KO allows Utah and Lunder to get to work in the offensive. Great push, great decision making.
Sorayu all on their lonesome though. Peru looking to try and run the counter initiative. That A9 online, moving back, tempo popping the X speed, just looking to try and pick off this Altaria, find a little bit of EXP, feels that went over to Gen 5 ultimately in the end. Now looking over this indeed, he most certainly claimed there by Anemo up onto level 5 and confirmation of the Dark Bear.
All right, yeah, I mean, by far the more popular Urshifu, maybe North America withstanding, but otherwise we are going to be seeing this quite a bit. Anemo has had some amazing performances. Actually, think back to their performance at LAIC, one of their best showings was on this Dark Bear at that tournament, so would not be surprised to see an exemplary performance from them. Certainly a world-class player.
Feels bad for Draken, so close and yet so far to that middle evolution. Never mind, next battle toy is surely going to be reserved for them. Good pressure from Megu, 21 scored on the bottom path here from that Mimikyu, 30 to 49 early scores.
Big Gen 5 rotate into the bottom path, and KO unfortunately goes down immediately. Utah with a red buff is just doing so much ridiculous damage with these water shurikens, and of course the red buff effect slowing these enemies they can't even get out of range. The amount of damage from the mid-range from Gen 5 is tremendous. Espeon and Greninja, I mean, they're just barely staying outside of a Alolan Ninetales danger threat, but they're hitting way harder.
Piloswine finally there. Look how much catch-up EXP still to fill for Draken, who goes into the back line, attempting to punish Suzuru, who finds the safety of the net. Meanwhile, Megu up to level 8, starting to get a little scary, even for the dive of Anemo here, focusing on their own wild Pokemon, certainly lining up here for an early Regieleki encounter. Meanwhile, Gen 5 look to have free real estate on that southern Reggie.
Yeah, Chaos staying down here mostly as a protector to this tier 1 goal zone in case Gen 5 chose to push really hard into the bottom side, but instead, they actually choose to push into the top side a little more aggressively. Peru Unite caught unaware.
Sorry, with the surf and great work from the Dark Bear, perhaps to be expected with the Wicked Blow. Megu going to have to pull back here, picks up the Citrus Berry courtesy of the Magician in waiting, Suzuru. That Regieleki ain't going to be moving any further. Peru not looking to push the issue. Again, they're quite worried already at this stage, Zoinks, regards to the level situation. Plenty of yellow dots on the minimap. And check out Suzuru, who's getting a little bit spicy, looking for further invades, just trying to disrupt Peru as much as possible.
Yeah, Hoopa's movement speed the way it is with that trick, you can really just play so aggressively. Even if you're just planning on heading to the bottom path, making your route instead go through the enemy central area is going to give you that much more information. Potentially someone like Utah or Lunder could capitalize on it. Now, not going to be the time. Instead, they are just being patient and farming up their levels quickly as they can. This is one of those moments in Pokemon Unite where there's no clear objective to be focusing on, so both teams are just waiting for an overextension from either squad, and they want to really try to make a team fight push.
It's game 3 of the tournament between these two. First in this series, of course, but a very similar feel to Friday. Very tactical, very considered. Ebon Fist! And chooses to run away. I think a smart move from Anemo there, especially with Megu lurking. Psychic attempting to catch out Utah. Level 11 at 5.5 minutes. Yikes.
Yeah, I do like Peru Unite's option there. They go for the Hoopa initially. They have to reel back, but it was because the Hoopa's only at level 8, so no Unite move to speak of. Lunder with barely any HP takes that KO. Nice little 1v1 situation, but I think on paper, Peru's plan was correct. It just felt like they didn't have enough staying power, but it's only an Alolan Ninetales in that danger zone.
And Dragon not even close to level 9. We may be looking at 4:30 before that Mamoswine is finally brought into the close. 30 to 49 then, as we pass half time on our next Reggie phase on the way, just seconds away. Sorayu already picking up position. Big Shadow Sneak, interestingly, from Mimikyu, who does find the KO onto the Espeon, make that a double with Sorayu falling quickly. Really strong look here from Peru Unite to start to position around this Regice. KO moving back, but there's the slice and dice from Megu. Big A9 Unite move, but it's not going to be enough because as the Sovereign Sword, I believe, they're ultimately swinging it in favor of Gen 5.
Yeah, an incredible secure tool in its own right. We go on and on about Wicked Blow, but Sovereign Sword and, of course, that Water Burst Shuriken. Two fantastic options for Gen 5. So, Gen 5 keeping EU's hopes alive with another objective secure. The only problem for, honestly, both these teams is they have not been able to translate these team fights into anything points related, largely because both these teams are focusing a lot on squishier attacker-based compositions, so they don't have a lot of bulk to push into these goal zones, but still, it is a dangerous prospect that you have that early game lead, but still not much to show for it in terms of the scoreboard.
Peru hoping to catch Gen 5 napping there, all 5 on bottom path. Nice Ice Fang feeds it into the blender, and KO ultimately coming out with the KO, so that's Zazuro done and dusted, but like you say, Zongs, they just can't find much more than that. A KO here, a KO there, focus on their own central area, try and at least try to catch up to Gen 5. I mean, again, looking at the level 13 Greninja, finally, they see just one defender on this T1 pad, and it feels like the floodgates have opened. The first zone taken down at 3.5 minutes, but they've had to give up the Regieleki to do so.
Now, how quickly can they defend that against this Regieleki? It looks like they were making a push towards Tier 2. KO will do so, but I think as soon as they saw Sazuro, the rest of the team had to peel back. The threat of a Hoopa Unite move to bring them and defend that Tier 2, as well as scoring on Tier 1, could have been catastrophic. So KO getting in 40 is a great bonus, but the rest of the team reeling back, I think a great decision by Peru.
It's a big overdunk, but I completely concur with you, especially given that they now have the lead. And in a game of such fine margins, you really want that lead, minuscule as it might be, going into the Ray Pit. We've already talked so many times today, Zoinks, about how the onus is on the team behind to make that move. And we've seen so many times previously how Peru is able to lay the traps and not give their opponents any opportunity to bring them out of position. Speaking of, surf into the middle of basically everyone. Soreyu ain't going to get away with that.
Yeah, I can't believe Utah took that much damage. They got hit by not only the Alolan Ninetales, but also the Psychic from the Psyduck. They got down to such low HP. Utah eventually having to retreat all the way back from that team fight. That does mean that Peru Unite is going to lock up that Regirock. Gen 5 just simply cannot risk losing a level 14 Greninja before the 2-minute final stretch. They recall, they're going to be safe. Megu also completely unnoticed by anyone from Peru Unite is going to be playing all the way around to the top left side of the map. Going to have that tall grass all to themselves.
Tempo on the precipice of level 13. That is that A9 up to level 13, leading the lobby Utah. But you do sense that Peru, the favor has swung towards them. Megu, as you rightly say, unnoticed in this tall grass. Big, though, big send from Draken. And again, Soreyu's caught out. Hasn't resorted to the slow beam just yet. Attempted flank from Kea, eating a lot of damage to do so. The headache pops off. No KOs as of yet.
Yes, just to walk away. Soreyu saved by Trick there a little bit. Absorbs a ton of damage. Great jousting in the back line. Espeon Unite move to respond, though.
That's a big chase down opportunity. Still not able to find the KO. Neither team really. Bringing the party, the Hooper unbound. Zazuro laying the stuns down, but not finding anyone just yet. Draken in the retreat. Zinus has not had a single speck of health lost in this entire thing. Gen 5 now looking for the rip. It's going to be Slowbro going down first. Eaten by the front line. Coin flip! And the Sovereign Sword far too early. Peru popping off.
Alolan Ninetales going to get the secure on that one. Will be the only player KO'd, so 4 players from Peru Unite will have that Rayquaza shield as they go and dump in those points. Really crazy situation. No Slowbro to speak of, thanks to an amazing stun by Kea and great capitalization from that ice path of the Mamoswine and Alolan Ninetales. That explosive combo damage is exactly what Peru Unite was trying to build up within their draft.
Slowly but surely, you just felt Peru growing with confidence, asking Gen 5 questions that they simply did not have the answers. And because they burned so much time trying to play this Ray Pit sweetly, they've left themselves with no time to respond. Still, we have tempo with this Ray Shield. Soreyu eating so much damage, just doing a bit of a spin. They know it's over, Gen 5. First point to Peru.
Wow, what a start to this series. I mean, Gen 5, like you were mentioning, having a fantastic early game in that scenario, but Peru honestly playing extremely safe. That was one thing I think I even out loud said, wow, during that Rayquaza fight, at how patient those teams were being. You would have an exchange, and they felt like they were both getting good retreats off in some of these team fights. Like, I can't believe you're walking away without a single member being knocked out. It's really good defensive play, and really heads up. I mean, you can have some great amount of damage, you can go all in, try to get 2 KOs, but sometimes more important than anything is just making sure that you yourself don't get knocked out.
Such a low KO game, such a low damage game. And speaking of defenders, I do want to reserve special mention for Draken, who was, they were suffering for the first 5 minutes. They were properly suffering, not finding that Mammoth until around the 4-minute 30 mark. But I tell you what, those Ice Fangs were so well placed. Again, you see Sorayu stepping up, trying to buy a bit of time, maybe looking for a bit of disruption, but all they do is they feed themselves into Tempo, who then does his part, feeds it into the rest of Peru. Tempo, take the Zacian away from him, still doesn't make him any less of a player. Fantastic work.
Yeah, I really like Tempo's choice here. Oftentimes, I would prefer to go with the Shadow Claw build of Mimikyu. They opt into play rough. I really do think it is because of how much crowd control we so often see on the side of Gen 5. Having an opportunity to try to make yourself immune and try to dodge a little bit of that via the play rough does make sense. I know we talked about the history of that player in Trick Room. I have to say, I'm pretty happy to see the Shadow Sneak this time around. I do think it is the superior move, but it was being body blocked by Sorayu quite a bit. That is the toughest part about Shadow Sneak, is if defenders are going to be body blocking those shots, it does render it rather useless.
Yeah, I think honestly, Gen 5 was probably expecting the Trick Room themselves, which is why Sorayu was maybe feeling a little bit more interested in going for the body blocks and stepping up, perhaps a little bit overprotective of Gen 5 conservative, the word which I 100% agree with. First ban's on the table, we got Umbreon, we got Blissey. Peru first pick, not going to allow Zacian to go through. I imagine they're going to try and lock in the Psyduck first up. Gen 5 not wanting Zionist to head onto the Inteleon.
Yeah, I think you stick with these bans. I'm not upset about that phase of the draft whatsoever. I do think Gen 5 might want to reconsider the Slowbro so early in this draft and where we saw it last time. It does make Tempo have to be a little bit more careful about where we go, but this is a great draft decision. Urshifu being locked up immediately, they are going to follow it up with the one I just critiqued, but that's okay, as long as it's bookended by a fantastic Urshifu selection.
Yeah, this is a little more static a roster from what, because remember, we are praising the likes of Yutao, Sorayu, and Megu for all rotating onto that defender. Feels like Sorayu has kind of just said, look, Yutao, Megu, we need you on those roaming picks. We need you on the front line. I'll basically take the hit this time around. I'll just do what I can, and you can just do what you do best.
Okay, so expecting a little bit more bulk on the side of Gen 5. They're going to rotate a little bit more into the front-to-back strategy. If you don't have Inteleon or some kind of burst damage to follow up on the Psychics, instead, you can just go for very consistent attacks that will frequently come from that Mewtwo-Y. Even worse when it gets Mega Evolved, but ooh, interesting response. Eldegoss and Metagross going to be their answers.
It's a lot of shielding if they combine well, and we know that Suzuru is the sort of player to synergize well with Megu, as we've seen plenty of times before. Final two picks then for Peru on top of this Mewtwo-Y, Mamoswine, and Psyduck. Certainly the Psyduck-Mamoswine combination I was really happy with. Is this really going to happen? The Glaceon is locked in.
Tempo.
It's the little pink monster that we're looking at. I don't think we've ever, I mean, it's got a pick rate of 1% apparently. I imagine that's the first time for today, possibly in UCS history.
Let's go. Tempo locks in the Tinkaton.
What's the Unite move name again?
Yeah, for sure. Tinkaton Unite. Anyway, I'm so excited to see that Pokemon locked in. This is so exciting. It's actually a really, really cool response to Metagross and Eldegoss, right? Thief being able to steal so much of those defenses, which is Metagross's best trait, one of Eldegoss's best traits. Going to be really fantastic to see that. Now, the biggest question mark is going to be how fast can Tempo get ramped up? For anyone who is unaware, Tinkaton does get larger and larger area of effect on their attacks the more they're able to land attacks on the enemy. All the way up to a stack of 60. We'll keep you updated on how it looks throughout the match, but basically, Circle gonna get bigger.
I wonder, we've got a wonderful stats team behind the scenes. I would love to know if this is the first ever appearance.
I think it is. Last time we had Gengar, it was also 1%. Oh no, it's been in UCS. We've had it in North America.
UCS before. Okay, okay. But even still, a super, super rare look at something that has often been overlooked. But I completely concur with you. And again, this is why people just... Draft is so important. if you know you've got that one pick up your sleeve that no one is expecting, and especially in a situation you could not have put it any better, Zoinks. Metagross is so reliant on hitting those spins, on spinning up with the shielding. You've got an Eldegoss as well there, even more shielding to concern yourself with on top of the heals to balance it all out. Get Thief involved in that.
Yeah, and it's going to be a Gen 5 that uncharacteristically is going to be focusing a little bit more in the later game, so maybe the poor little Tinkatink here will have some time to warm up. All yet to be seen as we get into game number 2 between Peru Unite and Gen 5.
0-0. All starts there, doesn't it? Peru in your purple, Gen 5 in your orange. Kea and Tempo moving into this top path. A little invade on the Beneries, a little early stack. It takes a little bit longer than I'm sure this Beldam would have wanted, and there will be no steal. Joining the fun, Suzuru. Megu attempting to move back, of course, using that tackle really sensibly to continue to speed up the movement. Picks up the 2 there. Now Tempo looking for a steal of their own on this little bunny. Lovely bit of the headache, but it's going to go over to the Beldam.
I honestly don't think Tempo's ever going to hit a wild Pokemon if they get the chance. They want to hit an enemy Pokemon with every single one of their moves, and whenever that little boosted gauge below their HP gets fully charged, that will also stack up the area effect. So Tinkatink just wants to throw hands immediately, early and often.
Draken looking for the early invade, by the way. Great work from Soreyu, just body blocking for Yutao, who's hit that level 5, leading the lobby alongside the Glaceon, who's going to rotate top. Yutao here with the Wicked Blow, going to take away all of those clouds. Here's Amino with a Kabi-chan's rotate, 4v2, and no Evos in sight for Gen 5. Easy scoring for Peru.
Yeah, big push for Anemo, who, by the way, in terms of items, something that was interesting, is running the energy amplifier on the Glaceon. Makes a lot of sense, that Glacial stage extremely powerful, but also to note, it will be achieving it at level 8. One of those evolutions, getting their Unite move a little bit early. But hey, there you go. First time I've ever seen Tinkatink on the live stage.
Absolutely. Some more, I mean, look, it's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see whether it pays off. And look, just as if you can't get any closer between these two teams, 45 to 45 as we hit the 2-minute mark. Megu, though, might not be able to make it back. Indeed, they don't. Tempo starting to cook here.
We're already starting to see those anti-defense options. Thief was able to steal a little bit from Metang. Saida cruising through with that Surf for a bit of extra damage after that. It's okay, though. Gen 5 have other carries that they have on their squad, and so far, it's been Yutao's Urshifu that has been leading for Gen 5. Really, really solid performance. Already taking a ton of the EXP in the middle of the map that was contestable.
As things cool down again, Zoinks, I also want to point out in regards to Thief, it takes away the defense and special defense for everybody. So in terms of, like, of course it takes it away from that individual, but it's worth mentioning that all of Peru will benefit from that.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, anybody who is targeting that Pokemon will reap their rewards, and we do have the Gigaton Hammer locked in. The big old swing, charge up, knock up, you love every piece of it. Kea is going to go there for the backup as Yutao and Sazuru are going to rotate down towards the bottom path where Peru is currently putting up an offense, but Metang going to go down. Megu going down here. Really bad news is Tempo going to level up quickly.
There's got to be a different game plan for Gen 5. Megu just getting so lost in the source. Why are you going up against Tinkatink, especially on your own? First Reggie's on the board. Regirock taking a bit of a walk, and so for both sides, really, you're not going to be worried about going after that just yet with the health bar resetting. Look at that little gremlin go. Look at those icicle shards firing into Yutao, who finds safety in the form of Suzuru here, but real good look from Peru, setting up shop. Psychic looking to pull Soryu back, but they catch out Draken. Excellent punish from Yutao. Joining the fray, it's Tempo.
All right, so they have Tempo in melee range, but they also have the Icy Wind to kind of count on in terms of secure around this Regirock. This will be an extremely close contest, though. Great Mew Unite move to give a little bit of invisibility around that main objective, and that is going to give Megu the opportunity they need. Great coverage, not allowing the Glaceon to target it.
Trends in numbers. Now Gen 5 looking to capitalize. In goes the Metang. Still, I mean, they're so close to Metagross and the Unite move. In fact, they're going to go down, selling themselves a little bit too far. The Ice Fang yet again, Draken on this Piloswine, doing so much of their heavy lifting, quite literally.
Yeah, I mean, I love this Ice Fang build on Mamoswine. It uniquely allows you to not really need that level 9. When you're going on the other moveset, you really like to have the Unite move as kind of that final punch to the combo. When you're running Ice Fang, honestly, you don't need it. Piloswine's stats are still extremely solid and allows you to be a threat, honestly, from level 5 onwards.
Oh, sigh of relief for Megu as finally they get that Metagross online. Interesting magnet rise, by the way, to get a little bit more maneuverability in. They are very well aware of the threats that Kea and Draken are providing on the front line to help bring anybody within range into that Tinkerton's hammer blow.
All right, Tempo looking to get another push to the top side. That'll be a free 19 points, and there it is. Draken evolving into level 9 for that Mamoswine with a score of 19. Peru Unite has been leading score-wise for quite some time, and both those goal zones are extremely low, primed for some big overdunks.
Okay, there's the Compute and Crush, sets up the Colosseum slightly on the T1 zone. The Sai buying in so much space on the Glacial stage 2. Wonderful response from Peru Unite. There's no KO in sight for Gen 5. Big slow beam, and still they're unable to do the job. Look at Tempo go! Swing that hammer, baby!
Every single one of those auto attacks, when given that Thief buff, had these huge area of effects, big cleave damage from this hammer, sweeping across the entire squad, and a big jump into the air will honestly act as a celebration. KO really needed some stacks, maybe. I'm not too sure what happened there, but either way, Regieleki gonna be the next target for this Peru Unite squad.
Tempo sending a kiss, kiss, kaboom to Gen 5's plans on this Regieleki. 160 to 45, and now an extra helping hand on this top path. Gen 5 looking to respond in kind, moving into the south path, but Peru is already set up with their front line. There goes the Mewtwo, throwing some psychic strikes. Gen 5 just Hail Marying it, and you know what, Zoinks, it has paid off.
Yeah, I mean, Lunder's Unite moves have been picture perfect around those. You give that mystical aura around the Mew while channeling it, you would provide invisibility. The other team is not able to clock where Yutao is on this Urshifu. There's no counter to try to stop these last hit secures, and if these bottom Reggie fights are anything how Rayquaza's gonna go, that might be Gen 5's best look.
Tempo with a skip and a frolic into the backline, eating a lot of damage, but also giving Peru the opportunity to take down that T1, and there's more on the way. Draken again with the setup, 200 to 96. Some more stacks for Yutao, so at least they're getting online, but we're 7 minutes into the game, Zoinks.
100%. Yeah, I mean, Gen 5 is trying to keep pace. Level-wise, they're getting outpaced a little bit. Score-wise, extremely so. But at least Yutao's Urshifu is still becoming a very, very relevant threat. The problem is these objectives are going to be so scary into the late game. And whoo, but at least they got Tempo at what has to be full stacks. You see where Tinkerton is charging that Gigaton hammer, a gigantic circle, and honestly might be one stage below maximum. I think we can get even bigger on that hammer.
Yeah, 100%, and especially considering that we're now moving into the stage where that Gigaton hammer will have the most value. Everybody's going to be looking towards that Ray Pit, which means that there is more chance than ever statistically during a match to get as many bodies underneath that AOE. 30 seconds left, Zoinks. Gen 5 with a lot of thinking to do.
I'm honestly shocked Peru Unite is not playing this fight even more aggressively. You have this double attacker composition that is going to have a really tough time breaking it through a front line from Gen 5. They are going to be playing it kind of down the middle, which won't give Gen 5 much room to work with, but they will have access to that Rayquaza pit. They got Megu on the Metagross playing a little defensively and also trying to farm up, see if they can get to the level 13. Urshifu will get it, but just in the nick of time.
Right, you do not want to repeat the mistakes of game 1. You do not want to lose your Slowbro in the source. Metagross has rejoined the party. Gen 5 on full alert. Moving north, we've seen this play before. Maybe attempting to go for a score, but it would take more than a full hundo burger to upset this 200.
Yeah, this is a bit of a dangerous risk from Peru Unite to not be defending this goal zone at all, but it is going to put them into go mode here a little bit. Watch Tempo with 49 in the bottom path as well, but they're immediately retreating. The team fight's already beginning. Peru Unite with some early poke damage. Gen 5 with already an immediate response.
Immediately retract everything, don't they? Both Gen 5 and Peru.
Just like game 1.
On a knife's edge. You could really, I mean, you could cut the tension. It's that fine. More pokes onto Ray for Gen 5, possibly for Vision, for the Twisters. That can provide some knockups, maybe an opportunity, another Solar Beam. Maybe Gen 5, once we get into that 45-second margin, might risk another back cap. There's another Earthquake, and it's Sorayu once again into the slow beam. They have to make it count. Finally, a KO goes the way of Gen 5. That Mewtwo is gone, but there's still more to go. The Kiss Kiss Kaboom lands, but doesn't find anything until at last It's the Urshifu, Utah's gone, and it's Azuru gone. Peru turning this around. Soreyu on the back foot. Lunda on that southern path, making sure that there's no counter scores. But Soreyu going top path. Fantastic read from Tempo. Nothing for you, good sir.
Wow, this game is so extremely close now. Only 4 points are going to separate that team. Nemo and Kea were having a great matchup. Speaking of Kea, they're putting in 40 points in the back half now. They now have a huge lead with only 20 seconds remaining. Gen 5, one of the last 2 hopes of EU, need to turn this match around if they want to stick in this tournament.
You're not going to rip this. You're not going to do this. Once again, the clock beats Gen 5. Peru, cool as you like. They might be from Latam. But inside those heads, it's ice cold.
Incredible game. Ticketon's first ever stage performance, and Tempo delivers a W, 280 to 196. Absolute heartbreak for Gen 5 in that matchup. Felt like they were kind of playing from behind the whole time, but they had the level advantage at Rayquaza. So one of the things about Ticketon, you get a little fight hungry, you know, trying to make sure that your stacks are staying up as frequently as they can, and you actually don't spend as much time knocking out wild Pokemon and leveling up. And so they were going in with a deficit, but just great understanding of that team fight. Track and place really aggressively, finds the entire enemy squad, baits out some cooldowns, and can recall. Not to mention, Nemo and Kea had an absolutely incredible performance on the right-hand side of that final fight, able to thwart Utah's Urshifu just for a moment and still survive and stay in that. Love that play, and of course, Kea sealing the deal with that 40 points.
Additionally, I really liked how Gen 5 played that, actually. Although it was a huge risk to go all in on that top path push to try and get a score in, you're thinking, okay, well, we know for sure that we're not going to be leading, especially at that 1 minute mark where you're going to get that notifier, but at least it sets you up with options, right? There is a possibility to go and backcap if you're able to show some patience, and that is ultimately what Gen 5 lacked. It felt like there was a huge argument just on how you're going to approach this, and even though they do get 1 KO initially, they get the first KO in that fight, Zoinks.
Yeah.
The cost is too high. They lose Sazuro, they lose Utah, and by that point, there is no chance that they're going to rip it because they don't have the comp to do so.
Yeah, I mean, they got split up pretty hard, and that's why I want to give the credit to Kea. He divided that fight in 2 with some amazing crowd control and just made Gen 5's job so difficult. Man, there's with some amazing games. This is a replay from game 1. So fun to watch, and yeah, that's Sovereign Sword not quite able to take it. Alolan Ninetales with a game-winning moment, by the way, as well. Really cool to see, but this is probably my favorite part of Gen 5. This was so textbook. Lunder with that invisibility aura always around those objectives, allowing Utah and Megu to clean them up frequently. Really felt like a great look from them, but like we said, Peru UNITE taking down yet another squad and setting up our first confirmed semi-final in our tournament. Our first top 4 matchup will be yet another battle between Peru UNITE and Orange Juicers.
It just feels so right. And shout out to Peru, by the way, who after this tournament are now 4-0 against Gen 5 in the pocket. And yeah, you can see, to be fair, Megu felt like they were inside. Speaking of pockets, they were in Tempo's pocket for the entire game. I think great credit to Megu and just Gen 5 in general to have not just come back on the level situation, but to actually, as you rightly point out, overtake them. But by this point, it's like, well, now everyone's split up. Now we have no chance. And Soreyu, so readable, going to the top path, almost in desperation, hoping that Peru unite. That was one oversight that they might have. But why would you ever expect that with this team? They're so good, so methodical.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like at that point, you're just making decisions like, hopefully, who knows what else do I have in this opportunity? But amazing clutch effect from Peru. It seems like they can do that event after event, and yet another top 4 for this squad.
Man, it's you know what? It's a relief for me because after such a trying season within their own region, it's the in-person buff, isn't it? It's that ability to clutch up. They want to remain champions of this event. And there we are, confirmation. Our first semi-final of Aeos Cup 2025. Orange Juicers versus Peru UNITE. But they're going to be looking at the other semi-finals, Zoinks, and thinking it really doesn't get any easier from there. So many stacked rosters on the way.
Yeah, I don't think anybody expecting a top 4 path onwards to be easy at this point. Not in a tournament as stacked as ours. I mean, of course, yeah, the next matches we're going to see are these quarterfinals. Luminosity versus DreamHack and Komai, the last hope of EU now, going up against Nemesis. Wild to see. Poor Komai haven't even had a chance to play today and are just watching all their EU comrades being knocked out of the tournament. Wild stuff out here, but either way, Peru Unite, definitely a tournament favorite going in. One of the picks that people were choosing as a potential champion of this tournament. They're making it happen already, all the way into top 4.
So, all right, I want to hear some interviews. I want to hear some questions. I want to hear some of that right now.
Welcome to the big stage. I am here with Anemo from Peru. They just came off of a huge win. Give it up for them, everybody. Let's hear it. They're heading to our semifinals. They're going to face off against the Orange Juicers. My first question, I have to know, they are the only team to bring Tinkaton to the tournament. I want to know what their thought process was with that.
Ok, te pregunta que por qué usaste Tinkaton en este primer torneo, porque ha sido el primer equipo que lo ha utilizado.
Es en realidad un pick, por así decirlo, secreto que estábamos guardando y es básicamente porque también nuestro coach, Replicate, nos sugirió practicarlo y bueno, lo estábamos practicando totalmente en secreto y al final, bueno, sentimos que era el momento de sacar este pick secreto y funcionó.
Okay, they are telling that it was a secret of the team, that the main captain chose this to be a surprise of the spectators, and it works really well.
Yeah, it worked incredibly well. I have to ask, out in front of you are the Orange Juicers, but I wonder who you'd be interested in facing in the grand finals. Closer to your, just a little closer. What team they'd like to fight in the grand finals?
Pregunta que qué equipo os gustaría enfrentaros en las semifinales.
Sinceramente me gustaría enfrentar a Luminosity Gaming.
Okay, they choose Luminosity, they will like a lot.
Of course, they want to face off against LG. And finally, before I let you go, do you have any words for your fans out in the audience here today?
¿Algún agradecimiento para tus amigos, familia?
Sí, la verdad quisiera agradecer a todos los que nos están apoyando, creo, desde las 3 de la mañana, desde el día de ayer, no solo hoy día. Muchas gracias a todos, gracias a la comunidad y quisiera mandarle un saludo a Flancita y nada, muchas gracias y espero que nos sigan apoyando.
Okay, the cheers for the spectators that they are waiting until yesterday at the 3 a.m. So they are so grateful about this.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Congratulations. You will see them moving on in this tournament. I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth. Bye.
Thank you so much, Spragles, the content cowboy, and I'm just going to say it, the keeper of the secret marbles. That's right, I'm outing you. You know who you are. But I think Peru knows who they are as well. They are a squad that has every right to be top 4. They are a squad who, much like others, have said, yeah, we can take on Luminosity. Why not? Still a ways to go, however, for Luminosity, who, hey, what do you know, are on our screens next.
Yeah, going to be going up against DreamHack Esports. Definitely a fan favorite matchup between these two teams. I mean, we got it on screen. Overlord versus Baby Mazo is going to be such an electric showing. I cannot wait to see that one. But I mean, I'm really excited about this semifinal that we just teed up. It's going to be a really, really cool rematch from World Championships. We saw that match, I think, 10 to 12 times. So we're going to see a few more times after this one. We are going to be jumping to a very short break. When we come back, more Aeos Cup.
Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
I'm a little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. I just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch its head. Watch its head. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
Back to the Aeos Cup here at EUIC. We are live on location here in London at the Excel Center for one of the biggest tournaments. What do we do? We're playing a lot of Pokemon, dude.
That was like a DJ booth worth of Pokemon.
That was a lot of Pokemon being played all at once.
Cross hands action. That is too much. But
they're trying to get a shiny starter is what I'm being told in the booth. But more importantly, they're playing like this. Yeah.
Which is like a fancy piano maneuver, right? Like, oh, I got to get over here.
Look how good I am. This piano.
Got to get over here.
We are, we're back to it. Let's go.
They are looking for a shiny starter. Look at this action right here.
Now that I think about it, that actually might be the correct way to do it, because otherwise you have to fan your hands out in a way that is not ideal.
I don't have the dexterity, and you need to layer the Game Boys, right? So you can't do it straight up. You can't do it straight up. And that is 5 resets right there. So unsuccessful in that. It would have been very excellent if that would have been when they got the shiny.
It actually would have been even crazier if, because they were so focused on what they were showing with their hands, they missed the shinies.
Okay.
Like, no. Oh gosh, we're back with the Aeos Cup. Obviously, we're getting closer and closer to finding out what our first team that is going to be qualified to Worlds will be. I feel like the story of today has been, of course, a lot of teams performing well that we thought would perform well, but EU actually not doing super well in this tournament. A lot of them getting knocked out so far. Coming up next, we have your former world champs against a team that actually knocked out the biggest name in EU, Nouns Esports, that is DreamMax.
Yeah, DreamHack looked very solid in their matchup earlier today. Of course, Luminosity, LAIC champions, dispatching the Brazilians in Brazil. DreamHack Esports actually didn't make that top. That was Tuzi, who didn't even make day 2. So this tournament has kind of been all over the place in the most exciting way possible. Luminosity won the last 2 monthly cups, so they are on a bit of a win streak coming in here into top 4, completely aced their groups as well. So, you know, they're certainly to be contended with, but DreamHack has played on the stage already today. You got to think they're geared up, ready to go.
Without question, I feel like DreamHack is feeling great, even though they have to run into a team like this. This is probably the team that the most people want to face at the latest point in the tournament possible, because they are so amazingly good. They won LAIC. They've won Worlds multiple times. Here they are to do it again, win in dramatic fashion up on the big stage. And if they do, that will be their second live event and second win of the season as they prepare themselves to head to ACL in Japan.
Which the story I keep telling, because I personally find it very enjoyable, is there's an opportunity here for Luminosity wins this, goes to ACL, wins that. They're kind of collecting these World Championship invites and really slimming down the potential pool of teams that could be there just by proxy by having more invites than other teams.
Yeah, that would be, I mean, it would be really interesting to see what would happen if a team got multiple invites to Worlds. What do they do with that? I mean, do they give them both? How does it work? Are they allowed to gift one to a friend?
I would like to, I don't actually know how it shakes down. That's how it works in my mind, because
we can really speculate, but we really don't know.
We had to course correct here so we didn't actually lie on camera and break our 100%
True
streak that we have here. We see Luminosity DreamHack on stage. Again, DreamHack with just an amazing, amazing set against Noun, that hero slow bro play from Olivo. And I would be shocked. Luminosity is known for banning slow bro themselves just to keep them down from anything they want to do. Not today, though.
Yeah, here we go. We've got the Umbreon and Urshifu. We have the Psyduck and Inteleon from the side of DreamHack. First pick on over to Luminosity Gaming as they are going to look to lock something in. I know Blissey could be, you know, very high up on their list. Of course, it is the best Blissey player probably to ever play the game. That is Slash with the World Championship on Blissey. So yeah, you want to get that locked in.
2 of them.
Oh, 2 times?
2-time
I
World
bet he could play the game with his hands all switched up.
Yeah, probably. Blissey in the hands of Slash, unsurprising here. Mazo going to Leafeon. I don't think I've watched a game where they haven't picked the Leafeon, and Kaduzera Sword as well. I mean, the stocks are up on the Sword.
We got Kyrios here on Miraidon, and we have Otter on the Mew. Now, Luminosity Gaming, known for their support Mew. They are not looking to play this. You know, of course, it's going to do some damage. It's going to have some impact. It has possibility for some great secures as well when it comes to KOs or wild Pokemon. But most importantly, it's running that EXP share. It's running a curse item. This is set up to support the team. Luminosity Gaming is pretty unique in the sense that they play their supports in a very different way.
It makes it incredibly easy when you have the Blissey as well that can cover the healing aspect of the support role while being a great frontline tank. On the other side, Olivo grabbing the Snorlax as well as Gizine on the Eldegoss again. They've kind of locked this. This is the same like 4 picks-ish with the exception being Olivo that we've seen. Cramorant. We've got Cramorant on here. And if you're all following Unite Esports on social media, you'll see an amazing Cramorant impression by yours truly, Dupesnax.
This is pretty incredible. You do not see Cram much, as you can tell by the 1% pick rate here in this tournament. Now, it did recently get some buffs, but it didn't feel like anything that was going to bring it back into the competitive scene necessarily. But here we have it with the item setup that they're running. It looks like this is going to be a dive, either air slash or dive hurricane build for Cramorant, which gives it incredible mobility, but it is not, it doesn't have the kind of damage output that you would have if you were running Surf Hurricane, which is kind of more of the long-range damage dealer version of Cram.
On the side of Luminosity Game, you have Otter that actually was in like Cramorant jail last year, year 3. So they definitely have knowledge of the Pokemon, how it operates, and they can communicate that through the team so they don't necessarily get caught unawares here. Wrapping up, Trainer on Mimikyu, one of the few players that makes this thing look like a worthy pick. We've seen a couple so far, but I'm excited to see Trainers, which is finally let out of the cage.
Yeah, Trainer is insanely good on Mimikyu. This is going to be a real test for DreamHack, right? And it's going to be a real showcase as to where exactly Luminosity is at in this tournament. We saw a shaky game for them day 1 as they played against Antic from OC, but outside of that match, they did do incredibly well. walking through their tournament flawlessly so far, not dropping a single game.
Yeah, and they're going to looking to keep that going. And that's what's dangerous with Luminosity, right? Once they kind of get into these later stages of the tournaments, they tend to stop losing, which is good.
Yeah, you want to stop losing as it goes on, and they haven't lost it all yet. This is Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. DreamMax Esports, your orange team. North America versus Brazil to see which one will move on to our semifinals.
Slash and Curios, a very strong dynamic duo here in the bottom path. We've got Olivo rolling down, as well as Ferzera on the Cramorant, going to see what they can do. Quick points going in for Curios. Slash Gang going to try and bully up front and try and out-secure some of these Pokemon here. Unsuccessful in that particular endeavor.
Yeah, and they're actually going to have to peel back here. Nice secures there by the side of DreamMax as that heads over to Luminosity. Not too bad on either side. We also did get an early score, but the blue buff early sent over to this Cramorant. That's the nice thing about using a Leafeon. You're able to, you know, share that central area.
K-Opener over to DreamMax as Slash does go down, but here's Trainer to try and leverage the work that this bottom path pair has done. A bit shy on the damage they need for Olivo, and Ferzera senses the trouble, gets out of dodge.
Yeah, nice play right there, actually. You know, they use the Hurricane to knock them up, they eject button, they drop the Whirlpool in case they follow them into the tall grass right there. We're going to have level 5 on Cramorant as we're going to get a secure on this somehow. They get a little bit of it and then peel back.
Yeah, oh, nice little spin up by the Cram here. Keeps, again, Luminosity from pushing forward. Eject button from Overlord. They want this KO on Giesing. They're not going to be successful. Otter running coverage for that. Overlord is very low. Here comes Mazo, and that's an easy one for a Leafeon.
Yeah, easy for Leafeon. Going to try to follow Otter right here. Not able to get them right in time for that Razor Leaf. Otter is going to peel back. Mazo going to head back to that top path. But a big KO. And Blaziken takes a lot longer to get online than Leafeon, right? So you're able to make these plays early and really just put the pressure on your opponents.
Slashcan just sitting there, getting a sense for where DreamMax Esports is trying to play. Double A now in the central area for them as we have Combusken trying to get into a Blaziken.
Careful. I hope that becomes Blaziken soon because I don't want to see you throw up here on broadcast. Again, as we move in, looking for a KO. Nice big heavy slam. Combusken in some trouble. Going to have to run out of this engagement.
Yeah, I believe Otter with a nice little play there by themselves to just, again, offer support, allow Overlord to get in, back out. E-Ball putting the fear in DreamMax for now. Now we have a 4v4 as we are approaching the 740 mark. These teams are looking to scrap, but Mazo isn't here, so the advantage might be to Luminosity.
Yeah, I think the advantage definitely is to Luminosity down here in this bottom path, especially as they have this Mimikyu starting to run down. The level advantage was pretty nice for DreamMax for a moment there, but now that we're all about in line.
Ooh. Nice little surf pull by Otter here to get Kaduzera into the back line, and now Luminosity Overlord comes through, slides on Ferzera. Olivo's going to go down as well. Heavy slam over the wall. Overheat can't quite catch them. I thought that one was all but guaranteed. Wide guard to stop the boosted auto from Otter.
Here we go. We're going to head down to this bottom objective. They're just ripping it off the map as quick as they can. The Fire Punch, the Electro Drift, moving into the Overheat, and that's good to go for Luminosity.
Kaduzera in there. Wide guard is a little early. Now they're going to put tons of damage on him, and that's an easy KO back on the sword, getting cracked in half very simply. And now Luminosity is still full pressure down here. 4 on just Olivo and Giesing, and they're going to try and get some points, and rotating down slowly but surely is Trainer. Ferzera is behind them. The Cramorant trying to score, and this Electro Drift Maridon's going to be able to chunk it down, and it does immediately. Quick KO lineup. Mazo, bang, give him 2. Nice little work by Curios.
Curios moving in. That's a double KO, and they're continuing this push towards this goal zone. 4 members of Luminosity. Now there's the Unite move from this Maridon, pushing them away from the goal. Now Overlord can stack in this bottom path with a nice big overcap there from Trainer. 35 to the goal zone. That's 114-83. And level-wise, things are also going great for Luminosity. They have their Blaziken at 10.
I mean, they are just looking good across the board on these levels because of that great exchange they were just able to have. Ferzera going to try and follow Giesing into the middle. We got Mazo kind of going downstairs for a big flank, and Trainer's getting surrounded very quickly in the bottom path. Let's see if they can deal with the Mimikyu here. Blitz assistance just in time, and Kaduzera goes in. They do get the KO Shrika 2 after the heavy slam follow-up, and now it's DreamMax Esports putting some pressure on.
Yeah, DreamMax actually having a great exchange right there. Even though though we did have the Bliss Assistance, which is one of the best get-out-of-jail-free cards in Pokemon Unite, they were still able to pick up those KOs, still able to break that bottom goal zone. However, this gave Luminosity the opportunity to take Regieleki in the top path, and now they get to decide whether they're fighting in the top path or trying to score, trying to take some experience, and it looks like Blaziken gets taken down top, trying to push that in.
Yeah, but that allowed a ton of work to be done by Curios, right? They were just sitting right there, grabbing some buffs. Olivo couldn't really contest too hard there, and really just keeping an eye on him, making sure things don't get out of control. There's the Mimikyu Shadow Sneak right into the middle. Olivo over the wall, quickly retreating. I'll tell you what, Olivo is making chicken salad out of chicken scratch out here because they are getting caught a lot, but never actually going down.
Yeah, I feel like DreamHack has been fighting particularly well, even though there have been some tough moments and Luminosity's playing a great game. Another objective secured by Luminosity. This is going to put them even closer to some, kind of astronomical levels here. We've already got 12 on this Blaziken. The Shadow Sneak hits the sword, but they decide not to go in with it.
Yeah, I like that choice, right? Don't give this experience back. Kaduzera is there waiting for them. Gizine and Olivo in tow. Electro Drift with the Bliss Assistance right there. We got a Power Nap on top of them. They're stuck against the wall. Slash Can is getting real low. Overheat is there. Does it hit a target? Not quite yet. Coup de Grace comes through. Nobody's quite down. Mimikyu Unite does finally gobble up the sword. And now Luminosity is just trying to take more equity on the map. Take some buffs away. Take some free experience away. Otter going to pot shot with a long-range boosted auto, and the rest of the team is gone.
Yeah, one thing that you pointed out there, Dupes, it's exactly right, is they are spending so much time on their side of the map, they're stealing all of the experience away that they possibly can. Meanwhile, when you look at Luminosity's side of the map, there's tons of farm up that they are able to get. Level-wise, this is going to be tough for DreamHack if they're not able to get back on board and get some of this experience. We almost have a level 13 on this Blaziken already.
Shadow Sneak on Olivo. Nice little block. Kaduzera goes deep. Overheated Charge doesn't hit anybody. Into the backline, Cram Unite is out. They're gulping and gatling and shooting missiles all over the place. And finally, Trainer does go down. Or is there going to be a re-engagement? Overlord wants more. Gets spun up by the Cramorant. Overheat eject button. Tons of damage on 2, but not enough to actually close the door. Meanwhile, Regieleki is getting hit. DreamHack successfully pushed away.
Yeah, DreamHack pushed away. Easy secure here now for Luminosity. No one from DreamHack is even going to try to take this away from them. Every objective has been an easy fight for Luminosity. And we got a big one coming up here. That is Rayquaza. It does feel like DreamHack is doing a good job of not getting baited, not going down in some of these big fights, but at the same time, Luminosity is taking control of the map. They are taking the objectives, and again, in just a moment here, Rayquaza is going to hit the map. If Luminosity can push you out of the Ray Pit and secure that, it's game over.
Yeah, down by 17 points is DreamHack, but they still have a T1 to work with, whereas Luminosity does not. 30 seconds until Ray. Wait with bated breath. We're going to see how they decide to posture here. Otter babysitting the T1 top, and Slashcan trying to get vision. Remember, they are Blissey, which is a support character, but they're acting as the tank for this team. They need to be frontlining and open up windows of opportunity for Trainer.
And here we go. We have about 10 seconds until Rayquaza, and score is incredibly close, 192-175. Someone from DreamHack could peel off. Nice little focus blast, finding multiple members. Overlord knocked up. Snorlax hitting the block. They're moving in for this fight, though.
They want Kaduzera. Bliss Assist in the middle, and that's going to take out the sword very quickly before it can even use its Unite move. Now they're looking for another target. Electro Drift through the power napping Snorlax. Focus blast in the backline for Zera. Can't even jump in. Now they're looking straight at Ray. They're saying, come get us, son. Rolling up through the top window is the Snorlax. Olivio has made a hero play before. Verzera steps in. Rayquaza's getting low. We're trying to use some Unite moves. The missiles are out. They're shooting everybody in sight, and it's still Luminosity. It's still Luminosity. The world champs are trying to run it back. LAIC champs trying to run it back, and they're looking good here in game 1.
Yes, they are, as the points are raining in. What a wild fight there at Rayquaza. I mean, I wasn't sure exactly who was going to secure that, but we still had the Blaziken near it. It was a beautiful block there. It was pretty amazing, but Luminosity still able to take it down. However, this game is still incredibly close. 264-245. DreamHack is in no way out of this.
Overlord has no shield. Otter has no shield. Rolling through Curios, tons of shield. Yeah. And we've got a Blissey Slashcan, who I presume, the way they're walking, they've got some shield left as well. And really they're waiting for DreamHack to expose themselves on the counter push to go put those last points in and put the last nail in the coffin for game 1.
We do see a member of DreamHack is waiting at that top goal zone. We have Mazu on the Leafeon. Hopefully they would be able to do enough damage damage to break these Rayquaza shields and stop them from scoring. Cramorant is sneaking around the bottom path, looking to make a score happen themselves. Here they come up to the top path, moving in with the Electro Drift. Now they're going to try to hopefully take a lot of damage on one Pokemon. It doesn't even matter. Able to score right there. And now Blissey didn't even need to put the points in.
Bliss assistance on Curios all the way in to get the bonus shield so they can get their points in. Are they going to get stopped? Yes. Yes, they are. The score shield was eviscerated.
Yeah, I mean, really, really close stuff. Impressive from Luminosity. Miraidon just able to make it happen. Now, even if that wouldn't have happened, they were already up. This was just ensuring that DreamHack couldn't do anything on the other side of the map.
Listen, I actually love the call that Luminosity made to get on top of the Rayquaza as soon as they caught the Aegislash. That Aegislash went down without its coup de grace. Now, we know the Sacred Sword is a great secure tool in and of itself, but that coup de grace is definitely its bread and butter when it comes to those objectives. And looking across the path at DreamHack, you look at their roster, with Aegislash out of the equation, everything else secure-wise isn't nearly as strong. So you take the weighted flip, not even flip, you take the weighted rip, and they were successful.
Take a look here. Overlord, 74,000 damage on this Blaziken. Not surprising, really. It felt like it was brawling. The second it hit that level lead, it got online, it became Blaziken. It was comboing through the enemy team right there, and it didn't feel like they had too many answers on the side of DreamHack. I'm not sure if Cramorant was an issue at all, but it also didn't seem like a superstar Pokemon for DreamHack. So I wonder if they would try a different look here in game number 2.
Yeah, I'm like racking back through my mind here where else they could have ended up. I mean, there were some key moments with the Cramorant, but this Electro Drift Miraidon, 4 knockouts, 2 of them back-to-back with a nice KO streak of 2, where we saw Curious slowly trying to take over the game. And they were successful. I really enjoyed watching Curios and watching more quality Electro Drift Miraidon play.
Yeah, the Electro Drift Miraidon is extremely powerful. This is the same build that we were watching earlier from Flareons and Orange Juicers. You've got the Slick Spoon, Wise Glasses, and special attack specs, just getting as much special attack as possible so that those crazy Electro Drift combos can pick up KOs. 4 knockouts, but also 224 points scored. And you saw the big moment with that, of course, when they were conspiring with Slash, the Blissey up there in the top path. How exactly are we going to attack this goal?
Yeah, well done by Luminosity. It looked a little maybe froggier than we thought when they started actually turning and pivoting on the Rayquaza, because it was still a 5v4 and they had no focus on what DreamHack was doing, so they allowed a pretty steep approach by them. They take that rip, they win the Rayquaza, they win the game. But again, that's something that Luminosity and other teams we've seen here this weekend, you know, I'm thinking like Stamina, for example, who if you give them just the smallest window of opportunity, they will not hesitate to try and execute on that opportunity. And it has led to a lot of Luminosity Gaming success.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming, they, I feel like, have a really great sense as to how they are going to achieve their win at Rayquaza. It's one of the most important things, of course, in the game to understand this fight, but they are not a team that is afraid of taking Ray, even if they are ahead, even if they have control of the map, even if your opponent's getting it would be pretty catastrophic. They understand that they need to secure this. They need to take away the opportunity for their opponents to come back. Very close game between them and DreamHack, but it did feel like they were in control, especially after that, you know, pre-Ray KO.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I'm thinking of Kaduzera's sword, and it was a very rare circumstance to see them get caught out like that and actually buckled, right? Kaduzera thought they had the right target, a clutch Bliss assistance coming in, right? Because Overlord hit a nice focus blast for 3, forced the big retreat, and then went in hard.
Yeah.
And that, you know, Slash rarely misses their Bliss assistance on the target they want, and they certainly hit the right one there. And as soon as Kaduzera came across the wall to try and make Overlord pay, Blissey just steamrolls through them, picks up the KO, and that just made it life a lot more difficult for DreamHack in that situation.
Yeah, and now we're taking a look at DreamHack here. 1 game away from this tournament being over. To the other side, one of the most decorated players in the history of the game, sitting right next to one of the other most decorated players in the history of the game. Slash and Overlord. Curios as well. You're looking at 3 players who have won 2 world championships together, multiple live events. One of, if not the best squad to ever play the game. They're coming back this season after an interesting rocky year 3. in Unite, where there was, teams split up. There was a lot of, kind of infighting amongst the group, and it looks like the core of Luminosity is back, and as some would say, better than ever. They look amazing.
Yeah, I mean, last year was, of course, incredibly tumultuous, right? Nobody really that is on that stage got the result that they were looking for in any capacity. So, trying to re-harness and refocus in and deliver some good results. They started off strong at LEIC, had a tough time at the Aeos Cup play-ins, losing in the grand finals in a reset to Orange Juicers, who are also having a great event.
Yeah.
And then Nemesis won the next one, who's here, having a pretty darn good event. And now they're able to win the next 2 cups on the hop. So NA's strength is rising, and they are bringing each other along, kind of that iron sharpens iron mentality.
And here we go, heading into game number 2. Obviously, DreamMax down here. They're going to need to make some different plays. They're going to need to come with a different strategy. They're going to need to throw something at Luminosity possibly they haven't seen, because game 1, LG was in control after maybe about the first couple minutes, right? We had the Leafeon, which gave them a really powerful start for DreamMax, but the match continued to go downhill after that kind of early game momentum they had. Luminosity's now first pick. Obviously, Blissey is available. They will take it.
The Inteleon ban is a bit surprising to me, but DreamMax Esports may be trying to shoehorn Luminosity into a certain strategy, and it's pretty obvious. If Blissey's available, Blissey will get taken, and it looks like we immediately are going to take a pause for the cause here. Right back into it. Here we go. Locking in Leafeon and Miraidon, which gives Curios the sword, something that Kaduzera has been doing great on all weekend long, and Curios saying, okay, you took my Miraidon, I'll grab the sword, and we'll make you pay with it.
Yeah, that's really interesting, right? Because it really does go right back the other way. Curios has been on this Aegislash. Mazu taking this Leafeon early right here once again, and there is a good reason for it. Now, a lot of teams are not grabbing Leafeon, but I know Trainer's Leafeon is particularly amazing.
It is.
So not only do you get Mazo's favorite Pokemon clearly in this meta right now, you also take away an option from Trainer.
What I was just about to say, Trainer picking Mimikyu there rather than last puts DreamMax Esports in a unique position. They have to grab the Slowbro now. If they don't, that means that we've got the Comfy Zoroark combination in the gutter here for Luminosity, which limits how DreamMax can react to that. So we'll see where Luminosity goes. They asked a question, DreamMax answered, and then we end up on Overlords, Year 1 Lucario here, and Otter back on the support Mew.
Lucario is always an interesting pick, Doopsnacks.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I feel like what Lucario is for me when I see a team grab it is this probably wasn't the strategy they wanted to play, but they still always have this comfort pick on a Pokemon that used to be the best thing going in the entire game, Lucario. Still a decent Pokemon, you can still win games with it, but it really does feel like, hey, we ran out of the other things we wanted to do. I'll just play Lucario.
Yeah, I mean, Overlord, can make any Pokemon look particularly strong. We see the pick rate pretty low on Lucario. Overlord has been playing this Pokemon since day 1, year 1, has tons of miles on it specifically. When I say I don't like it, it just always seems to just be, like you said, excess flow valve, right? Like we didn't get all the stuff we need to just kind of throw something at the wall. For players like Overlord and, that we've seen this weekend that do bring it to the island and winning games, it's like, sure, why not?
Yeah, it does feel like they maybe had the ability, right, to pivot Zoro Comfey, but of course, seeing that Slowbro, they thought, all right, they kind of see what we're up to. Let's move back here to this Lucario. We still have the support Mew that is extremely effective. We have sort of the more, tank defender player slash playing Blissey, which he plays as a defender, but it's still Blissey. I mean, you've still got all of the support capabilities there out of this Pokemon, because you interestingly have an attacker in the normal support role. And then Curios, I mean, if you look at Luminosity Gaming's composition, it looks very odd. Curios normally who you would consider the quote-unquote attacker player, grabbing an all-rounder. You've got an all-rounder for Trainer. You've got an all-rounder for Overlord. So a really interesting setup here as we head into game number 2. Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. DreamMax Esports is your orange team, and they are down 1 game here in this best of 3. This is the top 8 Doopsnacks, and it's all single elimination, meaning if DreamMax loses right here, their tournament is over.
Now Slash Can again, gonna walk forward, put pressure on, see what they can secure, opening up the window of opportunity for Overlord to get a quick stack in. Lucario definitely strong in the early stages of the game. Luminosity win rate is 87%, pretty darn good. DreamMax 70%, also pretty darn good, as the K opener goes to Mazo and DreamMax.
Yeah, nice KO there for DreamMax. They're heading down to this bottom path where we're seeing the Lucario here from Luminosity. Not something that you often see is Lucario in that bottom path, but they are able to get some decent secures in the face of their opponents here. Getting pushed around a little bit by this Miraidon as Slash is moving forward right here, and they're trying to get a secure there on the wild Pokemon.
Yeah, Overlord making a cheeky play, trying to secure that contestable Pokemon. And Trainer is a bigger level than Mazo, slightly ahead as a level 5 here. Can't quite cash in on that, so we're going to squabble over these birds here. And, of course, those go over to the side of DreamMax Esports almost completely. But Overlord was worried about the bodies in front of him, and he's trying to take it to DreamMax, and there's 2 in a row, as they are now going to be able to get points in the easy way.
Now, you're seeing something interesting here, Dupes. This is extreme speed Lucario. You don't often see this build. Look, you don't often see Lucario, right? But without a ton of crowd control on the side of DreamMax, this is able to actually scoot around the battlefield, set up some huge combinations, dash through the entire enemy team, and it looks like they're trying to take it to Mazo here in this central area. Overlord in a little bit of trouble right now, making their way all the way to the flux zone of DreamMax.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to poach Mazo there, as now you can see Slash kind of leading a train of DreamMax players on a chase. Otter hanging around. Nobody's really willing to stick their neck out for Slash. They know that's a done deal. Rolling back to the bottom pad, though, is Luminosity to make sure that DreamMax can't make a huge push as we are watching Trainer.
And, you know, take a look at this here. The Leafeon is only level 6, while we have a level 8 on the side of Luminosity for the Mimikyu, a level 7 for the Sword. So a Pokemon that should be a very high level right now. That's the whole point of grabbing a speedster like this Leafeon, is actually getting held down pretty well by Luminosity Gaming. That was the whole reason they wanted to head into that central area there.
Nice little surf by Olivo to get Overlord out of dodge here, who is trying to make a play on Ferzera. Curios is here as well, looking for that opportunity. Mazo incredibly low, still gets the support Mew down. Giesing just in time with a puff to top them off, as we've got a little push towards this goal zone, which I wish we were watching right now.
It's moving towards the goal zone. We're watching Mazo peel towards the other side right here. Miraidon trying to push them back, but the points have already been scored. Curios now with no points in their pocket, not able to make another score, but they're pulling back away from this goal zone. The wide guard giving them some space, using a boosted attack to help charge up their other move, Sacred Sword, while the entire time the soft-boiled from Blissey keeps them healthy. And these two are just kind of dashing around this fight, staying in this, not giving DreamMax an inch here.
Yeah, I mean, between Curios and Slashcan, that's a tough combination to take down. Ferzera now in the backline, lining up an Electro Drift. Overlord steps right into it, takes a ton of damage, secured by Slash underneath all of the DreamMax Esports pressure, and now they're looking for a target. Mimikyu Unite is out. The Sword cuts the head off of Mazo in short order. 3 points left, and it's going to be a huge overdunk, 37 points.
Yeah, they're continuing to push towards this goal zone here. The points are raining in on this tier 2, and a triple KO for Curios. I mean, this is just absolute domination down here in the bottom path. It is 233 to 77. Luminosity is winning every single fight they take. The only real hope for DreamMax right now is if you take a look at this Garchomp, it is a level 10 in that top path in the central area here, actually having to make a sneaky, way back to their base. So Kadu doing okay. Everything else for DreamMax has been really unfortunate so far.
That's going to be the question. How can DreamMax fight when the Garchomp finally enters the fray? We've seen a lot of teams like BH3 be successful with that approach. Overlord trying to slash through, going to put some pressure on Giesing. Mazo sees that Bliss Assistance just in time, long range, cut through him with the E-Speed. Nice surf separation by Otter, and it's a KO streak of 2 all of a sudden for Overlord, who makes it out topped off on HP. Mazo's going to try and stop the score. They're unsuccessful. We're sliding through them now. Egg Bomb pops him up. Overlord can't quite close the gap. Telekinesis is out from Olivo, but all that's going to do is tell Overlord that he's safe to go home.
This is just incredible pressure here from Luminosity Gaming. We're now hiding in the tall grass of DreamMax Esports here, looking for another possibility to fight. Slash scoring in the top path, another 9 points goes in. They are now trying to take away all of this experience right here. The insane amount of aggression here from Luminosity, and they're just absolutely dominating DreamMax in game number 2.
They're having a hard time getting a grip onto where these Pokemon are. Olivo just walks onto a landmine called Otter and Curios. That's a combination I wouldn't want to have to deal with now. And this team is getting huge.
Yeah, they are getting huge here as we have 3 members of DreamHack moving towards this Tier 2. But everyone from Luminosity is quickly converging on this fight. We have the Miraidon trying to make something happen. Overlord moves in, picks up a big-time KO. The Mimikyu Unite move, and now they grab the Miraidon. It's just Eldegoss in the top path. We have Garchomp and Slowbro, but I don't even know if they want to engage in this fight. It looks like Garchomp's they are coming top. They do have a Unite move. They're looking for a Dragon Claw combo. They get multiple members of Luminosity, but the Bliss assistance is out. No one from LG has gone down yet. Blissey still doesn't go down, and a double KO for Lucario. Looks like it's going to be no.
And the two-step into getting knocked out, into losing the Regieleki and a Miraidon Unite. Those meteors may be flying towards Earth, but it must be that 3% one here in a couple years because it completely whiffed, didn't hit anything.
I couldn't tell if that was Curios or Wolfie because this is the world champ difference right here. I mean, they are absolutely dominating DreamHack in game number 2. I don't know how they are going to come back from this. Luminosity has their foot on their neck, and they are just not letting them breathe in this match.
This has felt like the longest game you and I have watched in the last 2 days. It is only 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Mazo steps up. Overlord is going to be level 14 in a frog's hair of a tick, and we're going to be able to watch them continue to put pressure on. And when Overlord is feeling this E-Speed Lucario, they've been playing it for 4 years now, Spraggles, they are looking to schmoove.
This does not look good for Mazu being caught right here by Overlord. Again, that is a level 14. Nice little Dragon Claw right there. They would love to get this KO, but of course, Curios coming in there with the wide guard, making sure that doesn't happen. Wow, this is just so tough. I mean, you are seeing one of the best, if not the best teams in action right now. Absolutely controlling this match. Start to finish.
Start to finish. I mean, you got to think, for DreamHack, that Garchomp has been farming most of the game. It's only really engaged twice, and it got eliminated very quickly. And look at it. It's not even the biggest thing in the lobby. There's 2 other level 13s across the way. And don't forget about that level 14 as well.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for DreamHack. Now, a moment like this, you need a massive catch. They do have the Slowbro Unite move. Of course, if they could grab Lucario, if they could somehow do enough damage to get through the Bliss assistance, this could be massive.
Or telekinesis.
Little telekinesis right here, pulling them back to the fight, getting hit by the Solar Beam, and they're not going for the engage just yet. They're waiting for their moment. I think they want Lucario more than they want
Shadow
the
Sneak went in. Slow beam on top of Aegislash. Bliss assistance just in time to keep them standing. Wide guard is there, but Blissey is down. The meteors are crash landing on top of Curios' head, and they're not using Iron Head today as they get dusted by an Electro Drift. Otter is trying to space back. The rip is happening in the middle, I believe. No, they're pulled off.
Whoa.
Still in half. Huge elimination there. All of a sudden, DreamHack Esports has signs of life. They've got everything they need. No prayer plays here. And DreamHack Esports with a huge team fight win. Holy.
Somehow DreamHack Esports takes them down there, and they are now scoring the points. They're only 5 points ahead currently, putting another 100 in the main. This is 310 now to 585. DreamHack down but not out. Never giving up, continuing to look for their win condition, continuing to look for the way to win this fight. An unbelievable comeback from a moment that I think few teams could even dare to try.
I mean, Olivo with a nice telekinesis pull on the Aegislash, put Luminosity kind of on off balance, essentially, and now they're going to have to make a play to score. They are down by a boatload, 275 points, and this looks like a very tall order with under a minute left.
Yeah, they're moving towards this tier 2, seeing if they can make something happen. Nice big telekinesis, but Shadow Sneak from the Mimikyu. They're getting caught here by the Dragon Claw. Garchomp Unite move, more points going in from Mazu in that main goal zone, and they're trying to siege this tier 2, but 2 have gone down already.
No, Bliss Resistance back on Overlord. They're going to keep trying to move through, but that is a relentless assault from DreamHack, who have for the first time caught up in levels in this match, and they're going to go ahead and win themselves a game 2. And Luminosity, looking like they were absolutely unstoppable, realize that they are not infallible. DreamHack Esports making them pay.
Yeah, DreamHack Esports out here with the Galaxy Quest. Never give up, never surrender, fighting till the bitter end. Well, it wasn't a bitter end for them as they continue to put points on the board. Luminosity losing what feels like an unlosable game.
I mean, just get rid of Slowbro. I don't know what they're doing here. It's a ban that they've done over and over and over again, right? The Pokemon that they eliminated from the equation from DreamHack Esports are ones that they're incredibly good with as well. I'm thinking that Urshifu.
Yeah.
Like I would have rather have seen Overlord on Blue Bear than I did that Lucario. Lucario looked great, but they're also 2 levels ahead of everybody, but it didn't have anything in the tank to try and combo off at the very end, right? I mean, one of the softest Unite moves in the game is from Lucario. It's not, the Aura Cannon isn't that impressive, and you have to give every ounce of respect to DreamMax Esports because it was just another great catch, another great conversion, another great play, and Mazo, player of the game.
Yeah, Mazo looking pretty incredible right there. 6 knockouts, 225 points scored. But you have to really just give it up to the resilience of Team DreamMax.
Without a doubt.
Because they're just they were so incredibly good, stayed focused in a match that was a stomp.
Yes.
They were getting beaten the entire way there. They were getting, destroyed in their own central area, but they kept focusing on how they could get the win. They had the slow beam, which is always one of the best tools, especially for a Pokemon that wants to dive. Thinking Aegislash, thinking Lucario, even Mimikyu, something like this that wants to dive in and fight, right? I talked earlier about how the composition from, Luminosity was a little odd. It's 3 all-rounders in this situation. They don't have, the kind of range damage that some teams would have. DreamMax continues to look for the win con. They're powering up Garchomp. They're looking for the catch. They move in, they take their moment, they seize it, and then just, Luminosity falls like dominoes around Ray. They flip right onto Rayquaza once they have that advantage.
Yep.
Take it down, score big, continue to put points on the board with Mazo, and then all of a sudden, LG again loses a game that you would feel like is pretty unlosable.
Yeah, and the way that, in my mind, as I recall it happened, right? You had Kyrios get kind of telekinesis caught pulled in, right? They actually Sacred Sword engage, forces the Bliss Assistance out, straight onto the slow beam as soon as Kyrios is deep. You saw the Shadow Sneak rip through and actually hit the Slowbro. So all of a sudden, Trainer is pulled into the middle. And don't forget, Miraidon uses their Unite right on key, dropped it on all their heads. And those meteors, every time they hit, the next one is stronger. And when 3 players are piled up into the middle and you don't even have to aim it anymore, well, that's going to ring true and that's going to deal a metric ton of damage because that Miraidon might have been under-leveled, but it wasn't like level 0. Like, it was still big enough. And especially when the 4th instance of that meteor hit, it was devastating. It was absolutely devastating. And don't forget that Bliss Assistance was used. It saved Kyrios for a moment, but it removed Bliss from the fight. It didn't get to take any damage. It didn't get to heal anybody. It didn't get to throw an egg, right? So, this is another perfect instance of under the 2-minute mark, just wonky play, and all of a sudden you find yourself on the backside of a loss, and, Luminosity Gaming just needs to tighten it up. Because they played a heck of an 8 minutes, and it stinks to lose it like that. DreamMax Esports, on the other hand, understood what the assignment was, and they put the task down.
I'm curious as to whether or not the Aegislash was caught in sword or shield form. Obviously, I think it was sword form. I'm not positive, but if it was caught in sword, that's a way better time to grab it, right? Its defenses are a lot lower, so it sets up a situation where they can do a lot more damage to it, which would be really nice here as we head into our draft. Obviously, Luminosity, well, I think they heard you up there on the big stage, TubeStacks. Insta-ban for that slow bro.
Yeah, I love it. And this is actually something we've seen Luminosity do almost for the last year, including this year. It's like, oh, we'd rather have all our tools available to us and outplay you than have something like Slowbro, Slow Beam in, and cause an L. And right now, Olivo, for me, 2 for 2 on the Slow Beams. They are legendary out of this kid right now.
Truly. I mean, it really is a huge weapon that they are taking away from them. As we look to see what our first pick is here for Luminosity, I was about to say, they've got Blissey. They are going to take it here, and it looks like DreamMax, they're well aware of this, and actually they dealt with it pretty well in game number 2. I will say, outside of Rayquaza, it didn't feel like they did too much well at all in game 2.
Yeah, no, I agree. I like this Ferzera reprioritization on the Miraidon, right? I mean, Kyrios is a very strong Miraidon player. Trainer looking what the option is. They're selecting Bear. If it goes single strike, it'll probably be in the hands of Trainer, maybe Overlord. But if it's Blue Bear, it's going to be switched to Overlord. So I think right now what I'm seeing is they're keeping their options open.
Yeah, they could always flex into this, right? They still have Zoro Comfey available as well. However, once they grab Mew, it's pretty unlikely that we are going to see that play, and that's kind of telegraphing to our opponents that's not what's going to happen.
Right.
Unless they swap it over to Kyrios and they still have an option for it. So we're going to see how they want to play these final couple of picks. I would have loved to see Overlord on Galarian Rapidash. I don't think it's happening, but I would love to see it happen. Final couple of picks, cycling through their options right here. Absol has been a power Pokemon here today.
I actually don't hate Glaceon either. This is a moment where I'm actually kind of cool with Glaceon. They go the Espeon, no surprise there. And for Luminosity, for me that support Mew is an if this, then that. If they get Blissey, then they play support Mew. DreamHack Esports will see how they round it out. Kaduzera, now all of a sudden, Sword, not even in the equation anymore. Just completely gone.
That's really interesting, right? I mean, I guess maybe just Luminosity seems to have its number sometimes. You know, they don't want it on Kyrios apparently. And it looks like, you know, a couple of the things that we sort of called out here in the booth, the Slowbro ban that you mentioned, me saying, look, they have very little range damage. Now they're switching it up, right? We've got the 2 all-rounders still for Overlord and Trainer, but we have Kyrios on this Espeon, which is a much different look. Kaduzera on the other side. Garchomp is back on the board.
Yes.
Not really surprising. I think it was one of their best choices from that last game.
I agree, right? Has the opportunity to get a late game jump in and absolutely shred through this Luminosity gaming team. Now, what Luminosity has done between the Mimikyu and the Espeon, it gives themselves good catchability, right? If that's an Electro Drift Miraidon, it's going to have to engage. With the full heal, it makes me think that's probably where we're going here. If they get into the pocket, you can Espeon Unite, that Psychic Solaire, or you can put the sheet over it with Mimikyu. Same thing with Mazo. So they've got abilities to catch their engagement. Now, what are they going to do when the Garchomp rolls through behind them?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, what are they going to do? What is DreamHack going to do right here against the world champs? If they take down Luminosity, they are going to be on a legendary run here in the Aeos Cup.
Yes.
We're talking about eliminating Nouns and then LG to make it through this tournament. That would be insane, but not outside the realm of possibility. They are that good. This is Brazil versus North America here at the Aeos Cup, and this kind of competition, this is why we have this event. This is why we get, I mean, such amazing games. It is the height of the Western teams competing here. Luminosity Gaming from North America, your purple team. DreamHack Esports from Brazil, your orange team. This is a best of 3, and we're on game number 3. The winner moves on, and the loser is out of this tournament.
Olivo on the invade mission, trying to trying to stop Overlord from getting to level 5, because we know Kubfu is incredibly weak early game. It is level 4 and some change. It has gonna have to get in path and work, and we already know where they're going. Mazo's actually cutting them off already, knowing that they have to go for those 2 Bunnelbees in path that were left there for them, and it looks like Mazo got them both, or at least they were sent down path because they are able to retreat, and Kubfu is still unevolved.
I mean, look at that amazing level of aggression right there, and yeah, it is really difficult to get something like this Urshifu online in a situation like that, right? So they are not able to hit their 5 for this fight. Well, they're very, very close to it, and we have multiple members of both teams up here ready for these birds.
Yeah, 3v3, but really underhanded approach here. They actually put a 4th player up just to help Overlord evolve. Snorlax goes down, and now we're going to be pushing forward. Overlord going to get some points in, get some stacks, and Otter is 2. Not necessarily stacking, getting points in. Mazo is downstairs helping for Zera, and honestly, Kyrios doing a good job by themselves to give the team some time.
Yeah, it looks like Kyrios did a pretty excellent job down there. Mazu still not level 5. We have Overlord. Now they are in the central area here of DreamHack. They said, look, you can do that to a Kubfu, but you're not going to be able to do that to a Water Bear anymore, especially with both support players essentially following Overlord around. Like, but you're okay, boss, right? You're okay? Okay, great.
They know where their bread is buttered. They gotta make sure that Overlord can get big enough can take over the game. 8 minutes, getting into the middle is just Slash. Finally, Overlord is rolling in to see how DreamHack approaches. Overlord goes straight to the middle. The Razor Leaf is out, but we're going in on Gizine right here. Tons of damage does result in a KO. Boosted Auto comes through. That like web of electricity that leaves Ferzera in that passive was enough to send them downstairs straight towards the path. As now we're looking to scrap a little bit. Kadu leaving the top path and coming down here. Mazo goes down. Nice work by Kyrios.
Yeah, nice work by Kyrios. And Overlord here, every time he moves in for a fight, of course, the Rapid Strike, you're able to get a nice, chunk of healing. Also, the safeguard from Blissey being thrown down so that they are not immediately crowd controlled, slowed down, knocked up, stunned, something like that. And then they can continue to fight, just enabling one of the best players in the game to cut through the enemy team.
Overlord moving through a little bit, dealing some damage to Olivo, who has to retreat. And now a heavy slam in, just misses Curios, or at least it chunks them and eats the EV passive here, as we're going to keep working through 7 minutes. Basement Reggie is here. Mazo's working through the central area of Luminosity, which means Luminosity has a little bit of an advantage on this Regis steal. Olivo moving forward. We're going to see if they make a play. Gizine just kind of hanging out. It looks like it's going to be like a heavy slam for a steal opportunity. No, they don't even try.
Yeah, they don't even try. The Pollen Puff not able to get it there. Nice secure from Luminosity. Multiple members sieging this goal zone.
Oh,
but here
boy.
comes Mazo.
Mazo with the flank. Overlord sees it, immediately turns their attention to them before they can try and take over. Now, Mazo does have their Unite move. Wasn't able to expend it there for a good catch, but we have Overlord picking up the Unite move for themselves. They want Mazo in a big way, forcing out the two-step, and they do get the knockout here. Mazo gets chased down by Electro Ball, but it's not enough.
That is the higher level KO. That's exactly what they're looking for, taking the, the strongest player on the side of LG out of the equation. Meanwhile, Trainer up in the top path with this Mimikyu. The top goal zone is broken on the side of DreamHack's. Regieleki is walking in their direction. So while a couple of fights have gone in DreamHack's favor, both objectives are over to LG.
Very quietly, the Mimikyu is level 10. Trainer looking in, they're going to see who they commit here. Curios using stored power, going to put some damage on Kadu. Now we have 4 players. They Dragon Rush in, and they pop them immediately as soon as they went for the displacement. Now Mazo's gone, and that's an amazing use of the Unite move to get into the backline here. 3 players blinked out of existence in an instant, and now the meteors are crashing down. Don't hit anybody. The goal zone's already down. 196 to 24, and I'm getting deja vu from game 2.
Yeah, this is a brutal position for DreamHack also, because unlike game 2 where they broke that bottom goal zone, Regieleki can now walk towards their home goal zone, near the 2-minute mark for Rayquaza. So you can essentially unlock Zapdos once again here on Thea Sky Ruin somehow, which is coming back to ranked, by the way, for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, why not?
Fun little fact. Anyway, the point is they've unlocked a massive win condition for them as this match moves on. It's going to be tough for DreamHack to deal with.
Yeah, we've got a safeguard Blissey just moving through here, going to try and posture up some good engagements. And honestly, DreamHack had the positional advantage while both Trainer and Overlord were taking Central Farm, and all of a sudden Luminosity has the impetus down here around the basement, Reggie, because the rest of DreamHack is looking to farm up. Are they going to fight them on pad? That's a question mark. No, we're buying time, we're buying space. Regirock's going to start to get worked on. Heavy slam by Olivo puts them in the crosshairs of Overlord. The block is out, the safeguard is there as well, diving through that big block and securing the Reggie downstairs is Otter. Emerald 2-step in the back. Blissus isn't just in time. That's a 19-hit KO streak over the age of 18. Legal in the United States. Overlord coming back.
You're getting a jurisdiction in there, just so it's clear where exactly. Sure.
Legal.
Got legal in the United States with a 19-hit combo from Overlord as they continue moving. Once again, we have a Reggie in the top path. No one is there to deal with it, and that is actually great news for DreamHack, even though this fight is not going particularly well. If this Reggie does not go down before the 4-minute mark, which it does not, it means another one will not spawn in time to walk towards their base. So that Reggie could be the last one, or will be the last one that we will see in that top path. However, Luminosity could hold it as the game goes on, and this fight is still raging, Doomsnacks.
It really is. Another Miraidon Unite is going to be good enough to get the Blissey in tandem with the Garchomp here, and now they're looking to make a move in the bottom path. Surf back towards the pad is Otter. They're trying to coach through boosted auto. Kato wants that target, but their first air is going to put the points in, so is Kadu. They're going to try at least. Cotton Cloud Crash to top off the team here at the 3-minute and 30-second mark, and now Trainer finally steps into the mix. They've been off on a mission, finally showing up, returning, and saying, I'm home, boys, let's get it.
I understand why DreamHack is pushing here. They need to get some points on the board. They want a good position. They want to break a goal zone, all of that. But the longer they leave Regieleki in the top path, the closer it gets to Rayquaza. And essentially, big-time Unite move, not able to finish him off, though. But essentially, the closer this gets to this actually walking to their base at Ray, they had the opportunity to deal with it earlier. Now we're under the 3-minute mark, and it once again kind of becomes the same Regieleki that could have spawned late.
Yeah, it's a problem, is what it is.
Yes.
And Luminosity did a great job buying time for this to be an occurrence, right? They couldn't quite clear it in that moment, so now they have the agency to do it now. Are they going to take it, or are they going to try and use this as a massive bait on the hook? Heavy slam from Olivo susses out Slash Can in this moment.
Here we go. They're going to push them away from this. They're able to start hitting this, and it doesn't look like there's much DreamMax can do. They're going to need to respond to it somehow, though, because as it walks towards their base, again, it opens up a huge win condition for them. A little heavy slam block right there. They're going to put some damage on him. It looks like Shadow Sneak actually hit the Eldegoss on the back line right there. Garchomp with a Dragon Claw,
gets
auto
pulled
over the wall.
Busting out the Unite move, making them go invisible. Tons of damage being put in. Mimikyu Unite comes through on Kadu, forcing out the Garchomp Unite. Trainer is taking some damage. They're at half HP. The Miraidon Unite came out, didn't hit much. Overlord's in the back line. Kazu has no HP. How are they going to play this? Everybody's looking to reset. Mazo's getting chased down. The goal zone is open. Is Overlord going to go for the score? They're going to get popped up. Can they actually get the Blitz Assistance is there? Huge block by Olivo. Going to put them in the blender. And now the Unite move is out. Kadu is still standing. Now we're working through. Psychic Solaire catches a bunch of Regieleki, and finally the Hundo Burgers go in. What a resistance by DreamMax Esports. But that resistance is met with tenacity by Luminosity Gaming. They get the burgers in 5-5-5 to 114, and now the Rayquaza is DreamMax's only option.
That's right, 1:18 on the clock. Overlord continuing to fight in the central area. Kadu in a lot of trouble, and they do go down. Miraidon's landing too little too late, looking for the KO on Overlord, but not able to make it happen. Caught by the Electro Ball. That's a double KO from the Mew.
I mean, come on, Emerald two-step is out. Trainer still standing with the safeguard shield popping up. And I'll tell you what a push by Luminosity Gaming. What a beacon of light for DreamMax is Olivo right there with that huge heavy slam block, cutting off Overlord for as long as they did. Ultimately, a fruitless endeavor, forcing DreamMax's back against the wall, and they need to start ripping this Rayquaza now.
Yeah, they have to go for it. They're way too far behind. They would need full pockets on all of their members running to score right here. Mew Unite move, so Mew does not go down. Kadu in some trouble right here. Big time Electro Drift. The Bliss Assistant saves them right there. Overlord back in with the 10 hits. Illegal in every county, of course. Thank goodness, as there's just really nothing DreamMax can do. Once that Regieleki walked, the legendary defense from them just was not enough. Luminosity kept pushing. They made it happen here in game number 3. What a finish.
What a wild, wild finish. And it started at the 4-minute mark. That to me was the beginning of the end of the game. Everything after that became incredibly relevant. Starting with the Regieleki and then the basement fight, rotating back to the Reggie, finally hitting home, and then Luminosity making a call, getting into the middle. They're going for the home goal zone. You had Olivo, legendary plays, and if I'm in Luminosity shoes in that moment, I'm like, oh no, because it was 4-3, and they put in 200 points, in the last 3 seconds of that Regieleki timer, and it could not have been closer, Cowboy.
That was very close, very scary. I have to say, it really does feel like for DreamMax, the pivotal mistake of that match was them not dealing with that Reggie earlier. We knew it would be a factor. We knew it would turn into a game-winning position for LG. Unfortunately, they were not able to do anything about it. It walks to that home goal zone. Overlord actually did end up doing a decent amount of damage in that match, 127,000.
127,000 legal in every county.
Pretty old.
Yeah, that is
pretty old.
It's like Gandalf, right?
It's like Vampire. That's Vampire old right there. It's older than Vampire. It's Vampire Dinosaurs. Luminosity Gaming here, looking incredible. Of course, the player of the game with 127,000 damage. I mean, one of the only players out there that consistently can put up numbers like this. And LG, of course, as a team enables that. But what a player. Overlord, incredible.
One of the few humans on the planet right now competitively playing this water bear. And when you look at games like that, you wonder why haven't more people at least tried it?
Yeah, it's definitely a Pokemon that he did not stop believing in, and it also got a buff. This is a little while back now, but everyone was kind of off it. He was still playing it. I think he played it at LAIC, before the buff.
Correct.
And now there's been a buff on it, looking pretty incredible out here at EUIC. They're looking to win another live event this season.
Wow, I mean, DreamMax really taking Luminosity Gaming to the limit, you know, showing how resilient they can be in that game too. Just amazing, amazing job by them. But the victors, Luminosity Gaming, interview, I'm told is ready. Let's shoot it on over to the stage.
He's the Lord for a reason. Overlord, everyone! MVP in that last game with 127,000 damage. What a clutch up.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel really comfortable on the water bit right now. Obviously, it was a pick that, I like to play at LAIC quite a bit. I still think, the pick is kind of, slept on still by a lot of people, but yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a strong comfort for me, so.
Huge moments there at the end. Huge moments. You've got that Regieleki going top path. What does it take to make that call to really push in? And especially when we see some incredible plays from Oliviotech on that Snorlax.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, especially in the really close, stressful games, of course, you're going to be nervous on stage and whatnot, but you kind of just have to, really calm down, especially in the, you have a few moments, after a big team fight happens, you can have time to recollect yourself and kind of just assess the situation of the game. And we're just we realize, we have the Regieleki top side, we have, our Blissey and Urshield, which is, the keys to winning the team fight. We can, win the game off of this play. So, we set up really well. DreamHack played, they played amazing. The Snorlax was definitely giving us some problems. But yeah, I mean, I'm really happy how the team played, so.
You're a team of firsts, a potential first on the way, back-to-back in-person events. You are now just one series away from those grand finals. Who'd you rather face in those semis? You got Kamae, you got Nemesis. Which matchup suits you?
Wow, that's a tough one. I mean, I love playing against Nemesis. I'm good friends with the team. I think they're very talented as well. But I think I would enjoy playing against, Kamae because, it's not, you don't have many opportunities to play against other regions, especially, with how very few international events there are. But Kamae, they have a lot of, young, really talented players mechanically as well. So I think it'd be a pretty fun matchup.
A pleasure. Best of luck for the future. Take care. Overlord, everyone. It's back to that guy and that other guy.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm that other guy, of course, joined with that guy. Yeah, how you doing? I mean, we just got to see one of the best, kind of break it down. I agree with him, by the way. I would love to see the international competition, even though I love NEM. I'm rooting for NA, but I love seeing these different regions get to go at each other. We don't have many opportunities to see this. Of course, we don't have many opportunities to see this on a stage like this either. Aeos Cup is just the best.
It really is, and something that Overlord didn't say, which I will say, is LG has a tougher time against NA teams than any other region on the planet.
True.
They actually have a much higher success rate if you aren't from North America. So maybe that's in the back of their mind when they said, I think I'd rather play this other region instead. Because when it gets into the internal region battles, we don't historically fare as well. Now they still fare well, but you lose a couple percentage points, so might as well go with Kamae, give everybody at home what they want, and give an EU team to match up with.
Hey, speaking of Kamae versus Nemesis, that is coming up next. As we mentioned before, we are seeing every single match of our top 12 on broadcast here today. We will be right back. Well, not us. It will be the other guy and then the other guy.
No, it would have to be other guy and other guy.
They will be back.
They will be back. We won't.
We won't. But then we will be back. But you know what? Go to break.
That,
go to break. We won't.
We need to figure it out. Production, tell us what we're doing.
And we'll just go
to break.
The 2024 Pokémon UNITE World Championships was the most competitive tournament UNITE has ever seen. 26 teams from around the world traveled to Honolulu, Hawaii to represent their regions and compete for the title of World Champion. On day one, teams were placed into 8 different groups and were competing for the top 2 spots to make it into day 2. The competition kicked off with a bang in the group stage, and expectations were blown out of the water. The metagame was turned on its head when Pokemon like Zeraora and Mamoswine made some early appearances. Pokemon compositions were not the only surprises in day 1, though. Last year's world champions Luminosity Gaming were eliminated, Nouns Esports led the charge for Europe, and Asia Pacific and Japan showcased some dominant Pokemon Unite. At the end of day 1, 16 teams were qualified, but there was no time to rest. Day 2 was a single elimination top 16 bracket. Every match played was a win or go home scenario. The one team everyone in the bracket feared was Fennel from Japan, and it turns out that fear was justified. Matches all across the event were full of nail-biter finishes and last-second heroics, but when it came to Fennel, everyone could tell they were watching future champions play. The grand finals was Fennel versus Zora Tigers Gaming from Korea. A new region was going to win the championship no matter what. The match was full of highlight moments, many of them showcasing Fennel's signature aggressive playstyle and beautiful teamwork. In the end, they emerged victorious and brought home Japan's first Pokemon Unite World Championship trophy.
Think you have what it takes? Make sure to visit start.gg/Pokemon Unite so your team can be a part of the journey as well.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite International Champions. We got the Aeos Cup here at EUIC in London. It has been an absolutely incredible tournament. We are still within our top 8, but our final match of our top 8 round is about to commence. Nemesis versus Kamai Esport.
Yeah, that's right, Zoinks. It is the last hope of EU versus the... oh, wait, we've still got 3 North American teams.
That is true.
In the roster, in the wings. Shout out to Doob Snacks. Yo, shout out to...
Is that who that was? Yeah, that's true.
Watson, let's
yeah,
go.
we got a lot of teams left in the tournament.
Yeah,
a lot of
100%.
people left to feel... Wow, man, I feel so loved in this community. That's really good to hear.
You know what? Hi, everyone. Hi.
What's going on, everybody?
What's going on, everyone? Yeah, nice. Yeah, beautiful.
Nice,
hey.
Thank you so much. Hey, we know this one. Hey, what's going on?
Who's this guy?
Yeah, I don't know. We missed him. Hey, you forgot these on the desk. Yeah, okay, great.
I said he's the keeper of the marbles. I've outed him already.
Hey, good to see everybody again. You know, when we get to have these like gatherings again, you know. Oh yeah, that feels right. Actually, that was good. All right, we have 2 incredible teams up on stage about to compete. Kamai Esport going to be the last hope of EU. The defenders of the hometown region going to be battling, but they're going up against a North America monthly tournament winner in Nemesis.
I've got to take a deep breath because as much as I really, really enjoyed how Kamai looked, and let's not forget, going into today, they actually had the most game wins of anyone. Yes, by virtue of the fact that their group had 5 other
yes.
game wins, but they didn't drop a single game. On top of that, Nemesis didn't look great in game 1. So if we were taking day 1 just on itself alone, we're like, okay, Kamai's actually got a good look here, but Nemesis was so clinical in their round of 12 match.
Yeah, they really were. Now, Kamai Esport have not had the chance to play yet today. They are the final team with a bye that has been waiting for the rest of the tournament to commence. I'm sure they are so excited to finally be up on that stage and getting some games in. Bans are going to be really interesting. Nemesis leaning into that Hoopa ban has been pretty frequent against Kamai, but only 4% in our tournament.
Yeah. I think, honestly, the loss of Hyperspace Hole has probably made that ban rate way lower than it would have been with Hyperspace Hole. Of course, one of the most useful utility moves and rotational moves in the entire game. Mewtwo Y, an interesting ban choice. Now, we don't see that as often. A lot of people like to see that drop through draft. This, not so much, though. Zante going to get that Inteleon first pick.
Well, yeah, I'm actually really curious where Nemesis is getting this intel that Mewtwo Y feels like a strong ban. I mean, Zante has been playing Inteleon, Miraidon, and Pikachu from what we have seen so far in the event, but Liardo is going to be locking in that Blaziken. I mean, what a light show from that player in the last time we got to see them. And Leo going to be grabbing the Eldegoss.
Leorio, not to be confused with Leo. 2 very, very different.
Well, now I'm going to get them confused.
No, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Nemesis, meanwhile, going to lock in that Miraidon. Slick Spoon, 2 glasses. Feels like a charge beam to me. Metallic, meanwhile, had a phenomenal series on that Blaziken just a moment ago. Zacian locked in for them. Early game monster.
Yeah, definitely early game monster as well. It's just a really good brawler. It's a nice answer to Blaziken, especially in the early game. Now, Kamai Esport might want to send Liario either into the central or bottom path to get those experience instead of trying to contend with Metallic. Gek currently hovering a few different defender options, and right now, the option they're thinking about is the Lapras, but a last-second switch to Slowbro is going to make a little more sense, but I would not be surprised if we see something like a Lapras on a Gek a little bit later in the event.
Yeah, that feels like a very Gek move. As much as he's gone with one of his aces there, I wouldn't have been surprised if they brought out the Lapras again, something a little bit different. Nemesis, though, Vin Diesel going to complete that roster with a Gyarados, so that is a huge amount of responsibility now on both paths for Kamai Esports. That's a lot of hyperscaling, so actually I feel like if you're going to select the Gyarados that moves over to Metallic, now is the best time to do it.
I'm really curious in this response to Cranny on this Machamp. I mean, we saw it on broadcast have a fantastic tournament for them, but it's such a rare picked Pokemon, only 11% in our tournament. We're very frequently seeing the submission build for a little bit of extra crowd control, but I mean, so far we haven't really seen a team come up with an answer to it. It's been really cool to see Cranny kind of break out in this tournament as well. I think one of the youngest players in our entire event becoming eligible just before this, and now Nemesis going to be bringing some, some seasoned veterans now to the table.
Gek and Zante are certified old men in comparison to the rest of the roster. It really is quite incredible. But I'm a huge fan of Kranix. I said it yesterday. You're looking at their debut in the February Cup, it looked like they've been playing for 3 years already. They did not look out of place, and they've already had MVP performances at EUIC on that buzz wall. So obviously bringing in the Machamp, they've got the ability to feed into all of their teammates and the huge amounts of damage that they can lay down with the likes of that Blaziken. Of course, setting up for those snipe shot pick-offs as well. Right. Zante having a phenomenal day one as well. I'm just so worried about this Nemesis threat. I'm not going to lie, folks. I really want to see an EUW here today. Will it happen in game number 1?
Kamai Esport versus Nemesis now in a draft where, honestly, I feel like we're getting a lot of the pocket picks for both of these teams. They're going to feel very comfortable with these compositions. Relic, of course, Yifan on this Miraidon. Going to be playing up very far forward. One of the few Pokemon that can contest the Sobble in the early game for last hits.
And Metallic, Rex and Metallic, I should say, moving up on Kranix. They've unfortunately been very much shelved onto their own side of the field. Metallic moving back with Rex now. Of course, these early Evos are essential for Kamai, and they are putting all of it on Leorio and Blaziken in the central area. Kabuskan now online.
Yeah, going to be walking up towards that top path to trying to shut down the Gyarados a little bit earlier. Oftentimes, when they are still stuck as the Magikarp, you will see the enemy central area Pokemon frequently rotate into that path to try to keep them away from Gyarados longer. Not to mention, it's a little bit easier to get a knockout and earn your experience your direction.
Capuchons rotate for Nemesis up onto the top bar. Still no sign of the Gyarados as of yet, not a disaster as long as you're within the first 90 seconds or so. Big Sacred Sword down. Evolution quite importantly here for Kranix onto the Machoke. Lovely use of that exit strategy via the Surf coverage from Rex, but they haven't really been able to get much value out of that particular push. Nemesis now rotating down into central area and still no sign of the Gary.
Yeah, not quite yet. I mean, I'm not sure you're too worried about it, especially with how powerful your Zacian already is within this early game. You'll most likely be showing up a little bit after those 8-minute birds. On the other hand, Yifan getting in quite a few early scores on this Miraidon. Be doing some damage back the other way, but Zante will take that KO, evolving into level 7, getting that Inteleon.
Oh, the crowd are going to cheer every single good thing that goes Kamai's way, and an Inteleon this early is a huge boon as Nemesis still struggle to look for the Evos themselves into the central area, looking over the birds. That's the Sacred Sword going down. That's Rex almost going down. Machoke going for a bit of a sprint, but decides to pull out before they get themselves too lost in the jungle.
Yeah, Rex and Vin Diesel go on a mission to try to get a little bit of experience. Obviously, the Psyduck's so good at disrupting some of the offense, and here's a big dive. Great response from Leorio with that overheat, though.
Into the eject button, but not able to eject themselves out of the KO range of Vin Diesel. A little bit more success for them on the bottom path, but it's another bounce into the pad for Metallic. 22 and 13 goes down, and Vin Diesel able to escape the speed zone. Really lovely play from Nemesis.
Yeah, with empowered agility, right? Of course, Zacian has the chance to empower multiple of its moves using the Aeos energy it has, including agility for that fast dash away. Metallic not done fighting yet, but is picked up and put down by Kranix, but will not result in a KO. Both players need to retreat and stay close to their supporters.
Neither side really willing to full commit to a push between either Reggie. Another stack going in for this Gyarados. Meanwhile, Kamai Esport, though, shoring up on that bottom path Reggie and already taking that Reggie. It's a special attack buff. Don't really think there's much luck here for Kranix. Yeah, that was a bit of a fool's hope, you would say. They managed to suplex the Gyarados, but what about Narami here? Well, they've got backup. It's the Slowbro. It's Gecko Kami. Rex going forward, maybe looking for a couple of surf disruptions. They certainly get lost in there, but on this bottom path, Kamai Esport continue to push, whilst the front line of Kamai is dealing with this Regieleki, won't hit that T1. On that bottom path, plenty of scores, although Nemesis still lead.
Yeah, Leorio with this rotate going to try to threaten the bottom path again, but Vin Diesel doing the same thing, keeping pace. Great defensive mind there to stop that in. Rex will go down, a nice Focus Blast plus, I believe, a Snipe Shot. It's a whole lot of extra range damage that Psyduck not quite prepared for.
Let's take a look at the sides of your screens, folks. 2 level 10s for Kamai, only the 1 for Nemesis. Vin Diesel certainly looking like the best player of the match to me from either side. Kamai, though, playing with a little bit of team spirit, which is certainly something that we've been asking more from them over the course of this season. They are looking better and better, it feels. I'm so glad to see that despite this is their first game today, Zoinks, they're not looking cold.
Yeah, coming out with a lot of steam. Very, very exciting. I mean, Zante puts up yet another one. This Inteleon, so phenomenal for this player. I really doubt we're going to see another game with this player on this Pokemon in this set. knowing that Nemesis is going to be going back to the draft screen rather soon. For now, though, they can count on Vin Diesel on this Zacian. It's been such a phenomenal pick, especially today, as they are clearing their central area.
I really like that they've thrown him into the central area. Plenty of Aeos energy going to empower those moves. Of course, Sacred Sword empowered, really dangerous. And this looking particularly dangerous for Kamaii Esports. They've finally gotten something onto Zante, who sees the duck and says, I like you roasted. The Midnight Prance actually misses because they fell Stinger out of there. A miss from the barrage blow and a miss on the submission, but the defensive duties have been completed. Kamaii with a plum.
Yeah, trying to complete a little bit of scoring pressure from Nemesis, but nothing gonna happen. Great defense by Kamaii Esports, especially like you're right, called out Relic. A lot of Unite moves missing.
Ooh, that's a big overheat, and the Sword Doggo goes down. Bright Future Meteor Storm, identifying, isolating, exterminating Inteleon onto zone, looking to try and pressure, but Narami's got them covered. Meanwhile, still in the middle, Leorio overheat. Oh, a little too early, but manages to dash in there anyway. Nemesis going to be feeling that one.
Yeah, I think everybody thought that one was going to take the KO. Asmodee was already walking away and goes, oh, well, all right, it's okay. Leorio does take that KO, and it's actually going to follow up with Asmodee going down. Great plays from this Blaziken, and he's now going to be leading the levels, tied up with Zante for this squad. But seriously, 2 level 12s. What a big push from Nemesis right now as Vin Diesel and Metallic combined for 2.
Showed a little too much face there, and now they're going to give this T1 crack another go. It's only Gecko Kami, but they're versus the world. 25 down, 28 down, 13-point overdunk. Not great value, but Nemesis extend their lead 94 to 132.
Yeah, with the set this close, they just want to make sure those goal zones are broken, giving them a little bit of space. They're already playing from behind. You're going to rotate up towards that top path, not in time for the Regieleki, but they can try to force another fight. These stuns from Rex and Asmodee are setting up these big dives from Yeetfan and Metallic.
XIII might as well use it now, although the Azure Spy Vision has been popped, looking to surf and swim their way back to the team. Well, doesn't matter. Zante is feeling it. Electro Drift, don't matter. Here's my finger gun, and you can take it. It's a huge submission, and into another. This is extraordinary from Kamaii Esports, who take the lead. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, Zante just proving why this Inteleon is such a highly considered ban from so many of these teams. At maximum range, you're doing ridiculous amounts of damage, and with the amount of time that the crowd control can be provided from the rest of your roster, specifically with that Machamp, you have so much time to set up these shots, and the opposite is also true. Nemesis does not have the time to avoid these attacks. I think the target priority for Kamaii has been really interesting. They've been trying to take Rex out of these fights extremely early, so Nemesis is always off balance.
Rami caught out, having to get out of there just about, and Leorio's taken out the Miraidon. That's a huge amount of pressure immediately off the backs of this European squad. They surround Regirock, they're going for a flip, a little bit risky, overheat, manages to do the business this time. Rex caught upfield. This isn't going to directly translate into the Ray Pit. Plenty of time to respawn, Zoinks.
Yeah, I can't believe Nemesis relented there. It feels like when you had that upper position, you kind of trapped Kamaii Esports down towards the bottom side of the map. Even if you lose your support this close to Rayquaza, feels like that might be a potential for a go button, but instead they do retreat. They have a Zacian at level 14. It's not like they're hurting for levels. A team fight could still go their way, but Kamaii is looking great on that win track record.
Yeah, I see that level 14, and I raise you 2 for Kamaii Esports, but Nemesis looking to take the issue to Kamaii Esports, looking to try and catch them off kilter, slow beam down onto the Gary. You have to get the KO into the Dragon Current after Zante. Maybe a huge turnaround here from Nemesis if they can capitalize. No, they do eventually take down the Flying Dragon. Sovereign Sword onto Zante. They've already used their Unite move. Everyone has used their Unite move. No Electric Drift for you. Kranix and Leorio shut down that hope. It's all on Vin Diesel, looking for the swing, and it's a big miss. Kamaii Esports in a world of their own. Rayquaza is theirs.
Yeah, Vin Diesel in a 1v3 situation simply felt like they could not wait long enough in the tall grass due to the response coming so late. Kamaii Esports going to take down, of course, one of their biggest pieces of opposition in this matchup and take down the Rayquaza. They're not going to have too much room to score. Blaziken is going to have a shield. Machamp did go down to the Rayquaza while battling it, so they should only have 1 to 2 raid shields at the moment.
Not ideal, but they have taken that win con away from Nemesis, and they have reinforcements on both pads. Asnabal, here comes Zante, looking for the bounce engagement. Vitalik thinks otherwise. On that top path, here comes Vin Diesel. On that bottom path, in goes a Hundo Burger, served fresh.
Yeah, we're gonna have the Machamp walking up towards the tier 2. Ray Shield or not, a small amount of points will go in. 50 more. Nemesis had 30 seconds to try to turn the tables on this score lead, but Zante, again, the arbiter of this squad, always shutting down this push. Metallic picked up into the sky by Kranix yet again, and Kamai Esport are shutting the door on Nemesis.
Not the ideal endgame, not by any stretch of the imagination, but Kamai make it work. This team always seems to make it work. Until that is, they face the best in their region, the best in the world. Well, Zoinks, they've taken it to Nemesis.
Wow, what a final touchdown there.
Yeah,
Zacian running all the way off screen, almost a full screen snipe shot. Woo. And EU gets a map win in what felt like has been so long in this tournament. And this hometown crowd can still feel like the dream is alive.
What did I say? They've got youth on their side, youthful obliviousness, maybe, ego, maybe. You know what, Zoinks? I'm gonna take whatever I can get at this point. I feel like we need a victory. It'd be so awesome to see at least one of these EU teams make top 4. Yes, we know what your opponents look like in the semifinals. It's absolutely terrifying, but put your name in the hat. Just one more to go for Kamai.
Yeah, really scary spot for that team still in the end game, right? Yeah. They only had one Rayquaza shield to work with. It was on Liario, who had an amazing performance. Imagine getting 8 KOs and 97,000 damage and not even being like the player in the lobby. Zante with double-digit knockouts and over 120,000 damage on the Inteleon.
I'm signed up for the Zante Renaissance. This is a story.
Well, don't sign up for Zante Inteleon because I do not think we are seeing that again in this series.
It's just, we keep on regurgitating the same stuff.
Okay, he's still got player of the game.
He's still got player of the game. To be fair, some incredible moves. And let's not forget, by the way, that he actually missed an overheat on one of those bottom path Reggies, but still followed it up because Nemesis were like, well, guess we lost it. But that's why you've always got to stay on your A game. Look, for me, Zante, it was so strange seeing this particular pickup because I'm like, Zante, I mean, he's had a good career up until this point. Great smile, by the way. Absolutely love that from Liario. He's had a good career up until this point, Zante. But there's been nothing spectacular. There's been nothing really to shout about in terms of the very best in the world. I've not seen this player look this good in a very long time.
Yeah, he's looked incredible, and I keep harping on it, but I really do feel like teams are giving him so much room to work with when it comes to this first initial strategic screen. That being said, Nemesis definitely identified the main problem during the game and tried to chase down that Inteleon, but how many times did we see one fell stinger into an auto attack and Zante still be walking away from an attack that was clearly meant to get the intel down?
But that's down to the rest of the team protecting their most valuable asset as
well.
Yeah. As soon as they notice the threat to Zante, they turn about, they look to make sure that that KO is secured. If Zante goes down, all right, but at least we've made sure that it's good value. We've punished that invader into our backline. Nemesis, for me, an Inteleon ban is a must going into game number 2.
Definitely, yeah, or at least a first pick position if we're not going to be banning it. Maybe even like the Miraidon ban into first pick Inteleon is something that I would be considering. Going to be tough since as Nemesis has chosen that second pick position.
Aegislash, our first ban. Blissey, Hooper, we did see the Hooper ban last time out. We're going to see the Hooper ban again. Kamai Esport, currently hovering that Talonflame. I don't imagine that goes through. The Blissey, yes. How do you respond, Nemesis?
Yeah, we don't often see the Blissey ban on the purple side of the field, right? But okay, Inteleon is going to be banned. We're talking about like it's a rare thing, 54%. Still an extremely frequently banned Pokemon, 100%. Yeah, especially into day 2, right? First pick for Kamai Esport could be this Psyduck. It has been such a present threat for Nemesis when Rex has been locking that Pokemon in. I mean, self-proclaimed best duck NA, and certainly has a whole lot of footage to prove it.
Yeah, Liario, sorry, not Liario, sorry. Now I've gotten myself confused. Leo, you might see them as Narami in-game. Got a couple of supports to work with. I'm surprised that they actually chose to bring Slowbro over to Gek first and foremost. Then again, Gek, who himself has had an incredible tournament, I think deserves that shutdown tool in Slowbeam. The Psyduck instead would be picked up by the self-appointed best NA Duck Rex. They've got Yeetfan onto that Miraidon. Leorio going to go the path of the Blaziken again. No surprise, they were phenomenal working from that central area.
For sure, for sure. And on the Nemesis side, we're doing basically the strategy we thought, but just flip-flopped, right? It is the ban of the Inteleon and first pick of Miraidon. So having a lot better of a chance into the attacker position, and likely we are going to be looking at a Zante, either Espeon or Pikachu in that slot, which we have seen previously. Asmonville is going to get the Umbreon again, and the Zacian will be locked in for Nemesis. Currently, it's being highlighted by Metallic, but most likely we will see a rotate onto Vin Diesel.
You know, I did see the Gardevoir highlighted there. We have seen Zante on Gardevoir previously, but the Mewtwo Y I think makes a lot more sense considering the current meta means that he's at least got that early game presence and, of course, the Mega Evolution. Fantastic for assaulting those goal zones. Kranik's going to remain on the Machamp, which really just leaves us with Vin Diesel. They've already got that Zacian locked down, so this is probably more a pick for Metallic more than anything. The Mimikyu maybe does put a little bit of a question mark on that. Vin Diesel pretty good on this Pokemon as well. Certainly when there's less backline 2 access. I mean, that is a big clump of a composition that Kamai has, but ooh, I don't know, maybe Trick Room, maybe Shadow Sneak. I mean, I would imagine certainly Shadow Claw would be my preferred moveset going into this.
Yeah, we're definitely going with the Shadow Sneak, Shadow Claw build. I mean, even with Eldegoss and Mewtwo Y as potential squishies to take down, but Shadow Claw does love to brawl as well. So even if it is a tanky composition, Mimikyu can be well suited for either of those angles. I like that quite a bit, but Vin Diesel definitely going to be sticking with this Mimikyu. Metallic, very comfortable laning with the Zacian as well. In fact, the first time I actually really got to see this player pop off was on this Pokemon on its debut, so I think that is going to be a really exciting look. And again, I think Ethan on this Miraidon is going to be a really cool look again. Last time, maybe it didn't really take the game, but I think one of the biggest things that Nemesis needs to try to focus on and figure out is making sure that this Rex Psyduck just stays around a little bit longer. Those snipe shots were so tough for it to deal with, but now it's a different beast in the Mewtwo Y.
Zante's been a bit stuffed over really with this draft. I can understand why they left his pick till last. Just see what you're trying to deal with and ultimately going with the Mewtwo Y. I don't think it's a particularly bad pick, but having both the Inteleon and the Miraidon removed from that pool when we know that that's what they specialize in, you just got to praise Nemesis for the way that they've drafted. I think they've done it exceptionally well, but you can draft as well as you like. You still got to put it into practice here on Thea Sky Ruins Game 2.
All right, Kranix and Narami going to be heading into the top path. Of course, Gek and Zante, teammates seemingly forever, into the bottom path with Leorio heading up this central area for Kamai Esports. This matchup in the top path is going to be Kranix's Machamp versus Metallic's Zacian. Not exactly an on-paper great look for the purple side, but who knows, this Machamp has been doing absolute wonders in our tournament.
I mean, Kamai struggled on that top path for the opening first 2 minutes. That was until Leorio joins them on the top path, and even when it was a 3v4 scenario, Kamai is still looking strong. What I really appreciate from this roster, especially on this stage out of any stage, they're showing a little bit of patience. They are showing the wisdom beyond their years, which I highlighted yesterday, and that leadership comes through Gecko Kami, it comes through Zante. 3v3 on the bottom path, how about that for a catch?
Huge pull from Leorio. However, Vin Diesel in the absolute perfect position that they want to be in to line up some 6 Shadow Claws. Vin Diesel trying to get 2 KOs. The Suns from Mewtwo getting a little bit sketchy, but in the end, it's a KO streak of 3 from Vin Diesel to open the game.
And it's a Rex rotate, not that they really needed to apply much pressure at all. They might as well come in and score the 6 as well.
Yeah,
Why
showing
not?
up.
Just, I mean, yeah, they showed up. Oh, you know what? They got the seal on the Citrus Berry, actually. That is a bit more value than we would expect. Down to half strength already, that zone. Nemesis really punishing Kamai for the smallest of errors.
Yeah, I like that play a lot. I mean, Vin Diesel getting lined up for some really big damage. Not to mention, that's going to be great experience for the Miraidon in the early game. Yifan has had kind of a struggle getting up to that level 9 previously. I don't think we're going to be seeing that in this game number 2.
Critical evolution for Kranix onto the Machoke. In the face of a Zacian and a level 7 Mimikyu. No, thank you. I will stay within the safety of my bubble. Wait, you don't have a goal hacker? You should have brought it, my friend.
Oh man, I don't know if I could suggest that on my worst enemies to have that battle item equipped, but that's all right. Middle experience, good to go towards Nemesis. That is no surprise with how strong the early game has been for this North American team. It would honestly be really tough for Kamai Esports to dedicate anything into that push. However, they are not going to be deterred onto this bottom side swing despite Vin Diesel being here almost at level 9. The Play With Me Unite move right around the corner.
Fan of how Nemesis are playing around this slow, bro. They are not giving Gecko Kami a moment to breathe for rotating. Speaking of, Kamai down onto this bottom path, 30 seconds away from our first Reggie phase. Over the Indeedee, lovely Shadow Sneak. They're not going to commit to that surely with 4 surrounding.
jump into a surf tough look, you know what I mean? You never want to be doing that at any given time. Liario is going to lead with the overheat, take down basically all the Swablu and Alterius with just one move, and then actually use the Blaze Kick for safety. So a bit of a reverse of the moves we normally see when contesting wild Pokemon, but either way, a very smart choice. Shadow Sneak will land on Liario, and it's going to be an immediate jump in from Vin Diesel.
Surf will not save Liario, down at level 8, and then there goes Zante, and there goes Narami. Nemesis are rolling right now. 2 KO streak into the backline. Gecko Kami can't do anything. That T1 zone broken. That bottom path Reggie in the hands of Nemesis. Kranix watching brief on the top path. There ain't nothing that they can do.
The North American Mimikyu effect, it feels like now, with Vin and Trainer absolutely crushing it on this Pokemon in back-to-back games, and it has been exemplary to see. Nemesis now with this full rotate towards the top side. It is going to be everything Kamai Esport can do to not even try to take the Regieleki, but simply to defend this Tier 1 goal zone with only the Blaze again having that Unite move status unlocked.
Yeah, they're not going to try and challenge this, are they? Not sure how. I mean, Kranix is going to have a little bit of vision. Liario, of course, has the tool to be able to unlock this Regieleki in their favor. In they go into the backline, but it's way too late. Sai, Bright Future Meteor Storm chasing away Narami, turning around. They don't have anybody in front of them no more. They were taken out 3 minutes ago. 32 to 146. More scores potentially going in. There's Rex with another ballooning up to, what is this now? We have 9 on the bottom path. Yeah, whatever. 152 ultimately the end score. Another 2 on top of that. 3 stacks for Nemesis. Kamai reeling.
Yeah, Kamai Esport, though, rallying back for this fight. This could be a push on this Tier 1. They know Miraidon won't be there since Gecko Kami is doing a 1v1 in the bottom path, so they can push in with no attacker to defend.
That's a big whiff from the Sovereign Sword. The Infinite Cyburn goes down and chases away Metallic. They have to make this count. There's the Shadow Sneak from downtown. Oh man, they miss Kranix mercifully from a Kamai Esport perspective, and they back off, barely any points on the board.
Yeah, really well defended by Metallic. I mean, you were in a 1v4 situation there for a brief moment. You do get a big Unite move off that hits every single target on the enemy squad, stops a couple of Pokemon from scoring, gives you a bit of time, but Vin Diesel, the real hero there, with a mid-central area Shadow Sneak at maximum range that is going to leap up to defend that goal zone. So despite a good chance, Miraidon, notably an amazing goal zone defender, not being present, it feels like that was the time to push, but Kamai Esport getting stifled.
They are completely ignoring this bottom path Reggie. Kamai in favor of a big old send on the T1. Out of dodge Rex, they are going to be isolated, they are going to be KO'd. 3 scores here, and even Vin Diesel, even with how good a game they've been having, they understand they're not going to be able to fight this one. Do some quick maths. That's a big old 39-point overdone.
Okay.
How about that? Brings them back within 30. Yes, they lose that bottom path Reggie. Reggie steal, by the way, but now they can set up shop here. Big catch, huge catch. Onto that Zacian. Here comes the barrage blow on top of that. Miraidon falls.
No, that felt like bullying. I think Machamp and Blazing were kicking sand at the beach in the eyes of that poor Zacian. You had no idea they were hiding there in the tall grass. What an ambush from Kamai Esports. So after a big push into that top side, as well as kind of a slight defense, so Nemesis couldn't get too many points into that bottom goal zone, they're going to be very close in terms of score, as well as having the Regieleki walking down path. What Nemesis needs to do here is obviously take out this Regieleki quick, because Kamai is going to be constantly on the offense at this point.
They were looking for that big Ura moment, but you're not going to get it without prep. And they prepped beautifully. Kamai out down on the bottom path. Slow beam. Absolutely no hope for us. Never mind. Never mind they didn't get the KO. I retract everything that I said. In fact, they ain't going to go and KO Gecko Kami. As soon as they have something massive go in their favor, Kamai Esport, huge misstep, Narami pays the price.
I mean, that's the power of when Miraidon is actually there to defend the goal zone. That Bright Future Meteor Storm Unite move has some giant area of effect damage. Not only is it a big area, but it also hurts a whole lot. Defends that goal zone well, despite one target being locked down via a slow beam.
That's a long recharge. They should have it back. They should have it back for Rayquaza, but there is another question before that. Is this bottom path Reggie showing up, pressing up? Nemesis looking to steal away as many clouds as they can within Kamai's zone. They are all, look at all 3 of them in this tall grass. No way in for Kamai, and there's certainly no way out if they do go through the front door.
Okay, one Psychic almost pulled the Mewtwo Y into range, and then a Telekinesis almost grabbed the other. But Gecko Kami, the first one to get hit. Some exchange of damage, but both teams are going to be sent reeling. Regirock has spawned in. This is going to be a big contest. 30 seconds until Ray. Right on with the Electro Drift.
Oh, big submission, backline, Rex isolated, but going to find a way out. Leorio, though, taken down Admiral, and there goes the Miraidon too. Kamai Esports, in one of the biggest team fights of this game, win the team fight of this game. They rotate to the Ray pit. Nemesis will have all 5 back online, but Miraidon with no Unite move, never mind, just popped.
It's going to be a double Dragon spawn. Rayquaza and Ethan on the Miraidon are spawning in at the exact same time. There's already some damage onto the Rayquaza, but it looks like Kamai are going to be still trying to take a big team fight outside.
I don't like that they've gone straight to the Ray pit. I do like that they've taken down Rex. That's a massive pick, but they've got the response. Nemesis, in goes Leorio, backline, trying to get that Umbreon. Finally, the 2 KO streak comes through for Machamp. But where do they go from here? Top of your picture, you see that Zacian. There's Metallic. Watch out for Vin Diesel. Still got that wall in between them. The Shadow Sneak hits the Rayquaza. But Kamai Esport, here's the patience we're talking about. Vin Diesel in, trying to catch them out. Submission, but not on your own. Big Psychic pushes them away. Coin flip time. Oh, it's Metallic.
Metallic takes it down. Kamai Esports is such a tough spot. Hitting the Rayquaza is such a huge risk when you don't have your Blaziken spawned back in yet, and they simply weren't there in time. They did a little bit of the damage to the Rayquaza, but it felt like they were just getting the job done for Nemesis as they get the Mimikyu back into the middle, and that really starts to crush it in terms of the damage numbers. Zacian, of course, the one to take down the Rayquaza, but Nemesis in a great position to tie up our series 1-1.
Yeah, this is that lack of experience, unfortunately. Yes, I know you've got 2 very juicy targets in that Ray pit. Yes, you've already put in a little bit of the work onto the Rayquaza, but you could not have said it better, Zoinks. Why are you doing the work for the opposition team when you don't have your prime Securer in the right spot to try and capitalize? It was a coin flip, but it was a weighted coin, and Nemesis have been given a free route back into this series.
Yeah, they're looking really amazing right now. Leorio is going to put in 100 points onto this bottom tier 1 and take down the Umbreon. So certainly a solid contest. I believe this is going to be Nemesis relinquishing that outer tier 1. They know they have a strong enough points lead that even giving up that tier 1, they will still be ahead. All they got to do is hold down this home goal zone. And so far, they're looking okay. Kamai Esports putting in some of these small points, but unfortunately, I do not think it is enough. We are going to be going up to a tied series between Kamai Esports and Nemesis.
Definitely wasn't lost in draft, Zoinks. Definitely was not lost in draft. I think that Kamai, for that first 30 seconds at Ray, did a really exceptional job. Again, off the back of that Regirock, a huge team fight win. You've got that defensive and special defensive buff, and they use it beautifully. But having lost Leorio so early on, yes, you've got Kranix in there, but what's the Mimikyu going to do? Yes, it can rip Ray, but...
Oh, it can. Like, I definitely think you got to be worried about that.
But why would Vin Diesel commit himself when he knows that there's reinforcements on the way? Nemesis tried to call Kamai's bluff. Kamai is like, okay, we should go. And Nemesis, honest, as cool as you like, managed to get this one over the line.
Yeah.
Makes an interesting reading going into game number 3, though. Whether that Inteleon ban sticks, I certainly feel like from Zante's position, he would have loved that Miraidon. Maybe a clue as to how we will see the next draft phase. Because like, Miraidon first pick, I think, is a very real possibility. It was that much of an influence.
Yeah, well, I think one of the biggest factors in the game is our player of the game. Vin Diesel's Mimikyu was so good in this matchup. His Shadow Shaw.
Put your teeth in?
It's a new move. It's a fun one. Shadow Claw, and with the Shadow Sneak. Say that 30 times fast, chat. I dare you. A really fantastic option in this matchup. We saw it get so many knockouts, and even early. Like, literally, the K opener, as we call it, of this matchup was a KO streak of 3. Yeah. Like, Vin was feeling it on this pick. Just so funny, because we praised the Zacian from them so many times throughout this weekend, and now it feels, hey, actually, that build with Metallic on Zacian and you on Mimikyu feels really good right now.
It certainly does. The point on the board is what's going to feel the best right now for Nemesis. They've been in these positions so many times before. We always knew that the reverse sweep was more than possible, especially considering, again, the contextually speaking, lesser experienced Kamaii esports. How do you enable Zante again? As much as I don't think the Mewtwo Y was necessarily bad, what I can say from a wider, like zoom out perspective is that Kamaii was always on catch up. They were relying on those few moments to drag themselves back into relevancy. Aegislash, our first ban, then down on the board, and again, Nemesis hammering home. We don't want to see this Narami Hoopa.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a really, really good call. It was some of the most powerful Trick Hoopa gameplay we saw was Kamaii Esports' debut of it. Their bans are going to stay the same as well. I mean, this Aegislash is kind of a freak of nature when it comes to either Metallic or Vin playing it, so I think these bans make sense. Nemesis is going to stick with that Inteleon ban strategy.
Right on first pick, Blissey available, and Narami will go with Blissey over Zante on the Miraidon. Now, if I am this Nemesis roster, I'm looking at Relics, I'm looking at Yifan. They're the same player, by the way, and I'm thinking, let's get this Miraidon down, because not having Zante pew-pewing from the backline, that's certainly good. Metallic, though, also going to steal away the Blaziken from Leorio for the first time this series.
Interesting. We still have a few question marks where people are going to end up. Zante, of course, we've been talking about a lot. Where does Asnable go? Seeing as that Umbreon has now been banned, and Gecko Kami going to pick up the Slowbro. Zante returns to the Mewtwo Y well.
Kranix and Leorio waiting to last. Big game players are made on stages like this. Let's see what you've got, lads. Nemesis floating over that Eldegoss. Feels sensible, doesn't feel out of place. Looking at Vin Diesel, no, going to switch out with Asnable. We've seen that Blastoise a couple of times today. Did like the look of it.
Yeah, Defender Blastoise is a really interesting option, and wow, okay.
Kranix, Buzzwole, let's go.
Hey, if y'all played Ladder in EU, I think we're about to get an experience of it right now. Kranix and Liario and Buzzwole and Greninja. Vin Diesel going to pick up this Zacian, and okay, EU, let them know how excited you are for this squad. Very, very cool to see. I mean, obviously, we've seen Buzzwole competitively for a long, long time. Greninja recently getting its time in the sun. This tournament, though, only a 10% pick rate.
Yeah, not high at all. But Leorio is one of those players where, honestly, you put him on any sort of attack damage carry, and I'd expect them to do a good job. We've seen them helm the Zeraora Renaissance, of course, from last year. Kranix, I don't think we've seen enough data from them just yet, but when we look at Buzzwoles in EU, I think immediately... Shout out to the Sneaky Seal, by the way. Great to see so many people here. Wonderful. Show your support for who you love, no matter where you're from, by the way. But honestly, going on to that comfort pick for me, I love it, I love it, I love it. Going into the Zacian, I think that could be a huge play in combination with Leorio, who has that ability to kite. Certainly going to be looking to avoid whatever pressure Yeetman Relics can put down with that Miraidon. My concern for Kamaii is actually not from those pieces of the puzzle, but from Metallic on the Blaziken. This is a phenomenal Blaziken player that we are talking about, and it offers one of the best objective secure in the game. That is something certainly now that Kamaii is starting to lack.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. I feel like now all of a sudden objectives got that much harder. Blaziken's secure, of course, but you also got the backup of Asnable to just clear a ton of space with that Blastoise. Of course, with a lot of those Surf moves, but even if we start to see the Unite move for coverage around some of these Ray fights. But it is going to be a bit of mind games. We've got the Slowbro, who is a really fun, weird to think about counter to the Blastoise. But let's get into it, Relic. Game number 3 between Kamaii Esport and Nemesis.
Open the door, last chance saloon, EU. It's all on Kamaii Esport, or we're heading towards 3 North American squads. 4 American squads in total in those semifinals.
Yeah, gotta be biased. They gotta be biased. Let's go. Liario gonna be clearing out that central area on the Greninja. Interesting to see. They are going with the Rapid Fire Scarf and Muscle Band, so we are likely looking at Water Shuriken. It is the better moveset. It makes me sad. I'd love to see Surf.
I want to see a day where we've got 5 Pokemon all with Surf and just hang 10, have a good time. Certainly Kamaii Esport looking to try and face up against Nemesis on this T1 zone, get a little bit of pressure, take away the Indeedee, obviously get towards that Slowbro Evo as soon as possible. Level 4 pop there for Kranix.
All right, yeah, early game looking okay for the side of Nemesis. Level 4 for Asnable can be a tougher Pokemon to get some early experience on that Squirtle. We have 3v3 here, but a 3v2 in the top side. Narami on that Blissey, gonna get the Evo.
Yeah, we don't see it pick much during this tournament because it really is just banned that much. And when we see good Blissey players, we know that they can be the difference makers. A lot of pressure from that Mega Mewtwo Y. Asnable picks up that Citrus Berry. There goes the Charge Beam, and 2 versus 2 on T1 pad at this point. Kamai Esport is not going to pressure.
Yeah, that X-Attack Mewtwo Y is truly so scary for any Pokemon to have to contend with. At the very least, though, Miraidon can kind of out-kite it. The auto attack damage and then empowered Charge Beam is going to give the range victory to the Miraidon in some slight circumstances. So you'll often see EFAN trying to do a little bit of short Charge Beam shots into wild Pokemon and then save that empowered one for some of these bigger fights.
Oh, lovely Blaze Kick there from the Combusken. Double Evo, Greninja and Blaziken. Whoa, into the ground you go. Make a tree out of you. And Granix popping off now with the passive in full blossom. Going for the chase down on Relics. And you talk about the ability to kite. No kiting in sight. The winds not a blowing. Well, at least not for Nemesis. Fully unfurling the sails of this Kamai Esport cruise.
I mean, these were your last 2 picks, the Buzzwole and Greninja. You saved these for the special sauce to see what the enemy composition was going to be. These are direct responses to Nemesis's game plan. Amazing to see it already working on paper.
Here's another Blaze Kick, fails to catch one of the clouds. No flank from Kamai Esports. So what you see in front of you, Nemesis, is what you got, no KOs. First set of Reggies on the way, Zoinks just seconds away.
Yeah, Buzzwole is going to be scoring. We see a few yellow pips on the map on the top side as well. So likely we're going to see Kranix not show up to this team fight and instead solo farm up and try to get closer to a Regieleki secure.
Rex runs away, floats away, I guess. Oh, the overheat, backline, Mega Mewtwo Y, but Leorio falls. Asnable watching breathe. All 3 of them there. The Surf could take all of them. It's actually going to be the basic auto from Asnable that claims the Registeel, and now they go to work. Miss from the overheat. Mega Mewtwo Y, their timer is done and dusted. Narami taking out the picture. Big push from Nemesis, and it's too late for the rotate, Kranix. Your T1 zone is going down, or have they run out of points? No, look at the little chips onto Asnable. Finally gets that 30 away. Only an 8-point overdunk and a slender lead for Team NA.
And then always feels like one thing you can count on from Nemesis, no matter what team they're playing in the world, you get a good push, a good teamfight win against them, you better expect hell the next time you play against them. Those heat check responses from them are always so fantastic. They do not get down on themselves if the match starts going sideways. They really have some awesome energy to bring these fights back. But now it's Kranix's turn to respond.
Oh, beautiful Super Swole Slam, all on your own. Why not? I know that Narami was there, but it's all about the power plays. It's all about the flex, farming aura right now, and they're going for a T2 push.
Oh man, Vin Diesel, one of the only defenders Asnable's already knocked out of the way via that first superpower, and that is going to be Vin Diesel gone already. Relics needs to charge up this empowered Charge Beam if they want to push off the rest of the squad, as Kamai has still not relented.
Charge Beam basically just giving his team cover. Everything settles down. Nemesis are going to be left alone, but Kamai don't want to go away with no freebies. They're going to pick up here both buffs from enemy central area. Nemesis now with only a 4-point lead. Maybe a chance to push them to T1, but well done, Nemesis, for sending both Vin Diesel and Relics down to that bottom zone. Now Asnable joining the party. No counter scores. Big send from Vin Diesel, forced into the eject button to get away.
Yeah, in a scary position. Gecko Kami playing a very rarely selected telekinesis slowbro, but a really solid move in this setting. You're going into a few all-rounders, a couple of which, in terms of Blaziken and Zacian, that both have good immunity to crowd control sometimes with their moves. Surf might, not have as much impact there.
Nemesis after the Reggie Rock. Kranix straight into the source, straight into the deep end. Little too late, Super Swole Slam gonna be eaten up, and although Metallic is knocked up, they land safely on their feet. Nemesis facing up to the music and playing it well.
All right, they got a great defense buff now. The question is, what prioritizes for this team? Do you make this early team fight around the Regieleki your main shot, or do you try to just get as many of those Unite moves back online via your central area? And at the time being, it seems like both squads have elected for that farming position. Makes a lot of sense, but Kamai Esport are going to be the first ones to win position around the Regieleki. And, oh, I forgot, yeah, Rex is on this team. We're pushing tier 2 on bottom path.
it does mean that Kamai Esport has free real estate on this Regieleki. Leorio going back alongside Gecko Kami, going to try and deny some scores, opening up 84 to 137. Not going to push the issue necessarily, Nemesis. Maybe going to have a quick look on this Regieleki. A little bit slower than they would like it, Kamai Esport, but now looking to do to Nemesis what Nemesis have done to them. 3 on this bottom path. Asnable and Rex lie in wait. Got a couple of egg bombs, got a surf into a surf. Bit of rogue waving between the two. Leorio looking to chip away at Rex. 33, that's not going to go down. That's way too many points. Hydro Typhoon. Here comes the reinforcements from Relics. Infinite Cyburn. Again, eaten up really by all of the shielding provided by this T1 and indeed the heavy lifting done by Rex. The Water Shuriken burst into the backline. Misses so many of those just pure Water Shurikens, but finally gets the KO onto the Eldegoss and then again onto the Miraidon. How much more can you do from here, Leorio? Because here comes that Blaziken Metallic up against the wall that Blissey won't escape. There we go, a size strike, but that's more just to cover the escape for Kamai Esport, who simply could not get a look in.
Yeah, really good play from Leorio to pick up a couple of KOs there, but I do want to praise Asnable for some really intelligent play on that Blastoise. Some might discredit that really early Hydro Typhoon in that defense, but you got to understand the situation. Zacian and Blaziken both remaining around the top side of the map to defend against their Regieleki. You simply had to buy so much time that you were not in favor for. You got to spend some resources. Love that early play call.
Oh, wonderful work from Kranix again using that superpower, and Rex is going to fall. Oh, big stun with a telekinesis. Great catch on Metallic from Gecko Kami. What a wonderful piece of work from Kamai to put the Reggie Steel in their back pocket. What timing, Zoinks. 15 seconds from Ray.
And 2 auto attackers with an empowerment from the Registeel is going to be so scary. The Greninja and Mewtwo Y are going to be extremely strong and terrifying for Nemesis to have to deal with. Nemesis, by the way, really going to be behind on the level game. Miraidon just ticking over into level 12. They're going to try to take this fight patiently, and so far, Kamai, with that ranged advantage, are comfortable giving them a little bit of room to breathe.
You cannot set it up more tense, folks. Seconds into the 2 minutes and nobody willing to bite. Nemesis with the all-important lead. Kamai might have to push. Nemesis with coverage over both zones on both paths. The potential backcaps could entail. Little chase there from Leorio. Gecko Kami misses with a telekinesis. There's the twisters from the Rayquaza, no knockups. Little pokes here and there, waiting, lying in work. Nemesis hoping to find that open door.
Yeah, Gecko now does have position in that enemy tall grass, which is really huge for a defender, especially one with that telekinesis hook. They do grab Miraidon already down. Slow Beam is going to take that target first, and now Kamai is just going to be chasing Nemesis around the Rayquaza pit.
Water Shuriken burst. There's the Hydro Typhoon, and the Cotton Cloud Crash has been popped as well. Watch out for Vin Diesel on his backline. There's the knock up onto Metallic, who goes down by the Mewtwo Y, but the Mewtwo Y won't be around for too much longer. Just 2 alive for Nemesis, who are chased out of the pit. Vin Diesel back in, looking for the same shot. Unbelievable, the kid does it.
There is one perfect way when there is one enemy Pokemon that can steal the Rayquaza to stop them from doing so, and that is use them to secure the Rayquaza. Buzzwole picks up Vin Diesel Zacian and uses it to knock out the Ray. Kamai Esport securing that major objective. What a play for this young team.
They turned legal for the UCS. Not 3 months ago even, the youngest person at this tournament with potentially the biggest play, not just for Kamai, but the hopes of EU. And there is still hope. I'm proud to report from this booth, Kamai Esports into the semis.
Nemesis out, Kamai Esport make top 4 of the Aeos Cup. A squad that has had a tough year, and oh my word, Kranix getting the vouch from the squad. I mean, setting up truly a beautiful play with that Machamp Unite move in that game too. Obviously, it didn't go their way, but you follow up with a play to close out a series like that. I mean, MVP level stuff.
Absolutely, and I love that from Gecko Kami, taking the moment to just bring Kranix aside and saying, you did so good, you did incredible, because these moments, they can be overwhelming, Zoinks, but you got to stay in the game. Yeah. You did great now, but let's take that into the next one. It, as we said at the very top of the series, it don't get easier, and to be quite frank, it don't get harder than Luminosity Gaming, but in this form, anything can happen.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, congratulations to Kamai Esports. I can't wait to see what they do within the top 4. I really do think that Kranix has put their name out there as one of the best players from within this region. This Buzzwole popping off in this game in particular. 56,000 damage against a very difficult path of Metallic throughout this matchup. That is not an easy 1v1 throughout this series, and they really, really made it look clean.
And we both saw the looming threat. Kamai Esports, to be fair, backed into a position where they kind of had to rip at that point, but Vin Diesel was right there with that station, and that is terrifying. And to clutch it up, to commit to the bit, and come out with the rewards, the relief, I can imagine, is palpable. But yeah, there is no time to stop here when your next spot is, what, in 30 minutes time or so. Luminosity Gaming on the horizon. Is that a step too far? Well, listen, I'm a proud Brit, I'm a proud EU guy. I certainly hope not. What an upset that would be.
Yeah, we got a really interesting top 4 now, right? 2 North American teams, 1 Latin America South team, and of course, 1 EU squad has made it in, which is source of celebration, as we can see here in London. I'm very pumped about it. I really do think that was one of my favorite series that we've gotten the chance to commentate so far. Some really excellent gameplay. I mean, how about how that fight started too? A really slow roll fight, trusting in the damage of that Mewtwo Y and Greninja from range to really give them all the position they could ever ask for. And so Gecko Kami now has room to walk into that tall grass. So impressive.
It's so impressive. Hey, you know what? We've got an impressive interviewer out there.
That's great.
Let's go on to stage. Let's hear what they have to say.
Oh, is it on me? Are we going? What's good, everybody? I'm here with Komai's Gecko Kami. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing very good. I'm feeling fantastic. We just won. That's about it.
Just won, and that's about it. Great run so far. EU's last hope. A shining star among a sea of darkness. Gecko Kami leading the charge with this Kamai group. A little short story for those of you at home. I'm going to spin you a yarn. I know we have tons of time, so I'm going to take it. Last time him and I saw each other in person, it was after EUIC, a wonky event. We met up, we were chatting for a long time, and you had your sights on this season to make your grand return and help carry a bunch of youngsters to the finish line, and you are a couple steps away from winning Aeos Cup at EUIC. Now, tell me a little bit about this team, because a lot of folks at home that haven't been dialed into the EU region may not know much about them.
Right, so it is true. I did have this planned for a long time. Didn't go exactly as planned, but here we are. It's going pretty good, I'd say. We're running in with a couple of 16-year-olds, 3 of them actually. Me and Zanti being the veterans, holding up the fort. And we hope we show them the way how to get here. Hopefully they show us the way to victory that we haven't done before.
Well, I like to hear it. They're showing a tons of talent and, you know, not frazzled by being on the big stage at all. But we must say, you got to tip of the cap to the captain, because you are leading a heck of a charge here. You've been playing great, and the team has been following suit right behind you. What do you think is going to be the key to success? Because you are facing Luminosity, LAIC winners, of course, 2-time world champions, blah, 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 blah. We know all that stuff. How are you going to keep everybody's head on a swivel and ready to keep marching forward with this young squad that you got?
So, big shout out to Overlord that motivates my kids to beat them specifically. So, they've been looking forward to play against them. They finally get the chance to on stage as well. And also, I've got a bone to pick with them. They've eliminated me out of 2 worlds now, because I've always led in their group, but now it's brackets, and maybe 3rd time's the charm.
3rd time the charm. That is a saying that people say. 3rd time's the charm. And I'll tell you what, you only get 1 bite at this apple, because it is win or go home. Now, as EU's last hope, this crowd has been following you and supporting you tremendously. Any words for them that are here and those that are watching at home supporting you, Gek?
Allez, allez le bleu, et la cape c'est immense.
Did you learn French to talk to these players?
Correct.
What a legend. Merci beaucoup, mon ami. We'll see you somewhere. I'm going to have to go get ready for the next match. So back to the desk.
Oui, vive le Kamai. Wonderful stuff. Hey, Gek, by the way, once your playing career is done, come join us on the broadcasting team. We'd love you as an analyst. Some wonderful points made there. Wow, wow, wow. Look, there is so much more to talk about in the future, Zoinks, and we will talk about them. Kamaii returning to your screens after this upcoming series. Orange Juicers versus Peru Unite. You better not go away for that, by the way. And then Luminosity, Overlord getting his wish, as he said, going up against Kamaii Esport. But I think before we head to break, I do just want to take a moment to say commiserations to Nemesis, because they played sensationally in both the series that they featured in. Just a case where Kamaii Esport in truly inspired form.
It's one of those situations where, yes, it's a loss. And I know those players, I know for a fact I would go up to any of them and be like, hey, great tournament. They'd still be like, we wanted to win. This is not what we wanted, right? Like, they're going to be upset about it. So I get to be happy for them that they still had a top 8 performance. Really, really impressive tournament run. It's one of the most stacked tournaments we have ever had at an in-person Pokemon Unite event. The level of gameplay on this stage has been truly out of this world. So to make it into that position, it's so amazing. And we're going to be going even further forward to a top 4 spot. It is going to be wild. We're going to have Orange Juicers versus Peru Unite, the run back from Worlds, coming up right after this. Yes!
Hey, this is Spraggles. We're roaming around EUIC and we're handing out some packs. That's a pack. Let's go. Excuse me, for a pack, is Pikachu too yellow?
Too yellow.
Yeah, too yellow. Is it too yellow?
I think it's the right amount of yellow.
Right amount? That's a pack. Excuse me, for a pack, do we need to get rid of Squirtle already?
No.
Okay, great. Here's a pack. Thank you. Hey, how's it going? For a pack, are you winning or losing today?
I am not playing today, unfortunately.
Okay, so winning, kinda.
Kinda, yeah.
There you go. Thank you. Hey guys, for a pack, does Gen 5 have too much water?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. How's it going?
Good.
What are we talking about?
The Chaos Cup.
The Aeos Cup?
Chaos Cup. The VG Chaos Cup.
Amazing. Here's a pack. Huge. Hey, for a pack, where are we going?
From Germany.
From Germany? Where are we going now?
Now I want to go to my friend and we go to the prize wall.
Great. Bring a pack for him.
Thank you.
Yep. Hey guys, for a pack, what are we up to right now?
We are playing a side event of we open some booster packs and then we draft a team.
Great. Here's one more. Hey, for a pack, what's going on over here?
Right now, this is the GLC event. So they're playing the Switch series, so the winner of this event will end up taking a Nintendo Switch home after they played 7 rounds and a top 8.
Amazing. What are we going to do about Rayquaza already?
I think we set the axis on him.
Okay.
Probably a good idea.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey guys, for a pack, can we name a Pokemon we've just had enough of?
Iron Hands.
Iron Hands, easy, hands down.
There you go. Enjoy it. We're out of packs, everybody. Oh, we've got more packs, everybody. We're still going. Hey, for a pack, what's a Pokemon that should be a dog but's not?
We got dog.
Yeah, but it isn't a dog yet.
I'd say Eevee. I keep it as a fox.
Yeah.
Or I think it is a fox.
It's a fox then.
It's a fox.
But it should be a dog.
Be a dog.
Huge.
Yes.
There's a pack. Enjoy. Hey, for a pack, who are you on the phone with?
Oh, I'm on family with us in Australia.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Here's a pack, enjoy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey guys, for a pack, what's going on?
Not much.
Agreed. Take it. Enjoy. Hey, for a pack, what's a Pokemon that should be more pink?
Umbreon.
Agreed. Good call. Enjoy. Hey guys, for a pack, can you name a Pokemon that's in Pokemon Go?
Mewtwo.
I believe it. Here you go. How about a Pokemon in Unite?
Meowscarator.
That's right. Huge. Enjoy. Excuse me, for a pack, are we fed up with Arcanine?
Yeah?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, bye. Hey, for a pack, is everything going as planned?
Everything's going wonderful, thank you. Yeah, the kids are having a blast time.
The kids are having a great time? What's your favorite Pokemon?
What's my favorite Pokemon there? I'm gonna have to say. I'm gonna have to say between Fluttermane and Rotom.
Amazing. Here you go. And for my last pack, what's wrong with Fluttermane?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Probably nothing, right? Enjoy.
Fluttermane's a great Pokemon.
Okay, Fluttermane's a great Pokemon. And now we're out of packs. Goodbye. everyone, and welcome back to the Aeos Cup, live here at the London Excel Center. We are in the semi-finals, Doob Snacks. We have the Juicers, and we have Peru. What an incredible matchup this is. I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw, the one and only Doob Snacks. Break it down, because this is an exciting one.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here in this storyline. Of course, Peru, formerly Fusion, are the EUIC champions of last year, trying to be a two-peater here. Is that a word, two-peter? It is now.
It is now, yeah.
Two-peters.
I think
here
they
we
use
go.
repeat for that. Now it's a two-peat.
Well, throw me off a bridge then. I heard they got a big one here. There's an interview.
There's an interview ready. They're like, enough of these two already.
I've got a story to tell when we come back from this interview that is now ready.
Take it away.
That's right, enough of them. We are jumping on stage. We got Orange Juicers, we got Fusion. Peru is gonna be a really, really fun one. Zelgar, we'll start with you. It's an intense matchup, but you played it quite a few times. However, it hasn't gone your way. How confident are you that you can take a win over Peru?
I mean, we haven't lost a map yet this tourney, and we plan on keeping it that way.
Okay, a flawless record incoming, very cool. Now, Peru, you've had a chance to play against Orange Juicers quite a few times. What's going to be your strategy to take them down today?
Ok, le están preguntando que ya habéis jugado unas cuantas veces con Orange Juicers, que cómo de confiados estáis.
Creo que el 100%.
They think that 100%.
Okay, 100% win. Flawless records from both of them. We'll see how that works. Unstoppable force and all that. All right, like we said, you have a lot of experience in this matchup. Out of those 5 players on that side of the stage, who's the one player you got to shut down to make this win?
You got to shut down Tempo.
All right, Tempo going to be the main problem. Same question to you. What player on Orange Juicers' team do you need to shut down to win the match? Yeah. What player do they need to
Pregunta que qué jugador creéis que tenéis que machacar antes para poder jugar mejor.
Creo que al jungla.
They say the jungle one.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Going after Central, I think Kratos being called out specifically, that's fair. All right, we're going to let these two go back to their desk, get ready for the matchup. We'll send it back to Spraggles and Dupe Snacks.
And you heard a little bit of it out there from Zoinks, the story between these two teams. But before we were so rudely cut off with the thing that we were told we were going to be cut off with and then forgot about immediately, we were telling this story of these two teams. Doob Snacks, illuminate us.
Of course.
Re-illuminate us.
Repeat.
A two-peat, if you will.
A two-peater. Which is what I said, which is ridiculous. Okay, so Peru, of course, EUIC champions last year, looking for the two-peater. We established that. However, at Worlds last year, these two teams squared off twice. Peru beat Orange Juicers in day 1. They both qualified for day 2. However, Fusion, aka Peru, had the selection on who they wanted to play first in day 2, and they picked Orange Juicers specifically and then beat them again in day 2 to eliminate them from the World Championships. So to call this a salty run back from the Orange Juicers would be an understatement, as they have to march through Peru to get to the grand finals and try and win themselves the Aeos Cup.
That's right. I mean, this is such a great match for so many reasons. We have, again, the champs from Aeos Cup trying to do it once again, to get their spot to Worlds at the start of the season, just like they did last year. And they had a dominant performance at the, last year's Aeos Cup. Now we have the Juicers, and Juicers have looked amazing, right? They actually formed from kind of the ashes of the Aeos Cup last year.
Correct.
And they've gone on quite a run. But at Worlds, they were shut down twice, as you mentioned, by formerly Fusion, currently Peru, who is on stage right now. So much is on the line for these two teams. Both of these teams, of course, want to move forward, but what a grudge match we have, Dupe Stacks.
Absolutely. Now, no strangers to winning on the big stage is the Orange Juicers. Of course, the NA Regional Champions last year, crowned in New Orleans. No trophy, as we are constantly reminded, but here they're looking to make it matter in London.
That's right. Orange Juicers with our first ban here. They are going to ban out the Slowbro. Peru UNITE banning out the Sableye. Targeted ban against Roland. Roland is pretty incredible on this Pokemon. Inteleon,
and
the ban from the Juicers. And of course, the Psyduck. So 2 bans towards the side of the support core on Orange Juicers as they are looking to grab their first pick. With the Inteleon ban, they could grab the Miraidon here, but it's possible. No, they decide to actually take the Zacian right away.
Really concerned, making sure OG has pretty much been solo Zacian this whole time, kind of locked into that prison for them, but it gives Kea the Blissey. Kea and Draken, the support core of Peru's team, is some of the best on the planet, and honestly is what allows Tempo, Zainus, and Anemo to go as deep and play as kind of off the rails as they do, because they always seem to be there to support them. And we're going Snorlax and Mamo. They are cutting off. They're trying to cut off Zug.
Yeah, this is a really interesting look here from Peru. It's not what you would expect at all. Zugra grabbing the Umbreon fairly quickly here. It doesn't seem like they were too shaken by that at all. And then Flareon's on the Miraidon, a Pokemon they have been known for. It looks like the Juicers are getting a lot of what they want. This double defender pickup is really interesting from the side of Peru.
I'm left a little stunned here, but maybe these next 2 picks that they're going to make will help illuminate what they're going with. Grabbing Mimikyu is Tempo. Zainu's still on the clock. Again, Zainu's kind of long-range player for this Peru squad, maybe going to be carrying this Alolan Ninetales, as honestly, Zugrug has been playing a lot of Tree this tournament, so you can't really cut them off. Zugrug grabbing Umbreon, those two are most likely going to swap here, and Roland's going to playing a support Umbreon, and they are terrific on that pick.
You know, the interesting plays here, I mean, we have once again this Mamoswine and Alolan Ninetales for Peru, which looked pretty amazing earlier. Final pick Leafeon for Kratos. Kratos known for this Pokemon. And speaking of known for, we now have the Scyther pickup for the side of Peru. They are known to grab this Pokemon, and it worked for them at the World Championships to take down the Juicers. So I'm not surprised to see it here once again. It feels like both of these sides got a lot of what they wanted. I'm surprised not to see more of a, I guess, sort of traditional support on the side of Peru, and instead we have 2 defenders.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to play with those 2 defenders incredibly well because there's a lot of options that Orange Juicers have to really get into the backline and put pressure on Zainus, for example. You just look at that Miraidon. I mean, Flareon's on the Electro Drift Miraidon with that full heal, going to be able to quickly pounce on any unsuspecting player and actually zip back out. That's one thing that Flareon's Electro Drift Miraidon is different than the most that we've seen, is their ability to go in, get quality knockouts, and also make it out from that exchange.
I gotta say, I am a little worried for the Juicers if we are running the Electro Drift Miraidon, because boy, they have a lot of things that are tough to Electro Drift into, right? You've got Mamoswine that can shut you down. You have the Alolan Ninetales that anything that dives really does not like being near Alolan Ninetales at all. It's sort of more of a mid-range, you know, attacker Pokemon as opposed to some of these much longer range like Inteleon, Decidueye, something like that. Even Miraidon Charge Beam outranges it. So we're gonna have to see how they want to play around it, because it is one of those Pokemon, as you mentioned earlier, you and I talking off broadcast while watching, you just can't play near it, which is very, very dangerous for a lot of these Pokemon. But here we go. We're in the semifinals. This is a best of 5. Orange Juicers, your purple team, versus Peru Unite, your orange team. The winner of this will be heading to our grand finals on Championship Sunday.
Kea immediately going to scrap it out on that contestable Indeedee here as Roland is keeping an eye on Draken. We have the beautiful Hollow Air on that Alolan Vulpix, carried by Zainus, of course, as they are moving through. 2 players I've always constantly impressed with on Peru are Kea and Draken. I will never not say that. They are the reason for me that Peru is so successful.
Yeah, we're fighting over this experience here. They're able to get a lot of it and a huge stun right there with the Mamoswine. Experience goes over. They hit the level 4. They are Alolan Ninetales now. Down in the bottom path, Tempo looking for that level 5. Not able to get it yet, but here comes Scyther, a Nemo, already level 5, ready to rip through some of this experience. While we see Kratos on the other side running to the top path. It looks like it's getting caught a little bit by the Mamoswine. They know it's heading there now.
Yeah, the vision is going to be more important than anything. Now they can't really get that big surprise knockout, and you can see that Peru is playing it safe, going straight in as Draken with a little bit of tackle action. And look at that, 2v3, able to get it done and really getting some experience, but not letting things go out of control, which was the goal.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's kind of peeling away from this fight. No one wants to give up too much as everyone's moving back, heading towards their central areas, trying to get as much experience as possible. The higher level you are, obviously, the more damage you're going to do to your opponents as some of these carry Pokemon, and they want to get to their Unite moves as quickly as possible. The Juicers level 6 on Leafeon. If they can hit 8, they're going to have their Unite much earlier than you could on the side of Peru. Obviously, Scyther needs 9.
Okay, they have an idea where Zugrug is. They're putting pressure on them. Tempo's pushing forward. They know they have Anemo in pocket. The dual wing beat comes through, doesn't quite hit their mark, and Zugrug able to evolve under that pressure.
Here we go, heading to this central area right here. We're picking up some KOs in the top path. 3 members of the Juicers on this goal. The Ice Shard misses. Nice score here. They're up 32-9 at this point, but here comes Anemo looking for this fight. The dual wingman could land in the bush, but caught right away by the Sacred Sword. Doesn't go down, though.
Go, use the dual wingman. Holy, okay. Anemo coming through with a 3-banger on no HP, by the way. Just put down the dual wing beat, kick, flip forward, got some knockouts, and now they need to get some points in, which they are, shrinking this lead and now taking it 37-33.
Wow, what an amazing play. I mean, I can't believe surviving on absolutely nothing in that fight, taking down multiple members of the Juicers, even after they were caught by that huge Sacred Sword. Such impressive plays.
I mean, tip of the cap. Peru is one of the only teams that have made Scyther even a reasonable selection. In anybody else's hands, it looks like a ham sandwich. Absolutely useless out here in the Thea Sky Ruins.
And now they're going for this Reggie Steele dupes next. Already ripping it to half, but here comes Zugrug with a big-time wood hammer.
Anemo moving through. Electro Drift is going to rip through them, and that's a quick knockout and a secure here as the Mimikyu is still trying to scrap up front, but 3v1 is a tough and tall order to try and deliver on. Now Zynus is down, quickly caught by the Leafeon. We keep pushing forward as the tree gave them the support to close out that knockout. Another Razor Leaf goes down, and now Kea is having trouble in the face of all these Juicers.
Wow, look at that massive heavy slam. Catching three, still not going down, but the goal does. Kratos now at level 10, by the way, on this Leafeon, which is exactly where you want to be. If you are a speedster, of course, if you're a carry in general, but especially these speedsters, when you are multiple levels over your opponents, that is when you can really pick up these massive KOs with that crazy amount of burst damage that you can put out.
Draken jumping in with an Earthquake, trying to see where the team is. They pull out an Electro Drift, and that puts the Miraidon right in the hands of that Scyther. Anemo unable to close in, or electing not to, I should say, as really the pressure continues. We'll see how these teams jockey around Regieleki.
Yeah, we do not have a Unite move here from the Scyther, but we've got a couple Unite moves on the side of Peru. They're moving forward right there. Huge play from the Mamoswine, looking to pick something up, and they do. Trevenant goes down. Zugrug's down in that top path. Regieleki now being ripped apart by Peru.
Now Electro Drift Miraidon goes through. Draken low on HP. KO Shrika 2 for Mimikyu. Draken actually makes it out. Kea stepping up to give Anemo some space, forcing out the Miraidon Unite that still doesn't put a scratch on that Scyther. And now they take the Regieleki. We'll watch how they play this one. Draken is back, and they would like to evolve quickly. Tempo goes straight in, no fear. They're going for it, forcing out the Roland Unite. Zynus keeps going back. They're low on HP. Flareon's misses the Electro Drift. First time I've seen that happen, but the follow-up from the Leafeon is there. They get the knockout. Anemo low on HP. They're trying to scramble away. Meanwhile, the Miraidon's dealing with the Regieleki, and everybody else is pivoting downstairs.
Yeah, and here we go. Kratos running after the Scyther, still caught right there by OG on the Zacian. They were having to run all the way across the map, and Pillowswine not able to stop them. Kratos now all alone in this bottom path. Orange Juicers are going to be able to get this Regirock for free while they are still dealing with the Regieleki in the top path. 149-37. Amazing counter punching by OJ right there, and OG getting that huge KO.
Yeah, absolute light work to take care of that basement Reggie. Draken going to reposition that bundle. Be taken for free, of course, as Peru is finding themselves way down on the scoreboard, and honestly pretty far down on levels too.
Yeah, Peru not looking incredible in some of these moments, but then every once in a while they absolutely come online. We're going to have to see how the rest of these fights go. This Miraidon has been playing extremely well around some of this stun and slow that we, provide here from Peru. Nice big Ice Fang, however, right into a Shadow Sneak, and here they come.
Beautiful Trevenant Unite forcing out the Slow Globe. 3 players ticked with the Forest Curse, and let's see if the Blivered Avalanche can buy the time they need. Draken moving back. Big Zacian Unite right there. Can't find a target, though. Miraidon is back, and they're going to move back into the action. That's finally a KO on Anemo by Kratos. They keep pushing. Zugrug takes care of the Mimikyu, and all of a sudden the Juicers have nailed out the absolute damage core of Peru.
Now the question is, do they push here or do they peel back? Interestingly enough, Roland, not playing the build you would expect, having Wish on them. They have Snarl on this build, which is actually, brought a few interesting moments to this fight. When Mimikyu catches them, they are not feared in these moments when they do snarl the play. We have Snorlax now letting the Miraidon charge up that Electro Drift as multiple members of Peru are taking this top objective. And Orange Juice are scoring in the bottom path, 222-37, Doom Snacks.
KO hitting an Earthquake on top of the pad. They're trying to get some space. We'll see if they get flanked by Zugrug and Flareons here. No, they're just going to let that Regieleki hit. They're content with their score separation that they've built by working through the bottom path.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job of scoring on the map so far, so even though they're giving up some points in the top path, they're still going to be ahead. We now have an objective spawning, probably the last objective we're going to see here before Rayquaza. Spawning in the bottom path, we have a Reggie, 40 seconds on the clock. 2 defender members of Peru are down here. We have that information. Kratos saw them walk through. The Horn Leech misses, but they move in, dealing some damage, and now they can turn back and deal with this Reggie Steele. No one from Peru can really fight this at all, and they're going to peel away.
No, I mean, just you saw that Razor Leaf literally take half of Draken's HP right there. You can't even contend with that in that moment. So just let them have it and try and make a play here at Ray.
Here we go, getting ready for Rayquaza now. 10 seconds until it hits the map. Juicers in a power position on points, but Peru is looking to take a fight and win big, especially if they can combo with that Scyther. Zugrug looking for a catch, not able to find it. Woodhammer into a Horn Leech, gets no one. Flareon's charging up the Electro Drift right now. The grudge match is coming down to this first Ray here in our best of 5. Very, very close with the Juicers up by over 100. The Shadow Sneak catches, but it's not who you want. You're not looking to jump in on Zugrug right there. And the Juicers are feeling pretty calm, cool, and collected, Dupe Snacks. They don't need to be the ones to make the play.
No, and that's because of that. Peru is biding their time as well. They want to execute a perfect strategy here, but when will they pull the trigger?
That is the question. We have a jump in with the heavy slam. No one going for it yet. They're trying to get the Juicers to bite, but the Juicers don't want to make a play that they don't need to make, obviously. Huge catch here from Zug!
Zug pushes forward. Electro Drift straight through. Draken's HP is ripped in half. Zinus ejects over the wall. Flareon's has an eye on the prize, and they're moving forward. So is Zacian. OG with the push. Horn Leash combo. Anemo in a ton of trouble. They have to skip away. The Meteors are crashing down on top of this team, and it's just Kea there to catch those receipts. Everybody's scrambling on the way on the backside. OG gets a KO streak of 2 on 2 very good players. Kratos sorts out Snorlax, and now, well, Peru, where are you?
Yeah, what can Peru really do here? The Alolan Ninetales is caught. Mamoswine's coming in, but Rayquaza is just being absolutely ripped apart here, secured by Orange Juicers. Absolutely clinical, taking apart Peru, controlling the match, controlling Ray. The Juicers just dominated the last half of that game.
Absolute no doubter. I'm looking at a big concern that I had, and you can't see it right now, but Peru still had 3 unused Unite moves, and that's not including the one that Mamoswine used after Rayquaza was already taken. That is a lot of resources that you left in the bank when you could have tried to use them to win the game, and Peru Unite really needs to get it together.
You know, we do a lot of talk here on broadcast when we're watching the Juicers about Flareons. You know, we talk a lot about Kratos, obviously. These are 2 huge carries. OG ripping through that back line, picking up a double KO in that fight, just casually walking through Peru's squad. Really great stuff. The catch from Zug turned into a big fight. They found their moment, they called their play, and they went for a game win, and that's what they did here in game number 1. Juicers that much closer to our finals and to winning against a team who's looking to 2-peat.
No, exactly. I mean, Peru looking a little bit out of sorts near the end there. And credit to Zugrug, right? Came over the wall, big Horn Leech to really drag Peru into the fight. We were talking about when will Peru take the initiative. Well, they didn't. Zugrug forced them to try and make a move with that amazing Horn Leech.
Question we have here, will Orange Juicers seize this opportunity and take revenge for Worlds 24? And that really is the question, Dupe Snacks. I mean, this is kind of perfect that we're seeing these 2 teams run into each other on the international stage once again. And the question is really who has leveled up their game. Right now, from the looks of it, it is the Juicers. You know, we're seeing Peru throwing some similar looks that we saw at Worlds, and I'm not so sure that it's working out too well. Scyther in particular, this is a Pokemon that they have used and they've had a lot of success with, but most teams are not able to figure out kind of how to make it work. And outside of a few moments early in the match, when they got some big KOs, it really did feel like once Scyther got towards near the end game, they just weren't able to find any big moments.
No, I agree completely. I'm thinking of, Kea. I'm thinking of Draken. You know, I keep harping on them because they're the ones that facilitate, the Scyther does great stuff on its own, without a doubt. But man, it really found a lot of success when Kea was playing something along the lines of Blissey, something they had the opportunity to select in this game.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm really wondering about the 2 defender pick, for sure. I felt like Alolan Ninetales was actually extremely solid. They had a lot of huge catches with the Blizzard Avalanche. I don't know if the double defender actually ended up working for them or not. It just felt like they didn't have any sustain. Multiple members needed to head back to base multiple times, and then that was disrupted by the really aggressive plays by the Juicers. This feels like one of the best Juicers we've seen, and they've been playing really well all season.
So there's a theory that I've been crafting a little bit, and it's if you're going to play incredibly squishy Pokemon anyways, there might not be any merit to taking a support Pokemon that can heal, because they can't heal you fast enough to prevent you from getting deleted off the map.
It makes a lot
However,
of sense.
from that standpoint, there are more disruptive support Pokemon, like, you know, I'm just listing some off here, but like Psyduck, Wigglytuff, like things that are supports but can step up and tank. And honestly, a Blissey would have looked great in that composition next to a Snorlax or a Mamoswine.
We're going to take a look at these next picks here. Not surprising, we actually see the ban here on Zacian. I think they're thinking, look, we're not going to be able to get this, and we don't want this to go over the other way, because they don't know how much else OG has. And I have to be honest with you, Dupes, I also don't. I don't know what other Pokemon they want OG to run here. First pick going over to Peru, and they do get the Psyduck right away. Feels like a great draft for them. Obviously, we can lock in this Miraidon early for Juicers. If Flareon's does not get Inteleon, it feels like this is how they may go. We see the Umbreon, a huge pickup. Roland was incredible on this, and we have Flareon's on Miraidon.
So you have an opportunity for a classic Blissey pick here, and then you have kind of a disruptive supporter and then the pseudo tank supporter. Draken sticking true to the defender roots. Looks like I thought they might queue up an early Snorlax. No, we're grabbing Mewtwo and Snorlax in that position.
Yeah, so this is what you were talking about, right? Maybe not worrying too much about any type of recovery, just getting an insane amount of disruption into the enemy team, and nothing is better than Psyduck right now, it feels like. On over to the Juicers, we're going to see what their picks are. Garchomp could be a reasonable Pokemon for OG to slot into. Lucario is always available, but as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, I do feel like Lucario is sometimes just sort of used as a crutch. You don't have any of the Pokemon you want. You're a top, path player who's been playing for a long time, so of course you have a Lucario up your sleeve. It hasn't looked great, I've got to tell you, not just in OG's hands. It just doesn't feel like it is the most meta choice that we could find here.
Well, the last time it had a real shining light was in the hands of OG at the final stretch, when he had that absolutely legendary dive, the E-speeds that went on forever.
Into the phalanx, right?
That had just the crowd coming unglued and maybe trying to rekindle some of that magic here. As Kratos grabs Absol, again, you and I, big fans of that. Now, is what they've put together going to be enough to stem the tide of what Peru is working towards? I think so. I mean, Lucario outstanding, right? Move that to the side. I really like the draft that the Juicers went with. And then when you put Lucario into the mix and you consider the history OG has with it, I think they've got themselves pretty close to a winning recipe.
Yeah, what we've got here, in my opinion, for this Lucario is a pretty good Pokemon. It's not bad by any means. It's a pretty good Pokemon and a player who is extremely good on it. Now, ideally, what you would want is a phenomenal Pokemon and a player who is really good on that Pokemon, right? I love seeing Absol. I feel like it's been playing super well. Dodrio, on the other hand, is a really interesting pick because they do know that Kratos plays a pretty mean bird. So I wonder if they're like, look, we're counterpicking this pretty hard. We're shutting down the Sable. We're shutting down the Zacian. So we're kind of like going after multiple players on the other side. And at the same time, they're gutter picking this Dodrio, and it might shock Kratos a little bit. However, could of course play the Leafeon.
Right. And again, with players of this caliber, it's really tough to cut them off of their picks here, of course. I like the nod of the Dodrio. I think that Tempo and Anemo are particularly good at attacking themselves and stressing the map. Now with a decent support core and Psyduck, I think they've got an opportunity.
Here we are, our semifinals, game number 2. Peru, unite your purple team. Orange Juicers, your orange team, up 1 game in this best-of-5 semifinals as we have Draken trying to stop Roland right now.
Yeah, and Roland never quits on these invades, right? They are more than happy to just scramble across the map, move, even just move the Bunnelbees around, timed it perfectly to grab both berries, and now all of a sudden they're back into the mix and they can continue an invade if they want. Meanwhile, Lucario does a pretty good job holding the top path alone. We watched it for an entire year do so.
Yeah, that's Lucario's whole thing. It was able to play in the top path alone so incredibly well that it would be 2 Lucarios in the top path. This is days before draft, obviously. Boy, we're getting old here in the Thea Sky Ruins, Dupesex. I remember when there was no draft. 2 Lucarios in every match. Sure, Grandpa.
Yeah, whatever, Grandpa. All right, Kratos going for the rotation. Draken just grabbing the speed berry. He's going to run back towards their side, pivot up top. We'll see where the juicers adjust. Kratos is looking at a target. They see Kea. They go straight on top of the birds. Tons of damage put in quickly. And now Kea steps up with a surf to provide some breathing room for Peru.
Now they're going to have to peel back from this, and it doesn't look like either team came out of that insanely successful in comparison to the other. Everyone got a little bit of what they were looking for. Lucario here, now level 5, moving in for a possible KO. Dodrio moving up to sort of disrupt this, and then Absol just showing some presence right there, and everyone peeling back.
Roland, I believe, playing foul play here with this Umbreon. I didn't see a mean look come down. I thought I saw it dash through, which would be a nice little disruption tool for some of Peru's players that might get stuck on an engage here. Zugrug trying to evolve, just still a Phantom, but that's going to be an easy Indeedee to get that evolution, and they'll be sorted, ready to go.
Yeah, and here we go. Fight happening in the middle. Nice big pursuit.
Nice
catches the backside of that Psyduck, so you do get the reset. Kratos in trouble right now, though. Might go down here to the massive wicked blow, and it's the Dodrio who picks it up.
Yeah, I mean, good cover over the top to try and help out here from the Dodrio. Can't reposition with the Woodhammer as Draken and Kea make it out. The Dodrio is being chased and just buying space and time. It's a tough bird to catch up with.
It really can be tough to shut this thing down, especially on a super talented player like Tempo. It would be interesting to see if, you know, Kratos would have picked this up if it was not taken away by their opponents. This could be a really, really strong draft for Peru. It already feels quite good.
I'm taking a look here. Peru already doing miles better than they did last game. However, leading the lobby is Kratos again at level 8. Now met by the Urshifu also at level 8. Tempo doing their best to keep track. Zainu's on a good ranged Pokemon here. Mewtwo Y, we've seen a lot of positive games around them. Look at the use of the abilities on Lucario to not get popped up by the side strike.
That's right, throwing that close combat right there. Made sure you did not get knocked up in that side strike, the end of that move there. Really heads up play. And again, still one Pokemon in that top path, dealing with 2.
Okay, quickly knocked out is Zugrug right there. A lot of resource put into that. Goodbye, Flareons. KO with the surf split as the Absol Unite comes out, and they're going to get this KO anyways, but at least that resource is now gone.
Yeah, that resource is gone. 2 members of Peru are down near this Registeel, but they're not exactly who you'd want to be. They don't have incredible secure. We'd be looking for a heavy slam, possibly a surf, possibly a psychic. The slam knocks up. The block pushes them away. Registeel getting very, very low right here. Kratos not able to... Oh, secured by the Dodrio.
And you know what? That's all facilitated by Draken right there, forcing out the Dodrio Knight. Flareons with a pretty good Electro Drift here, putting in damage. Okay, Umbreon Unite is out there trying to chase on Tempo a little bit. Finally, the Urshifu steps up, takes care of Flareons, rolling low on HP, and you want to get that knockout, they do. That was facilitated by Draken. That is communication that's happening. Tempo is like, buy time, I'm coming, I can give us a chance. He jumps over, heavy slam, knock up, block. They show up just in time for a drive-by boosted auto and take that. Well done, Peru.
Beautiful stuff here. You see the synergy between Zugrug and OG in that top path. He literally is bringing him experience so that he can get another stack in that goal zone. Then they break it here. Nice plays by Peru in that bottom path. And Juicer's really OG all alone in the top path, but somehow it's working out pretty well for him. I mean, shades of Lucario year 1.
Yeah, of course. You know, you want to talk about a comfort zone. This is definitely one for OG on this Pokemon. We mentioned that Lucario in and of itself, not super impressive. Lucario in the hands of players like OG, okay, we're working with something.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to say a Pokemon that's really impressed me in the hands of Peru, that's Tempo on Dodrio, which has been having quite a game. Running in for a fight right here at Nemo, sneaking around the backside, seeing what they can make happen as we are continuing the push. Miraidon looking to make something happen here. Mewtwo Unite move not able to shut it down. Zinus goes down.
Zinus goes down. Flareon's using their Unite move, followed up and forcing out the Mewtwo Y Unite. Nice support by Roland to hit him with the foul play to let Flareon's close the door. Good 1-2 punch.
Here we go. We see Urshifu now being chased in the central area here. We've got a fight in the top path. OG in some trouble. Big time power-up punch, close combat, and now we have Tempo running away from this so that they can score in the top path. Roland making their way up, but not fast enough.
Using, I believe, a little kick over Roland so they don't get hit by the foul play to be able to make it out. Zainu's dealing with OG in the top path. They're ripping this Regirock. Kea just hanging out, getting vision, might try and make a play for it. Why not at this point? Oh no, not the drive-by again. No, Kratos secures it, and now they're looking to flip the script. Trevor Unite popped and a couple players marked. Let's see if they go for the follow-up. Pushed against the wall with a big wicked blow is Zugrug, but that's a sturdy tree. They're gonna make it out.
OG just riding his pumpkin home as the rest of the juicers are going to head and look for some experience. We've got a level 12 on this Absol right here, level 12 on our Shifu. Things are looking pretty good for both of these sides. Miraidon also at 12, so all of your strong carry Pokemon that are looking to dish out some serious damage are getting the experience they need. Dodrio just ticked over. They found Kea in the middle here, possibly looking for a KO. Absol could chase it down with the pursuit, and they get it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's kind of icing on the cake, right? I mean, they're a pretty good position. They wanted to siege this goal zone anyways. Zainu's using their Mewtwo Unite to prevent the scores from going in. A decent opportunity there for them. Roland is popped up by the side strike, and Tempo's going to go on the chase. With Anemo, this should be pretty elementary, my friend, and let's see if they get it done. They do, using that Urshifu Unite move.
While this is all happening, Juicers putting pressure on multiple places on the map, right? This is what they were doing really well game 1. Not as strong game 2, but we have this Regieleki walking, you know, OG not at that bottom path fight, but they were able to secure this objective. It doesn't look like it's going to get a ton of value, but it is going to waste some time. It makes sure that multiple members of Peru are not able to do what they like to do, farm up the map, get very, very strong right now.
Yeah, they do have that opportunity, though. A little bit of breathing room here. We got 40 seconds until Game 2's Rayquaza. Don't forget, Orange Juicers up 1, but this is a best of 5.
Yeah, I have to wonder if anyone's going to try to fight over this bottom Reggie, right? You don't have a ton of time on it, just about 10 seconds. If you go for a full rip, you're absolutely able to get it, but you also, you know, directly tell your opponents exactly where essentially the entire team is. And it looks like no one is going to make that play. We have Zugrug, the Trevenant, holding that bottom position in the tall grass. We have Psyduck looking around to see what they can find. And I think they might have sussed them out a little bit. Multiple members of OJ moving towards the center. And this match is so close, Doob Snacks.
We're walking.
131, 124.
We're walking forward. Flareon's with a decent forward position. Roland up top, trying to drop on someone's head here. We'll see again who makes the first move.
It's a close battle, and that's, I mean, an understatement. This game is so incredibly close. One of these players needs to peel off to score. Zugrug catching a little bit with a wood hammer, but needing to peel back here in a lot of trouble.
They didn't catch their target, and now they're collapsing on Zugrug. This allows Tempo to get into the back line, forcing out Flareon's Unite move for no value. Tempo going to have to circle back to the middle. Nobody's down, but some resources on the side of Juicers are gone. Mewtwo Unite also gone.
Yeah, and now we're seeing what's happening for the rest of this fight. Nice little Psychic pulls the Trevenant forward, but it's not who you're looking for here. We're using the Power Punch for the Unstoppable. Here comes the block.
Block back the other way, and I think Tempo tried to jump on Miraidon. Trevenant Unite comes out, and a player is marked here. Using the Unite move right there, going to punch through them and take the knockout on OG. And in an instant, because Tempo is on the chase, they get a knockout. Roland sorts out Dodrio, but the work's been done, and the damage has also been done. Absol coming back. Kratos needs to get in the mix quickly, because this is a lot of pressure that Peru Unite is putting on. They haven't started Rayquaza, but they have a good amount of information here to see if they need to make a play. Anemo moving forward. They're trying to get on top of them. No, can they? Side Strike is going to hit. It's going to pop them up. Anemo needs to line up a Wicked Blow. No, a Throat Chop gets it. Can't breathe out here with that type of move.
Anemo right now going down to the power-up punch. A power-up punch takes them down. Snorlax able to take down the Trevenant. 211, 124 after that score. Peru knows that they are ahead, whether they were or not to begin with. Power-up punch moving in. They're going for the Rayquaza right now. They're ripping it apart. It's already at about half, but we have Zinus just taking every member of the Juicers down. And game number 2 is going to be heading to Peru.
What a game, what a fight. And honestly, right there, you saw what happened. Let's talk about it real quick. Now, I mean, we got 8 seconds. We got 8 seconds. We'll talk about it in the break.
We'll talk about it in 5 seconds right here. More points going in. Peru looking pretty incredible right there. I'm going to have to say, I don't know how the Juicers are going to sort of, you know, diagnose this through the autopsy of that match, but I don't think OG on Lucario has much value as this game continues on. And we're talking about this earlier. That Zacian ban might just be, well, I mean, one of the worst things that could happen to the Juicers.
Listen, I'm not even that concerned about the Lucario at this point, if I'm honest, Regals. What I'm concerned about is the Zugrug engage that served them so well in Game 1. He actually missed it in Game 2, which all of a sudden Flareon's was so ready to follow up and expose them. They stepped out, and Tempo with the wide flank was able to bully Flareon's and absolutely get that critical knockout. Flareon's went down off screen, and then OG went down very quickly in the middle to the Anemo Unite move, and after that, it was just dominoes, right? Now Peru could play with all the space and time in the world that they wanted.
And I'm with you. I see what you're saying. But looking at the tail of the tape there, Lucario, 1 KO, 20,000 damage.
Okay, yeah, that's not great. That's not great. It's not ideal. It's not ideal.
Tempo, by the way, looking pretty ideal on this Dodrio, though. 6 KOs, 60,000 damage, a Pokemon that they might have stolen away from Kratos. It does feel like the Juicers just got absolutely diffed in the draft right there. They were not able to pick what they wanted, and if they were, I just don't think it was their strongest combination. I hope we get to see a different look here from OG heading into game number 3. I don't know if this Dodrio is going to be as big of a problem if they have some different Pokemon to deal with it. One thing I do know, though, I just do not think Lucario is the answer, at least for this team, but it feels like for many teams right now. This Pokemon its best days at this point are behind it.
Well, I mean, we saw the Garchomp hover for a moment, right, in that Game 2 draft, and I would have preferred to see Garchomp as well, if I'm being quite honest, right? Especially if on, you know, you as you say, the Stardew Valley mission, right? OG was left alone for quite some time, and a Garchomp getting bigger just has more lasting potential in a game than a Lucario does.
Here we go. Very similar start to this draft. We have the Umbreon taken by the Juicers. Once again, Sableye and the Zacian banned by Peru. Orange Juicers, Slowbro, and the Inteleon. We're going to see how they want to play this. There are a few things they could do to counter.
This I like.
Yeah, here we go.
This I like.
This I like. Extremely powerful.
Doesn't matter which one of those two players. Again, both of these are played as pseudo tanks, right? And now you actually have the healing factor built in with Blissey, a phenomenal Unite move in the Bliss Assistance, and they had an opportunity to pick almost this exact same thing for themselves in Game 1. They didn't. It punished them. We'll see if they can make it work in Game 2. Roland, as much as I love to see all the unconventional picks that they have, going to an Eldegoss here makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does. And also it means we're going to see Zugrug on this Umbreon, right? Where we've been seeing him on Trevenant today, made some amazing plays, missed some that game. We do have Mewtwo once again. We do have Urshifu once again. Final couple of picks over here to the Juicers. We've had a lot of different looks out of Kratos throughout this tournament. I want to see what they want to bring to this next match. Right now, OG hovering the Blaziken, which I got to say I like a lot more than their pick previously.
And they had the chance to take it then.
And we're going to see Kratos' final pick here. Ooh,
okay.
Metagross.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I like this. This is going to be... Look, I really like Metagross. I think it's extremely good. On the other side, a Pokemon that I think is honestly pretty insane right now. They could be locking in this Aegislash.
I mean, we've seen it gone from banned to picked first to pick last, and that just shows the life cycle of a tournament that goes over 3 days, Spraggles. Things ebb and flow. Things change. You have to be ready to adjust. You need to have deeper Pokemon pools than you've ever had to have before, ready to make plays here. And Tempo goes, you know what? Let's leave the sword in the sheath. I want the 3-headed bird.
Dodrio looked amazing last game for them. And they don't have a ton of things on the side of the Juicers that you're crazy concerned with for Dodrio, right? The big issue, of course, is the Umbreon. Outside of that, you may be dealing with, you know, Cotton Spore, Eldegoss, which could be a problem. The knock-up, there's some slow there. The auto attacks from LD are pretty annoying. But you don't have any of those really big threats that are going to be slowing you down the entire time. So you get to make a lot of plays with the bird here. As we take a look at some of the, you know, the expressions of the members of the Juicers, I don't know if they're as much locked in. They don't seem entirely thrilled with how this is going. They had a great Game 1 and have a middling Game 2.
Hear me out.
Okay, I want to hear you out.
Zugrug.
Actually, I gotta go. You talk.
Okay. Zugrug plays like mean look.
All right, I'm back.
Plays mean look wish.
It?
Yes. No.
Okay.
Zugrug plays mean look wish. Roland plays Leaf Tornado Eldegoss.
Leaf Tornado, I mean, I could see it,
goes for the, like, because they have a lot of things scrapping up front, and you just pepper them with some blinds.
I mean, it could be pretty fun to see something like that. I think more likely we would see the Puff and Spore rather than even Puff Guard, because he loves to, like, disrupt the enemy team. But we'll see how they want to play this, as we're going to be heading into game number 3. Again, this is a best of 5 in our semifinals. Orange Juicers from North America, they are your purple team. Peru Unite from LATAM South, well, from Peru, they are your orange team.
Roland stepping up, no invade mission here with the Eldegoss, but we're putting pressure on. Here we go. Zainus must be feeling pretty good as the legendary Pokemon Mewtwo, and Draken, the secondary, we'll call it like a tertiary legendary Pokemon, Psyduck.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Psyduck is a tertiary legend. It's a pseudo-legendary, in my opinion, for sure. As we see this Pokemon go down in the bottom path, tempo already 4.5.
Now, we've just got the Blissey hanging out, and honestly, I'm kind of surprised to have this game be the one where the Gossifleur doesn't go on an invade mission, given the fact that we've got an unescorted Cubfu trying to get to level 5, and they hit it.
Yeah, they did hit that level 5. We have the 9-minute experience that this Dodrio is going to be able to get, and it does evolve to the 3-headed bird here in the bottom path. Kratos now in the top path.
We'll see where the positioning that they're going to go for is. It is a 3v2, but it's a Mewtwo Y and a Psyduck. A lot of great tools in their kit to really keep this thing from going out of control. They end up surrendering that experience and not giving up anything in the goal zone. Decent look.
Yeah, it feels like both teams are really not pressing too hard in this situation. Zugrug is playing foul play, so we have no mean look to shut down the Dodrio, but foul play is also just an incredibly good move. Kratos obviously scrapping a little bit here. There's the Pollen Puff, so they do have the ability to recover some of this HP. Combuskin, sorry to say it, makes it to the map, Doomsday. I knew he was going to throw.
Zugrug moving here. You said foul play. I expect Snarl as well in this kind of position here to really help put the pressure on as a front liner. Zugrug pivoting to the middle. We have the 8-minute birds about to populate. We'll see how these teams scrap around it. I'm going to hold my breath for a second. Zugrug going to go straight towards a Nemo there, and it's going to be pretty much everything taken by the Juicers as the Surf from the Psyduck is a little late. It pops its headache, its head hurts, and it's getting away.
Yeah, it's running away right here, and no one is making any big waves in this match yet, right? And of course, no one's running Surf, so that does make some sense. But no one seems to want to...
Psyduck is running Surf.
Well, all right.
Never been wrong,
Take that again. Let's rewind. No one's running Surf. That's a weird-looking bubble beam, I gotta say. As we have Kratos here in this top path. Nice big Zen headbutt, but they're not able to pick up the kill. It's the Eldegoss, I think, with the auto attack that gets it.
Shout out to Roland not giving up on the A button here, because if they made it out, that would have been a tough look for the Juicers. Now, not the ideal person you want getting the knockout, but you'd much rather have it than not.
And you can see Peru Unite making some waves here. Not surprising, they're running Surf.
A fact that we knew definitely from the beginning, no questions asked.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't thinking about Blastoise.
No, not a soul was thinking about that stuff. 77-28, and now we've got the basement Reggie. It's a Reg Ice. Egg Bomb comes in. Electro Drift on Draken, who's just getting bullied a little bit. Finally knocked out. Is that enough time to take the Reg Ice? No, man. The Miraidon Unite is already out. Very, very silently, Flareon's leveled up.
Yeah, Flareon's there, level 9, which is pretty incredible, but they just don't have the ability to out-secure a Wicked Blow or Shifu.
It's difficult.
It's going to be tough. However, on the side of the Juicers, they do kind of have their own unstoppable secure weapon. That is OG on the Blaziken in the top path, currently sitting at level 7. On the other side, we've got 2 Unite moves. Dodrio and Urshifu have just hit their level 9.
Psystrike gonna hit and pop that EV passive. The chase is on. Draken hits a couple waves of Surf, that move that we definitely knew about the entire time.
Yeah, for sure I knew Surf was there. OG in some trouble getting sent up to the sky and KO'd there with the Wicked Blow. That's the Unite move we were just talking about on the Urshifu as we have multiple members of the Juicers sieging this bottom goal zone.
The reposition on Flareons could have been disastrous. Not even Electrode if you actually just saw them slide left to right as if their character couldn't move in any other direction. The Coliseum is put down. We're in the pit here and we're fighting like it's a rock concert. Bliss Assistance on the Metagross, on Anemo is going to help them put some pressure on Kratos, and they're finally going to get eliminated.
Wow, I mean, look at how long that Metagross was able to brawl in that moment there. Not able to stop Tempo from scoring, however. Flareon's looking for a possible fight. I believe they had their Electro Drift charged up, but they also are recognizing that they're running into an unfair situation. 3-on-2, they're going to peel back. 53 right now, 106. We're at about the halfway point of game number 3 here. This is looking a little better for the Juicers than game number 2, but I still think Peru is in control. It feels like maybe they're drafting exactly how they want, and we have not yet really seen this Blaziken take off.
Well, OG needs to figure out how to get this Blaziken to take off. It might be a flightless bird, though. We're about to find out. The right side team is, in fact, in the lead. We said that because we know things. Under 5 minutes left.
That's right, and this is pretty close. We're going to see if they want to make a play here. We have 2 supports hanging out in the bottom path. Multiple members of both teams converging in the top path. Big time Mewtwo Unite move as they are moving in. Regieleki getting very, very low already. The overheat comes out, and they do get the secure.
That's what you wanted here. Draken caught in that big Metagross Unite. Can't get out. 2 players down, and now Tempo is trying to guard this goal zone. They use their Dodrio Unite to come back through the overheated charge, and if they stepped right back into it, if they didn't get that knockout, that would have looked vicious, Cowboy.
Yeah, but they are able to take them down, stop this Regieleki, and even though we had a great push there from the Juicers, they aren't able to make anything from it. Trying to squeeze orange juice out of a stone here as Peru is able to... Can they do that?
You can't do that.
You can't do that, exactly. Psyduck has Surf at level 4.
We know that as well. All right, here we go. Orange Juicers on this Registeel, having the agency for V2. We'll see if Anemo tries to step up with this Wicked Blow. No, doesn't even give it a crack of a chance here as Kea moves back, and that's Metagross charging forward towards Anemo. Gonna have to pick up a berry, but now we've got some support in the back line. Going straight in, quick KO on Eldegoss, no questions asked. Overheat is there, hits Kea, but we're pushing forward. Nice big Wicked Blow on Kratos, dealing tons of damage to them, as now they're trying to find their next target. It's OG scrambling it away up the flux zone of Peru, and they say, no, not on our home turf here.
They are pushing towards this tier 1 goal zone. Multiple members, 4 in fact, of Peru looking to make a fight happen. Flarion's in some trouble. Here comes Kratos to help defend. Draken going down to the Electro Drift, and now they are pushing back towards this goal zone. 7 points go in, but Dodrio looking to pick up a KO. Nice big Metagross Unite puts them into the Coliseum here in the bottom half, and look at the combination with the Miraidon Unite move.
How has nobody gotten knocked out for Peru yet? That is the wild part of this. Finally, they get a knockout on Anemo. They tried to get points in, but it's disrupted by the Blissey, and now that goal zone still stands, Spragle. So, I mean, a decent exchange. Orange Juicers got a lot of levels, but couldn't cash in any points.
That's right. They got some KOs. They just couldn't make a lot happen right there. Once again, Blaziken not being a huge factor in this moment, but hopefully by the end of the match for the Juicers, something can happen there. 61-106. Peru still ahead in a decent position right here. Looks like they're putting some pressure onto Zugrug, the Umbreon, as they are looking for this Regieleki. 30 seconds now until Rayquaza. They've got some great secure tools up here, but look at Zugrug. Look at the disruption. Regieleki at half.
Yeah, by the time Zugrug stepped up, it bought time for the Electro Drift Miraidon to come in and take the objective that Peru put all that hard work and energy into, and now it's Anemo that's caught out. Wicked Blow doesn't hit anyone. Zugrug content with the work they've done. They're going to let that thing walk towards, and let's see if they can rip it off the map. 5 seconds till Ray.
That's right, 5 seconds till Ray. And if you take a look at the bottom of the map here, Kratos is putting in 50 points right now. What an unfortunate way to score that. Just a hair off of it being 100. They are up now, but they could be up by so much more. Still ahead. They do have that tier 1 down, 111-106 right now. We're going to see if either team wants to start this fight. Everyone from Peru Unite pretty bunched up over on their side of the map here. They recognize that that 50 might not have put them up that much, or they might still just be very, very close. 1 minute, 35 seconds on the clock. We're going to see who wants to start this fight. OG throwing the focus blast. Dodrio looking for a way in.
Oh man, Zugrug going for a score up top. It is stopped, but now they're going to try and put pressure on Rayquaza. The back cap from Tempo, the Dodrio, is quickly putting in 32 to give them the lead in short order. Zynus was farming up that whole time, biding time so they could get their Unite move. Draken is trying to help out up top here as Anemo is sussed out, pulled in, and we got to hit them with a Unite move quickly. Otherwise, they're going to go down. In the back line is OG, but they can't deal with the duck, and now OG goes down. We're going to put in a pot shot. We're finally seeing Unite moves. Zugrug hits theirs. Long-range Bliss assistance. Tempo's got everything in the tank, and they're looking to shred through the Juicers. Let's see how much pulp we can knock out of this fruit. Let's see what they can do, as all of a sudden things have gone from high action to low action.
That's right. Now we're peeling back here. Peru looking to see if they can put the pressure on and keep these KOs. The Wicked Blow doesn't find its mark. Kratos still lives with a massive Unite move, catches the Dodrio. They're not out of this yet, but there's only 35 seconds left, Dude Snacks.
Now they're going back in. Kratos is pinned against the wall. Anemo gets a clutch knockout there, and Zynus is putting the pressure on. We've got one Miraidon Unite move. They need to start hitting Rayquaza or Peel to score. We've got the Blissey going for the Hundo Burger back cap action, and nobody on Orange Juicers have pivoted towards the T1. This is going to be a tight race. Everybody on Peru, they're giving up the Rayquaza. They're counter-scoring, saying you don't have enough time. They need the Ray. They should have left to score earlier, and now it's going to be an absolute race. Can everybody on Juicers put their points in? There's a burger there. They need another one. No!
It does not look like they were able to break that tier 1, so they were not able to score in the tier 2, but it doesn't look like they could have made it there anyway, as Peru runs and counter scores in that moment. Peru 392 to the Juicers 241. Game number 2 over to Peru, and this is looking like we have a possible two-peater coming up for Peru. They did it last year at the Aeos Cup. Once again now, they're one game away from these finals.
The alarm bells are going off in the Orange Juicers' head right now. They have been clearly identified, and the team that is phenomenal in the draft screen, in the Orange Juicers, always finding a way to pull out the right play out of that deep playbook they have had essentially the playbook lit on fire because that Zacian is getting banned, and it is making a difference.
Tempo, once again, player of the game on this Dodrio, 80,000 damage dealt, 4 knockouts on 113 points. You know, a real pivotal moment there, Doob Snacks, was when Zugrug tried to peel up and score in the Tier 2. As an Umbreon, you've got to try to score 50 points, which takes a long time. However, as Dodrio scoring in 3 separate bursts, they recognized that they could not stop it fast enough. This puts Peru up, and then at that point, they just get to counter every single thing that the Juicers are doing. It's one of the huge advantages to a Pokemon like Dodrio. If anyone's going to backcap, it's the bird, and that's the reason why.
Yeah, without a doubt. And you actually saw Tempo cut off their scoring animation early so they could get back to the fight without missing a beat. So they went in, put in a quick 36, give their team the lead there. Actually, it was a double 36, whatever, and then move back into the mix without missing a beat, and that was pivotal.
And now we have the bans. We're heading into our draft here. One more game for Peru. Juicers are going to need to win 2 in a row. We have Slowbro ban. We have the Sableye ban. Final ban over to the Juicers. It's going to be the Blissey, and Zacian immediately snapped up.
No question. No questions asked here. You don't deviate from this plan until OG can prove he can do something else.
Yeah.
Until then, doesn't even matter. Kratos quickly eyeing up the sword, but Flareon's on the Inteleon for the first time in this set. I hope it's going to be a difference maker for him.
Yeah, this is interesting, right? They were able to get this Inteleon. They obviously were not looking to ban it right here. They knew they had the first pick, and they were pretty positive that Peru was going to keep their strategy of Sableye Zacian after it worked multiple times in a row. On the other side, we see the Psyduck, we see the Urshifu. These have been power picks. Zugrug is going to take that Umbreon here. OG hovering the Lucario. And unfortunately for OG, this has not been a stellar Pokemon for them. Neither was Blaziken. It really does feel like Peru is directly targeting 2 players. They are targeting Roland with Sableye, and they are targeting OG with Zacian.
You target Roland by grabbing Sableye, of course, but Roland has not been deficient on other Pokemon. There's a difference. You don't want to contend with his Sableye specifically because it changes the course of the game. You don't want to OG to play Zacian because he hasn't proved that he can do it on anything else.
Yeah,
there's a huge difference.
He has not had stellar games on any other Pokemon on the roster. Interestingly enough, we do have the Dodrio here, so Tempo is not going to be able to run that back. Tempo had 2 wins in a row with Dodrio, 2 MVPs, in fact. Roland now on the Comfey, a Pokemon that works really well with something insanely mobile like Dodrio. You know, most supports, Doob Snacks, are not able to follow something like Dodrio, Zoroark, even Leafeon deep enough into some of these fights, except the Comfey Collar that sits on one of these Pokemon. On the other side, Tempo deciding to pick up the Mimikyu. Zinus also with the Glaceon, which is really interesting because Glaceon, I think, plays... It's weird. Both Dodrio and Glaceon almost counter each other in different ways. Like the burst, the speed from Dodrio, and then just the ability to catch Dodrio at massive range, no matter what it's doing from Glaceon.
Well, I look at the side of Peru, and I see 3 crystal clear ways to try and deal with that Dodrio. Urshifu Unite if it steps too close. Glaceon if we're going Icicle Spear to chase it across the map if you aren't the primary target. And lastly, the Mimikyu Unite, and especially if you hit like a really sly Shadow Sneak and kick off that engagement, that looks great as well. However, they have to contend with some range here. Now they have the Inteleon, and Flareon, Snipe Shot, Inteleon is very, very good. And if they can't wrangle in that player, it's going to be a tough hill to climb.
And here we go. You can see the Orange Juicers down 1 game in this best of 5. The winner of this, Doob Snacks, is going to be facing off tomorrow, the grand finals here of the Aeos Cup. And of course, the winner of the Aeos Cup gets the first seed guaranteed at Worlds. Last year, it was the team you're looking at right here, Peru Unite, formerly Fusion. They won the whole thing.
They did indeed, and now they are 1 10-minute game away.
Here we go.
Orange Juicers, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team. Game number 4 of our semifinals. Orange Juicers need to win 2 in a row. Peru Unite can put it to bed right now and get ready for a bright and early Sunday morning in the grand finals if they win this one.
Zainus peeling back, good pressure by Zugrug here. Flareon stepping up, and that Sobble is very good at getting early secures. We just saw it right there with the water gun.
Yeah, nice early secures right there from that Sobble. They're not making any waves, but they are using the water gun. The waves are, of course, going to be made by the Psyduck. Level 4s, they can surf.
Yeah, they can surf. Actually, it's just a very large bubble beam. Is that what you said it was?
It looks like a bubble beam, but I actually heard from the booth there was a weird bug. They tried to play bubble beam, and apparently it was surf.
Confusing for all of us. Yeah. Well, you all at home, not us. We know everything.
Yeah. Absolutely. As we see Kratos up here on the top path, it looks like they got a lot of information right there, so I do think they saw the Urshifu making their way up here, which they probably expected, looking to see if they can get any damage here onto the Duck. At level 4, it does have Surf, so it's able to push them away.
A lot of confidence moving up with Kea here as they put the pressure on. A knockout would be great. They get one. Knockout back the other way. Good work by Kratos as they're able to sort out the Mimikyu. Kea putting on the Surf. Let's see if they can put the second wave on the right target. They can't get the BOGO deal with the Comfey, and that's a rare occurrence in and of itself.
Very, very close, and look at the damage. I mean, they did a lot of work there, but Peru did not go down. Huge wicked blows from them. They were able to pick up some massive KOs. If we head down to the bottom path, we can see Glaceon and Umbreon fighting. Here comes Flareon to see what they can do there. Water Gun secures that wild Pokemon. Zainus, only level 4 right now.
Icy Wind Glaceon here. So we're going to be going. It's another secure tool that they have to try and get this Rayquaza, right? That's something that they are incredibly good at within the team. They're also incredibly good when they good at winning when they don't have the Rayquaza. We're scrapping in the middle here. Nemo's very low, and Nemo's gone. And now the Comfey's looking to hitch a ride so they can put more targets on notice. And that next target is Draken. Half HP gone. Here comes Kea to try and help them out. The Surf can't get them out of dodge. Kea Shrika 2 for Zugrug, and they're playing with a vengeance.
OG up in the top path right here, almost level 7. Lucario doing what Lucario does best and winning the path very soundly here. Dodrio getting pushed off of this goal here. Flareon's as well. That Icy Wind Glaceon able to output a ton of damage in one huge burst as we get ready for the fight here at the 720 birds between these two goal zones.
They look pretty good, the Juicers do in the first stages of this one. Nice snipe shot hits Kea. They can't even engage in there. Peru, despite having 4 players, kind of feel like they got the worst of that exchange. Missed the Wild Farm, but chunked the Nemo huge with that snipe shot.
Huge snipe shot right there. Now we're going to have to see if Peru actually wants to go for this after having been hit with multiple snipe shots. They do have Zainus so that they can deal some damage to it, and they have a secure tool, of course, but that HP is getting lower and lower. They need to peel back and grab some berries here as Regirock is now being hit by the Juicers.
Yeah, Kratos is looking to chase on top of this team here and space everyone out right back into the action. Zainus and Draken at least to get eyes on what's going on. Heavy slam back out, and Peru's going to have to do some work on other stages of the map and hopefully get in here. Charging forward is the Dodrio. Zainus, as their tempo finally shows up. Level 7, a bit smaller than I think they'd like to be right now.
Yeah, we have this Dodrio at 9, which is huge, right? Mimikyu, only 7, but we have Urshifu also at 9. OG actually having a great time in this path. This is one of Lucario's comfort places, right? They're just doing such an amazing job getting all of this wild Pokemon experience, getting very, very strong. The question is, will they be able to use it for some of these big fights? Nice big Unite move there from Zugrug. They're trying to stop 3 from scoring in the bottom path. They're doing their best. The snipe shot flying in. They actually do a great job here, pushing them away from this huge foul play. Here comes Inteleon looking for the KO. That's a double KO for Flareon's, possibly a triple. The snipe shot goes wide.
I mean, Flareon's out here looking like Phil Collins, hitting him with the invisible touch, playing in the darkness, and long-range shots finding their marks over and over again. Nice Unite move is going to finally put an end to the reign of terror that Flareon's has had on Peru.
And now we have Anemo looking to make something happen here. Big time wicked blow goes wide. Also, the snipe shot misses. The wicked blow misses sometimes. And that's a double KO for the Dodrio.
I mean, I thought they would have gotten good coverage from the Glaceon with the Icicle Spear, but unfortunately they decided that Icy Wind was the place to be, and I have to say I disagree because you need some way to track with Kratos right now. They're getting too big.
And here we go.
40 points going in. Nice big overcap here. OG in a little bit of trouble. The Shadow Sneak catching them right here. Close combat, not able to pick up a KO. Lucario does go down. But look at the work here from the Juicers. 214-26, doing great on levels. A very different game number 4. Juicers are right back in this thing.
I'm looking at Peru, and it almost feels like they're playing to not be super far behind by the end and then try and flip Ray, take it, and win that way. Because you look at Icy Wind, you look at this Wicked Blow Urshifu, even a heavy slam out of Snorlax, right? You're trying to look for options. Mimikyu Unite is used on Kratos. Not getting a knockout there would have been brutal. They are able to close the door with Kea putting tons of pressure as the Duck, and now they're going to get some points back here, and this is incredibly important as Anemo finally gets to stack.
Wow, and look at that. I mean, it almost looked like it was going to be a rough score there, but they waited for it, right? Doing some pretty quick math so that they were able to actually get a very solid overcap in that top goal zone. 214-132, and with a tier 1 goal zone up and, you know, the ability to peel away from Rayquaza, they are not out of this game at all. Less than 100 points separate these teams. Juicers in a much better position than game number 2 and 3, but still, this is extremely close. 2 minutes now until Rayquaza, and we have a Regieleki in our top path.
Kea and Zugrug feel aware of each other. At least Zugrug feels aware of Kea. And Peru Unite is showing up in full force to put a siege on this goal zone. Nice Psychic, heavy slam follow-up. We're breaking that passive, forcing out Umbreon's Unite move as they're still going to fight to get some points. And Zugrug is trying their best. Nice rotation by Kratos. Nice Unite move by Kratos. It's everybody under the sun. Meep, meep, Roadrunner coming through. And it's Wile E. Coyote looking Peru as they just walk into a wall.
Huge plays here, and now the Juicers are scoring in the top path, 307-202. So for everything that Peru got in that bottom siege, the Juicers were able to counter with, and that was a massive Dodrio Unite move, knocking them all up like Phil Collins.
A lot of Phil Collins references. We're doing it today. We 2 times more than norm. The two Peter. That's a 2 Peter, baby. Under 3 minutes, 50 seconds until Rayquaza. Peru down by 105 points. However, they're doing actually okay in experience now.
Yes.
Kratos had kind of run away from it for a minute there, but they were able to catch up. That's crucial.
Here we go. We're looking at some of this experience in the center right here. Nice big close combat. Lucario is going to have to try to run out of this. They are caught by the Shadow Sneak, the play rough. Not able to pick up the KO, though. They're actually happy with just pushing them out of this fight. We have an objective in the bottom path. It's the only thing on the map, really, is all of our teams are kind of racing here. I think neither of them really want this as much as they just want their opponents to not get it and realize that they could actually force a fight and maybe win the game here. However, Peru's getting aggressive. They're going for the Registeel. We have Zugrug moving in to stop it, and with the time on the clock now at 2:05, they're going to peel away from this Dupes next. The Juicers are in a tough spot. This could be their last Ray of the tournament. Rayquaza is here, and they're looking for a possible fight, and we do have Zugrug getting caught.
Oh, straight in. OG goes for it. Mimikyu Unite on top of the Lucario. Peeling back is Kea. Oh, and Nemo gets punched through his Flareon. They double KO for the Snorlax into the Power Nap Heavy Slam combination. But Kratos is still standing. 3 players down for the Orange Juicers. Dodrio's trying to make some magic happen. First player is Mimikyu. Kratos, everything is on your shoulders. Roland's pretty heavy, but you're carrying them 2 right now. Can you do it? 5v2, heavy slam knockout, no, BOGO deal, Comfy gone. OG comes through, they have the long range Aura Cannon play, they fired, it's too early. Rayquaza about to get secured by Peru, the absolute kryptonite of the Juicers, the absolute kryptonite of the Juicers.
Now they need to score, and that shouldn't be too tough. A shield on the Psyduck, a shield on the Urshifu. They're heading towards this goal zone, 307-202. It's not over, but it's so incredibly close. Snorlax heading up to the top path, looking to score, and they were not able to be stopped here by the Inteleon. The score happens, and now Peru is scoring in the main goal zone, 402-307. Dodrio looking to stop the Mimikyu as we have Snorlax jumping towards the main base and also putting some more points in, 307-502. 522, 622. The match is slipping away from the Juicers, and their opportunity to win at Aeos Cup, their opportunity to get revenge on Peru has slipped through their fingers here. With only 30 seconds left, it doesn't look like there's anything they can do.
Peru looking at the juicers saying, you may be the juicers, but we're on the performance-enhancing drugs. We are juiced to the gills right now. A 3-1 hammering, and Peru rallying back in this one and absolutely signed, sealed, delivered that L right to the juicers' mailbox, and now they're just rubbing salt in the wound.
And now we have Peru once again in the position they were in last year, prepared to head to the finals of the Aeos Cup, taking down their rivals from North America once again, twice at Worlds, and here on the international stage, they just seem to have the Juicers number.
Juicers haven't picked up a loss this entire weekend until this match. Peru able to give them 3 L's in a row, and now they are one best of 5 away from being your two-peater, your back-to-back Aeos Cup champions.
I mean, it's not shocking. They are that good. They were that good at Worlds. They were one of the teams that people could, thought could go the entire way, and they almost did, making it very deep into day 2 of Worlds. Player of the game, Anemo on the Urshifu, 57,000 damage dealt, 216 points scored, 5 big-time knockouts. But that Unite move from the Urshifu, Nemo there on the Inteleon in that final fight was probably it. As soon as Inteleon went into the air and the Wicked Blow took it out, that might have been it for the Juicers.
Not leaving it up to chance, though. The Draken Heavy Slam Power Nap follow-up for the KO streak of 2, including the Inteleon, because at that point in time, Flareons had a sliver of HP left, but they were not gone yet. They had an opportunity to maybe fell Stinger away, but Draken did not leave that up to chance. I am looking at this Peru squad, and that's the most impressive set of games that I've seen them play. I will say this, and not to completely and utterly 100% validate us yet again, because we've never been wrong on broadcast. The only game Peru lost is when they went into the Thea Sky Ruins with a Scyther, stopped playing Scyther.
Okay, and look, we're not right about everything. We are right about what Pokemon have Surf. We're right about Scyther. Can't think of a thing we're wrong about.
Where the largest marble in the world resides, Anaheim, California.
This is huge for Peru, by the way, because they could be visiting that marble very, very soon. If they win this, this would secure their spot to Worlds once again. Correct. Pretty amazing, being the first team 2 years in a row to do it. And they're going to have to face off against whoever they run into next, which could be fan favorites in the crowd, obviously Komai, or the world champs, LG.
What an absolute banger matchup that we have coming for you here in short order. Peru, I mean, it's tough to say that they're not going to be feeling good into the grand finals, and it's tough to say, despite the powerhouses that reside on the other side of the bracket, that they won't be favored in this potential exchange, because they've been in this position before and have delivered. We have an interview ready for you on stage, so let's throw it to that by the 2 people that have never been wrong.
All right, no way to test those facts whatsoever, but I am here with one absolutely true thing, with a champion that is going to be headed into another finals here at EUIC. So Draken, my question to start is just going to be very simple. How good does it feel to be headed into another EUIC final?
Vale, está preguntando que cómo te sientes al volver a estar otra vez en una semifinal. ¿Y cómo te sientes al estar en EUIC?
La verdad es que siento mucha emoción de estar acá con mi equipo nuevamente y poder competir por una final, y más aún contra ambos equipos que quedan. Para mí son muy fuertes, y personalmente creo que eran los dos que al menos quería enfrentarme, porque creo que no he tenido la oportunidad de enfrentarme a ellos en algún torneo pasado, y mi equipo quería repetir el logro, entonces va a tener mucha más satisfacción hacerlo con cualquiera de los equipos que quedan ahorita.
Okay, he says that he couldn't have the opportunity to encourage with this team, and he liked a lot joining with them.
Awesome, amazing. You have a great team behind you. It's great to hear. Your team has some really interesting drafts in those games, with Psyduck and Blissey, first pick, but a lot of creative drafts. Who in-game is communicating? Who is behind a lot of those? So what player is making a lot of those decisions?
Normalmente, ¿cuál es el jugador que suele comunicaros durante las partidas?
¿Cómo?
Cuando estáis jugando en las partidas, ¿cuál es el jugador que suele comunicar qué hacer en el match?
Normalmente es Anemo, aunque ahora también tenemos un coach que ya nos dice, al menos si es que nos dice qué vamos a hacer con ciertos picks, entonces también tenemos una retroalimentación detrás, pero normalmente dentro de las partidas para las peleas o toma de decisiones es Anemo, también Tempo. Creo que son los dos que más mueven el juego, también debido a sus picks que se mueven casi por todo el mapa.
Okay, he says that mostly Anemo is the one who communicates, but Tempo in this game too.
Okay, good to hear. Damage dealers getting behind that. That makes sense. Okay, tomorrow you're going to have one final match at EUIC against either Kamai Esport or Luminosity Gaming. Who do you expect is going to be your opponent?
Te queda un último match, os queda un último match aquí en EUIC. ¿Cuál queréis que sea vuestro oponente?
La verdad no sé, a Luminosity Gaming los conocemos, hemos jugado muchas veces contra ellos y la verdad no sé, porque Komai para mí viene teniendo un torneo muy sólido y creo que cualquiera de los dos estaría bien para nosotros. Personalmente tal vez nos gustaría más jugar contra Luminosity porque los conocemos, son nuestros amigos. De hecho en Brasil, después de que campeonaron, tuvimos como casi un día entero después con ellos. Pero como por otra parte también me gustaría enfrentarme a Komai. Entonces no sé, la verdad estoy muy dividido.
Okay, I'll have to explain. They prefer Luminosity because they are friends of them, so they can join in Brazil before. But they say too that Komi have a really solid status now in this EUIC, so he is not sure about it, but maybe Luminosity.
Okay, all right, fair. Two very difficult opponents, and we're about to find out which one it will be. So congratulations, Dragon, on becoming a finalist here at EUIC. Can't wait to watch you play tomorrow. Spraggles and Dupes next. Let's throw it back to you.
All right, there you have it. They are heading to the grand finals. That will be tomorrow morning. Championship Sunday. Unite will be there. But before we get there, we need to see who they will be facing off with. Peru Unite made it all the way through here, taking down Gen 5, taking down the Orange Juicers, who had quite a run in this tournament. Now, Luminosity Gaming, Komai Esport, they're up next, and we're going to find out who is heading to the grand finals.
I cannot believe that Orange Juicers got all of their losses in a single match right on the doorstep of the grand finals. They looked completely phenomenal this whole weekend, and even in that first game, after that first game, we were looking at each other like, how are they going to stop this team? The code was cracked. Zacian was the answer. Get that off the table and put OJ and OG on different things to see how they can react. And unfortunately, they fell a bit shy. Peru in another grand finals.
Yep, Peru heading to the grand finals once again. A team that's very familiar with the grand finals, of course, Luminosity Gaming. Komai Esport, on the other hand, having an insane tournament and the last hope for EU. When we come back, we will find out who your two teams are that will be squaring off in those grands after a short best of 5. Do not go anywhere. More Pokemon Unite action when we return.
worked it with. You showed me we're awesome, and you won the day, striving for the top spot. No room for mistakes, yeah. You showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions. They've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story. We passed the test, yeah. We become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Finally showed the world today, legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. So here's to you, here's to you. Oh, the ones who came before, and all I know. So here's to you, here's to you, the ones who came before.
Road getting from this is where we complete the day. We are finding our second grand finalist after Peru made their case to run it back for a potential EUIC repeat. Relic and Zoinks, we're back here again. EU's last hope. The best in the world, question mark? I could not set it up better if I tried to add as many superlatives as possible.
Yeah, we worked on the script for a really long time, and we came nowhere close to this. So I am so excited. We got Luminosity Gaming going up against Komai Esport, North America versus EU, the last two representatives of their regions still within the tournament as well.
Yeah, you got Luminosity, of course, who were looking for the first time back-to-back in-person events in the schedule, of course, since we know the Luminosity themselves have done back-to-back World Championships. Of course, that's what Peru's trying to replicate in terms of their form already covered. But Komai Esport, we're talking about one of the youngest, if not the youngest aggregate roster here at this competition, let alone in the top 4. Luminosity Gaming, Overlord, he asked for this. Is it more that he bargained for, though?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, requesting the hometown team is an exciting call to action. I've never known Overlord to back off of a challenge, though, so I think it'll be really, really fun. We got a bit of context from Gecko Kami's interview earlier in that matchup about how a lot of those players are really excited to play against Overlord. They're very particularly excited to beat Overlord. I know Liario and, of course, Kranix are both really
really incredible players that share a similar Pokemon pool to that player. And, well, I mean, when you have proven yourself to be the best of the world, you also set yourself up as kind of the Elite Four in a situation like in this version of Pokemon and Pokemon Unite, where every single player is going to be trying to defeat you, which is so exciting. But we want to make sure that we let the team say their piece before this match even begins. So we have a head-to-head interview on stage. Let's throw to that right now.
All right, here we are, the final semifinals of our Aeos Cup. We have Koma Esport versus Luminosity Gaming. This is going to be very exciting, and one of these two teams will be heading to our grand finals tomorrow. I have to ask our audience, just by a round of applause and not constant cheering, who here wants Luminosity Gaming to win? Pretty good, LG. Pretty good. All right, how about Koma Esport? A few more people. So, Overlord, you've been in this position before. In fact, at LAIC, you were going against the hometown heroes of Tuzi. The crowd was not on your side, but you were able to take a decisive victory. How do you feel with this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've played in this situation before. You know, they definitely have the crowd backing them. And, you know, I'm happy for Europe, for this team. You know, they're a very young, talented team. So, you know, it's understandable they have a lot of fans. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to give everyone here a reality check, so.
Amazing. Overlord playing the heel. Finally, we've been waiting for it. Gek, tell me how it feels to have this entire crowd except for this section on your side.
But it feels amazing. Thank you so much. There's a special shout out for the French community that they're here heavy. They're supporting our French players, and even the ones that are not French, they've been received like family, so thank you so much. Merci à tous vous. And for LG over there, like I said before, we've been in this situation twice, playing against LG. We went up to game 3. We always came up short. All I have to say is we have 5 games now.
I cannot wait to find out how this goes, and I will not keep you guys any longer. Good luck to both of you. I know I will be watching in the crowd. Back up to the booth. Give it up for you two teams.
Reality check, he says. A reality check, he says. Well, it's time to put pain to practice, perhaps, as Luminosity Gaming looking to put pain to Gecko Kami and that squad's hopes. It is a team, as Overlord has rightly looked at, lots of super young talent that we have been so excited collectively to finally see join the scene, you know, basically be legal to play there that young. But now they've got to do it when it matters most. They know that they are 1 series, 3 games away from making it into a grand final against Peru again. Very tough opponents, but Luminosity Gaming still, even arguably at this point, the tournament favorites.
Yeah, 100%. Not to mention bracket demons of a couple of players on this squad, right? Gek even referenced it a little bit potentially. I mean, it's been eliminated by this team twice in the World Championships in the group stage. Very excited at the prospect of a best of 5 now to have that potential. And, well, it's Gecko Kami has been playing in this tournament, potentially the best we've ever seen that player look. So very excited about the run back. But on Luminosity Gaming side, let's start picking out a couple of players that I really wanted to highlight here. One player has never lost in this city on this roster, and it is Kyrios, by the way. In play, in Worlds 22, has not lost a game, and as well here at EUIC. Also, did not participate in that team last year's EUIC, right? So, dodged that Luminosity loss, but it's all right in this situation. Kyrios just simply unbeatable in this environment, it seems.
So far.
Wow,
I
yeah,
will hold
that's
on
true.
to that as best as I can, because here's the thing. A lot of these kids haven't been beaten, at least in terms of series scoreline. We know that they did drop a game, but that game against Nemesis is the only game which they have lost across the weekend. So they are in fine fettle. They are certainly looking not to stop anywhere soon. Here's the thing though, Gek. Yeah, you got 5 games, but that also means the jeopardy of a 3-0 sweep is on the cards.
Whoa, knock on wood. What are you thinking?
I mean, look, I think we both settled on this, having a chat with, you know, the 2 lads previously as well, with Doobsnax, with Spraggles. This feels like one of those series that's going to be an either or, no in between. It's either a blowout or it is a Game 5.
Yeah, it is going to be really, I think it's going to be a Game 5. Personally, I'm going to be relying on a long game series, and that is not just me manifesting. It's me manifesting a little bit, but it's not entirely me manifesting that series, because I do think these two teams have some really interesting approaches to the draft, because stylistically, these two teams are extremely similar, the only exception being the attacker role, where Zante does tend to play extremely true to form attackers, where Kyrgios is starting to rely a little bit more on those melee carries. Not all the time, though. We have seen a decent amount of Maridon from Kyrgios in this tournament as well, but when it comes to the drafting phase, these teams tend to focus on a lot of the same bans and a lot of the same first picks, which is going to be really interesting. And then the hyper carries are always those final picks. This might be one of those games where we see teams actually contest for second pick to have the final slot of the game.
You know, we've seen some individuals, we've seen some teams come up short, and a lot of us are here saying, if only their roster pool was a little bit wider, if only they could pivot onto lots of different things. But I feel like we've got two squads here where you could go in any which way direction for any which way of these players. Draft begins. Aegis/first off the table.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming has been relying on this Aegis/ ban in first pick position almost the entire event, so no surprise to see it there. Kamai Esport, I am really excited to see where they target some of these bans. Is it towards Slash? Is it towards Trainer? And right now, that will be a direct Slash ban with the Blissey.
Assistance. How many clutch moments have we seen with this roster in particular? Feels like a bit of a target ban, that one. Luminosity on the slow bro. Gekko Kami will be limited, and they certainly won't have Umbreon first pick. But Kamai Esport, interesting, taking Inteleon away from both Zante, but also the prying hands of Luminosity.
Yeah, what does this first pick position look like for Luminosity Gaming? It will in fact be the Urshifu, so likely giving the Umbreon, probably Umbreon Hoopa in a couple of these picks for Kamai Esport. That certainly looked amazing in day number 1. We haven't gotten the chance to see them get Hoopa in day number 2 due to it being banned against them so frequently in their round of 8.
U2Y straight out the gates, and Rami peeking the side up. No, we are indeed going to pivot onto that Umbreon. Gekko Kami, an absolute monster with this thing, but Luminosity Gaming undoubtedly will have counted for this. They themselves will take the side up, well, undoubtedly going towards Slashcan on that particular occasion. As for this second pick, they will lock in the Maridon for that backline pressure.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm shocked to see Zante give up the Maridon in favor of the Mewtwo Y. They've seen success with it, but it does feel like that Maridon has been such a big game changer throughout our tournament so far this weekend. Would love to see the win rate stats on that Pokemon in particular. Next picks for Kamai Esport, at least one of these has to be one of your damage carries, and it will be. Kranix going to be picking up the Zacian. They could switch around their Pokemon. They are well known to do that. We could still be looking at a Machamp final pick.
Yeah, the Oreo does have a Machamp. We do have a Comfey Zoroark. Oh, Leorio rolling it back. As I said earlier today, this young lad in 2024 I should say, to be fair, 2023 as well.
We're in
loves
2025,
the
aren't we?
Zero Aura. I mean, listen, the Zero Aura, it doesn't matter what year you're going to pick it.
True.
We know that this guy is a demon. On this occasion, into this comp, I mean, does it even really matter, Zoinks, knowing what they can do?
I don't know. We're going to take a really quick peek at our top Pokemon by win rate on this weekend before we jump into this match. Urshifu, by far the Titan of this game, but Maridon not even making top 6 notably here. So maybe this Mewtwo Y pick actually a really intelligent choice. Thank you so much, production, for letting us take a look at that before we get into the match. A very exciting game 1, must I admit. A Zoroark Comfey from Overlord. I mean, honestly, the classic lineup of Pokemon that we are going to be seeing into a very interesting Zero Aura Zacian damage core.
And Otter's got to feel good. I mean, they've been doing a lot of traveling around the map on that support style Mew, something which they have pioneered to great effect. But when you can enable one of the greatest players of all time on one of their ace picks, and that is an opportunity you do not turn down. I actually want to play off what you're saying. I want to give a big shout out to everyone in the back, production, observing, stats. there's an incredible team back here. And if you're out there in the audience, please give them a round of applause and a cheer, because they have been truly exceptional all weekend. We love you guys. We love this game, and I'm sure we're going to love this series. Zoinks, game 1, potentially of 5.
Luminosity Gaming going to be your purple team. Kamai Esport going to be holding it down for the orange. As we're going to have the Zacian and the Eldegoss into the top path. Very familiar, but it is a Zoroark Comfey going to be headed into the path, as Overlord is going to give Urshifu the chance to take first central.
Early stacks, slow smoke down. A couple of slashes, but the Comfey crown gets away. Got themselves a little bit of a heal to work with Kranix, and attempting to steal away the bunnies. Any extra EXP and Aeos energy, of course, crucially for this Pokemon will do. Boosts the attack slightly. They're actually not going to take it. Big level up here for Overlord onto 4, but they managed to get back to their base before Kranix can finish the deal. Has to get away themselves, actually.
Good play from Otter, detaching, trying to make sure any of those Eldegoss auto attacks were favoring them instead of the Zacian, so the slowing effect would be on that Comfey. Nice little technical play from your support. In the bottom path, this matchup is going to be a pretty slow-rolling one between this Mewtwo Y and Miraidon. We're going to have to wait for those big team fights to start popping off. But these Swablu Altaria spawning in, Miraidon in pole position as Gek takes some space.
Mewtwo Y has Mega Evolved. That's a lot of damage eaten by Slash Can. The headache pops, and Miraidon moves into a prime position with that Electro Drift, trying to find that KO. Gets the big old charge up. Doesn't matter. There's the boosted auto, and back to the regular Mewtwo Y they go.
Mewtwo Y giving itself a little bit of self-shielding with some of its moves, able to survive that attack from Kyrios. Kyrios also able to walk away from it, but not going to be the same for Psyduck, as Slash is going to fall, and Zante going to take the first knockout of our game.
Feels all right. Feels all right for Kamai so far. They haven't had many major losses. They've played it relatively safe, I would say. I'd rather that as they look to work their way into this series. Certainly with that Zero Aura, we're looking to see those sorts of levels balloon. Level 6 right now. 5's popped for the front line on these first set of birds. That's the Sacred Sword going down. Kranix with a lot of joy and a little pop there onto the Miraidon. Free KO, but now what about the disengage? Discharge, look at how it shreds through those health bars into the mean-looking Urshifu will be taken down as well.
Incredible job from honestly the entire roster of Kamai Esport. I know that Narami did go down in that team fight, but they made the perfect decision. They actually take the Zoroark and Comfey out of that equation, just rotate up to the top path. It's fine if you knock me out, as long as Zante and Leorio have the room to work.
4v2, Luminosity have vision, and that means that they know they can potentially pressure Megu. Sorry, I'm so used to the conversation. Kranix on this top path, of course. Kranix feels all right, though, knowing that Kamai Esport going for the big push on bottom path. Home court disadvantage, apparently Luminosity Gaming with Overlord and Slash. They have a win rate outside of America with 100%, inside the American events of 0%. But quite frankly, stats, as interesting as they are, Zoinks, they do not matter once we're onto Thea Sky Ruins.
All right, I think they matter, but anyway, Red Shield going to be focused down next. Overlord going to be the first one to strike. Only Gecko Kami here at the moment, but Zante and Leorio are definitely within range, but the burn damage is just so quick with that Zoroark and Urshifu, and they're going to be taking down Zante as well. Mid-Mega Evolution, Slash Can paves the way, as this gold zone is going to start to get hit pretty heavy.
Sweet Secure, another mean look onto Urshifu. Manages to get out of there. Of course, the Water Bear explosions on the T1. Unfortunately for Kamai, not great for them.
Yeah, Leorio has a really good push in with Zero Aura, gets a big, like, maximum value discharge hitting multiple people, but unfortunately they just don't have a level lead at the moment. In fact, they're trailing behind quite a bit from Zoroark, almost a full level and a half behind Overlord right now, which in these team fights is so difficult when you're playing these speedsters. A level lead can translate into some really scary snowball situations.
Curious for Luminosity Gaming, Slash Can letting the Regieleki run into the zone. I say letting it run, we weren't privy to what exactly happened up there, but it does mean that Kamai at least has a store. Wow. You know what? I gave the production their fair dues. I take it back. That's no, it's fine. Listen, I love hat stats, and I apologize. I will eat humble pie. I will be delighted if Kamai can make this work. Sovereign Sword into the pressure, into the push, discharge down. Looking at the backline, Citrus Berry eaten, but between the Comfey and the Cider, locked in the mean look gel. That's an amazing quadruple stun, but still the scores go down. Zone broken, still 70 points behind, but a much needed W for Kamai.
Yeah, not a huge break. Honestly, that's one of those moments you could have considered trying to rally back and maybe get someone with larger Aeos energy, but either way, you had a lot of space cleared. Slash Can using the Sai just to kind of protect protect their life for a moment, but it didn't translate into defending that goal zone at all, but at least Kamai Esport not scoring a ton on Luminosity Gaming. They did still keep a hold of the Comfei Unite move, though. They held on to, they used one support Unite move, but they still have another for this team fight that could be a super important if Overlord ever gets caught into a dangerous spot.
Oh, they're looking to bring the danger to Narami, my word. Look at the lack of a health bar. Trying to chase them away here. Zante providing pressure, but the Electro Drift into the back line means that Leorio ain't going to be taking any further part in this conversation. Cotton Cloud Crash goes up, comes down, but Luminosity Gaming are on a roll. They separate this squad. They splinter this squad. Infinite Cyburn will prevent a couple of these scores, but Zante may be asking a little too many questions for Luminosity's liking. It's a double 2 KO streak for these two Luminosity lads. 2-2-1 to 94, but don't count out Kamai just yet, Zoinks.
I mean, it's tough right now for them. Trainer was at their Zatu spawn in that last team fight. I mean, he is going to be rotating up to try to take down that Regieleki as Overlord and Otter are going to make quick work of that Registeel. Leorio caught out yet again. This Sarah Aura being behind on levels is making it honestly a huge hindrance to Kamaya Esport actually having a big push in this game. Narami goes down again. Honestly, at this point, you're not giving up very much experience, but you won't be there to defend this goal zone.
Yeah, quite frankly, as the central area player, to be behind both of your path ADCs is very much cause for concern. Double digits across the board, so it's not like they are significantly behind as a team, but Luminosity Gaming free reign on this orange side of Thea Sky Ruins.
Luminosity Gaming holding all of the momentum as well as an advantage in basically any facet that you can think of. Kamai Esports win conditions have certainly shrank to a short few, but you're right, there is options for this team to rally back. First and foremost, a knockout onto either most likely Curios or Trainer would be so big. Slashcan is trapped within that mean look that will be a quick knockout, but it's not a high EXP target. Those are the VIPs that you're looking for. If you can catch one of those Pokemon out, all of a sudden you're back.
A little bit of administration on this top path then for Kamai, ensuring that this Regieleki does not hit zone. Looking towards this final minute, going into Ray. A lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Gecko Kami as if he doesn't have enough already, Zoinks. That mean look could be the difference between Luminosity Gaming winning and losing this Ray fight. Identify who's got the Comfey, lock them down, and hope, pray that they can find some sort of KO in the mix.
It's such a tough one though. Both a Trainer and Overlord have opportunities to cleanse the mean look. One with Illusion, two with Wicked Blow, and knowing the skill caliber of those players, you think it might be kind of consistent. Curios might be the safe bet, but it might not be the most effective bet. So some tough decisions coming up for our defender player on Kamai Esport.
There's a lot of noise out there in the crowd. Kamai might need a little bit more than that. Just mere seconds to go, and Luminosity Gaming is already in position, covering both paths. You've got that Psyduck going bottom. You've got Urshifu providing vision. They will know what's on the horizon. They decide to rotate out Trainer. Leorio moving in as well. All five within the space of each other. And I think Luminosity Gaming sense the advantage. They sense the idea, and they're going to put it into action without even a hesitation. Gecko Kami is eliminated. Got the Plasma Gale though, and there's the first KO on the board for Leorio. And the second, it's the ADC carry. The support network has been ripped out of the Luminosity Gaming squad. Psyduck falls too, but a 2 KO streak here for Trainer. Miraidon forced to Electro Drift out of there. Round the corner, back to the Pokemon Center. Kamai Esport, Kranix trying to find this final KO to at least bring him down to 1. Trainer, oh, they're so close, and they do get it indeed. But have they gone too deep now? Massive counter here from Curios.
I honestly think that's worth it. You have to take out Trainer. That is the main secure opportunity for Luminosity Gaming. Now you have the chance to honestly get really aggressive around the Rayquaza, because that is becoming your only win condition with this point situation, Relic.
Again, a little bit too upfield for my liking, but there's another KO, and another one, and another one. Kamai Esport, Leorio, oh, they've had a tough game so far, but now they're starting to rip and roar. Gecko Kami once again caught out, and that Electro Drift will finish the job. Kamai going for the rip. They kind of have to at this point. Not many seconds left, and they will find the Rayquaza. Do they have the point? 50, 50, I see 35. That's enough to work with, but do they have the shields now? 35 top up for Zante. They're gonna get, oh my word, how on earth did they get away with that? And here comes the Hundo, of course going through the shield. The true damage, they're trying, they aren't able to score it. They aren't able to score it on the bottom path. What's happening down there? Oh my goodness, I think they've not done it. Oh wow.
Luminosity Gaming having a picture-perfect defense, all hands on deck to defend that bottom path because Trainer can hold down solo on that top side. Urshifu able to hit Pokemon beneath any kind of shielding, including that Rayquaza, will allow them to put up a defensive barrier. 34 points in from Gecko Kami on that Umbreon, but I simply do not think it is enough to take this game. Luminosity Gaming, after a very scary team fight situation, still walk away with a 1-0 advantage.
Game 1? Really? Out of breath on Game 1? You joking? Luminosity Gaming, absolute juggernauts, and look, Overlord, one of the last believers in the war to bet. If you need any more excuse to try and pick this particular Pokemon up, this particular branch, you need no more. Shout out to Overlord, of course. But funnily enough, the majority of his good work, Zoinks, done before the 2-minute mark.
Yeah.
Fair play to Kamai. They shut him down big time at Ray.
Yeah, Overlord doing a fantastic job on Zork, making sure that Liario never really had a moment to breathe, always running after them. That is actually one thing that we really need to award Luminosity Gaming for being extremely good at, is making sure they have a running clock in their heads of the enemy central area farm at any given moment. Basically, they are immediately trying to steal it whenever you see it happen, and it puts Liario extremely far behind. Overlord having a great game, but what about the performance from Trainer and Curios in that final team fight? Able to hold it down 2v4, essentially, and bring that situation back in LG's favor.
Unbelievable. To be fair, Kamai, it was made closer than perhaps it should have been, given just how minimal shielding Zante had on that 35 score, doubled up to 70 on this bottom path. An equally phenomenal defense, this time strength in numbers. Perhaps would have paid better for Kamai to go all in on the same path, maybe try and roll through there. But I think really the issues do stem, Zoinks, from earlier on. Let's not make a mistake about this.
Yeah.
Luminosity Gaming dominated for large portions.
Absolutely, but if you're a fan of Kamai, which I'm hearing there's a bunch.
I hear there's a few.
I'm hearing there's an absolute few of them. There were signs of life there at the final point of the game.
Yes.
You do not want to have Luminosity Gaming take complete control of the momentum of this match. That could be catastrophic. So having the chance to showcase, no, we had a great team fight. We got Rayquaza. I think Kranix made some really smart decisions there on the Zacian at the very end of the game. Yeah. You simply could not let Urshifu stand, even if you're KO'd in the process. So I really do think there were some smart, clutch-level decisions made by Kamai. Unfortunately, final execution is brought down by LG's defense, but momentum is going to still be murky headed into Game 2.
Still 2 more game wins to find for Luminosity. It is not over yet. Slowbro ban immediately. Kamai respond. Interesting Kamai with that second pick, by the way. Looking for the counter picks. Aegislash for Luminosity Gaming.
Okay.
Interesting, means that Inteleon is available unless they choose to ban it with this final choice. Rotating through the attackers, it looks like, and eventually landing on the option that I think they were going to go for in any case.
Not going to lean into the Urshifu ban, which I was thinking potentially Kamai Esport might think about. However, Trainer likely just going to first pick a Leafeon or a Mimikyu in that situation. First pick Leafeon or late pick Mimikyu, rather. But instead, going to be first picking that Urshifu. It worked fantastic in that game number 1. Wicked Blow, such an important part of this LG strategy.
Zante really sticking with this Mewtwo-Y.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if that's what they feel is the best choice, then I mean, look, I'm not going to be here to disagree. If they find a W with it, then I think all down to shut up anyway. Psyduck to combo with that. It does leave the Comfey potentially open for this third pick on Otter. They choose to prioritize the Umbreon and the Miraidon instead.
Wow, okay. I mean, Luminosity Gaming getting an extremely powerful draft, having the Umbreon as well as Curious getting a repeat chance on this Miraidon, which looked so phenomenal in that game number 1. Kranix currently with the hover of Metagross, but Liario currently with the hover of Charizard right now. We're going to fast swap probably Gecko Kami picking up the Snorlax.
Yeah, Liario was always going to be last pick, weren't they? It's just a
It had to happen.
choice, isn't it, as to what they feel will deal best. I mean, again, the Zero Aura, not an awful pick. I think it's just a great credit to Luminosity that they were able to shut it down so effectively. Looking at this, Otter on the Mew, support Mew of course, and Mimikyu for Overlord. So no run back then of the Zoroark Comfey, but I honestly quite like it. Proactive from Luminosity, because Kamae would have surely seen it coming anyway.
Yeah, it is interesting to still leave it though. You know, after it had such an impressive performance, obviously Kranix is going to have the big difference maker on the Metagross, so maybe Overlord just really not liking that matchup, specifically in the early game. Liario is going to go to a much more traditional pick with a 30% pick rate on the Blaziken, and they've also looked absolutely phenomenal on that Pokemon in games past, so I don't think anybody too upset about that selection. One thing I think I would be really excited on the Kamae side though is this Psyduck being locked in for them.
I could not agree more. I think just in general, they quite enjoy the opportunity to get a little more crowd control in, especially if you're going to set up for the overheat. I think that's, I mean, look, it is a fantastic move for a lot of different occasions. Obviously, the objective secure is one of them, but if they're able to catch Luminosity Gaming, a couple of them with even one singular stun, and that overheat, if not finding KOs, will almost certainly force a retreat back onto pad. Even if you're just buying yourself space to rotate Zoinks, those small gains do add up over time.
Yeah, and stuns of which they have many, right? Of course, Mewtwo Y going to be able to apply a few of those with the knockup of Psystrike, Psyduck having absolutely every stun you could possibly think of in the book, and then Gecko Kami, just such a powerful Snorlax player. You actually see an item swap on that player is going to be swapping over to the Assault Vest. So reducing the damage from Mew a little bit, but primarily going to be focusing on reducing the impact of Curios's Miraidon on the Snorlax.
Yeah, what are we running here? Special attack specs, Incense, and the Slicked Spoon. Especially given that you're running into a Psyduck and a Snorlax, I wouldn't lean towards the Electro Drift if I was Kyrios. Maybe they are confident enough to try and pull it off anyway, and let's be fair, they do have now one game in pocket, so they can afford to take the risks like that. But heading into game 2, they also know that any risks that don't pay off immediately invites Kamae back in, basically resetting this to a best of 3.
Whew, yeah, a dangerous spot to be in. Most important stat of the day. Going to our final set of the games of the day. The total hat count so far is 228.
Thank you, production. Love you guys, much appreciated.
Oh, geez, Gek with some early attacks, actually saving this boosted auto to try to chase down, and they will get the KO. Love that patience, making sure that the cooldowns are up for the tackle as well to ensure the knockout onto Kyrios.
Just felt like that half second where Miraidon's turning might have actually made a difference in getting back to base and not giving over free EXP to Kamae. We've got this Combusken joining the effort on bottom path. Waiting patiently, Slashcan on this Umbreon. Huge Blaze Kick means that Kyrios is again way out of position. Nothing that Eevee can do, and it's another KO. Gek rolling with it.
Wow, yeah, 2 knockouts for Kyrios already, or sorry, rather onto Kyrios already. A player I'm normally praising actually for how few times that happens to them. It's actually great aggressive play from Kamae, but Luminosity Gaming is always going to be matching that like for like with a big push here on the top side.
Yeah, 3v2 wasn't always going to work, was it? Look to get those scores, 20 in, followed by a denial on the 18 and a denial for Otter. Some phenomenal solo work here from Narami, who almost finds the KO onto Otter themselves.
Impressive stuff. Otter is going to be making it back to that goal zone. And interesting to note, both these teams actually really relying on so much crowd control rather than really any form of healing. We might see the Wish Umbreon come on a Slashcan, but we've not seen any scores from that Umbreon in particular. So the attack weight's certainly not stacked up too high as of yet. Healing numbers going to be rather low.
Going past, finding the foul play onto Gecko Kami. Lots of plenty charge, beam damage, and the KO close, ultimately onto the Blaziken in the end. How about that for a gyro spin, though? Kranix takes down the Urshifu and the Mimikyu for the price of 2 for 1. Oh, big block by Slashcan to meet out that Mewtwo strike. And just giving a bit of cover here, Gecko Kami. They're not going to be able to get this in DD, but a 30 score on top path for Kranix extends the slender Kamae lead.
And just scales this Pokemon even higher. I mean, Metagross, what a late game titan it can become. And with 2 knockouts in that middle moment around 8 minutes, as well as a 30-point score, this Pokemon is going to be huge rather early.
They miss out on the Blaze Kick, but they are going to pick up the overheat. Leorio going after Kyrios, and there's the boost again! And Miraidon maybe should have stayed on pad. Maybe again the shielding could have been the difference. Heavy slam coverage, scores 10 from the Blaziken, up to 91 now. First set of Regis on the way, and Kamaii set up very nicely. Mega onto the Mewtwo Y, popping the X attack, looking to burn it down. Luminosity Gaming not responding quickly enough. In fact, they've got so much manpower here, Kamaii, that they're able to send that Mewtwo Y Zante to deny a score from Slashcan. I think they were able to get it off anyway. A little bit of a switch of change here. No overheat, but I tell you what, a Shifu is going to work. Overlord looking to try and find Leorio now. Back onto pad, got a couple of citrus berries to work with. Again, 3v2, but they can't oversell themselves.
It's such a huge KO for Overlord to start things off with, but great response from Leorio. Slashcan likely going to be falling here, and without getting a second attack weight stack.
Level 9, but 3v1. This would be one of the greatest individual efforts from an individual player, but there's the block. Gecko Kami, no mercy. 18 points into a 40-point dunk. Very nice indeed. Kamaii Esports almost 100 to the good. And on this top path, well, Kranix was holding station for an awfully long time. Finally taken down. This Mimikyu going after the Regieleki. Kamaii have rotated quickly enough to go and contest here. There's Narami pulling that Mimikyu back towards them. Slashcan going for a small score. The Sai and the overheat. Kamaii starting to string together some really successful intervals.
Every single objective going in their favor. I mean, they have the early positioning battle won, and of course they have this level lead, which means any skirmish or team fight is always going to favor Kamaii Esport at this time. Luminosity Gaming is having to play extremely passive. It is so shocking to see a team like that play, but of course, now they want to change it up.
Mystical Mirage into the back line, but again, Leorio finds joy. And there's Gecko Kami as well. They're putting a lot of manpower behind this push. They want to see that T1 zone gone. The Midnight Prance, big foul play. Thunder very much focused on Kranix. Ooh, the chip and gets away. There was no shielding to be picked up from the gyro ball. Didn't need it, but there's no rest for the Wicked Zeus, because look what's coming on the bottom path.
Yeah, I mean, that is the one weakness of these non-healer compositions, right? If you go so aggressive, you don't get the KOs, and you're at that low HP, you simply have to retreat. You have no other option. No one else can keep you up. Slashcan gets yet another stack. Very important for this Umbreon. Does not matter they go down in this situation, because Trainer's got the secure.
Got the power nap to get a knock up, and Mimikyu won't last long. 2 KO streak for Zante. Really starting to put some words into my mouth, and they are very positive indeed. But Overlord still looking strong here. Level 11. Make that back to the Pokemon Center for you. Leorio level 13. That's the first time I've glanced at that. And oh, if I'm Luminosity Gaming, I'm looking away in horror.
And I talked about it a lot of times in that last game about what Kamaii Support's chances for winning this game could have been based on what their win conditions are, and it's taking down those VIP targets. That is something that Kamaii Esport has been doing extremely well in this game number 2, particularly Leorio. It feels like they are absolutely hunting down Overlord in these situations, and it's looking great. Luminosity Gaming, on the other hand, held to only 43 points. It feels like forever since we've seen a situation like that.
Gotta say, that's gorgeous pressure from Zante to enable Leorio to score the 54-3 on top path. Actually, they feel they've got so much time, they're gonna go for the reset onto bottom path, Infinite Cyburn. Slashcan, basically at the mercy of Gecko Kami here. Trainer, though, still lurking, will find the KO, actually gonna go over to Slashcan. They themselves gonna fall into the eject button overheat, switching stances, compute and crush from Kranix. That's a 2 KO streak now for Leorio, going for the chase there with the Zen headbutt. Little surf, but that's not gonna save the Mew for now. And running back with tail between their legs, the Miraidon to the T2. Kamaii Esports restricting Luminosity, who have only just hit triple digits.
And this is a weird situation to say this in, but I feel like Luminosity Gaming kind of did their job in that team fight in losing well.
Basically,
they fought that fight for as long as they possibly could, kind of losing one target at a time. Even saw Trainer kind of going back in, all because Overlord had about 40 or potentially 50 points trying to go inside that top tier 1. So they're buying time. They know they've already lost that fight, but the more you can extend it, it is going to give the chance for Luminosity Gaming to have a little bit more macro impact and try to inch their way back into this game.
Very critical fight here on T1. All of Luminosity Gaming. You could throw a blanket over them, desperate to go and get that Reggie steal. But I tell you what, that Reggie Alecki is going to hit the T2. Kamai Esport looking for the knockouts more crucially. And once again, Otter isolated. Trying to run away here, Slashcan. The focus blast, trying to find any slows, any sort of hindrances. Heavy slam again, just trying to confirm that Luminosity will be retreating fully to their T2. I believe there has been a score via Kranix, 118 to 280 now. Just missed seconds before Rayquaza, but Luminosity facing up to a tough task ahead.
EU with the score lead against this North American squad, and we're going to start things off. Liario played so aggressive and gets shut down by Trainer immediately.
An extraordinary mistake that could cost them dearly. There's the Midnight Prance, takes away a lot of the shielding. The Sai trying to buy themselves a bit of space. Luminosity Gaming potentially going for the opportunistic rip. Infinite Cyburn will actually take Otter out of the equation. Here comes Narami and Gek. Here's the Metagross lurking as well. The Gyro Ball pretty decent secure in its own right. Look, Luminosity Gaming hesitating, a miss with the Shadow Sneak. Perhaps the pressure going to them over the wall. It's going to be Slashcan going after Kranix. Back into the center. Still, slowly but surely, the Luminosity Gaming continue to roll on.
Unreal from Luminosity Gaming. Yes, the race secure is there. I want to give every flowers I possibly can to Slashcan on that one. The only way that Kranix had any path into that Rayquaza pit was with a Zen headbutt. Otherwise, they had to go all the way around. You can body block that aimed attack. Slash stays in between them and the Rayquaza the entire time, absorbs any shot that they had a chance to make it into the Ray, and complete block. What a big brain play from LG.
Okay, all 5 players back, and Luminosity Gaming will be without Otter. 466 to 280. Not over yet. Slashcan was considering going for a back cap. On this bottom path, though, you see Overlord with shielding. You see the Mimikyu with shielding, and the Miraidon too. It's the Hail Mary from Kamai Esports. They have to find a KO. They won't. Play rough, Trainer. They do get a score down, but the 42 counter score further extends the Luminosity lead.
Backline artillery gone for both these squads. Mewtwo and Miraidon. KO. Trainer also down. The Mimikyu falls. Kamai Esports going to get in a few small ones, but they still need over 200 points. Metagross Unite move is up and running. Compute and Crash trying to slow them down. Gek takes the opportunity to score, but they simply cannot. Luminosity Gaming extends this defense.
Slashcan, it's press the same button. Wish, 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 wish. But you know what? When you do wish upon a star, sometimes it grants you zoinks. They're going to go to that top path, and they're not going to find much joy either. Kamai Esports shut down for the 2nd time in a row. Luminosity Gaming one away.
What a heartbreaker of a game 2 from Kamai Esport. Obviously a really tough overextension. Luminosity Gaming will not let that chance slip them by, and they go from that like a domino effect throughout the rest of that final fight.
Leorio. I mean, listen, this is where the big game player's got to make a big difference. Maybe a little overzealous, maybe a little naive, looking for that tall grass to provide vision when Luminosity Gaming had already taken station. Overlord with another incredible game on this Urshifu. In draft zoinks, you pointed it out, might be worth considering an Urshifu ban.
Yeah.
I'd imagine that is even more strong a case at this point.
You ban 2 players with 1 Pokemon ban, you know? Yep. Feels a little solid. I'm not saying, of course, that is the only Pokemon they can play. We have seen absolute miracles happen on other squads as well. But yeah, I mean, Luminosity Gaming taking the clutch moment, of course. I mentioned a really big brain play, I thought, but Kamai Esport, they come into that game with so much energy. They take that momentum from a few hopeful moments from game 1. They translate it into a brilliant start into game 2. So now, Kamai Esport have evidence they can crush the early game. They can have some great late game moments. The only piece of the puzzle left is how to get a game win against LG.
Story of their season on a bigger level, really. We're looking at Kamai Esport thinking, when are they going to thread it together to put this tapestry in place where at the end of it, they win an event? Admittedly, this is one of the biggest events. And so already to have gotten to top 4 in of itself is more than enough for me to say, stick with this roster, keep going, because the success will eventually come. Is it just a little too soon? The reverse sweep required to progress to that grand final against Peru.
All right, well, I feel like I gotta remind you, Relic, that is not a 3-0 scoreline as of yet. Kamai Esports are still in this matchup. Luminosity Gaming obviously has such a huge advantage, and it feels like they are an impossible wall. Kamai Esports need to throw that rhetoric out the window as we head into Game 3. Kamai Esports, for the first time, in first pick position.
They were hovering that at Shifu, weren't they? A little bit of a rotation, bit of a thought. Psyduck off the table. Luminosity sticking strong with that slow bro. They have learned their lesson.
Yeah.
This tournament, they are not going to deal with that again.
It's such a great call out to Gek on an amazing Sobro, but it's also like Trainer and Overlord do not want to see that Pokemon, but hey, they won't get to see the Urshifu this time. Kamai Esports are going to lean into it. This means Inteleon is available, but so is Umbreon. So where do we go with our first pick for Kamai?
I mean, look, you've got to have a game changer, and I'm sorry, but you need Zante on that Inteleon. It's been a long while since we have seen it today because it's been banned so much because they want to get him out of the game, but that's his comfort pick. He looked sensational on the one game that he did have. Give yourself the best tools available, lads, but Slash, speaking of best tools, he gets his pocket pick with the Blissey.
I really wonder if we see an Umbreon pick ever, but no, Overlord really wants that Blaziken pick, so a bit of a skill check over to the other side of Kamai Esports, as well as having such a power pick in the Blissey. I feel like you're kind of forcing Kamai's hand to pick this Umbreon. At this point, it's just too clear of an answer into the Blissey. Let's see where else Kamai wants to go.
With no Psyduck, you either go support Umbreon or you go Elder. There's not many options outside of that. Narami, they do know this Pokemon very well. Don't think that's a bad shout whatsoever. Trainer so quick to lock in the Mimikyu on the other side. That is going to be the danger target that Zante will have to look out for, and Otter seems like they're going to lean once again to that support Mew, which they play to excellent effect.
It's interesting to see Kamai with such heavy carry players like Leario and Kranix that we haven't seen a Comfey Zoro or something like that out of this roster yet, but so far that has not been the case. Leario is going to go back to Comfort and pick that Zeraora again. This time it won't have to contend with the Zoroark Comfey, and Kranix is going to go with an absolute superstar pick as they had earlier in the tournament on that Buzzwole.
Oh, the Kyrios lining up the Gyarados. That's a bold choice. They do the quick switch though over to the Metagross. I do prefer this personally, Zoinks. It does at least ensure that with that Beldum, you do get a little bit of top path pressure. If of course they're not going central, but with Overlord on the Blaziken, I feel like that choice is clear. For the late game, they've got that bit of crowd control once Compute and Crash is online, and unfortunately there's no real true damage here for Kamai Esports. They're looking to eat up that discharge, especially from Leorio.
Yeah, I really think we are looking at an eggs build of the Blissey as well, and oftentimes when it's Slash picking up that Pokemon, that is where we go. You can see here Otter kind of giving some commands to the squad. The draft is done, and now it's time to focus up on how we're going to execute on those game plans. Love to see that, but when we do have this healing Blissey, Metagross is actually one of my favorite combinations for it. That big Compute and Crash as an engage is amazing, but sometimes you need the best backup in the game, and that is of course that Bliss Assistance.
But I gotta say, in terms of backup, I love this Buzzwole pick. I think that Kranix with that superpower can really make a difference for this squad. Again, looking to just try and feed not even just Leorio, but set up those snipe shots so you make the job so much easier for Zante. But I feel like, whereas before I think Kamai could have suffered with a poorer opening game and then work their way back into it through the late game, as we saw was the case in game 1. I think once Luminosity get that sniff of we're ahead in a game 3 where that's match point, they ain't gonna let up.
It's blood in the water sometimes, and Kamai Esports cannot allow that to happen. All right, London, let us hear you. We're going into game 3. Kamai Esports on your purple team, Luminosity Gaming on your orange team.
The last hope for EU, an EU squad that has not won a single international event. Same cannot be said for Luminosity Gaming. They are here before. Kamai Esports with the highest damage dealt, by the way, by a single Pokemon. That was 171,000 on a Venusaur that we do not see here. But Zoinks, I think the draft is plenty good enough. And how about this? An invade from Narami, putting great pressure onto Trainer, disrupting this early phase. Bold?
Yeah.
I love it, though.
If I'm going to be frank, I don't care if Narame gets a single wild Pokemon in this adventure. It is showing that Kamai Esport have not backed down from this position. They are down 2-0 in a best-of-5 with a chance to make it into Championship Sunday, and we're invading one of the best teams in the entire globe. Kamai Esport, they still got confidence.
What's the worst that's going to happen? You lose? Well, it's a 50-50 at this point, and then you've got to flip that coin again. It's a 3-trainer rotate with Trainer at the middle of it. Kranix slowed. Will they get back to T1? No, they will not. That Razor Claw, vicious, and an early Evo as well onto the Combusken, mean the Luminosity Gaming claim the first scores and indeed the first KO.
Yeah, Razor Claw and the red buff from the Mimikyu, so tough to escape from. Even you saw the Buzzwole, an entirely full muscle gauge, normally kind of a go button for them to try to turn a situation into a bad one, into a good one, which we've seen Kranix pull off before, but in that early game, not at level 5 yet, is not an executable they have.
1v2 on that top path, but it's not like the Combusken and the Mew will continue to put pressure on without the support of a third, especially when we have to look to this central area now and the first set of birds. Zante already up to Inteleon, rapid pace. Definitely tells me that it's been a different story on this bottom part. The snipe shot, not going to save Kranix, but here goes the discharge, and Luminosity Gaming runs for the hills, and it's a good job they did, Zoinks. No KO suffered.
That could have been one of the difference makers of this entire match. In fact, Liario also extremely hurt, but a really good long-range Volt Switch retreat helps them get out of there. Zante picking up a nice long-range KO onto that Mew, and that is one piece of evidence we've seen from a lot of our matches today. Inteleon's taking out the support line before we start these fights has been so good.
The first, he will hope, of many, and there's another shot onto Slashcan, looking to rip open this support network. There's the superpower, and Trainer didn't know anything about it. Score on the bottom path too, another stack for this Umbreon. In goes to 15, looking to try and dunk the 30. They're going to get that off, and 19. Luminosity Gaming vacate the premises.
Yeah, Kranix also only at level 6 when they get that. I think level 5 when they got the KO on a level 7 Mimikyu. So much experience raining back their way. All of a sudden, the top path feels fantastic for Kamai Esports as they're going to start taking down the Regieleki and the Regirock as Luminosity Gaming is starting to join the party.
On the way, Liario's got 1 KO, but they will not be able to lay a finger on that Regirock. They do find a second KO as that's the Mew falling as well. It's another shot onto Slashcan. Cannot catch a break. How about this though? On the top path, Regieleki taken. Blaziken eating a lot of damage as well. Oh, so close once again. Zante ripping into form.
Yeah, it felt like one of those moments where we the latent hitbox of Snipe Shot again, not on those in-person environments, I suppose. Big engage here by Gekko Kami trying to set up another Snipe Shot from Zante, but it's Overlord going 1v3 for a moment, but will be brought down by Liario for their hubris.
I am surprised that they did manage to get at least 1 out of that, considering how many they were diving into. 1-2-2 to 31. Surf into the Umbreon that kind of shrugs it off with the snarl. Kranix got to get out of there. My goodness, that's not a lot of health at all. Zante moving back into the tall grass. A chase from Gek onto Otter. There we go. Another setup. Another KO.
Jeez, this Inteleon from Zante, what a walking highlight reel it has been. Big Unite move from the Metagross. No full switch to get Liario out, but they don't need it. Just out-damage the Metagross. Simple.
Oh, it's so much better, isn't it, from Liario? Level 11 leading the lobby. I'm feeling bullish. How about this, though? Rotate onto the bottom path from Luminosity. Maybe looking to feed this Kamai squad into the hands of Trainer, who's just fresh off scoring a 40. Oh, once again, Overlord feeling a little too big for their boots, they feel. Liario picking up a KO for free. Another stack going towards Gekko Kami into the snarl, trying to find the stun, the miss from the snipe shot, Mystical Mirage. They find Otter in and amongst that and hit them again with the latent hitbox as you called out just a moment earlier.
Yeah, Overlord going in there, I mean, in the situation where maybe Bliss Assistance is available, that's the one that Overlord can walk away from, but going in 1v4 essentially with no backup Slashcan, one measly soft-boiled for your Witcher, but in that situation, we just have to move along. We are headed into the basement Regi now as Regirock is spawned in. Luminosity Gaming taking the team fight first, though.
Oh, Liario isolated, and there's another miss from Zante. He can't afford a couple more of these. We're talking about those finer margins because he's been having a stellar game anyway. Big up from the switch up into the overheat, and that's going to be another Regirock for Luminosity Gaming, the compute and crush. Here's the Super Swole Slam eaten by the shielding of Kyrios. These are low health bars. Scary moment for Kamai Esport, forced into popping out the Azure Spy Vision. Another Shadow Sneak into the back line, and Trainer is ripping this team apart. There's a second one going over towards Kyrios. Back on the scene, Leorio though, through the Volt Switch, finally puts an end to the madness.
That's such an important target to take down, but it's Overlord picking up a major KO as well. Leorio takes two. Huge Unite move for the Plasma Gale. Now, Krenix and Leorio are going to be able to double score on this goal zone and shatter it. Kamai Esport with a huge team fight win and a quadra from Leorio.
Team Ace. And that is huge amounts of breathing room for Kamai Esports, who are gifted those clouds in the central area for free and can find their way onto the top path at a canter without too much pressure. They've already taken down those T1 zones. The prep has been made, but again caught a little too far upfield. There's a discharge. I mean, they were doomed, but they still managed to pick off Otter for the price. Here we go, another Shadow Sneak onto Narami, but they are going to be in big trouble because Kranix is there for support. Bottom path, potential 43 score. Air on the just in the nick of time. It's going to be Gecko Kami with a denial, but in doing so, Zoinks, Kamai have given up the Regieleki.
Yeah, they did. I mean, unfortunate catch out onto Leorio. They did steal away the red buff for a moment, then of course, exchange a knockout, but great capitalization by Trainer with that Mimikyu. Honestly, a long range Shadow Sneak to catch that Pokemon and then take them down. We're going to be reforming up here on the bottom side. And that Zero Aura is going to be intensively tanky now into this late game. The discharge, of course, running that weakness policy. But here we go, Overlord going in yet again.
Level 14 superpower, and I mean, Overlord again didn't have another snipe from the back line for Zante. Here I am thinking Luminosity Gaming 4v4. Oh, this should be a long one. It's over in the space of 30 seconds.
Crazy aggression from Kamai Esports, but they can be when you have an absolute walking cannon in that Inteleon in the backline, giving you all the backup you could ever need, not to mention Leorio able to just survive for so long in these matches. Got to watch out for a couple of the quiet carries for Luminosity Gaming though. Trainer at level 14 on the Mimikyu, level 13 for this Metagross. Kyrios and Trainer have been putting together some great team fights so far, but they're going to need to carry it all the way to the end as Kamai Esports have a stronghold right now at 202 to 115.
All the great comebacks in this esport, they have to start somewhere. Is this that somewhere for Kamai Esport, who await Luminosity Gaming, the Shadow Sneak? Gecko Kami would have been very aware of what almost hit him. Speculative overheat from Overlord, and that is a hit from the Shadow Sneak. But surely going to be well aware that lying in wait, Kamai looking to pounce.
Yeah, you don't want to jump on that Pokemon, but it does give you information of where Gecko Kami is hiding. Watch Trainer's position on your mini-map, everybody. A huge rotation all the way around on the left-hand side. Kyrios trying to bait them in a little bit, gets a lot of damage onto the Zero Aura, but takes so much in return, but gets a Unite move off.
The Oreo with a discharge will finally take down the Metagross, and there goes the Blissey 2, Slash Can caught, 2 KO streak. Oh, what an unbelievable pickup there from Zante. There's no one left in town. It's a quadra, it's just Trainer. Oh my word, that's an unbelievable steal, but they're gonna go down. Kamai Esports Zoinks, they still have the lead. That's crucial, and everybody is running for the hills to get any score.
Kamai Esport will likely be walking away with this game with a win. They got to be real careful here. You cannot fall, but with that Inteleon snipe shot damage, Kyrios can't even be that bold. Now, we need to see Luminosity Gaming rally back if they want to take this one in 3, but right now, Kamai Esports are holding on to this defense.
That's the Metagross going down yet again. I love that proactiveness from Kamai, not fully retreating, not fully turning their backs. In fact, they're taking the fight to Luminosity again. We did it once, we can do it twice. It's another KO, but Overlord popping off, no, in the face of Zante. Zante the king, he wears his crown well, doesn't he? Oh, a slight miss on Trainer, but Leorio's feeling it. This series is not over, London. Kamai Esports stick their flag in the ground.
Leorio with 2 quadras in that match on Zero Aura. proving that pick, and London is off their feet for the hope of EU right now, bringing this series back into relevance. 2-1 for Kamai Esport, trailing behind Luminosity Gaming with a showcase like that, a shutdown of a player like Overlord like that. You gotta feel great about Kamai's performance.
How much did they have to work? How much did they have to grind out that performance? Ultimately, the 100 burger that they do score, it wasn't necessary in the end. They had plenty in the tank to defend. They already had the points lead. But the audacity of Trainer to still steal the raid 1v5. Unheard of.
I mean, these Luminosity Gaming guys, they got that plot armor. It's conveniently called incredible skill, but they are great at making some of these situations. And oh my word, Leorio, who by the way holds the highest damage game of the tournament currently, 170, is going to put up 108,000 damage on this Zeraora, as well as 18 knockouts. What an absolute performance from them.
How many of those knockouts were just by virtue of Luminosity Gaming running into the discharge ring? By the way, so inflated were those numbers. Quite an incredible performance from this young man.
Yeah.
The Zeraora pick justified, but can they run it back again? Or are they going to have to, again, open up the vault? Because, as you rightly mentioned, that 170k coming from a Venusaur, but that just demonstrates how wide this player's pool is. There's a lot to work with.
Yeah, and that special comfort picks like this that obviously a lot of players don't expect. It's weird to say that in a matchup against Luminosity Gaming, who have showcased this pick a little bit on the World Championship stage. But this is a Zeraora without the traditional partner of a Comfey that we have seen with these discharge builds. Instead, just really relying on more of a poke and dash strategy with the discharge damage and, of course, the volt switch to bail you out. Let's go back in the draft. Luminosity Gaming going to be taking that first pick yet again.
I hear you, Zoinks. I hear you. I don't think Narami necessarily the type of player to relinquish their individuality out on the field. They'd rather be playing that Eldegoss or that Psyduck rather than looking to support Leorio, as much as that would be an incredibly natural selection. They're not going to get the Psyduck, most certainly. Again, Luminosity, what's the fourth time in a row we see that slow-row ban, but Kamai sticking with the Shifu ban themselves. They're quite happy to try and counter what Luminosity pick, but that will not include an Inteleon as Kyrios rips it away from Zante.
Yeah, I mean, pretty easy read for Luminosity Gaming to make, right? That Zante Inteleon, not only in this match, but throughout the tournament, has been so phenomenal. Kamai Esport, though, very happy with a couple of power picks with the Umbreon and Blissey selections.
Yeah, they're hoping to sort of sucker Luminosity Gaming into forming their front line, hoping that they maybe don't take away the Miraidon. I'm sure that Zante will be eyeing that up. Of course, we could run it back with the Blissey Mewtwo Y combo instead. Luminosity Gaming, again, leaning into stuff that they enjoy. Trainer with that Mimikyu, again, massive in game number 3. Slash going on to the Mamoswine, maybe providing a bit of a counter initiative to this potential Kranix Buzzwole.
Yeah, it'll just give them a bit more damage to try to slow them down. Ice Fang gonna, lock down individual melee Pokemon targets. Zante is going to be on that Miraidon, and Kranix locking in the Garchomp.
Interesting. Looks like there's a little bit of a disagreement there amongst the ranks of Kamai Esport. Perhaps Kranix wasn't exactly encouraged to go and pick that Garchomp. I don't think it's a bad pick. I really don't, especially if they're able to inflate it much in the same way as Leorio did in game 1. But Otter will pick up the Comfey for the second time this series. They're going to join the Absol and the Mimikyu, rotate around there. Leorio, I mean, listen, the Blaziken I think would be a fine pick, the Metagross too, but actually they're going to lock in the Buzzwole, so maybe this is what the disagreement was about. Kranix onto the Buzzwole and Leorio going with the Garchomp. I'm sure they'll do a great job, but I haven't seen, again, a player who plays a lot. I've not seen much of their Garchomp. I think I've got to be honest on that one.
Yeah, that's interesting. The opposite is true, though, with Leorio. I've gotten the chance to see so many Buzzwole games from this player. When it was truly the top of the meta, I think they were one of the best, if not easily the best in EU on this Pokemon.
Yeah.
Some tough contests in this region, by the way, with, Gatlu and Potato running around. But I do think that Leorio is an extremely strong Buzzwole. It's going to be a fun matchup into this Absol. In that mid to late game, you might have more answers. Early game going to be really challenging. I think last time we saw the Buzzwole have a little bit of tough time getting into level 5. We might see that again.
You know what? Feels like that's the way they're going to go. as well. I think that there is still, in my mind, the idea that you've got Leorio, he is your central area player.
Yeah.
And so I think certainly trying to get inside the head of Leorio here, it's a little bit scary, handing off that responsibility over to Kranix. But look, I love you both. Kranix has shown time and time again this tournament, let alone back in February. They've got the stuff. You know, they've got that X factor. And if you're going to hand it over to anyone, the reins, might as well be him.
Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced I know who's heading into the central area at the moment. I mean,
Buzzwole?
I mean, maybe not, but maybe Miraidon and Buzzwole would split either side, or maybe Miraidon and Garchomp could split. This is an interesting spot because Garchomp does have a pretty solid early pathing phase, and, well, Buzzwole getting to level 5 would be pretty huge for Kamai. I don't know where exactly we go. Traditional, and on paper it does say, though, Buzzwole should be heading towards that top path. We'll have our information right now as we head into game number 4 of our semifinal.
Time to throw the theory into the shredder. It will be a lone Buzzwole central area. Going to that top path will be the Chansey, joined by the Gibble. As you rightly say, Zoinks, a very successful early phase. The slow smoke, though, will deny any sort of opportunity to deny Overlord. Sand attack goes down. They're going to pick up the 6 here, and they might get the KO at that as well.
Kranix with some early aggression, actually 2 knockouts. So, what was I saying about that Gibble early game pathing phase? Absolutely crushing it right now. Gibble, the ankle biter, going to be succeeding today as Absol and the Comfey go down. Mimikyu sees the writing on the wall, heads toward the bottom path for the gank.
They're just a little guy, Zoinks. They're just a little guy, but they've got a lot of bite to give. And Gabite not too far away, actually. In fact, they have already evolved as I say what I'm saying. Kamai Esport now looking towards the 4-person rotate, 5-person rotate, actually. I forget that Overlord running with that comfort. Kamai Esport don't really know what to do. 5v2, there's absolutely no chance that they defend this. And Evo onto the Drizzile for Kyrios as joining the party. We've got Narami, a couple of freezes on Tigek and Narami, and all the clouds are going to be swept up by Luminosity, giving over the clouds, of course, to Leorio, who's moved up into that top path, but peek where Kranix is, who's taken the call to move central area, I believe stealing away both buffs from the purple side.
Yeah, so far Kyrios has only stolen 1 buff from the orange side. Only the blue buff, as these teams have decided to trade Leorio with a very aggressive eject button combo to try to take down the Drizzile. Cannon going to be there for the defense, making sure that their damage carry doesn't get knocked out.
Another quick rotate central area where we're looking for another set of clouds, and I'm afraid that Otter and Kyrios, they won't get much joy here. A KO onto that Absol will open up the bottom path potentially for Kamai Esport, who rotate, mean look, score for the Miraidon, eject button away for Gekko Kami, but the Ice Fan catches Zante, who won't be around to see another couple of seconds. They're going to respawn back at base, 58 to 81, level lead for Leorio.
Yeah, Zante, one of those players that does like to play these stacking specs on the Miraidon, so trying to get some early moments to get in some small scores and, of course, increase your special attack by a percentile. Top path push, looking for Luminosity Gaming, whereas Kranix has not yet evolved to that level 9 stage of Garchomp. Slashcan finds them immediately.
Big Ice Fang, and there's the Shadow Claw to finish the job, the Shadow Sneak, and then another Shadow Claw to finish the job. It's the go sign, it's the green light for Kamai Esport, who head onto that T1 zone looking to crack it for themselves. 50 points scored, top path. Luminosity Gaming take the lead. How much on this bottom path? 31, take the lead themselves, looking for a 27, and they score it. The lone Inteleon, simply not enough. Good overdunk potential, but Kamai's got bigger fish to fry. The first Reggie's on site.
Oh, nice shot from Kyrios. Going to take out the Gekko Kami. Slashcan trying to buy a little bit of time. Leorio trying to fight, but they have the backup of Zante, which will give him a huge advantage.
Right now, it's basically the Buzzwole playing body blocker, but they catch that Kyrios Inteleon out, and they get a free stack as well. Going after the Reggie Steele still is Zante. They really don't want this health bar to reset. They're not going to have a second chance to talk about it, though. Absol, again, lurking in this enemy central area. Kamai might have to watch their own house, because in their kitchen, cooking, Luminosity Gaming, stealing away crucial EXP, and that feels like a massive opportunity spurned as the Reggie Steele reset back.
Yeah, it feels like we're watching two games happening at once entirely.
Yeah.
Like, these teams have never taken a full-on 5v5 team fight. Instead, just electing for these constant split pushes with 2 to 3 members at a time. And it's been Kamaii Esports to try to kind of keep up with a lot of the KOs. It feels like they're getting the advantage there, but it's Luminosity Gaming that are holding on to these level and points.
Eject button into the mean look. That should be 2 KOs for the price of 1 an egg bomb as well. But somehow Overlord gets away. Again, navigating through the tall grass, but I'm afraid that the mean look cooldown is a little bit shorter than you need. Meanwhile, Leorio with a 2 KO streak onto the Absol, now moving down from that central area. Zante again looking at this T1 zone. A shadow sneak from the rafters for Kamaii Esports reset.
Yeah, I'm somewhat shocked to not see Overlord use that Unite move when caught in that dangerous situation. Potentially, maybe the knockout gave them the actual charge to have it online now. I'm not too sure. But either way, a really good push from Leorio on this Buzzwole, making a central area carry Buzzwole look fantastic. Not an easy task to do, but they're looking great right now.
Although they lead the lobby in levels with Leorio, albeit just with Trainer catching up to level 12. The level disparity a little more in favor of Luminosity. Level 9's looking close towards level 10's, an Earthquake, a mean look, a charge beam, and here's Leorio back into the tall grass, catches that Kyrios, and the Mamoswine falls, and here's the Bliss assistance onto the back, into the ground, 7 points scored, and the T1 zone, no more shielding for you. Come play with me, says Trainer. How about I turn you into a lamppost, says Leorio. And hey, what's this? An Absol and a comfy crown? I fancy making mincemeat of you too. Look at this, bacon in the oven. And although Kyrios is back on site, they got a fell stinger away. So much EXP into the Kamaii pool.
Leorio starts and finishes yet another fight for Kamaii Esports. Really good engages. I mean, Luminosity Gaming is getting caught out by these eject button superpower combos so often. Kranix wants to get involved in the KO numbers as well. Regieleki gonna fall. It looks like Kamaii Esports gonna respect Luminosity Gaming enough to not try to push it into that tier 2. Instead, take a little bit of that free real estate and push for a basement, Reggie.
I mean, they want to objectively and unambiguously say, we now lead. We don't have to in points, but as long as we've got that win con set up for Ray, we're quite happy. Luminosity, they're not going to challenge this. Regice to Kamaii Esports. Ooh, take a deep breath, lads, because it's looking good.
A well-needed buff towards Kamaii Esports, giving them a little bit of a healing bonus, but most importantly, letting them catch up in experience on a couple of their Pokemon. Kranix will get to level 13 because of that added bonus. Miraidon going to be chasing it a little bit. Slashcan is going to find one target. Big snipe shot from Kyrios to back them up.
Right, Future Meteor Storm, hey, you might as well use it now. Of course, looking to build up those hits. The Azure Spy Vision popped as well. Kranix having to get out of there. Potential Bliss Assistance has been used already. Slashdown on how much health? Leorio choosing to go after this Inteleon, to be fair, and they do pick up the KO. It's 3 across the board as Kamaii finding strength from so many different avenues.
Yeah, one of which being that crowd that is absolutely pumping them up right now. Luminosity Gaming has been in this situation before, but I don't know if they've been on one where Kamaii is putting together such an incredible comeback in this series. Yes, they don't have that points lead right now, but a couple of exchanges going in their favor. Luminosity Gaming really aggressive into Kamai's enemy central area, but even with a nice Ice Fang initiation, Kamaii still the ones to finish that fight.
They don't need the points lead if they're confident to take the fight to Luminosity once they hit Ray. Of course, Luminosity Gaming still got a few tricks up their sleeve. Positioning will be crucial in the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, Slashcan so far has been playing this Mamoswine as an extremely aggressive fight starter rather than a more defender-focused protect your Inteleon style strategy. I mean, kind of leaving Kyrios up to that on their own. They've been doing a decent job so far, but it's going to be really relying on Slashcan to start off a big fight. A target like Leorio or Kranix caught in that Ice Fang could be huge for LG.
Interesting push here from Slashcan on bottom path, and everybody quickly turns, but are they aware of what's happening in the top path? The 30 score extends the lead for Luminosity Gaming. Kamaii Esports don't bite.
Yeah, we see Slashcan actually taking the long way home, just rotating through to see if maybe Kamaii was attempting a bit of a back cap, but nothing so far, defending the entire entrance onto their Rayquaza pit. Currently still behind, though, by almost 100 points.
They catch the mean look, but they're not going to take down Slashcan on their own. A couple of snarls as well, got vision. Trainer lies in wait, though, waiting for that shadow sneak. Maybe a couple of pokes here, get going into a very, very precarious position. There's the big old debuff onto Gek. Of course, the damage multiplier extraordinary at this stage. Oh, I don't like this from Zante. Slashcan, there's the mean look. They surround that Mamoswine into the Mammoth Mash. Meanwhile, Kamai, they haven't looked at the raid, but you know what? Zante don't care. Luminosity tried to steal the wind, but Kamai, with the astuteness to keep an eye on it nonetheless, are able to take the race. Still plenty of scores to be found. There's 74, balloons up to 357, and a Hunderberger on top of that.
Yeah.
And the 4 KO streak, surely a pause as we enter our final stages, Zoinks, means that it should be Kamai Esport forcing a Game 5 from nothing.
Yeah, likely. About 5 seconds before that really fight popped off, Kranix was hitting the Ray on this guard shot, was starting to farm it down, getting it in position. It's one thing their composition was extremely good at doing is taking down the health bar, but of course, it's really scary with some of those enemy Pokemon that could last hit secure, maybe steal that Pokemon away. They take their time, slowly bring it down, and when it comes to maybe a flip chance, they trust in that Miraidon Unite move for such extreme amounts of damage to be that big game changer, not to mention the Buzzwole. Leorio walking away with a KO streak of 3 in that fight.
It was all the question marks around Slashcan, and I think completely justified Kamai in not looking to immediately head to that south path and look for the KO. They knew that the rotate would have to happen, whether it was going back to base or whether it was staying relevant, and unfortunately for Luminosity, you can't risk going back to base, because then if you're caught 5v4, the Mamoswine will be the last thing standing.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it was a really good call out, honestly, from Luminosity Gaming. Just the plan didn't really go the way they wanted to. You couldn't fight for positioning. The Mamoswine was doing what it could, but there's so much of that space around the bottom Rayquaza pit. You go left, they totally collapse on your backline from the right, and it's a really tough choice for Slash to make, and maybe an impossible one. Kamai Esport with a really, really good heads-up play, and again, it's just more evidence that this team, even going down to LG, one of the best squads in the entire world, vibes are high, mental is locked in. I mean, this squad could truly do this.
Keep in mind, there was a second opportunity as well when we saw Get going after Slash with a mean look. Another chance to break formation and try and find that KO early. But I'm sure it was Gek saying, remember trainer, once you step out of line. With Slashcan providing vision, that Shadow Sneak becomes infinitely easier to find. That's actually part of the plan, I feel. They had Zante out in the open. The hope may be that they take the bait, find the Shadow Sneak, and then pounce upon them from the tall grass. It was what Luminosity didn't know, which was Kamai's greatest strength, and eventually they did have to venture out, but they were working together as a unit.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I mean, Mimikyu and Absol could just eradicate a target in honestly just a second. So having to wait just for one moment, hoping that Slash could maybe grab a single target, but good bulked up play from Kamai Esport to try to prevent that, making sure that Gek is body blocking any opportunity for a backline attack from Trainer. Just good coverage from Kamai Esport. Now, our game is paused, of course, and this game is not over, but we all said we are looking at the writing on the wall. We are likely going to be headed into a game number 5. Nothing is set in stone at the moment, but Kamai Esports has certainly proved that that was a fantastic look for them, and maybe this Buzzwole can be the mainstay for the rest of the series.
I go back to that draft and the look of shock, of maybe horror on Leorio's face. If it was indeed a mistake in draft that led to this composition, how even more impressive is it that they were able to make it work somehow? Kranix on that Garchomp, a pretty quiet game, all things considered, but again, using the tools at their disposal once they were in that Ray Pit to help lean that win condition towards their favor. For me, Zoinks, looking at the next draft, of course, we're still awaiting the confirmation of the end of this game, but it's the Comfey question, because we have seen that Comfey have a very successful game through Luminosity in the early stages. This time around, without that Zoroark with the illusion to provide that extra safety net to get both out of trouble, this time around, we see the Absol punish time and time again, and that's 2 KOs for the price of 1. It's a very different initiative that Kamai has seized.
Yeah, it feels like the Buzzwole was the best response in particular in that draft, and it worked out really, really well. Also, just, I mean, I don't want to say Kranix had too quiet of a game, but 2 knockouts to start this one, you know?
Yeah, absolutely,
To your credit, it wasn't on the Garchomp. It was on the Gibble, you know?
Yeah, very early.
Notable Gibble main, Kranix.
I mean, listen, I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. I do.
It's great.
I love Gibble. Oh, he's such a little guy. I had a little hop to the Pokemon Center, actually. A lovely Garchomp hoodie now in my collection. Be sure to enjoy yourselves, folks, because we've got 40 seconds now. Are we kind of playing for time a little bit here? Yeah, but we want to make sure that everything is official on the board. Yeah. The Kamai Esport, I think we can now safely say Zoinks has indeed secured that Game 5. That's 2 wins on the bounce. That's 2 wins without Luminosity finding a W on their column.
And I'm not going to say it. Like, I'm not going to say
Nobody's going to say anything, mate. Nobody's going to say it.
But they were at 2-0 and are about to be at 2-2, and the chance of the thing I'm not going to say is going to be up for Game 5. What an exciting time for the final EU team in our bracket.
Whatever you could say, Zoinks, I might also say it actually doesn't happen that often. We do see a couple of teams bringing it back after maybe they possibly haven't had a good start, and yet the team that did take that initial lead, they find a second win, they find a reserve, and it's often because that squad that has come back, although they're riding on a high, they don't ground themselves and say, we've still got to think about this draft sensibly, because it's very possible that the wrong move, the single Pokemon that you choose that maybe wasn't the optimal pick, or the ban that they don't choose to go for. I mean, for example, let's look at that Urshifu. Every single game that Kamai has won has been with an Urshifu ban. They might be tempted to go off it now to suit their wants, but I'd offer this as advice for free. Stick with it.
Yeah, I am completely in agreement with you, Relic. That Urshifu ban feels so important for Kamai Esport, especially with the central area picks that Liario is bringing to the table. We are very rarely seeing that option. And all right,
quiet game, by the way.
Gonna be player of the game, 53,000 damage on the Garchomp, but only 4 knockouts in total in that matchup, right? But is playing for a few major things, one of which being that objective rip around the Rayquaza was so important, running that rapid fire scarf and scope lens, so trying to get as many critical hits as possible.
Hey, sometimes it's not what you see, it's what you don't see, and it's the score that tells the story here. To be fair, somewhat of a side effect of how the game went, Luminosity Gaming throwing a lot of 5-player rotates to try and take down the T1 zones, basically leaving Kranix with all of the movement in the world, all of the free space in the world to get as many scores in as he would have wanted. Would have loved to have had a stacking item there, I am sure, but that's not what you can account for in draft.
Yeah, 100%. So we are going to be going into Game 5. Our first Game 5 of the day, technically. This is going to be really exciting, of course. This Luminosity Gaming squad have been in series like this before, though they haven't proven. Kamai Esport, we talked about how young this roster is, but we should also talk about how newly formed this team is. I mean, a host of roster changes throughout this season, and they're making it look amazing here on stage right now. You have to imagine this roster is going to have a solid season if this is going to be the beginning to it.
That's one thing to consider, is that Luminosity, with a lot of their opponents, Zoinks, they've got data on them. They've got it's not just scrims, and I don't want to diss on scrims necessarily, still very important for the growth of teams, but I think a very different scenario when you're actually on stream, in tournaments, playing for championship points, playing for money. And Luminosity Gaming, I mean, they got info on Gek, on Zante, but these are 3 16-year-olds that, especially on a stage like this, they've never encountered before. Kranix, of course, not part of the UCS 2 months ago. So really, that is one of the last vestiges in Kamai's favor that Luminosity won't really be able to get back. They've had to learn on the fly. How much have they learned to be able to draft and play this final game to find that final W?
Yeah, I think Luminosity Gaming going into a Game 5, though, is still one of the scariest threats that I can think of in the entire world when it comes to Pokemon Unite. There was a lot of mistakes exploited in that game number 4 that we just saw. Kamai Esports shutting down LG in a few ways. Curios getting caught out a few times by this eject button combo that Liario is bringing with the Buzzwole. That just simply can't be happening in this next game if Luminosity wants to be taking it down. In fact, this Buzzwole as a pick is becoming very defining for Kamai Esports. Luminosity Gaming has to kind of respond to it in some way. I'm not saying a ban or something like that, but maybe a mid-game draft. Luminosity Gaming wants to pick it up themselves.
When was the last time we saw LG running a Buzzwole? I mean, who even would run it? Maybe Overlord would be looking at it. Kyrios, perhaps, who has been leaning into the all-rounders. We know, of course, I like Trainer a little bit more maneuverable, though. I think he's been phenomenal on that Mimikyu, and that last game doesn't dissuade me. But I think you're spot on there, Leorio. It felt like their sole mission was to identify Kyrios in any team fight and bolt for them. Of course, we saw, I think, mid-stage there, Slashcan on barely any HP. Leorio knew full well what they were going into tall grass, but they still chose to prioritize Kyrios.
One thing that I think I would love to see from Luminosity Gaming headed into Game 5 is a return to the Zoroark.
Yeah,
I would love to see a return to that Pokemon. I know Kamai Esports have been trying to respond to this Konfei pick quite a few times, but I think it would be looking excellent always when LG brings that Pokemon out in in-person events. It feels like one of the biggest difference makers that we have ever seen. But just a reminder of everybody, what is at stake going into this match? You're in a top 4 position, and we're in single elimination. If you win this matchup, you of course knock out the opponent, but you move into tomorrow's Championship Sunday, playing on the main Pokemon broadcast, not to mention a chance at the prize money, the championship points, and the first world spot of the year.
It's huge, isn't it? And Peru know full well what that is like, of course, locked in for a chance to defend their crown, something that we haven't seen from an in-person event, with the exception, of course, of the World Championships. Let's, of course, not forget the fact that there are championship points which can, even if you've got that world spot, you can still boost yourself almost guaranteed into the regionals for a chance at more money. $6,500 for the team total for first place. Goes down to the top 8, so a lot of the players will know what they're already going home with, and congratulations to all of them. But I tell you what, it's going to be, I don't even know from a Peru perspective who they would rather fight here, because you look at the LAIC situation, for example. Luminosity Gaming could have rightly been scared about the home advantage for Tuzi, ended up being a 3-0. Could it be similar if Kamai wins here, or are they different gravy? As for Luminosity Gaming, on paper, the better squad. But boy, if Peru goes to town and beats them, then all of a sudden we're talking about LATAM South as potentially favorites for Worlds.
Yeah, it is going to be really interesting what our grand finals looks like. We know half of it. We know essentially what the other half is going to be with the results of this matchup. Only one more game of Pokemon Unite will be the difference maker, of course. And yeah, I feel like we haven't talked about that too often. They're going to be going up against the returning champions, whatever team wants to go in. And you know that Peru is going to be going at it with a little bit of that extra energy. We did get the chance to hear from Draken from Peru, calling out that Luminosity Gaming was their prediction to be playing up against in the grand finals, and also kind of their hope. They are very good friends with this roster. I got the opportunity to hang out with a little bit of LG and Fusion, and Peru in LAIC, and yeah, they like hanging out quite a bit. So we that is what Peru wants, but Kamai Esports also have desires here.
Well, could you imagine if the first event that they win all season long is this one? And let's not forget history here, the first EU team ever to win on an international in-person event. Yeah. It would be one of the storylines of the 5 years that we've been doing this almost.
100%. Oh, it will be amazing for Kamai Esports to even have a chance at that. And for that, they need to win this next game. Can Kyrios keep his international tournament win percentage at 100%? Let's see. Game number 5. Let's head into the draft.
It's been a long day, folks. Keep your voices loud, because Kamai Esports and Luminosity Gaming go into Game 5. And it is perhaps the bans that we were expecting, including an Inteleon ban from Luminosity. So potentially that Miraidon, all the more important, could be first pick. Kamai Esports, though, might offer an alternative. Rotating round, looking at the Umbreon, the Blissey, ultimately landing on the Psyduck. Rather scared of perhaps what Slashcan can do on the Duck.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming now has to change their first pick. Where do they want to end up? It looks like it will, in fact, be that Blissey. So Slash was proven to be the best player in the world on this Pokemon. Gonna lock it in. Kamai Esports have the chance for Pokemon like Umbreon, like Hoopa, for one of the first times in this best of 5, have the chance to lock it in.
It's the Umbreon. Oh, Narami. You're thinking about it, aren't you? The Hooper available, but no hyperspace hole. Is that what you really want? You're relying on a good draft as well to synergize with the trick. Decides to, I believe, land on the Eldegoss. No, very late switch to the Aegislash for the first time this series.
Yeah, it's finally out of the banning phase from Luminosity Gaming. They're going to leave it on the table. Kranix gets to take one of the most meta-defining Pokemon at this tournament. Aegislash is going to be locked in. Miraidon taken up by Curios. They do have the chance for a few really powerful Pokemon, and Overlord going to return to the Blaziken.
That basically locks Zante into the Mewtwo Y. Narami will be sticking with the Eldegoss. Not particularly convinced by this from Kamai Esport. We'll see what Otter and Trainer can cook up. The opportunity for a Comfey Zoroark is there. The Leafeon instead, and Otter going to roll with the Mew. Leorio actually thinking, you know what, I quite like that Buzzwole game. Let's just run that back.
Honestly, if you have a game like that, that is easily something that you want to bring to the table. And hey, Kranix also had an amazing Buzzwole game.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
I don't think we're too upset about Buzzwole rotating positions. Leorio is the mainstay Aegislash player on Kamai Esport. I do like this draft quite a bit. I have to admit, I would love Narami to pick up the Hoopa again. It was so good in day one, but the way this set has been playing out, you're pretty hot on Eldegoss right now. I mean, you've won 2 games in a row against LG. Let's stick with what's working.
So we've got that Mewtwo Y alongside that Eldegoss going top path. Umbreon Buzzwole bottom, Leorio central area. It's where he likes to roam. Looking at Luminosity Gaming. Trainer going central, perhaps. I would imagine maybe a split central area with Overlord looking to get that Blaziken online as soon as possible. We know that Curios, the option is there to go top or bottom path. We'll certainly see Slash going top path. So there's a few different routes that Luminosity Gaming can go down for this early game. For Kamai Esport, though, looking to the late game, and indeed Luminosity, 2 hyperscalers to worry about. Overlord versus Leorio. It's a battle of the Titans here at EUIC.
I cannot wait to see some of these 1v1s. It is going to be so exciting. There won't be any Comfey as a part of the equation either. We're going to have to watch out for that hyper healing from the Eldegoss. And here we go. London still on their feet for this matchup. Kamai Esport, Luminosity Gaming. Can LG shake off the noise and close out this best of 5? Or is it going to rally back for Kamai Esport? Let's get into game 5.
Let me tell you, folks, my feet are hurting, but my spirits are so sky high. The final semi-final, a chance to play in the grand final. Luminosity Purple, Kamai Esport Orange, and our 2 protagonists are going to go different ways, actually, with Trainer central area, Overlord top path, Leorio central, and a big push early on from Luminosity, an early stack for Overlord.
All right, Overlord, yeah, getting in some early pressure can be tough to do against Buzzwole, but it does get significantly harder after that level 5, some early damage, and of course they're just going to rotate back because Trainer waiting in the wings.
Yeah, much quicker central area push, foregoing the buffs. Ooh. And you know what? I'd support that initiative as well, but no score here. And here comes the Doublade response, finding Trainer KO for the, not even the Doublade, but for the Gossifleur. That'll help them on their way to the Eldegoss, no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. Who will win? Luminosity, one of the most successful teams in the world, versus Kamai Esport, who have yet to win a tournament title in this semifinal. It would give either team an opportunity for an EUIC championship win. Gecko Kami bubbling out to allow Zante to get as much damage in as they possibly can, and Otter off screen going to pick up a KO.
And as is going to be the case for Leorio, actually very interesting to see what the Umbreon build is. We see that foul play already, so maybe not going to go for the over-reliance on the mean look. It's a rotate from Trainer onto the southern path, looking to try and find the Razor Leafs on the Bunny. Big patience paid off for Gek, who's going to hit that level 5, forces Luminosity back to the zone.
All right, early rotation into the center for Trainer on this Leafeon. She's going to have an exchange, ships in the night passing alongside that Eldegoss, as all of Luminosity Gaming is playing towards the middle of this map. Leafeon and the Miraidon, the major carries that want to get as much experience as they can, but the Aegislash is going to be here to contest.
Oh, gorgeous foul play from Gecko Kami, who has been truly exceptional. One of the top 3 players this tournament, that is without doubt. And it's another KO to Leorio, already up onto the Aegis Slash, already up onto level 7. Same can be said for Overlord, of course, through the coaching of Otter Mew. They're going to find that level 7 pretty good. Big charge beam. Here's the push and the level up and the KO. Looking for more. Maybe the wide guard to come up. No, not in time. And how about this? Zante trying to find a way out of there. They're not going to score the 5. Trainer surely going to pick up a KO. No. Big snarl. Foul play. It's actually Slashcan who picks up the KO instead. Not good for Kamaii. Slashcan with a double.
Leorio extremely aggressive in that situation. They do get 1 KO, but immediately punished. And Overlord seeing some success on the other side of the field. This could be dangerous for Kamaii Esports as Luminosity Gaming. Every time they get an inch, it feels like they can change it alchemy-like into a mile.
Gekko Kami up to level 7 now. In with a foul play,
kilometer,
misses
my bad.
everyone.
Yep.
No, we take miles in the UK. You were right the first time. Don't worry, we'll roll with it. Zante, of course, providing a bit of vision. Registeel out of place. Could potentially reset and upset Luminosity Gaming here. 4 on bottom path for both sides. That Buzzwall on top path. Looking for a KO. Foul play. Here's that Overlord level 9. So scary. Of course, Zante looking to build up that gauge into the Mewtwo. Y still a long way away. And the coup de grace will not secure the Registeel. Goes over to the Miraidon, who unleashes the Bright Future Meteor Storm. To be fair, Trainer's gone down. Luorio with a pick. Now just don't bite off more than you can chew. Big wide guard, but uses the Sacred Sword to disengage. He said, Narami, what were you doing drifting around there? Overlord trying to throw their way through the melee, but actually they themselves will get caught out by Leorio.
Okay, making up for that past mistake when they went the path, right? All of a sudden they gave it to kill or knock out that Blaziken is going to give them quite a bit more experience. Buzzwell worked towards that top path at 23 points in pocket, has not found a way to dump any of that into the tier 1 goal zone. Instead, now they're going to have to focus on that Reggie but until they're level 9, they have to play this so extremely patient.
Similar situation to game for those Onyx. They will happily not take the points lead if they can grab the levels, but Kranix has been caught out big time yet again. Huge ADCs on top path, and Narami won't have a say. Leaving this zone perhaps for a later score. The 29 overdunk would be nice. Infinite Cyburn won't find any KOs, but from the tall grass launches Leorio. Slash was there, but unfortunately Otter goes down. Actually, it's Narami who picks up the KO for that one. Meanwhile, more scores for Luminosity, who now balloon up to 1-4-5. The overheat will run out. Narami, though, again, strays a little too close, but caught in between all the all-rounders. CC Central, the Bliss assistance will not save Blaziken. Kranix with that full passive powered up, looking to go after Slash, but the charge beam forces them away.
Otter being the best damage dealer on Luminosity Gaming in that last team fight, picking up a few KOs with that Electro Ball, and now makes it so that Kranix will not be able to escape. Electro Ball gonna pick up that one as well. Curios not quite in position to take that knockout. Otter thought they had a chance to score 25. Will be the Mew Unite move to get them safely away from that scoring attempt.
But they have to burn it nonetheless. That is a tool that is not going to be at the disposal of Luminosity Gaming. Not many steal opportunities here for Kamaii, who are going to prioritize bottom Reggie. And you know what? Why not? Because Kamaii Esports, well, they were going to let this one run. The 6 goes down. So again, think back where the 29 points could have gone down from Trainer previously. They're going to get another 5 here, forcing Luminosity Kamaii into the defense, because if this Regieleki hits T2, that's way more scores, and the knock-on effect, Kamaii now can't commit to the bottom Reggie, instead going into a fight. Big wide guard, Trainer falls, Kranix here as well, all damage dealers for Kamaii Esports on hand.
Yeah, only Mew there to provide support to the Leafeon, no Blissey in sight, so the only one support not able to keep them up for long enough. Otter will also fall. Leorio going to be picking up yet another KO there. Registeel not able to be stolen away by Curios, and Kamaii Esports get a big Registeel objective.
You can tell how big it was because Leorio wasted a coup de grace just to make absolutely 100% sure. Back to base, the Regieleki did end up hitting the T2, but there were so many KOs on that top path that Luminosity Gaming have only been able to extend their lead slightly. Kamaii, of course, finding a lot of scores on the T1, 248 to 125 as we enter our final 3 minutes 20.
Yeah, I mean, really safe play from Kamaii Esports right now. Aegis Slash taking all of that central area. Buzzwell cleaning up all the wild Pokemon on the top side of the map. The entire time you saw Gekko coming on that Umbreon, making sure that all of the vision was gained on their side. Otter doing the same for Luminosity Gaming, basically playing as a ward right now on the Mew in that tall grass, trying to see where Kamaii is going to rotate to and how many players they're going to commit.
Massive Regieleki, isn't it? Massive Regieleki. Level 14 for Leorio. If they find a few more KOs, that could be 15 going into Ray. There is a scrap here near the bottom path, but they're not ready to full send Kamaii Esport. The Thunder goes down, chases away this orange squad. A little bit of Razor Leaf down, but really nice rotate, timely rotate, as a lot of clouds, a lot of EXP goes towards the orange squad.
All right, Luminosity Gaming is going to see all of the enemy Pokemon from Kamaii Esport and make a play towards this Regieleki. They burn it down extremely quickly. Leario just arrives as the Regieleki is being secured, and it will be walking towards their tier 1. They do spend some time trying to KO it before it even gets within range, but that will be forfeiting any kind of positioning as Luminosity Gaming rotates into the middle of the map.
They have the score lead. They do not have the level lead. That suits them, inviting Kamaii onto what they consider most certainly their territory. Oh, that was a lunge from Kranix. Almost finds an incredible pick with the superpower. Pokes here and there. Leorio also eating a bit of damage. Really strong pressure here with the charge beam. Sort of scythes the Kamaii squad into 2 different areas. The overheat whiffs, a little bit of pokes. Look at Otter on the back line. Leorio going to be keeping an eye on them, but they might need to keep an eye on Kranix here. Super Swole Slam. This is it for any squad to make their through to the grand final. Sorry, it's going to have to be now. The Bright Future Meteor Storm still looking for that first KO, and it will be onto Kranix. Where's Leorio? Here he is now, through to Otter, and they find that first KO. There's a second one onto Trainer. Off screen, it's 2 KOs, and they look to turn and burn. Watch out, the Blaziken still on that southern path. They don't have the rip ability here, Kamaii, but they're going to go after the Blissey instead. That's a 3rd KO for Leorio, who has hit that level 15. Kyrios going to the northern part of this Rayquaza. Charge beam, he's Overlord, and would you believe it? He's done it again!
Luminosity Gaming has stolen the Rayquaza, and over here within range, there will be 3 members of their team with Rayquaza shields. Kamaii Esport, all of a sudden, on the back foot. They will not prevent Overlord's score as 100 points in for LG.
Overlord simply cannot be stopped, and Gecko Kami must be thinking, surely no, not again. Look at the overheat catching 3. He's still not gone down. Overlord 1v3 up against Kranix, a 2 KO streak, and look at Kranix running away in pure fear from this man.
Overlord with an unbelievable performance in this matchup, of specifically within this game number 5, still taking this 1v1 versus Buzzwole. As unfortunately the clock is ticking down, and the clock is a friend of Luminosity Gaming. Overlord standing, looking to the crowd, looking to their opposing team, as Luminosity Gaming have won yet another in-person event. Kamaii Esport out, Luminosity Gaming go to Championship Sunday.
It's either going to be a repeat winner in season or a repeat winner from the season before. You could not set it up any better, folks, but I'm sure there's a lot of you out there so sad to see EU fall at the final hurdle before putting yourself in the conversation to be a global superstar yourself. But do not take anything bad away from this Kamaii Esport roster. So much incredible work and grit to take it to Game 5, to look competitive at the final 2 minutes. But we go back to this same point time and time again, Zoinks. Don't leave a Blaziken on the table, especially in the hands of one of the best players in the Unite Esports history books.
Luminosity Gaming, I mean, posing for the picture, they got the hype, they got the energy, and I mean, how could you not? Literal ice in the veins on that roster, taking down Kamaii Esports. I mean, you can't really draft up a much more winnable situation than that, and Luminosity Gaming flipping the script yet again against a squad like Kamaii Esports that has truly proved to be such an incredible team. A top 4 finish for this EU squad is so impressive. They will be going out of the tournament here, like I said, in that top 4 position, but they surely can't be too disappointed about this spot. What a run.
I'm sure they can be. Zoinks.
Yeah, they will be.
I'm sure they can be, but they should not be. To take one of the best teams in the world to Game 5, to be, I mean, literally seconds away from winning this series themselves, is truly extraordinary. And there is no reason why they shouldn't look now to their home season in EU and not pick up a proper event win for themselves. But look, we talked to this guy earlier, we talk to this guy often, and it's because his team keeps winning so often. Almost 100k on the Blaziken. Does the score even matter, though? The main play was that Ray steal.
Yeah, well, I think this stat line does prove, too, that wasn't just one moment for this Pokemon. 98,000 damage onto a Pokemon that is most often considered to be one of the best objective, secure, focused Pokemon is so impressive. I mean, very rarely do we see Overlord get sub 100k on these in-person environments, honestly, making the Blaziken look so amazing.
But there were so many moments to enjoy from Kamai Esports themselves. Leorio, oh my god. I mean, listen, it has to be a good game to reach level 15 by the Ray Pit. A couple of times that he did oversell himself, but they were rectified as well within the case of maybe 2 minutes or so. I think from a macro position, Kamai played as well as they could, considering the level of opposition. I don't think that they could have managed their wild Pokemon any better either. They were picking up those central area birds, for example, so often Luminosity couldn't even get a sniff half the time. But even then, I mean, Luminosity Gaming still, despite every single hurdle that goes their way, they still find a way, right? We're going to be heading over to the stage then to have a word with a truly extraordinary player on a truly extraordinary squad.
There's no way they just sent that to me. Am I live? Oh, I'm live. Perfect. Okay. Whoa, we did it. All right. Slash from Luminosity Gaming, taken to the wire here by Gek, a person I interviewed earlier today, taking a bunch of young upstarts along with Zante and pushed you all to the limit. I know you have a special relationship with Gek, and I'd love to hear a little bit more about it and what that player means to you.
Yeah, I mean, Gek was my mentor, and when I first started playing this game, you know, I started a couple months late, and he introduced me to all the top players, taught me everything he knew. And now, unfortunately, I'm 3-0 versus him, so.
Unfortunately, as you're going to the grand finals. Now, you know, everybody talks about Luminosity, how they dominate, and this might have been the closest series I've seen you all play in quite some time. Even when you all have lost, I feel like this one actually feels closer on the margins than most. You guys started 2-0, they rallied back strong. What was the mental going into game 5? I felt like you switched up your draft just a hair and you found yourself a way to win. What's the thoughts behind there? I know you lead a lot of that cerebral strategy that you have.
Yeah, we talked about what was working and what wasn't, because there's obviously a lot of stuff that wasn't working. But we decided we just need a strong early game so they don't get as many stacks, so like we're not even in levels, and we'll beat them late game if we just out macro them mid game.
Well, it worked out well. They took a heck of a fight at Ray. You bought a little bit of time, the team did, to allow Overlord to come in. And of course, you picked Blaziken for the overheat, and Overlord hit it right on time to give yourself a convincing, well, not a pretty close, but convincing once you secured game 5 win. On the horizon tomorrow for the grand finals, you're facing off against Peru, aka Fusion, EUIC's Aeos Cup's last year's champion. However, you guys have won an IC already this year. What's the strategy going into Peru? I know you all have clashed against this team quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Gek's team was really, really good, so we prepared a lot for them, and luckily, Grand Finals is now tomorrow, right, morning, so we haven't prepared at all, but we will be hard preparing tonight. But honestly, Gek's team looked like the best team in EU, in my opinion, so we were really hard preparing for that, and we still almost lost.
Well, they definitely, like we said, took you to the wire. Last question real quick. Can the folks tuning in at home, the folks that'll be here in the venue, expect another 3-0 run back in an IC Grand Finals from Luminosity Gaming?
Yes.
Bang, you heard it here straight from Slash's mouth to you at home and those in the crowd. Doobsnack Slash, wrap it up, back in the booth. Let's get out of here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doobsnacks. Thank you very much indeed. 3-0 run back, he says. I think it's going to be a little bit more complicated than that, to be honest, but hey, this commentator's been proven wrong before. Zoinks, a very impressive Luminosity game, 100%. An extremely strong Peru roster. That's our grand finals for tomorrow. This is how they did it.
Yeah, an incredible best of 5 coming up for us, but we had so many amazing matchups throughout this weekend. It's really difficult for me to pinpoint one of them, but actually, no, it's not. It was that last matchup. It was Luminosity Gaming versus Kamai Esport in that semifinal. I really hope we can top it tomorrow in the grand finals. Will be a best of 5 matchup. It's not the first time these two teams have matched up within tournament, I don't believe. It certainly it will be the first grand finals these these two teams have had a matchup against each other. And again, we got some really interesting storylines going into this match with, of course, them winning LAIC, but Peru winning this matchup in the last year's version of this tournament. So much to talk about for next day.
You don't want to miss it, folks, but it might be easy to if you aren't aware of the stream schedule for tomorrow. We usually have a home here on the Pokémon UNITE socials, but for tomorrow we are over on Play Pokémon. That's going to be at 9 AM UK time. Again, you really don't want to miss it. And I'm going to give a little shout out as well. If you've got any friends who are looking to get into UNITE, we've got a casual stream going elsewhere on Sunday. Sierra Dawn, I'm going to be joining her as we basically introduce you to UNITE and sort of break it down at a little more casual pace.
Yeah, you can find all that at twitch.tv/Pokemon or at Pokemon.com/broadcast. But if you're looking to pick up a little bit of cool swag while you're watching, we got drops for all of the games. Well, if you want to watch a Pokemon trading card game, we got some really fun live rewards if you're watching live at Pokemon TCG. But of course, UNITE also having some really cool stuff with the item enhancers, 200 item enhancers for watching Pokemon UNITE on this weekend.
Zoinks, that is a lot of item enhancers. Do use them well. Remember, your last chance to earn them is tomorrow. So sit down in front of that screen, whether it's phone, PC, whatever. Make sure you're there because one of the greatest series of UNITE esports might be about to play out. Well, who am I kidding? It is going to play out. But Zoinks, it has been an absolute privilege, my friend, to join you in the booth. Been an absolute pleasure. Thank you to everyone at home watching. It's been an honor. We are going to be back here again. A reminder, 9 AM UK time for Peru UNITE versus Luminosity Gaming, your grand finals of the Aeos Cup 2025. Wrap it up, folks. We'll see you soon.